Chapter 1081 Snow Ridge. The long leather boots made a crunching sound when stepping on the snow. A heavy snowfall had already bent the dense pine branches. Walking out of the temporary command post converted from a cave. Breathing in the cold air outside. People's minds instantly became clear. In the forest not far away, the heavily armored warriors imitated the cavalry by surrounding their tents under the pine trees and building cold-proof shelters. The mountains and plains here are covered with red pine forests. The oil-filled pine trees emit the scent of resin when burned. Surdak stooped into the tent. A large stick bone protruded from the boiling water in the large iron pot. The ogre licked the last bit of fat on a stick bone and threw the stick outside the tent. Before Surdak sat down, he fished out the last bone from the boiling soup pot. Not afraid of being burned, he opened his mouth and swallowed the bones and meat into his stomach. The great swordsman Quintus lay on a thick wooden bed made of pine branches with a pale face. His injuries were a bit serious, mainly due to the fact that the wounds were eroded by the evil devil's dark energy and could not heal. Although the great swordsman Quintus was powerful and forcibly wrapped his life with high-quality healing potions, he was only a swordsman. The soldier was unable to expel the demonic energy seeping into his body, which resulted in his injuries worsening. Fortunately, Surdak arrived at the camp here 2 days in advance. The holy light spell fell and immediately dispelled the demonic energy from the body of the great swordsman Quintus. Surdak blessed the great swordsman Quintus again. God's blessed body. The wound on the right rib began to show signs of healing. Surdak checked the healing condition of Quintus' great swordsman's wound, and it looked pretty good. "You should have informed me earlier." Surdak sat next to the great swordsman Quintus. "Hey, I thought there was nothing wrong with this little injury. I didn't expect that I almost had an intestinal rupture." Cough, cough. The great swordsman Quintus coughed a few times, and an auxiliary soldier quickly brought him a glass of water. "We have recently been investigating how many demons there are in this valley. Now they actually let the indigenous people sign a symbiosis contract with the H.L. dogs. It seems that there will be no less than 10,000 demon servants. They don't want to rush out. It seems that he wants to continue to station troops." Great swordsman Quintus said to Surdak while lying down. Surdak then asked the question that he had not refrained from mentioning at the command post. "What do so many people eat? The aboriginal tribes can't keep so much food." Although the great swordsman Quintus was injured, his speech was not affected by his strong body, and he said casually, "The cavemen. Now the cavemen are their food. Only the cave warriors are qualified to survive." Great swordsman Quintus reached out and patted Suldak's arm, and then solemnly told him, "This demon army has very strong combat power. I know that the coalition forces achieved a brilliant victory on the Sai-Roman plateau. But remember not to bring the emotions of victory to this battlefield, since this matter deserves the advice of the great swordsman Quintus." Surdak knew that the demon army opposite must be very powerful, and he quickly agreed. "Don't worry, great swordsman Quintus. I will warn them." Coming to the snowy mountains. For Sia, this place is simply a nightmare place. There is snow everywhere, and the biting cold wind will freeze the hydrating mask on her face into a thin ice mask almost immediately. Fortunately, Sue Urdak helped her transport the wooden box so that she could take a hot bath in the tent every day. She was wearing a thick fur coat, a warm cotton jacket, and a thick sweater. These thick clothes made her look a little bloated. Samira raised a bonfire and placed a large pot filled with snow on it. Sia used the water gathering technique to pour water into the large pot to melt the snow in the pot. When the temperature in the tent rose, Sia took off her thick fur coat. She was very concerned about her figure. Hot water is boiling in the tent, and buckets of it have to be poured into wooden boxes. She needed a hot bath. Only in this way could her frozen body completely recover. She soaked comfortably in a box filled with hot water and invited the half-elf archer to take a bath with her. But Samira decisively rejected her. She stretched her body and returned to her mermaid form. Her huge tail fin like a cattail fan stretched out from the water tank and stretched out in the tent. The colors were very bright. When she lived in Doden town on the Belan plain, Sia also experienced the winter there. But she didn't feel how hard the living conditions there were. Thinking about it now, Zigna and Nika should have taken good care of her. When the white frost just appeared on the river, they were ready to heat it. Bathtub. It seems that when I go back, I should thank some Zigna and Nika. Right. You should bring them some gifts. To be honest, Thea missed them a little. The tent curtain was opened, and Surdak walked in from the outside. Sia quickly hid the three-color tail fin in the wooden box, turned over flexibly in the water tank, put her snow-white arms on the edge of the wooden box, and stuck her head out to say H, low to Surdak. If her chest was not a bit flat, she would. I don't mind raising my upper body a little higher. Surdak walked into the tent and brought in a cold wind, which made Sia shiver. Surdak patted Sia's tender face and said gently to her, Sia, pay attention to the fire at night and don't let the tent burn up. Also, pay attention to heating the water inside. I don't want to come and see it tomorrow morning. When you were there, you turned into a lump of ice in the wooden box. You know, I won't stay in the water forever. Sia wanted to put her hands around Suldak's neck. Surdak didn't want her wet arms to freeze on his armor, so he quickly retreated. The next step, seeing that Surdak hadn't taken off his armor, he asked, Are you going out at night? There will be action at night. So stay here. Suldak nodded and warned. I can't go. Sia blurted out and asked. Seeing Suldak staring at her eyes with no intention of answering, she turned back and whispered, Okay, I understand. Then be careful. Samira picked up the sky strike bow hanging on the tree trunk, looked at Thea sinking into the water tank with some amusement, and followed Suldak out. It's really annoying for Thea to be soaked in the warm water tank. The best friend he finally met turned out to be his daughter. And then his age was ignored so naturally that he was treated as a child. This is the first time she feels worried about her youth. When Suldak arrived with Samira, great swordsman Chester and 500 constructed swordsmen were already waiting outside the camp wrapped in white cloaks, along with 10 second-level mages. Because of Viru, Samira also became a Hawkeye after her second turn, instead of a Silver Moon Ranger. For this operation, Surdak sacrificed a 3-headed H.L. evil head and blessed Samira with insight. Each of these constructed swordsmen is blessed with the blessed body. Unfortunately, they don't use shields. Otherwise the blessed shield would also be provided. Samira had obtained general information about the mountains through the magician's memory magic crystal. She stood on the top of the tree. With the blessing of insight, there was almost no difference between the snowy night and the day. She kept jumping forward and soon led the group of constructed swordsmen through the snowy ridge. According to the plan set during the day, Samira climbed over a snow wall nimbly. She hid in the shadows, groped behind a demon servant, reached out with one hand to cover his mouth, and just as he suddenly during the moment of struggle, the dagger in his hand slashed across his throat, almost cutting off his entire head. The demon servant's body struggled feebly twice before falling softly. As soon as the sentry post behind the earthen wall fell down, the 500 constructed swordsmen lurking on the snowy slope rushed to the sentry post. This outpost is a round building like a turret surrounded by earthen walls. Inside, there are large bunks lined up against the wall. A bonfire is lit in the middle. Nearly 100 demon servants are sleeping soundly on the beds. There are 3 floors in total on the bunks: the upper, middle and lower levels. The constructed swordsmen got into the sentry post and cut off the heads of these demon servants in their sleep. The demon servants are dead, and those H.L. dogs will not survive. The news that the sentry post on the snowy ridge here was attacked cannot be concealed at all. Under the urging of the great swordsman Chester, the swordsmen could only hang the bodies of the demon servants on the parapet of the sentry post, and set fire to the sentry post before they withdrew from the snowy ridge. Samira stood on the top of the red pine tree and saw a group of H.L. dogs rushing down from the northern hillside. There were at least thousands of them in the overwhelming area, but when they rushed to the sentry post, the constructed swordsmen had already withdrawn. Snow Ridge. The H.L. dogs did not dare to go out of the mountains. A group of H.L. dogs could only surround the burning sentry post and howl in the snowy night. The constructed swordsmen quickly evacuated the valley before dawn. Only then did Surdak know that the sneak attack organized by the constructed swordsman group was a revenge because the great swordsman Quintus was injured. Action. However, this retaliation also completely awakened the demon army hiding in the valley. Groups of H.L. dogs would occasionally run out of the valley, trying to sneak attack the coalition camp. The situation in the valley is getting worse day by day, and the headquarters sneak attack on the 3 devil gates in the valley is also on the agenda. Chapter 1082 Battle of the Valley. Even in May, white snow still covers the entire mountain range, which is the northernmost mountain in the Ganbu Plain. Further north is a cliff called the Barrier Mountains. That mountain range stands like a high city wall at the northernmost end of the Ganbu Plain. To the south of the Ganbu Plain is a gradually collapsing cliff that can be seen extending into place. There is an abyss at the bottom of the face. And in the north is this ice wall blocking everything. The place where the Aborigines live in seclusion is a valley in the snow-capped mountains. In the snowy mountains, the low-lying areas will be slightly warmer. The snow in the valley here will gradually melt in June. exposing some ice moss in the mountains. The plants here only have a short 2-month growth period. It will be covered with ice and snow again in early September. The demon army is continuously entering the Ganbu Plain through the 3 demon gates in the valley. For the Bena coalition, the longer the delay, the stronger the demon army will become. The top priority is to destroy the demon gates hidden in the valley. However, these 3 demon gates are set up in the deepest caves of the valley and are heavily protected by the Demon Legion. This group of aborigines has been operating in this valley for nearly 100 years and has established many outposts in the valley. The Crypt Warriors, L dogs and demon servants in the demon army are distributed at various outposts along the valley's main roads. Middle. If the heavy cavalry and heavy armored infantry regiments of the Bena coalition want to rush into the valley, they must follow the only mountain road in the valley and capture the outposts one by one. Obviously, this requires a huge price. On May 14th, Surdak waited until 20 catapults arrived at the entrance of the valley. The soldiers of the infantry regiment pushed 10 catapults to the hillside in front of the first sentry post. Then the heavy armored infantry regiment rushed out of the camp and set up a shield wall in front of the catapults. Then the craftsmen of the catapult battalion placed the catapults are fixed on the snow slope. And all catapults are equipped with flint. The first few times need to be tested and further calibrated for the throwing of the catapults. The heavy cavalry in the camp have put heavy armor on their horses, but they have not yet arrived on the battlefield. They are waiting for the next order in the camp. The constructed swordsmen in the military camp did not arrange a battle plan. They had nothing to do, so they just wore magic pattern structures and stood outside the camp, watching from a distance from the rear of the battlefield. After the soldier operating the catapult adjusted the direction and throwing angle, he raised the flag in his hand to indicate that everything was ready. Then the commander blew the whistle in his mouth. All the soldiers bent down to light the flint and waited until the flint was ready. The flames burned up, and the commander shouted again, "Ready to release!" The tail of the first round of flints, with thick smoke and flames, pierced the sky. 20 flints were thrown in a perfect parabola. On the battlefield of Samptown, the warriors who controlled the catapults threw thousands of flints. In terms of throwing accuracy, it can accurately hit the target after 3 test shots. Seeing the first round of flints scattered all over the sentry post, and the latest one just grazing the earthen wall of the sentry post and flying out, the demon servants in the circular sentry post let out a deafening cheer. They were surrounded by a group of L dogs. Obviously these L dogs were their contract partners. These aboriginal demon servants were strong, with spears, bows and other weapons in their hands. They wore animal skin armor and faced the phalanx of the heavy armored infantry regiment howled. More than 100 flaming gogs stood on the top of the sentry post, with flames ready in their hands. However, they seemed a little uncomfortable with the cold weather. A group of gog held fireballs with both heads, and everyone huddled together to keep warm. The dense forest at the mountain pass on both sides of the sentry post was crowded with L dogs and demon servants. The second round of flints was thrown, and a firebomb fell behind the sentry post. This time, even the demon servants hiding in the mountains let out deafening cheers. After the third round of flint failed again, the demon servants and L dogs in the dense forest had already poured out. They stood on the high hillock level with the sentry post, flattening the thick snow on it. And a group of demons, the servants, cheered for joy above. And the Lounds let out long growls. In the cold snowy ridge, the lava veins on these L dogs have disappeared, leaving only the black mottled skin. It can be seen that neither the hellhound nor the flame gog are well adapted to the ice and snow environment. In the fourth round of throwing, 20 flints accurately hit the sentry post. The flame gogs on the top of the sentry post were hit with broken bones and tendons by this wave of flints. The top of the sentry post collapsed instantly, and the flame gogs jumped from the sentry post. The top layer fell off. There was chaos inside the sentry post. The flint finally exerted its due power, and the commander standing high in the military formation shouted again, "The 5th round is ready!" Under the bombardment of flint, the earthen wall on the east side of the sentry post at the mountain pass collapsed. The demon servants found that if they remained standing at the mountain pass, they would only be beaten passively. So they all picked up the weapons in their hands and shouted a few aboriginal words to the demon servants around them. All the demon servants were emotionally aroused. They let out howling shouts and, together with the dense L dogs around them, headed towards he rushed out of the mountain pass. At this time, the commander in the military formation quickly raised a long bow in his hand and shouted, "Longbow archers are ready." 2 rows of archers stood behind the heavy armored infantry regiment. At this time, The archers had almost fully drawn their long bows when the group of demon servants running at the front entered the shooting range. The legion commander finally shouted, "Put!" A dense rain of arrows fell into the camp of the demon servants, instantly killing a large number of them. The H.L. dog next to the demon servant suddenly accelerated and rushed out of the crowd. It laid its front paws on the tower shield and stretched out its big mouth to bite off the shield warrior's neck. A row of neat spears emerged from behind, and the H.L. dogs were stabbed to death by the spears. The demon servants mixed with the H.L. dogs had also rushed up, and the entrance of the valley suddenly fell into a melee. This kind of battlefield is like a meat grinder. Only a continuous injection of troops can stop the decline. As the number of demon servants pouring out of the mountain pass continues to increase, the heavy armored infantry regiment also needs to continuously add troops, and the battlefield continues to extend outwards. The 20 catapults behind the military formation are the magic weapon for attacking the sentry post. The heavy armored infantry regiments needed to ensure that they would not be destroyed in the battle. The Hell Dog knocked down a shield warrior, and the spear warrior behind immediately squeezed up and stabbed the Hell Dog through the body. The Hell Dog behind immediately following. The heavily armored warriors and the Hell Hounds at the front rolled together on the snow, tearing out several large holes in the shield wall. Unexpectedly, these H.L. dogs seemed to have changed their personalities and would rush into battle regardless of their own safety. When we were in Samp Town, the H.L. dogs in the demon army were not as brave as they are now. The commander of the heavy armored infantry regiment hesitated for a moment before the H.L. dogs broke through the first shield wall. Although the shield warriors behind tried their best to block the gap, they still killed and injured dozens of heavy armored infantry soldiers. The H.L. at the exit of the valley are like rolling rivers that burst their banks, rushing toward the battlefield below. Those aboriginal demon servants also rushed to the battlefield. Although the weapons in their hands were not as good as the weapons and equipment of the heavy armored infantry regiment, they could communicate with the H.L. dogs. With their assistance, the H.L. dogs frequently attacked. They rushed into the army formation, causing quite a bit of chaos. This time, Serdek prepared 2 heavy armored infantry regiments, with a total of 3,000 reserve teams on the battlefield. They were all put into the battlefield at once, but still did not gain an advantage in strength. The 2-headed ogre stood in the center of the army formation like a mainstay, and the H.L. dogs that died at his feet formed a hill. The heavy cavalry waiting in the military camp heard the whistle for assembly at this time. All the heavy cavalry took off the heavy cloaks wrapped around them, and with the help of the auxiliary soldiers, they mounted their green-scaled horses. A group of heavy cavalry fought out of the camp, like sharp arrows, heading towards the battlefield 1 kilometer away. The 20 catapults no longer threw flints. At this time, there was no need to continue destroying the sentry posts at the mountain pass. They changed the flints into black powder barrels, lit them, and threw them out one by one. The gunpowder barrels continued to explode at the entrance of the valley. Countless H.L. dogs were blown away. The constructed swordsmen watching the battle at the gate of the camp were almost shocked when they saw this scene. No one expected that it was just a tentative attack, but 6 heavy armored infantry regiments were involved in an instant. If it weren't for a second-level strongman standing at the front of the military formation, I am afraid that this group of soldiers who formed the first shield wall with a heavy armored infantry regiment had now been devoured by H.L. dogs and demon servants. They also didn't expect that the Hell Dog Legion in the valley fought so decisively, with corpses all over the ground still coming one after another. When the heavy armored infantry regiment slanted into the rear of the battlefield from the flanks, a row of flaming dogs were already standing at the entrance of the valley. Although some arrows fell and took away the lives of some flaming dogs, the surviving flaming dogs also throwing the fireball onto the battlefield. From a distance, I saw the battlefield falling into a melee, and fireballs falling into the battlefield. Several squadron leaders of the constructed swordsman regiment walked into the military camp together and found Great Swordsman Chester in the headquarters. Everyone stood up at the same time. "Great Swordsman Chester, the 1st, 2nd, constructed swordsman group is asking you to fight. Please let us clear out the god behind. That is a task belonging to the mage group." The Great Swordsman Chester raised his head, adjusted the helmet on his head, and said to his several squadron leaders. Before he finished speaking, he heard bursts of intensive explosions in the distance. A group of squadron captains ran out quickly and saw 2 teams of magicians riding magic cauldrons appearing in the sky. The leader of the magicians shot out a series of fireballs, and the magicians following him also frequently threw big fireballs, and the mountain pass of the valley suddenly fell into a sea of fire. The series of falling fireballs were so eye-catching on the battlefield. Amidst the continuous explosion of fireballs, a row of God was swallowed up by the flames. Chapter 1083 The Evil King on the Earth Wall. The Battle of Taniguchi lasted for 2 full days. The Bena Allied forces dispatched 12,000 heavy armored infantry regiments, 3,000 heavy cavalry, and 2,000 archers to capture the outpost at Taniguchi. This time, Serdek did not hoard the heads of H.L. dogs. The severed dog heads were quickly sacrificed by Serdek. First, he blessed the heavy cavalry with the blessed body, and when the battle continued until the next day, all the heavy armored infantry warriors participating in the battle were also blessed with God's blessing. The soldiers threw the corpse of the hellhound into a pit, which was covered with pine wood. The pile of corpses was steaming and blazing with flames. The number of demon servants who died in this battle reached about 5,000. The demonized corpses of these indigenous people also need to be burned to prevent the land here from being polluted. The heavy cavalry of the Bena coalition drove straight along the valley road. In just 5 days, the heavy armored infantry regiment relied on catapults to successively break through a sentry tower in the valley and enter the middle of the valley. Serdek rode the green-scaled horse along the rugged mountain road into the middle of the valley, and finally saw the dam inside the magic memory crystal. For a long time, Serdek has regarded this earth wall as a dam. This wall is made of rocks and soil, and is covered with a thick layer of snow. It is like the north wall of the Doden Canyon in the Belan Plain. If you want to enter the valley, you can only move this wall. The nearly 20-meter-high earth wall was captured. On the top of the earth wall, a team of black magicians stood on the high platform in the middle, with dense flame dog on both sides. 20-meter-high earth wall. Even if Serdek rushed to make a ladder on the spot, it would not be possible to complete it in 3 to 5 days if he wanted to make such a high ladder. The doorway under the earthen wall was crowded with crypt warriors and H.Lounds. 2,000 heavy cavalry were parked under the large earth wall, their horses neighing continuously. A group of demon servants holding wooden shields and spears slowly walked out of the doorway and lined up under the earth wall. In this case, even if the siege team has ladders, they must completely defeat the troops under the earth wall before they can qualify to attack the city. The evil king stood on the high platform at the top of the gate. His face still looked like the original aboriginal chief, but his eyes turned blood red. His whole body turned dark red, and the muscles on his limbs bulged. Serdek could clearly feel that this body is full of explosive power. The great swordsman Quintus was hit in the ribs with one punch after the 2 great swords were shattered by the evil king's continuous punches. Seeing the Bena coalition troops approaching the city, the flame dog on the city once again let out a mocking whine. They were like a group of violent and noisy monkeys. The biggest difference from monkeys is that they can throw fireballs with both hands. 11 black magicians were floating in the air on magic harpoons, and it seemed that they had no intention of flying down. Seeing the scene in front of him, Serdek asked the heavy cavalry to retreat 100 meters back to prevent the demon servants under the earth wall from suddenly attacking. The heavy cavalry did not have the distance to charge. Serdek did not rush to lay out a battle plan, but asked the heavy cavalry to withdraw and set up a temporary camp to take a short rest. By the time the heavy armored infantry regiment pushed the catapult to the bottom of the earthen dam, it was already evening. Considering that the 3 evil gates were constantly sending more reinforcements into the valley, Serdek didn't even wait until dawn and asked the heavy armored infantry regiment to lay down a shield wall 500 meters away from the earth wall. Then a catapult was set up behind the heavy armored infantry regiment, throwing flints to bombard the earth wall in front like a large dam. 20 flints drew dark red firelights in the night sky. Thick smoke rolled down, and the flints hit the city head accurately. The flame dog guarding it once again let out a howling sound like ghosts and wolves. The evil king once again appeared on the top of the city, staring coldly at the catapult behind the heavy armored infantry regiment. A large number of H.L. dogs and demon servants poured out of the city gate cave again. This time they set up a square formation under the earth wall, and waited until a group of cave warriors holding large wooden shields rushed out from the earth wall and came to the front of the team. Regardless of day or night, with a wave of the evil king's hand, these group of cave warriors started to charge forward with wooden shields in hand. In the night sky, several low-light flares suddenly lit up. A group of black magicians rode over the earthen wall on magic harpoons. They showed their traces under the low-light flares. When they saw the archers near the catapults, they all raised their bows and aimed at the sky. This group of black magicians were so frightened that they could not even see the sky. Without daring to get close to the catapult, he suddenly pulled up the tiller of the magic harpoon and shot up into the high night sky. The mage group behind the army discovered the traces of the black magician. How could they let them go so easily? They immediately mounted their magic harpoons and chased after them. A group of H.L. dogs appeared under the earth wall. Soldak finally saw clearly through the light of the flint. They were actually two-headed H.L. dogs. The evil king stood on the top of the earth wall and roared, his whole body igniting with a layer of blazing flames. Then he jumped directly from the top of the city 20 meters high and hit the snow like a cannonball. He stood in front of all the crypt warriors, holding a war blade in his left hand and a leather whip in his right hand. Two devil horns appeared in the shadow on his body, and there was also a shadow of a layer of armor on his body. At this time, Cerdak looked at the phantom of the armor and felt very familiar. The evil king leaned over the aboriginal chief. His body was limited by the aboriginal chief. He was about the same height as an ordinary person, even shorter than Cerdak. However, his limbs were full of explosive power. After falling down, he began to trot towards the heavy armored infantry regiment's military formation in charge. The crypt warrior behind let out a roar of vomit. Vomit! Vomit! And followed the evil king as he rushed forward. This was the first time that Cerdak saw the demon leader leading the charge. And sure enough, the crypt warriors didn't hesitate in their steps. The two-headed H.L. dog following behind also howled and rushed forward like crazy. Instead, a group of demon servants holding spears and shields fell behind. Soldak took out the Gerda shield, and a layer of holy light glowed on the shield. He blessed himself with the blessed shield and the holy shield, since the great swordsman Quintus suffered a big loss at the hands of this guy. How could Cerdak not pay attention to it? A halo of power lit up under his feet. Cerdak and the ogre stood in the center of the heavy armored infantry formation. On his left and right sides were first-class warriors selected from the legion. Cerdak also blessed them with the god before the battle, body of blessing and shield of blessing. Holy shield is a blessing from a high-level god, and requires a sacrifice of at least a level 3 monster head. At present, Cerdak does not have much inventory in hand. It is no problem to bless Samira and Gulitum with high-level blessings of gods. However, if he wants to bless these first-level infantry warriors with high-level blessings, this is the current situation. It's simply impossible to do it. Behind the first-turn warrior is a row of spear warriors, and behind the spear warriors is a team of constructed swordsmen. This time, Cerdak placed the catapult under the earth wall and continuously bombarded the earth wall, hoping to force the evil devil king out of the earth wall for a decisive battle. The catapults continuously smashed flints against the earthen wall. There was no way the evil king would allow the Bene coalition to kill the flame dog on the city head so easily. So he could not wait. Cerdak also has the same urgency as the demon king. It will take at least a month or so for the reinforcements of the Bene coalition to reach the snowy mountains. But as long as the demon army passes through the demon gate, the H.L. dogs will continue to attack. Enter the valley. The evil king led the crypt warriors and rushed in front of Cerdak. He bent his legs slightly and lifted them up suddenly, spanning more than 20 meters in the air. He threw out the long whip in his right hand and unexpectedly hit Cerdak. Gerda's shield was wrapped around him, and Soldak's shield was pulled outward in midair. With the help of this pulling force, the evil demon king quickly approached Cerdak, and the war blade in his hand drew an afterimage and slashed towards Cerdak's head. A divine light emitted from Cerdak's shield. He took half a step forward and hid his body behind the shield. An archangel appeared behind Cerdak. He raised his broad sword to face the demon king's sword. Glaive. Cha. There was a harsh sound of gold and iron. Cerdak felt as if a hill was pressing down from above his head, and his whole body fell backwards under the huge earthquake. The ogre Gulitum's body was covered with ice armor, and there were actually flames under his feet. Gulitum swung a big stick and hit the evil demon king, and Nalwar crushed a fireball at the same time, and a ball of flames was there. It exploded in front of the demon king. The evil king stared at the ogre with bloody eyes, and his body disappeared into thin air in the next second. A bad premonition appeared in Soldak's heart, as if an iron hammer had hit his heart. He quickly injected his mental power into the sacred armor of the Sea of Spiritual Consciousness, and an armor exuding holy light appeared on his body. At the same time, he injected a trace of the power of holy light into Eisenhardt's breastplate. The force activated the magic pattern array on the breastplate. Demonic patterns lit up on the breastplate and quickly spread all over Cerdak's body. Magical power poured into Cerdak's body from the entire magic pattern suit, and his strength and agility were slightly improved. Gerda's shield instantly appeared on his chest. Cerdak was sure that it was the shield carrying his arm. Get into the correct position to block. Cerdak rarely activates the Eisenhard magic pattern suit. mainly because this suit burns magic crystals very much when activated. Over time, he got used to it, and he was not used to activating the magic pattern structure in normal battles. This time an inexplicable danger enveloped his mind, and he decisively activated the magic pattern suit. The next second, the evil king actually appeared in front of Suldak out of thin air, and the sword in his hand struck down again. Suldak raised his shield to block the fatal blow from the evil king. As the power as heavy as a mountain was transmitted from the shield to Surdak's body. Surdak's body flew backwards like a cannonball. The moment he fell out, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Samira shot 6 arrows in a row during this period, but all missed without exception. Chapter 1084 The Battle of the Evil King. Seeing the shield-wielding Surdak being slashed away by the evil king with his sword, Great Swordsman Chester was a little dumbfounded. Then he remembered that Great Swordsman Quintus was also beaten severely by the evil king with his bare hands. Not only on his ribs. Several of them were broken, leaving a wound on his lower abdomen that was difficult to heal. If Suldak hadn't arrived in time, the Great Swordsman Quintus would have been lying in bed. But he didn't expect that Surdak, a second-turn knight, could still not stop the evil demon king even with a shield in hand. What level of Warcraft is this guy's strength equivalent to? Great Swordsman Chester thought this in his mind, and quickly chased after the evil king. What happened next made him so surprised that he couldn't shut his mouth. He saw the evil king actually teleporting in front of Suldak and slashing with his sword again. Surdak was like a sandbag and was knocked away by the evil king in midair again. After the angel protection on Surdak dissipated, the magic pattern structure on his body was finally activated by him, and a piece of magic pattern appeared on his body. Armor of Divine Aura. Although he looked very embarrassed, Great Swordsman Chester could clearly see that the sacred armor on Surdak was still there, and he was not disillusioned. On the other hand, the evil king actually became extremely irritable at this moment. He chased Surdak desperately, but was unable to teleport again. A phantom of a swordsman is behind the Great Swordsman of Chester. He raised his sword with both hands, and his body turned into an afterimage, chasing the evil demon king who stepped into the military formation. The heavy armored infantry soldiers in the military formation were also a little dumbfounded. The Supreme Commander's power turned out to be the shadow of an angel. He appeared at the front of the battlefield, and there was also a warrior beside him who was secretly called a war madman by the soldiers. The ogre actually let the red-skinned commander on the opposite side beat him violently. Surdak fell into the formation, and when he saw Surdak falling over, a shield warrior was about to put down his tower shield and caught Surdak firmly. Unexpectedly, Surdak came with such force that his back hit the tower shield. The shield warrior did not take a defensive posture, and his arms and shoulders failed to resist the shield. The shield collided with his chest, shocking him immediately. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Surdak fell to the ground. The soldiers nearby quickly helped them up. When Surdak stood up, he did not forget to cast 2 holy light spells on himself and the heavy armored infantry soldier who was suppressed by him and vomited blood. The evil king fell into the army formation and was surrounded by a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers. Surdak quickly shouted, "Don't stop him! Everyone get out of the way!" His shout was a little late. 2 heavy armored infantry warriors rushed forward with shields. The warrior on the left was entangled by the evil demon king's whip and was thrown out instantly. His life or death was unknown. Another warrior was neatly split in half with a war blade in his hand, including a shield. A group of constructed swordsmen with gorgeous magic patterns flashing on their leather armor gathered around them. The magic patterns on their bodies greatly improved their strength, agility, balance, and coordination. Shadows appeared behind the 7 or 8 swordsmen, and their hands, the sword blade thrust out of it was like a halo. Although they used expensive magic weapons, the moment they encountered the demon king's war blade, these long swords broke. The evil demon king swung his war blade sideways, instantly injuring 5 constructed swordsmen. Only then did everyone realize how powerful the evil king was. A light arrow streaked across the night sky, spreading countless electric arcs, and accurately shot towards the center of the evil king's eyebrows. The demon king turned sideways and swung the war blade in his hand, cutting off Samira's inevitable arrow. The arrow exploded and countless electric arcs spread out. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The evil king raised a hand, and a yellow and green shield appeared on his body, which actually easily blocked the bolt of lightning. His blood-red eyes finally left Suldak and fell on Samira. Samira was standing on the wooden frame of the catapult at the moment, with dazzling red magic lines on her right arm. Behind her, the shadow of a big elf windrunner was even taller than the fully open catapult. He took out a black arrow from the quiver, and a violent wind elemental aura surged out of his body. And he aimed at the evil king again, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The evil demon king felt Samira's arrow, and once it was shot, it would be difficult for him to resist it. The next second, the evil king disappeared again. When he appeared, his red face was almost touching Samira's smooth forehead. "Hey! You are really quite upright!" The sound came from under the wooden frame of the catapult. Sia was wrapped in a thick fur coat and sat on the shaft under the catapult. She raised her fair face as if chewing gum, and then blew out a breath from her mouth. A water bubble. The water bubble grew bigger in the wind, and finally flew lightly. The demon king appeared in front of Samira and bumped into the bubble. A pop sound. The evil king's whole body was wrapped in water bubbles. He was actually trapped in the water bubbles and floated up. Samira had a calm expression on her face. The power of thunder and lightning was exuding from the bowstring, but wind blades were flying between her fingers. An arrow was wrapped in countless wind blades. She unhurriedly opened the sky strike bow. At this time, the great swordsman Chester and Guilladum also chased under the catapult at almost the same time. They both panted and raised their heads, looking at the evil king in the bubbles. Only then did great swordsman Chester notice that the one spitting out blisters was the Naga mermaid that followed Soldak and ran out of the Belan plain. Unexpectedly, one of the blisters actually tied up the evil demon king. Samira glanced at Sia at her feet and gave an appreciative look. The two of them have been hunting together a lot recently, and they have a tacit understanding every time they cooperate. The demon king's war blade slashed at the blisters, causing the blisters to burst prematurely. Samira shot out an arrow, hitting the evil king's heart. The arrow flew out in a spin, and countless wind blades exploded, immediately drilling a fist-sized hole in the evil king's chest. The evil king lowered his head and looked at his chest, his expression a little distorted, as if someone had broken a beloved toy. He could feel the constant failure of countless organs in his body. Before he could take a breath, the tall ogre picked up the stick and hit the evil king's back hard, causing a series of cracking sounds along the spine. The demon king let out a scream and fell more than 10 meters away, lying on the snow. Swordsman Chester took the opportunity to chase after him, trying to chop off his legs and hands with his sword. But the evil king actually rolled around on the snow and dodged the sword of the great swordsman Chester. The great swordsman of Chester only had time to cut a foot-long wound on his right leg. The body of the evil devil turned into a black mist. While being chased by a group of people, he actually escaped in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, Cerdak chased after him with his shield and a group of constructed swordsmen. On the front battlefield, the crypt warriors had collided with the heavy armored infantry warriors. However, this time there were hundreds of constructed swordsmen in the military formation. When the spear warriors could not handle it, these structures the swordsman pretends to be making precise last-ditch cuts. Guilladum ran back to the front of the formation on a path of flames. A group of heavy cavalry once again penetrated from behind like a sharp sword, killing the two-headed L dogs and demon servants behind them. As the 20 catapults were replaced with barrels of black powder, the flame dog crowded on the earth wall was immediately blown to pieces. During this period, the evil demon king re-entered the city. He put a new layer of leather armor on his body, blocking the fist-sized hole in his chest. There were rumbling explosions in the two caves at the back of the valley, and the two devil's gates were swallowed up by the flames in the center of dozens of black powder barrels. Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper fired magic flares into the sky almost in no particular order, and then led a group of mages into the night sky. Seeing the magic signal flare in the night sky, Cerdak quickly ordered 2 heavy cavalry to be responsible for breaking up the rear. The heavy armored infantry regiment was ordered to the rear. Each catapult was hitched to 4 horses, and the craftsman sat on the catapult. While retreating, he removed important magic accessories from the catapult to reduce the weight on the wheel frame. Cerdak and Guilladum stayed at the rear of the infantry battle group, driving the heavy armored infantry back. The tents set up by the heavy cavalry in the forest were simply left there. The legion hurriedly evacuated outside the valley along the rugged mountain roads. At this time, the evil king received news of an attack on the cave behind the valley. The cave containing 2 devil's doors was completely destroyed, and 2 devil's doors were destroyed as a result. If the stalemate between the 2 armies continues, the devil's gate will be destroyed. Not only does the clan army have no advantage, it will soon enter a dilemma of food shortage. The evil king summoned the 150,000 demon army accumulated in the valley and launched a mighty general attack on the Bena coalition forces at the entrance of the valley. Chapter 1085 Big Avalanche. standing on the ruins of the sentry post at the entrance of the valley. Cerdak saw the Earth Demon army pouring out from the valley, and instantly felt a cold feeling on his back. From the information detected by the magicians, we did not get the specific number of the demon army. We only know that there are 3 demon gates in the valley that are constantly coming out of low-level demons. Some have become supplies for the army, and some are the backbone. Cerberus Legion. However, Cerdak never expected that there would be an army of hundreds of thousands of demons amassed in the valley. If the evil king had taken advantage of the heavy armored infantry regiment to enter the middle of the canyon yesterday and mindlessly release the army, no operation would be needed at all. As long as the evil king stood in front of the military formation, and on such a narrow battlefield, even if he had with the help of the constructed swordsmen, it was impossible for the coalition forces to stop the charge of the demon army. The evil king sat on the highest throne of a giant chariot made of logs. The chariot was surrounded by the skulls and horns of countless beasts. 8 huge wooden wheels rolled very hard on the snow. There were nearly 1,000 cave warriors surrounding the chariot. The outermost cave warriors pulled out countless ropes and slowly started the chariot. The demon army followed behind the chariot, but no one dared to cross the chariot. The valley was densely packed with countless low-level demons. Hell dogs and demon servants stood together, neatly lined up at the front. Dark clouds covered the orange sky, and the snow peaks on both sides of the valley were like 2 walls of pure white snow. Cerdak stood alone on the ruins of the sentry post. A group of black magicians riding magic harpoons were suspended above the demon army. The evil king saw Cerdak standing on the ruins, with no beta coalition troops visible on either side, and a look of uncertainty on his face. He had a bad feeling. So he stood up from the throne of the chariot. He raised his hand and looked at the black magician in the sky. The black magician in the middle pointed his hand forward, signaling the evil king to command the demon army to continue to charge forward. But at this moment, the magicians in the law enforcement group rose into the sky one after another. This time, the law enforcement team of the Bena Magic Union has successively mobilized more than 70 magicians to enter the Ganbu Plain. Now they are basically concentrated on this battlefield. Among them, there are 12 second-level magicians alone. The magicians divided into 2 teams in the air and surrounded the black magicians from left to right. On the other hand, there are only 23 black magicians in the Black Magic Hermitage. When they saw the magicians from the law enforcement group rushing towards them, they did not dare to engage in a head-on battle. They all raised their magic shields and retreated towards the rear of the demon army, trying to hide. Enter the camp of the Fire God. The demon king became more suspicious when he saw the black magicians retreating hastily in the sky. He was worried that a large number of troops were ambushing the Bena coalition here. So he actually raised the whip in his hand on the chariot and shouted in the demon language. The more than 1,000 cave warriors pulling the chariot immediately stopped. The mighty demon army following behind also stopped with the evil king. At this time, the demon army was almost 1,000 meters away from the ruins of the sentry post at the foot of Cerdak. Cerdak was also looking up at these brave magicians. The magicians in the sky flew to the head of the evil king in an instant. The nearly 10,000 flame dogs in the military formation all raised fireballs. As long as the magicians dared to swoop down, they would throw the fireballs into the sky. It's just that the flame dogs' wishful thinking was wrong. They didn't wait for the magic bombing after the magicians dived. The 2 teams of magicians suddenly flew towards the snow peaks on both sides of the mountain. Just as the evil king and the black magicians were looking at the sky in confusion, the magicians flew to the mountainside of the snowy mountains on both sides, condensed small fireballs, and ignited the black powder barrels that had been buried on the mountainside of the snowy peaks. As a series of violent explosions came over, the mountains on both sides sounded like spring thunder. Kakaka. After the sound of the ice cracking, there was another loud, rumbling sound. Then the mountains on both sides trembled violently, and even the people at the foot of the mountain were a little unsteady. The snow peak piled up like a hat crown at the top collapsed instantly, rushing down the valley from the top like a galloping horse. Avalanche. And countless amounts of snow washed down from the mountaintops on both sides of the valley at the same time. The snow carried broken rocks, ice chips, and tree branches and rushed down the valley. That kind of majestic momentum almost made everyone kneel at the foot of the valley. Cerdak raised his hand and signaled the heavy armored infantry soldiers parked outside the valley entrance to continue retreating. They had to push to the hillside woodland 2 kilometers away before they were considered safe. Cerdak also took this opportunity, got on his horse, rode the already restless green-scaled horse, and quickly ran towards the hillside outside the valley entrance. The demon king looked up at both sides of the valley. He had already reacted. He looked at the countless snow rolling down above his head. And he didn't even have a choice. At this moment, he stood on the chariot, raised the war blade in his hand, and roared towards the mouth of the valley. Then the evil demon king jumped off the chariot, and led the demon army to charge towards the mouth of the valley 1 kilometer away. All the demonic armies were running towards the entrance of the valley. Only by rushing out of the valley could they avoid the avalanche. At this time, the demon army had no time to pay attention to the mage group above them. The mage group chased away the black magician in the air, and actually rushed towards the mouth of the valley again, with the two great mage Harper and Morrison at the front, facing the biting cold wind, wearing a snow hat on his head. His eyebrows and beard were stained with a lot of frost and snow. Both of them were holding magic books in their hands at the moment. They opened the pages in the cold wind, revealing the life magic pattern of the flame gouge. Then a row of small fireballs flew towards the haystacks at the mouth of the valley at the speed of 1 per second. These small fireballs have no explosive effect, but they can easily ignite a haystack. In the past few days, Surdak had people bury nearly 4,000 barrels of black powder at the entrance of the valley. However, he had not yet found a better magic detonator, and he could not pull the fuse too long. Once the fuse is too long, it will be impossible to accurately control the time of the explosion. So it was finally decided to let the magicians detonate these powder barrels. As fireballs hit the firewood pile, the haystack soaked in kerosene suddenly burst into flames. The fuse hidden in the fire immediately shone brightly in the fire. The time was controlled just right. And the moment the evil king stepped on the entrance of the valley, the black powder barrel buried at the entrance of the valley exploded completely. Rows of black powder barrels detonated like a carpet and spread toward the inside of the valley. Thousands of hell dogs and thousands of crypt warriors, who followed the evil king and rushed to the front, were completely blasted into the sky by black powder. The evil king rushed out of the gunpowder smoke with his magic armor shield on his head. There was a crackling sound like exploding beans, and only hundreds of two-headed H.L. dogs that were covered in black powder explosions rushed out following the evil king. The demon army behind was frightened by the continuous explosions and retreated frequently. The smoke filled the air. The exploding ice and snow debris in the valley completely blocked the path of the demon army and covered their eyes. The demons were lost in their sight. Wang's figure didn't know where to go amid the explosion. Snow rushed down the mountain slopes, burying all the trees on the slopes. Compared with carpet explosions, avalanches are the graves where they are buried. The snow rushed down like thousands of troops. Hundreds of thousands of demons had no room to hide, and were completely buried in the midst of the turbulent ice and snow. 100-meter-high snow piled up at the mouth of the valley, and the snow filled the sky with ice powder and spread out of the valley. The evil demon king was also involved in the rushing ice and snow. The magic armor shield on his body was broken frequently, and he was propped up again and again. Seeing this scene, the black magician did not dare to stay in the valley and flew north in a hurry. The magicians of the law enforcement group came here this time to eliminate the black magicians and H.L. demons. These magicians have information about the demon gate. It is impossible for the magicians to let them go easily. More than 70 magicians are in the sky, divided into several teams. Zing chased the black magicians in a fan shape. Surdak was riding a green-scaled horse on the snowy field. A few hundred meters away was the slope on the opposite side of the valley. The dense forest was also in front of him. Tens of thousands of Bina coalition troops were hiding in this pine forest. Behind him, countless piles of snow were pouring towards the outside of the valley. Cold wind and ice chips blew under his feet, and the blue-scaled horse neighed in despair. Surdak quickly concentrated the holy light technique to comfort the green-scaled horse beneath him, making it run faster. Eisenhardt's magic pattern structure was activated at this moment, and countless magic patterns lit up. Surdak could clearly feel that there seemed to be a bridge between the war horse and the magic pattern structure. The increase in the magic pattern structure's attributes could actually be transmitted to the blue-scaled horse. The next second, the green-scaled horse burst out with greater charging ability, and actually rushed out of the ice mist with a faint white light. When Surdak rushed into the pine forest, the entire legion let out deafening cheers, and the ice and snow that rushed out stopped 200 meters away from the pine forest. Great swordsman Chester stood in the constructed swordsman group, looking at the collapsed snow ridge, and exclaimed in disbelief, "It turns out that we can still fight like this. It seems that some magicians should be recruited into the Legion in the future." Then he asked Surdak, "But speaking of which, are those barrels still filled with fire-scale bullets? Duck, where did you get so many fire-scale bullets from? And how much did it cost?" Surdak was squatting in the pine forest, treating the green-scaled horse's injuries. The cold wind and ice chips that just blew from behind cut several wounds on the four legs of the warhorse. No wonder it neighed in despair at that time. Hey! There happens to be a sulfur mine in my territory. Those wooden barrels cannot be regarded as fire-scale bombs, because they need to be ignited to explode. It can be said to be a castrated version of the fire-scale bombs. More importantly, it is more cheap. Serdek raised his head and explained to the great swordsman of Chester, who had curiosity written all over his face. Then he added, the manufacturing process of fire-scale bombs is more complicated. It can explode when thrown directly, and it is more powerful. However, the output of fire-scale bombs is too low, and it is impossible to have many in our hands. Chapter 1086 The Fall of the Evil King. Great swordsman Chester sighed in admiration. Other than costing money, this idea seems to have no shortcomings. The commander of Lord Colin's legion on the side had a different opinion and said, I don't think so. If there is a war, the pension alone will be a huge expense. The disadvantage of this battle is that everyone should have a sulfur mine. Other commanders took the opportunity to ask Serdek, what should we do next? Serdek waved his hand and said, when the ice chips on the battlefield settle, we will clean the battlefield. There are so many H.L. dogs and flame dog, but they are all valuable goods. A boulder buried in the snow and ice moved slightly. Covered in ice and snow, the evil demon king pushed away the boulder, crawled out in embarrassment, and lay exhausted on the edge of the snowdrift. His body was in pieces, relying entirely on the original power of the demon limbs to maintain the spliced body. He breathed the cold air greedily. The place where Samira's arrow shot through his chest had healed, but the heart in his chest had been broken last night. Originally, he thought that if he had time, he would find a suitable body in the aboriginal tribe and reassemble it. This body is now just a pile of rotten flesh, and the bones inside are full of cracks. It's a pity that he didn't have this time at all from last night to now. Now he turned to look at the 100-meter-high snowdrifts piled up in the valley, and the flames of hatred almost ignited a black flame on his body. He could feel the weakness coming from the demonic limbs, and the strength gained after the blood sacrifice was disappearing little by little. He looked around warily. It seemed that he had been discovered again. A group of heavy cavalry rushed towards him. He did not dare to stay where he was. Some strength had been accumulated in his body. The evil devil hurriedly fled into the dense forest of the valley. As long as you hide in the mountains and dense forests and evade the pursuers, there is still a chance for everything. The heavy cavalry was blocked by heavy snowdrifts. If the horses stepped on it, their legs would get stuck in it, and they could not run on it. However, the evil king escaped very quickly. The heavy cavalry captain quickly blew the whistle on his chest. Hearing the loud whistle, all the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield looked in the direction of the whistle, and saw a dark red figure climbing up the hillside on the right. However, a group of heavy cavalry was stuck in the snowdrift and unable to move forward. The cavalrymen jumped off their horses, and were sitting on the snowdrift to take off their heavy armor. Other nearby soldiers also chased after the figure on the hillside. At this time, Samira was like a cheetah chasing the evil king along the snow-covered hillside. She was running very fast, but she was too far away from the evil king and could not catch up in a short time. Serdek stood on the edge of the pine forest and recognized the figure at a glance as the evil demon king. He knew very well that he must not let him escape this time. Otherwise the people living in the Ganbu plain would have a different life in the following days. There is no peace. Serdek strode out of the pine forest, stood in the snow, and recited a series of spells that even the magicians could not understand. Fortunately, he is surrounded by some commanders of the Lord's legions. They don't understand the difference between dragon language magic and ancient elven language and ancient Nanda language. Call to war. A blue six-pointed star formation appeared in front of him, and the shadow of a door emerged. The next moment, the door was pushed open by a dragon claw from the other side, and almost all the soldiers in the legion saw the door. Everyone stared at the magic door with excitement, and even forgot to breathe for a while. Israel poked her head out from a simple door, and was frightened by a biting cold wind, which made her retract her head, just when everyone was staring at the door that was about to close with a disappointed look on their faces. The door was suddenly pushed open again by a red dragon from inside. Israel got out of it very smoothly and rushed to Serdek in a few steps. The huge head stretched out in front of Serdek, blinked its golden eyes, opened its mouth and said slyly to Serdek, "Duck, would you be very disappointed if I didn't come out?" "Yes, that will save a big trouble," Serdek replied. Serdek followed Aesir's extended dragon wings and climbed onto Aesir's back. Israel turned around and followed the direction of Serdak's finger, and saw a figure jumping and running on the hillside. The dragon's wings suddenly spread out, and a violent whirlwind blew on the ground. The commander standing in front were blown away by the hurricane. He took 2 steps back. The red dragon flew into the sky with a roar, chasing the evil demon king, who was fleeing in the valley. "This is really a big trouble. How did you get into the sky?" The red dragon didn't forget to chat with Serdak while flying in the air. Serdak hugged the dragon's neck covered with hard scales, endured the cold wind pouring into his mouth, and shouted in the wind, "Do you know it?" Obviously, Israel spoke more naturally when flying, and explained, "No, but I know other evil demon kings. They often cause trouble for me and a stander. We have been fighting for an underground cave in the past few years. That evil demon king has a group of men who are very difficult to deal with." When Israel got closer, he suddenly said, "Oh, no wonder you can deal with it. It turns out it's just a broken body. Hey, the opportunity for revenge has come. It's up to me." The magic marks on Israel's body lit up again, and the burning breath in his chest almost revealed dragon scales. Serdak could clearly hear the dragon language recited by the red dragon Iser. Death breath. Israel spread her wings and swooped down to the woodland below, chasing after the evil king. Puff. A breath of dragon's breath that destroyed the world was blown out, and the row of red pine trees in the forest was instantly burned into red charcoal and exploded to both sides. The evil demon king quickly raised the magic armor shield in the dragon's breath, but the magic armor shield quickly broke, and the flames enveloped the evil demon king, and his body quickly became charred in the flames. Serdak jumped off Iser's back, and the archangel shadow merged with Serdak's body. The broadsword in his hand showed a holy light, and he slashed towards the evil demon king. The evil demon king, wrapped in flames, actually still had the strength to resist. The evil king raised his war blade to resist, but the flames made it difficult for his demon limbs to maintain his body, and his body almost split. Serdak knew that the war blade in his hand was sharper than his own broadsword. He flipped his arm, and the broadsword he chopped down changed direction, avoiding the war blade, and raised it diagonally upwards, streaking through a dazzling sword light of holy light, and instantly chopped off the head of the evil king. When his head left his neck, the demon king's eyes were still staring at Serdak with an expression of disbelief. Serdak crashed into the evil king, and when his body didn't react, he slashed his left arm with a broad sword that poured out countless holy lights. The evil king's left arm was immediately burned by the holy light, and thick smoke evaporated. The entire arm quickly withered in the holy light. The golden shoulder pads and wrist guards were like a soul, instantly getting rid of the evil king's shackles and getting in. Serdak is in the sea of spiritual consciousness. A layer of black flame ignited on the headless evil king. Although he lost his head and left arm, he was still able to block Serdak's sword strike with the whip in his hand, as the demonic flames on his body continued to burn fiercely. The remaining demonic limbs also withered little by little. The evil demon king burst out with a dangerous aura in the black flames, and the whip in his hand stretched out like a poisonous snake. Countless whip shadows tightly wrapped around Serdak's body. His breath burned to pieces. Serdak twisted his body with all his strength, and a sacred shield lit up on Gerda's shield. The demon king kicked out and stepped on the shield. Serdak's shield suddenly burst into black flames, and his body fell backwards, hitting a fir tree hard. A holy light emitted from the shield, and the black flame slowly extinguished. The huge earthquake coming from the shield made him feel dizzy. The red dragon Iser turned back in the sky, pounced on the evil king, and spit out a firebomb the size of a millstone. The firebomb hit the evil demon king's body and exploded. The demon king's body was torn apart by the fireball. Serdak dropped the heavy gothic shield, staggered in the forest to find the other 3 demon limbs, and used the holy light on his body to purify the smoking evil demon king's right arm and legs one by one. Dak only felt that the sacred armor in the sea of spiritual consciousness actually completed the shoulder armor, wrist guards, trouser armor and greaves. Serdak sat down against the big tree, and the power of holy light in his body was almost exhausted. Yisel did not stay in the Gonbu plain, and without even saying age, lo, he quickly walked into the summoning door and turned into a starlight. Samira rushed into the woods and caught up with Serdak, only having time to see the back of the red dragon Iser. The evil demon king's remains turned into ashes under the holy light, but the sharp blade and the whip covered with barbs remained. With Samira's support, Serdak dragged his tired body out of the woods. The soldiers of the Bena coalition let out a deafening cheer. In the following days, The Bena coalition forces bypassed the valley entrance and occupied sentry posts along the mountain road. There were only a few scattered low-level demons left in the valley, under the assault of a group of constructed swordsmen. No demon could escape. Just like a joint competition, the heavy cavalry and the heavy armored infantry launched a battle against each other. In the battle to hunt down low-level demons, the light cavalry regiment won with an absolute advantage. The mage group captured the aboriginal tribe in the valley. They only captured 7 black magicians, and they were all dead. In the cave where the aborigines lived, the last demon door was completely destroyed by the mage group. The mages did not kill these indigenous people, and only some old people, children and women were left in the tribe. Since these natives possess a trace of demon blood, they can sign a symbiosis contract with the H.L. dogs without suffering blood backlash. Serdek could only order his soldiers to escort all the indigenous prisoners to Makuso City for trial by the military headquarters. After the coalition forces spent 5 days cleaning the battlefield in the valley and collected a large amount of demon materials, they left the snowy mountains in a mighty manner and marched towards Acre Town. Chapter 1087 Dividing the Cake 1. Serdek left a heavy armored infantry regiment of 1,500 people in AK Town. He arranged for these heavy armored infantry to be stationed in AK Town, not to monitor the demons that might appear in the snowy mountains, but to worry about them. Once all the army evacuates Acre Town, the town will be visited by countless thieves. Once these houses in the town are stolen down to the window glass, then these houses are destined to not be sold at a high price, and all that will be lost will be the money in Serdek's pocket. So Serdek used the excuse of monitoring the H.L. demons in the snowy mountains and ordered the 11th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment to stay in Acre Town to monitor the movements of the H.L. demons and black magicians around the town. The other lords' legions also dispatched troops accordingly and stationed them in their respective towns. For the noble lords, they preferred to have a clean, tidy and prosperous town rather than a ruined ghost town. In the province of Bena, there are many landless civilians living. As long as the noble lords promise to be tax-free and rent-free for 3 years and are willing to bear the travel expenses, they can grab a lot of young people who want to immigrate to a decent life. Many people hope that I can go out and have a try while I'm young. Therefore, we must ensure that the town retains its original appearance. It is necessary to ensure that each house has wooden beds, sheets, curtains, dining tables, kitchen utensils, tableware, etc. This can save some necessary expenses and attract young people who are willing to live here. There are always some girls from civilian families who are looked down upon by their neighbors because they cannot afford a dowry. They couldn't violate the laws of the empire by not marrying at the age of 25. And they didn't want to let the household registration officer allocate themselves to bachelors at will. In the Green Empire, where the ratio of men to women is seriously imbalanced, most of the men who cannot marry a wife these days are violent maniacs with flawed personalities. Young women who cannot afford a dowry will find a man who loves her if they can, and then they will elope together. And this kind of small town, where you can start from scratch, is very suitable for these young lovers. Keeping an eye on all the property in the town is currently the main task of the town garrison. As for cleaning up the remaining H.L. dogs and cavemen around the town, in fact, the local garrison will not be overly involved in this kind of thing, because many adventure groups, mercenary groups, and demon hunters make a living from this. Currently, the Gombu Plain has triggered a craze to clean up low-level demons. After the news that the coalition forces successfully regained the Gombu Plain spread quickly, the adventure groups from the entire Beta province gathered in the Gombu Plain, especially since the Beast Tide has just ended in the Belan Plain. Many adventure groups are still in the rest period. At this time, going to the Gombu Plain to hunt low-level demons can not only collect some magic materials, but more importantly, the Green Empire decree stipulates that adventure groups hunting demons can apply for tax rebates in the plain. In fact, there are thieves hidden in many adventure groups. Just like there are always some cookie girls in business groups who like to spread their legs to make money. How to make these adventure groups behave more honestly in the town is what the town garrison needs to be most concerned about. Acre Town has nearly 20,000 buildings. A while ago, Serdek just picked out a villa in a manor and bought Rita a complete set of furniture with a unified style. The Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment rested in Samp Town for 2 days before embarking on the road to Makuso City. Serdek left 2 Heavy Armored Infantry regiments in Samp Town and appointed Edgar the Bearded as the governor of the Sai Roman Plateau, responsible for coordinating and managing all military and political affairs on the plateau. Bearded Edgar was just a leader in the rebel army 2 months ago. To be honest, The territory of the entire rebel army is not as big as the Sai Roman Plateau. Now the bearded Edgar has actually transformed into the governor here. Even he himself couldn't believe it before hearing the news. In addition, Cerdak began to let the infantry soldiers in the Legion redeem their merits one after another. He was worried that once the Legion arrived in Makuso City, the military headquarters might officially take back the 25,000-person infantry regiment. Before that, he must fulfill his promise. However, since the infantry captains with the most merit among the heavy armored infantry have less than 50,000 merit points, they cannot redeem the magic pattern structure with a merit value of 100,000 points at the top of the list. Therefore, in addition to redeeming in addition to magic weapons, just like other infantry members, they exchanged their merit points for gold coins. Soldak sold the captured magic core to the army merchant, Director Dirk Triton, in exchange for a large amount of gold coins, which were then distributed to the infantry soldiers in the Legion. Businessman Dirk Triton, who had cooperated with Soldak several times, directly proposed to Cerdak in the last big deal, "We might as well pick out all the magic crystals and magic cores, and those without don't mix the magic core of the magic crystal, so that the polishing masters hired by the business can have less work, and the business can save a hiring fee." Businessman Dirk has already figured out Cerdak's methods. You will never lose money when doing magic core transactions with him, and you can't even expect to make a lot of money. However, there is still a profit to be made. Excluding the cost of production, at least you can make a small profit every time. Some magic crystal fragments. Unexpectedly, Cerdak actually agreed readily. He picked out the magic cores with magic crystal stones and magic crystal fragments on the spot, and also carefully classified the two types of magic cores into two different boxes. Let him take it back. Another thing Cerdak did was to convene all the business groups in Samptown for a meeting during the 2 days when the army rested in Samptown. The main topic of the meeting was their willingness to stay in Samptown for business. Merchants and trading houses will be completely tax-free in the first year. As for the business group that is unwilling to stay in Samptown to open a trading house and wants to leave the Saruman Plateau after the war, all the unsold overstock that was transported from Makuso City to the plateau will be sold as long as it is commodities such as daily groceries, and food can be sent to the garrison warehouse. And the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment Logistics Department will purchase all supplies at a fair price. At least it can be guaranteed that all business groups will transport their supplies to the Sai Roman Plateau, and there will be no need to pull them back the same way. If the business groups have this kind of transportation capacity, they might as well buy some leather and transport it back. As soon as this decision was announced, the material warehouse in Samptown was surrounded by a large group of businessmen. This was the first time for everyone to encounter such a good thing in the many times they had fought with the army. In fact, Soldak also spent as much as possible the magic crystals in the hands of Quartermaster Louis Fitch. Except for his own portion, Soldak planned to distribute some of the remaining magic crystals to the infantry soldiers, and then hoard a batch of supplies in Samptown. Once you reach Makuso City, you will probably not be able to catch anything. The black powder barrels, flints, armor weapons, etc. provided by Cerdak were all converted into new product prices. From these materials alone, Cerdak earned more than 3,000 magic crystals this time. What made Cerdak most happy were the war horses and magic pattern structures. Cerdak also planned to select 500 first-level warriors from the 25,000 heavy armored infantry who were willing to follow him. As a result, in Samptown on the day of the statistics, more than 1,300 first-level warriors were willing to leave the heavy armored infantry regiment of the military headquarters and join the Lord's Legion of Cerdak. But in the end, Cerdak only selected 1,100 first-level warriors to stay in his Lord's army. On the day when the heavy armored infantry regiment arrived in Makuso City, Quartermaster Louis Fitch accurately calculated after a series of calculations. The military department originally invested 100,000 magic crystals to allow Cerdak to come to Ganbu to form a heavy armored infantry regiment. The armor weapons that need to be purchased alone are more than 100,000 magic crystals, and the logistics materials during this period will also be calculated separately. Cerdak also recruited 25,000 elite infantry soldiers. In addition, the Legion currently still has 3,000 magic crystals. This deal is a sure profit for the military. Therefore, Quartermaster Louis Fitch did not describe the Soldak merit exchange list in too much detail. He only said that the captured trophies would be returned to the infantry soldiers in proportion. The coalition forces arrived in Makuso City on June 25. Chapter 1088 Triumph. Outside the north gate of Makuso City, A large number of citizens were standing outside the city early to greet the Bena coalition. Among these citizens were the city's nobles, businessmen, mercenaries, adventurers, employees, small traders, and some of the lowest-level peons. Some of these people had the courage to stay after the Demon Legion broke through the city. And some were businessmen and adventurers who came from Brit City to make money. The businessmen also brought over some mercenaries, employees, and peons. A small number of citizens were unwilling to give up the industry here, so they stayed. Facts proved that their bet was right this time. After winning the battle in the north of Makuso City, the Bena coalition recaptured all the small towns on the battlefield of the Saruman Plateau with overwhelming force. And then again in the heavy snow, the demon army was completely wiped out in the mountain. The continuous victories not only enriched the bold merchant groups accompanying the army, but also brought unlimited business opportunities to the dilapidated Makuso City. Although the ruins of the slums outside the city still look like a garbage dump, the broken and rotten wooden boards are covered with moss and straw mushrooms, and some grass and vines grow in the gaps between the broken tiles. There are only a few avenues. It was cleared out and led all the way to the city gate. The mottled city wall has been stained with a layer of deep purple, and the demonic blood has seeped into the cracks in the city wall. And some poisonous weeds that can cause hallucinations have even grown in some places. Although the bodies of low-level demons cannot be seen outside the city wall, traces of the war can still be seen everywhere. Surdak rode an armored green-scaled horse at the front of the team. The infantry soldiers followed Surdak in a neat line. They held tower shields and long swords hung on their waists. When on the battlefield, he would always slap the shield with his sword blade, making a neat knocking sound to scare the enemy. When they were about to approach Makuso City, the infantry soldiers stepped into uniform steps. Their leather boots stepped on the hard less road, as if every step struck a chord in the hearts of the onlookers. The moment the infantry soldiers appeared from outside the city, bursts of cheers erupted at the city gate. Makuso City House of Representatives Finance Officer Basil Houghton led a group of officials from Makuso City to meet Surdak. "Welcome to your triumphant return, Commander Surdak," Finance Officer Basil Houghton said first as he came up to greet us. After Adler MacDonald abandoned the city and fled, it was this financial officer who was the first to stand up and express his attitude, and gain Surdak's trust, so he was able to stand out among the officials in Makuso City. Surdak raised his head and looked at the citizens who came to welcome him outside the city wall. On their faces, at least, there was no forced smile. They were probably not forced to come out to welcome the soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army. So they faced Basil, the financial officer, who nodded slightly and said, "With your efforts, Makusuo City has indeed regained some of its former vitality. Thank you for your contribution to Makusuo City during this time." A group of officials from Makusuo City, regardless of their rank, all saluted Surdak. These noble officials all knew that after Lord MacDonald destroyed the portal, the Bena Military Department announced that the Ganbu Plain had officially become an unexplored plain. From the day Surdak led the army to Makusuo City, he was destined to become the governor of Makusuo City. Two other reasons cannot be ignored. First, behind Surdak stood Marquis Luther. The second point is that his fighting partner is a red dragon. Finance Officer Basil Houghton waited until the greeting stopped and then said, "The sumptuous food and comfortable military camps have been prepared. Commander Surdak, do you think you and the soldiers of the Northern Expedition are all ready? Let's go to town and take a rest. Thank you very much for your careful preparation," Surdak said politely to the municipal officials. Then, he turned around and ordered the infantry soldiers behind him. "Then let's go to town." Neat footsteps followed the opening of the North City gate into the depressed and dilapidated Makuso City. The MacDonald family has been ruling the Ganbu Plain for more than 100 years. Lord MacDonald has always held the two important positions of Speaker of the House of Representatives of Makuso City and Governor of Makuso City. In addition, Lord MacDonald also controls the largest army of lords in the Ganbu Plain. It is said that Lord MacDonald is the Earth Emperor of the Ganbu Plain. The laws prevailing here require the signature of Lord MacDonald to take effect, and are not strictly limited to the Green Empire. But now most of the members of the MacDonald family have been imprisoned in the prison of Bena City. They are only waiting for Adler MacDonald, who is hiding somewhere in the south of the Ganbu Plain, to declare his surrender before this Lord Rebellion can be considered official. Come to an end. It is said that Adler MacDonald was hiding in the western mountains of Grove Ridge with his family's private army. The last lord of the MacDonald family had never had a good day since the day he succeeded. The Uruaman Plateau was beaten to pieces by the demon army, so they hid in the Grove Mountains and ate grass roots. The 13 Lord armies have been divided into several battle groups, and are being dispersed in the northern area of the Ganbu Plain, cleaning up the remaining low-level demons everywhere. The most urgent thing for Serdek right now is to dispatch a heavy armored infantry regiment to stabilize the turbulent situation in the southern region. Therefore, the infantry regiment only rested in Makuso City for 3 days before being arranged by Suldak to the south of the Ganbu Plain. The great swordsman Chester led the heavy armored infantry regiment into Groved Mountain Ridge to encircle and suppress the hidden areas. Lord MacDonald's army in the mountains. The mage group has successfully completed the task of cleaning out the demons and black magicians in the Ganbu Plain, and can return to the Bena province at any time. But before returning to Bena City, Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper jointly decided to give Serdek another gift, which was to send a 10-man mage regiment to enter Grove together with a heavy armored infantry regiment. Special Mountains. With the mage group's reconnaissance, Lord MacDonald's army will be able to hide in Grove Ridge. Of course, the heavy armored infantry regiment is also responsible for cleaning up low-level demons everywhere. But the adventure group and mercenary group gathered in Makusuo City hope that the local army can leave this kind of thing to them. You must know that every low-level demon that is alone is a small fortune for the adventure group. For more than a month, they have been actively cleaning up the low-level demons lurking in various places in the south, compared with the northern towns that were completely slaughtered by the H.L. demons. Although the southern towns were also attacked by the demon army, because the demon army has always targeted Makusuo City as its main attack target. There were not many demon army attacking Makusuo City. During this period, they chose to go south. After the failure of the battle outside Makusuo City, some low-level demons fled to the south. However, by that time, the low-level demons had been unable to form a large scale when they entered the south. Because of this, the losses suffered by the south were compared to those in the north. It's much smaller. On June 30th, representatives of the Resistance Roundtable arrived in Makuso City. Serdek held the first parliament in the Makuso City House of Representatives. The parliament passed a resolution to legalize the territory occupied by the resistance forces, but required that this territory always belong to all resistance forces. During this time in Makusuo City, Serdek reorganized the Makusuo City House of Representatives. However, since most of the noble lords fled Makusuo City, there are currently only 27 members of the Makusuo City House of Representatives. 13 of them are the commanders of each lord's army, and the Resistance Army Autonomous Region also has 1 member seat. The commanders of the 13 lord armies represent the 13 noble lords in Bena province, who support the Ganbu Plain. Each noble lord needs to occupy a seat in the House of Representatives in Makusuo City. Currently, these noble lords and the relationship with Erdak is in the honeymoon period, and he is considered to be Serdek's strongest ally at the moment. Of course, this relationship may have some conflicts in the future due to disputes over interests. In the process, some families will choose to alienate. Some families will always support Serdek, and some may even become enemies. But at least for now, Serdek has a group of noble lords who share common interests and are willing to build Makuso City together. The first problem Serdek is currently facing is how to rebuild Makuso City. Serdek believed that since the city was riddled with holes, he planned to be bolder in urban reconstruction planning. Considering the current poor financial situation of Makuso City, Serdek wanted to the city of Kuso was divided into 7 areas, which were gradually rebuilt. He has already written to Baron Martino in the Belan Plain, hoping that he can come to Makuso City to participate in urban planning and construction. In addition, what Serdek needs to determine recently is the issue of territorial division. Since he has fully occupied the Ganbu Plain, he must first determine the territorial issue in private with the other 12 noble lords. This is the only way to regain control. The biggest piece of cake behind the cloth plain. The territory on the Ganbu Plain can be roughly divided into 3 types: desperate situation, barren land, and rich land. Desperate situations are some inaccessible snow ridges, poisonous fog swamps, collapsed lands, etc. Human beings cannot survive in these places, which account for about 11% of the total area of the Ganbu Plain, and can be found in the extreme south and north. This part of the territory is destined to be unwanted by no one, and most of it will be handed over to the Empire. Barrens are places where survival is possible, but the living environment is relatively harsh, such as mountains, wastelands, remote places, dense forests and valleys, etc. The area of this type of land accounts for about half of the total area of the Ganbu Plain. If according to the rich land is not divided enough according to the 3-3 territory distribution method, the lords will certainly not dislike this part of the barren land too much. Fertile lands are those plains, plateaus, forest edges, and lands with rivers and lakes. This type of land accounts for 39% of the total area of the Ganbu Plain. Nobles have the right to develop territories in undeveloped areas. According to the 433 territory law, nobles have priority in developing land. Only fools would not choose rich lands. As long as there are enough rich lands, the barren lands and Jedi will basically be turned over. This time Surdak owns all the territory in the south of the Ganbu Plain, except for the rainforest in the Resistance Army Autonomous Region. In addition, it also occupies the two largest towns on the Sai Roman Plateau. Therefore, Surdak currently owns 18% of the rich land in the Ganbu Plain. The remaining 21% of the rich land is in the hands of 12 other families, the Resistance Army, and a few noble lords. Chapter 1089 Epic Weapon. Territory demarcation is a tedious job, but it requires full concentration. Without a little bit of territory like Match Head on the map, it might be a vast pasture in reality. Soldak walked out of the city hall in a daze. For the first time, he deeply felt that there should be more help around him. Perhaps the step from noble lord to plain lord was too big, and the available talents around him were not accumulated enough. So he was extremely busy these days. Half-elf archer Samira, who was wearing a tight-fitting black leather armor, and Thea, who was wearing a yellow pearl dress, followed Surdak. Samira crossed her hands on her chest and wore a face-covering veil on her head. The hood looks very cold. Thea, on the other hand, acted like a good girl, holding a stack of magic parchment information in her arms and walking down the steps, her fluffy golden curls swaying with her body. When the city hall staff and guards on the steps at the door of the city hall saw Soldak, they would stop and salute him. A group of citizens who came specifically to see Surdak gathered on the sidewalk across the street. Many people wanted to see the style of this quasi-dragon knight, who could drive the demon army out of the Ganbu Plain. Forming a fighting partner with a dragon does not mean that Surdak will definitely become a dragon knight, but it is the only way to become a dragon knight. Since the Dragon Kingdom cut off all ties with Roland Continent, the number of dragon knights in Roland Continent has been decreasing. To this day, the so-called dragon knights currently owned by the human country basically have subspecies of dragon companions, and cannot be regarded as true dragons. Even these sub-dragons are not products of Roland Continent. The main reason is due to the fact that there are too many dragon-slaying warriors on Roland Continent, except for Didi Dragon and Zoasaurus, whose bloodline is closer to lizards. Other dragons have long been slaughtered by the warriors. This was also the reason why the Dragon Clan and Roland Continent humans, the main reason for turning against each other. I heard that Her Royal Highness, a half-elf princess from the Angel Bald royal family, is a dragon knight. In fact, many people are very curious about how Surdak knew this red dragon. But everyone also knows that this may involve some oaths. And if you ask Surdak, you will definitely not tell. As for using some coercion and inducement methods, that is even more impossible. Because standing behind Soldak is Marquis Luther and a red dragon. The most terrifying thing is that this is a red dragon that can be summoned anytime and anywhere. A magic caravan parked beside the steps outside the city hall gate. Soldak walked down the steps, climbed into the car, and waved to the cheering citizens across the street. Samira got into the car, took an apple from the fruit plate, and started to chew it. Thea put her head to the car window, stared at her big blue eyes, and asked Soldak in a low voice, "Isn't it a great feeling to be in the spotlight?" "Well, it's not great, but it's not bad either," Soldak said with his hand back. The magic caravan slowly drove away from the city hall. The mansion he lived in was only a few hundred meters away from the city hall. It was actually more convenient to walk, but due to the large number of onlookers, sitting in the magic caravan is much cleaner. Sia still looked out the window and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to stay in Makuso in the Ganbu Plain?" Surdak shook his head slightly and said, "When everything here is on track, we still have to return to the Belan Plain. There are still many things that have not been done over there, and it is estimated that we will have to go to the big plain soon. It's a battlefield." Surdak walked out of the void gate and saw Aphrodite squatting by the lava pool. She was staring at a salamander that had sunk its entire body into the lava pool. The salamander carefully exposed its eyes and glanced at Aphrodite at the edge of the pool. She saw Aphrodite setting her sights on it. The body quickly sank into the pool with a gullah sound. Aphrodite opened a stone room in the lava mine. There were some bookshelves on both sides of the cave wall. The stone room was decorated with beds, tables, and chairs, and it looked very warm. Walking to Aphrodite's side, she asked without looking back, "When will the official appointment from Beta Province arrive in Makusuo?" There is no news yet. Soldak sat down on a wicker chair nearby and said casually. Aphrodite walked back from the lava pool and sat side by side with Cerdak on a wicker chair. The smile on her face was a little strange, and she said to Cerdak, "Killing so many low-level demons. Should I be able to move my title? Well, I should be able to be promoted to Earl," Soldak said. "So sure?" Aphrodite turned to look at Soldak, with a teasing smile on her face. "Well, when I was conferring honors in Beta City, I would also marry Hathaway and Triss." Speaking of this, Soldak showed a faint smile on his face. "Already arranged?" Aphrodite's sexy lips opened into an O shape. Cerdak chuckled and then said, "Even so, if there was no war in the Ganbu Plain, maybe the wedding would have been postponed until the garrison mission in the Belan Plain was completed. Or maybe it would have been until I returned safely from the battlefield. Reality is really cruel." Aphrodite joked to Cerdak. "You are so busy. You can't come here to chat with me. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Cerdak stood in front of Aphrodite and said to her solemnly, "You may have to stay away, but you must pay attention. I can't hold on for long." After hearing what Cerdak said, Aphrodite walked towards the depths of the lava mine and stopped only after walking 100 meters away. Seeing that the distance was about the same, Cerdak released his power, and then a shadow of an archangel appeared behind him. Then Soldak and the archangel moved in sync, with their hands placed in front of their chests, making a praying appearance. A ray of divine light fell on Cerdak. Pray. Cerdak's body glowed with dazzling holy light. His body was like a bridge, constantly receiving the holy light rushing into his body from the outside world. The next second, the set of sacred armor suspended on the door, in the center of his spiritual sea of consciousness, actually appeared on Soldak. The brilliance of the holy silver appeared extremely dazzling. He was like a silver armor falling from the sky. Warrior. However, the set of sacred armor only appeared on Cerdak's body for more than 10 seconds before it turned into countless holy lights and dissipated around Cerdak's body. Afterwards, Cerdak returned to his original appearance. At this time, Aphrodite dared to reveal her body from behind the stone pillar. After seeing the overflowing holy light completely dissipate, she walked back to Cerdak's side. "You see? After purifying the evil body and limbs of the evil demon king, this set of sacred armor becomes more complete." Cerdak sat back on the wicker chair and shrugged to Aphrodite. "I want to know its specific origin." Aphrodite sat down next to Cerdak. She opened her mouth and blew away a particle of holy light floating in the air, and then said, "You really asked the right person. I know a little bit about this. I was not the one before. Did I tell you that this is a set of sacred armor that only angels possess? Then let me introduce this sacred armor. The angels who established the angel council in the high-level heaven are actually not flesh and blood. They are the holy essence of light and sound. So they will never age. They are immortals like the devil. They do not need the power of faith. Gods. So the armors they wear are not physical objects, but sacred armor formed by spiritual power. Of course, our succubus clan's understanding of angels is also very limited. But according to my guess, the evil demon king you killed may have participated in the eternal war and killed an angel who was not very good at it. So he obtained this set of sacred armor. After you kill this evil demon king and purify him completely, this set of ownerless sacred armor will naturally fall into your spiritual sea of consciousness." Cerdak asked, "So what exists in my spiritual sea of consciousness is the sacred armor of the angel that should belong to it?" "That's pretty much it," Aphrodite admitted with a nod. The two of them discussed the set of sacred armor last time. Cerdak actually wanted to know if there was a way to control it. Now this set of sacred armor consumes too much of Cerdak's holy light. But it seems that Aphuluod probably doesn't know much about it either. Cerdak took out the blood-red whip in the demon king's hand again. I don't know what kind of whip it was made of. It was very flexible, and there were sharp inverted sections every short section on the top of the whip. The handle of the whip is less than a foot long, like a round wooden stick wrapped in a layer of leather, exuding a strong demonic aura. Aphrodite saw Cerdak taking out the whip, reached out and grabbed it, and she swung it skillfully. The whip seemed to be alive, neatly wrapped around her arm. Then he winked at Cerdak and said sweetly, "This belongs to me. I have been following you for so long. You don't seem to have given me many gifts except a mask. It's obvious that you like it more." "Samira, a little bit. Okay, I really don't know what you like." Cerdak touched his nose with his hand, but did not deny Aphrodite's words. "Do you know this whip?" Aphrodite was carefully admiring the whip in her hand, and introduced, "This whip is called Umi. It comes with the cursed magic fear. It should also increase the casting speed of black magic. It is a relatively precious one. Epic weapons. Like Samira's Sky Strike Bow. Do you want to try it? What? Cerdak asked doubtfully. Aphrodite smiled proudly and said, Taste the taste of fear. You have the power of the holy light. I guess the fear will not last long. Let's forget it. Cerdak quickly waved his hand to refuse, and then asked, Where is this war blade? This is actually a giant war scythe, known as the Cold Ripper. It is a cursed weapon, and is not suitable for you to use. The biggest feature of this weapon is its killing effect. Aphrodite introduced. Cerdak didn't expect that he would get 2 epic weapons at once. He was a little dazed for a while and asked, In other words, I got 2 epic weapons at once, although they are not suitable for me. Aphrodite nodded and said seriously, That's it. In fact, your biggest gain is the set of sacred armor in your spiritual sea of consciousness. However, with your current spiritual power, it seems that you still can't use it normally. But at the moment, this suit of armor is still missing a helmet. Do you have any ideas on how to get the helmet in the Mage Tower? Speaking of which, the head of the evil king must be purified. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome for him to escape. Tomorrow I will go to Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper to talk about this matter. Soldak clenched his fists and said firmly, Chapter 1090 Holy Armor. Dak, if you don't come, I'm going to find you. Archmage Morrison stood in front of the magic test bench and said to Soldak, who followed the magic assistant in. Cerdak stood in the laboratory, curiously looking at all the strange magic items inside, and asked casually, What do you want from me? Archmage Morrison. Archmage Morrison took out his handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said, It's about the head of the evil king in the showroom. According to the mages guarding there, people whisper it in their ears every day. They have auditory hallucinations, insomnia, and are always stuck in nightmares unable to wake up. Several batches of magicians have changed during this period, and now no magician is willing to be a guard. Cerdak did not expect that Archmage Morrison and he were talking about the same thing. So he said, I came to you for this reason. I think since the holy light can purify the evil king, there is no reason to continue to seal him in the showroom. I just don't know how to get it out of the showroom full of space cracks. Come out. Archmage Morrison quickly stepped down from the testing platform and said to Soldak, I have discussed this matter with Avid, and we have already thought of a solution. Then when can we purify the head of the evil king? Soldak took the opportunity to ask. Archmage Morrison obviously didn't want to wait, so he said, How about now? Okay. Soldak agreed readily. Archmage Morrison immediately asked his assistant to find Magician Avid, who happened to be still at the magic tower. After a while, Avid walked into Archmage Morrison's laboratory. Seeing Cerdak sitting on the sofa, Avid greeted Archmage Morrison, and then greeted Cerdak warmly. Hi, Avid. How are you doing lately? Cerdak asked. The complexion on Avid's face is pretty good, and there are no dark circles like before. It seems that his life has become more regular recently, probably because there is no longer the novelty at the beginning, and his waist no longer hurts. So he looks a little proud, said to Soldak. Not bad, Dak. I was also in the crowd to welcome you the day you returned to the city. I didn't expect you to repel the demon army so quickly. Archmage Morrison led the 2 of them up the steps to the 3rd floor, followed by several students of Archmage Morrison. Walking to the 3rd floor, everyone found that the magician guarding the door of the showroom was asleep. He was leaning against the door. His face was very pale, as if he was having a nightmare, and there was a shallow wound on his wrist, and his other side was very pale. He was holding a magic engraving pen in his hand. The wound should have been caused by this magic engraving pen. The blood had flowed to the floor, as if it was affected by an inexplicable gravitational force, extending towards the door of the showroom. Archmage Morrison walked over quickly and patted his cheek. Although the magician felt something, he was still immersed in a dream and could not wake up. Cerdak knelt down and first used holy light to heal the wounds on the magician's wrist. Then he drew a magic pattern array and uttered a series of spells. Archmage Morrison heard Cerdak reciting a spell for the first time. His eyes widened and he said with some hesitation, This is dragon language. Dark? You can actually master the pronunciation of dragon language? Then Archmage Morrison patted his forehead and said, Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that your fighting partner is a red dragon. The expression on the face of the unconscious magician finally calmed down after Cerdak finished drawing the rune word enlightenment. Archmage Morrison, do you also know dragon language? Serdek asked in surprise. Archmage Morrison laughed and said, I just heard it from a dragon-blooded mage at a magic exchange meeting. Don't think that you are the only one who knows dragon language. The Imperial capital has a noble and wealthy bloodline that can practice dragon language. Serdek nodded quickly and said, If I have the opportunity to go to the Imperial capital, I must visit the dragon blood mage. The magician lying at the door woke up leisurely. Teacher Morrison, the magician shouted weakly, probably feeling a little guilty because of his dereliction of duty. Archmage Morrison patted the magician on the shoulder and asked a student behind him to help him down the stairs. Go down and have a good rest. You should also pay more attention when meditating recently, Archmage Morrison said. The magician wanted to explain, but Archmage Morrison planned to say, I know everything. Let's go! The magician nodded and was helped downstairs by his companions with a guilty look on his face. The door to the showroom was opened by a magician. Serdek could clearly feel the collapsed space inside. In the dark room, the evil devil's head was placed in the middle of the room. He originally had his eyes closed. Serdek didn't expect that the moment he looked over, the head of the evil devil's face turned dark red with black paint. The Demon King's head suddenly opened his eyes. The pair of deep purple eyes stared at Serdek, and the evil expression on his face shocked Serdek. Archmage Morrison avoided the evil king's gaze and reminded Serdek, Dak, don't stare into his eyes. His eyes can make people fall into dreams. Avid, let's start, Archmage Morrison said to Avid. At this time, Avid smiled at Serdek and explained, The fluctuation of any element can cause the collapse of the space rift, but only the pure holy light will not. Dark, send your holy throw light magic on the head, and you can clearly see the space cracks around it. This is much simpler than the method I used. I need to use test crystals to assist, Serdek said. I know the holy light technique, but I have never thrown it out before. Magician Avid immediately said, This is simple. In fact, you can imagine this ball of holy light as a ball of fire. This actually has a name. It is called a holy light bullet. Serdek held a ball of holy light in his palm, and followed Avid's on-site explanation to use his mental power to push out the ball of holy light. Although his movements were a bit unfamiliar, the ball of light still flew into the showroom. It's not a holy light bomb. It can only be said to be a flying ball of light. The light ball flew into the showroom. Under the illumination of the holy light, long and short space cracks with various curves and abnormal shapes actually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The evil demon king in the center of the showroom looked at the ball of light with a horrified expression. Once you can see those space cracks, things become much simpler. Archmage Morrison took the opportunity to control a bright green pea vine to extend into the showroom. Unexpectedly, Magician Morrison also used the unpopular wood magic. The flower vine obediently passed through the narrow gap and got to the side of the evil king's head. The vines wrapped around the evil king's head. The evil king opened his mouth and wanted to bite the vine. Unexpectedly, the vine actually nimbly dodged back, avoiding the bite of the evil demon king. The vine was like a snake, becoming more flexible and cautious. It pulled out a tentacle from the branches and leaves, and only wrapped a small circle around the devil's horn on the head of the evil demon king. Then the vine actually retracted exactly the way it came, and the evil king's head was literally pulled out of the showroom. Okay, just stop here. There is no need to pull it out completely. My sword can get it. Serdek did not let Archmage Morrison pull the evil king's head out of the showroom door. After saying that, Serdek pulled out Eisenhard's Iron of Light. After this broadsword is infused with the power of holy light, it becomes like a lightsaber, with the whole body of the sword glowing with holy light. Serdek stuck his long sword through the door of the showroom. Under the illumination of the lightsaber, several spatial cracks at the door were clearly visible. The Demon King looked at the long sword emitting holy light in horror. He kept opening his mouth and rubbing his chin on the ground, trying to move his head into the display room. How could Serdek give him a chance to escape? The lightsaber plunged down and hit the evil Demon King in the forehead. A miserable howl almost pierced Serdek's soul, and he became a little trance-like. The sound stopped within a few seconds. Black smoke erupted from the Demon King's head, and the entire head continued to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The last holy light, which was difficult to detect with the naked eye, actually penetrated from the Demon King's head along the broad sword in Serdek's hand. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, an angel's crown appeared on the top of the sacred armor, and the entire sacred armor exuded layers of holy halo in Serdek's sea of spiritual consciousness. I felt that the entire sea of spiritual consciousness became illuminated by the holy light. Warmth. On the floor of the showroom, In addition to a fist-sized demon core, there were 2 demon horns left in place, but they had not been purified. Soldak was worried that there was a hidden danger inside, so he shone the holy light back and forth a dozen times before using his broadsword to pull out the demon core and the devil's horn. Then he shone a small magic sealing box and quickly packed in a box. Under the astonished gaze of Archmage Morrison, he pushed the magic sealing box in front of Archmage Morrison. Chapter 1091 Archmage Morrison's Transaction. The magic sealing box contained 2 demon horns that were constantly flashing with magic. Archmage Morrison showed an intriguing smile on his face and asked Serdek, "Dak, do you know the value of these 2 devil horns?" "I know. It should be equivalent to the magic materials on level 6 monsters, but they belong to the Magic Guild. I just came here to purify the evil atmosphere inside, so I shouldn't take these 2 horns." Serdek faced Maury Masterson said. Archmage Morrison shook his head and introduced, "In addition to being advanced materials for level 6 monsters, they are also devil's horns. Advanced base materials for magic weapons that come with increased magic perception and advanced meditation. A great mage who is good at making magic weapons can turn them into 2 epic weapons. A super weapon. Not to mention it is difficult for us archmages to resist. Not everyone, even a 3rd level archmage, has such an advanced devil horn." Although Serdek was a little moved when he heard what Archmage Morrison said. He had seen the tragic scene of the Magic Guild being massacred by the evil king. To be honest, the head of the evil king was sealed in the showroom by the Makuso Magic Guild at the expense of all the magicians' lives. Serdek is now more like a peach picker. Besides, he feels that since he has obtained, it seems fair to distribute the helmets of the sacred armor that have a shared value. "But these can only show its value. What does it have to do with the fact that they belong to the Magic Union?" Serdek shrugged his shoulders and insisted on handing over the 2 devil horns. The students behind Archmage Morrison were a little dumbfounded. Shouldn't they try their best to get such precious magic materials into their pockets? Why are they being pushed around here? As for the high-grade magic crystal worth hundreds of magic crystals, it was completely ignored by the 2 of them. Archmage Morrison was silent for a moment, then pushed the magic sealing box to Soldak and said, "No, these belong to you. Without your purification, we can't deal with the head of the evil demon king at all. Maybe we can block these space cracks to prevent them from continuing to collapse, and directly stuff it into the chaotic space cracks for exile. Even then you won't be able to get these 2 devil horns." Serdek only said, "These 2 devil horns were left behind by the magicians in this magic tower with their lives. I don't want to take away what they worked so hard to leave behind." For a moment, the magic students behind Archmage Morrison fell silent, and their eyes, as if they were looking at fools, became a little more respectful. Archmage Morrison hesitated, took out a magic sealing box from his magic belt, put the 2 devil horns into the 2 magic sealing boxes, and said to Soldak, "In this way, I will leave a devil's horn, and then ask my mentor to make it into a horn of glory. It will be placed in the Makuso Magic Guild in the future as the exclusive magic weapon of each president of the Makuso Magic Guild. I'll leave this to you. Thank you for your contribution to the Magic Guild." With that said, Archmage Morrison pushed the magic sealing box containing a devil's horn and the magic core to Soldak. Seeing that Archmage Morrison was determined to give him a devil's horn as a reward, Soldak nodded and accepted. Later, Archmage Morrison invited Soldak to sit in his magic laboratory. A red-haired female magic student poured Soldak a cup of black tea made from Xingshan flowers and handed it to him. As he stood there, his eyes were full of smiles and blinked at Soldak. Soldak silently took the teacup, nodded his thanks, and then his eyes fell on the tea. He did not want to have anything to do with the female students next to Archmage Morrison. Archmage Morrison placed the magic sealing box on the test stand, turned to Soldak and said, "Oh, by the way, I heard Harper say that you peeled out 2 fire songs during the battle in the North Canyon of Myra Mountain. Is there such good luck behind the leather's magic pattern of life?" Serdek nodded and said, "Until the end of the valley battle in the snowy mountains, I happened to collect 3 more Gog furs with life magic patterns." Archmage Morrison was obviously very surprised. Although he knew it was rude to ask this, he still couldn't help blurting out, "You can always peel off leather with the magic pattern of life. Is there any secret? I can feel a little bit of magic fluctuations on the leather, and then when peeling, I will try to be careful around the magic fluctuation area, trying not to damage the fur in that area. Even though the shape of the peeled fur looks, it will be a little weird. But you know sometimes, when that unique magic pattern is indeed well preserved," Serdek explained. He didn't reveal the Eye of Truth. It was a secret. Archmage Morrison had some research on the magic pattern of life. Hearing what Suldek said, he nodded and said, "Many skinners cannot detect this kind of magic fluctuation. It seems that magicians are more suitable for learning skinning. But then again, even if you discovered it during the skinning process, how did you stabilize the magic pattern of life?" Of course, he relied on the Eye of Truth to see the clear magic lines, and then carried out a very targeted ban. But Surdak could not say this either. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "In fact, we need to be more sophisticated. That is, good at discovery. In addition, we need to understand why the magic pattern of life dissipates. In fact, after the death of a monster, the magic pattern of life on its body continues to dissipate. The longer the magic beast is left alone after death, the fewer opportunities it has to obtain the magic pattern of life. Each magic pattern of life will dissipate. The locations where they exist are different, and the place where the magic pattern dissipates is not fixed. This gives us a chance. As long as we process the leather before the magic pattern of life dissipates, we can find the magic line that is gradually dissipating and seal it. As for the sealing methods, there are many ways. The most important thing is to find the dissipation point before the magic lines dissipate. Although I can't sense the magic lines, as long as there is magic fluctuation, I will use the holy light to sweep it." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to show his holy light. There was a dazzling light condensed in the palm of his hand. The light was soft, warm, and full of divine aura. Archmage Morrison sighed softly in his heart. Everyone knew about the existence and disappearance of the life demonic pattern. But magicians still couldn't find a good way to obtain the life demonic pattern from low-level monsters. He believed that Surdak was able to find the magic pattern of life on Flame Gog's body, because the power of the holy light just restrained the black devil energy of all demons, and could easily prevent the dissipation of the magic pattern. Archmage Morrison decided not to dwell on this issue any longer. His real purpose was to buy 2 pieces of Flame Gog's life patterns. Archmage Harper had 2 Fireball life patterns. That magic the effect is simply indescribable. Therefore, he also wants to buy 2 of these Fireball Technique life magic patterns. "Dak, can you sell me these 3 magic patterns of life?" Archmage Morrison asked. Surdak nodded cheerfully and said, "Of course. I am a knight, and I don't need this. The peeled leather is originally intended for sale." Archmage Morrison pondered for a moment, and then said, "I know Harper will help you repair 100 sets of magic pattern structures, so my reward cannot be too bad." Before Archmage Morrison could finish speaking, Suldek asked him, "Can you help me make this devil's horn into an epic magic weapon?" Seeing that Archmage Morrison did not agree immediately, Suldek knew that this request might be too high, so he quickly added, "If you are missing any materials or need to add more magic crystals, you can inform me at any time, and I will think of a way. I don't know how much you need to pay to make epic weapons, but I don't know other archmages with this ability." In fact, he got the devil's horn, but it was of no use other than selling it in exchange for magic crystals. He didn't know a great mage who could make the Horn of Glory. But Archmage Morrison is different. He has a way to make the devil's horn into an epic weapon. So it's better to let him do a favor. It doesn't matter even if he spends more money. Now Surdak can save a lot of money. He bought a lot of magic crystals. "Okay, leave this matter to me. Then I won't give you any other reward for those 3 Flame Gauge life magic patterns." Morrison thought for a moment and agreed. Suldek pushed the demon sealing box containing the demon to Archmage Morrison. Then he dug out a magic sealing box from his magic pocket. Opening the magic sealing box, there were indeed 3 pelts of flame gouge inside. There were faint magic lines under the leather covered with down on the abdomen. But the magic lines exposed were not complete. When Archmage Morrison touched the leather, he immediately felt the magical magic pattern array. Such a mysterious life magic pattern is indeed difficult to copy. Archmage Morrison closed his eyes and sat there quietly comprehending. After a long time, he spoke. It felt like he was a little happy and a little disappointed. Archmage Morrison's fingers groped back and forth on the flame gog's fur. As long as he set a little mana to the gog's hide, there would be looming magic lines on it, and his eyes would flicker. Suldek declined Archmage Morrison's invitation to lunch. In fact, most magicians don't pay much attention to their daily diet. If they have time, they might as well do one more magic experiment. Surdak walked out of the gate on the first floor of the magic tower. The guard at the entrance of the magic tower saluted him. The carriage stopped in the magic square outside the magic tower. Not far away, there was a copper notice board beside the pool under the statue. No carriages allowed here. When the coachman saw Surdak coming out of the magic tower, he quickly jumped down from the driver's seat and opened the carriage door for Cerdak very humbly. Soldak got into the carriage, and the carriage slowly drove out of the square. A flock of free birds flew across the orange sky. Chapter 1092 Rita's Wedding. The walls of Makusuo City were severely damaged by the attack of the demon army. After all, they had collapsed in many places. Most of the walls were stained with demon blood. And some plants unique to the H.L. world even grew. Although the city wall has been cleaned, the damaged areas have not had time to be repaired. It's a pity that there is no volcanic ash nearby. Otherwise Cerdak even thought about raising the wall of Makusuo City by 2 meters. But now, he could only shelve it. As the Bena coalition won the war in the Ganbu Plain, a large number of business groups and adventure groups entered Makusuo City. And the city gradually came to life again. Although the city was full of dilapidated ruins and collapsed caves, there are also many buildings that are not seriously damaged. The refugees who had fled to Luchroot City returned to Makusuo one after another. And they returned home silently. Some residents whose houses are not too badly damaged will take the initiative to clean up the dilapidated streets. Some residents will set up tents on the ruins of their houses, and then silently rummage for building materials that can still be used. The residents of Makusuo City began to rebuild their homes. The shops on the street were stocked with various goods. Food, vegetables and meat were all shipped from Root City. With the strong intervention of the city hall, they were basically able to rebuild their homes. Maintain parity. It can be said that Root City and Makusuo City are separated by a door. If the portal can travel freely it will. Then, there is no difference between them and a city. Therefore, it is very convenient to transport supplies from Liite City to Makusuo City. The whole city is full of scenes of waste and waste. For Makusuo residents who have nothing, the city hall will provide living subsidies. Of course, this kind of subsidy does not mean registering directly and then taking the money and leaving, because they were worried that someone would pretend to receive the subsidy. The method adopted by the city hall was to organize these residents of Makusuo City who had nothing, and then give them a temporary place to live, and give them a job to clean up the city, and then rebuild your home. In the construction plan of Makusuo City, Cerdak made a new design for the sewer system in the city. The sewers under several main streets are equipped with maintenance sidewalks, allowing people to walk in. Other streets are also equipped with under-drain. He didn't want that one day in the future, a sudden heavy rain would displace the entire city's residents, and end up being scolded by the entire city's residents pointing at the tombstones. It was Viscount Cerdak who did this when he was the consul of Makusuo City. A shoddy project. Immoral. This kind of infrastructure project always takes many years. Although the current financial situation of the city hall is very tight, this kind of money cannot be saved. Otherwise, once the streets and houses are renovated in the future, it will be discovered that the accumulated water in the rainy season cannot be drained out at all. Do we really need to dig up and rebuild? This is the only central city in the Ganbu Plain, and it is the face of the entire plain. Many wells in Makusuo City are polluted. So many areas are digging wells and cleaning up the demon corpses in the tunnels to prevent the city's underground rivers from suffering greater pollution. Considering the living difficulties of the residents in the city, Cerdak continued his policy in the southern region of the Ganbu Plain. Tax exemption is the first decree implemented by Cerdak in Makusuo City. Makusuo City will not collect any tax from anyone within 1 year. City construction is entirely based on reserved gold coins in the treasury of the Department of Finance. In addition, the McDonald family's 5 estates on the outskirts of Makusuo and 6 mansions in Makusuo are for sale. In addition, some aristocratic lords, who had been secretly supporting the independence of the McDonald family, were also purged. Not only were the properties of these aristocratic lords in Makusuo City liquidated and auctioned, but they also had to wait for more time to regain their freedom. Only with a sum of money can one be redeemed from prison. All funds raised from the public sale of manors and mansions in the city will be invested in the construction of Makusuo. Agriculture and animal husbandry will receive some financial subsidies. The Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment received a battle report at Grove Ridge. Adler MacDonald died in an unknown mountain on Grove Ridge on the evening of July 3rd. All the Lord's army under his command surrendered, and a large amount of ordnance was seized. The prisoners of war were about to be escorted to Makusuo City. Before receiving official notification from the military department, Soldak was prepared to let these prisoners of war do hard labor in the city, which would at least speed up the city construction process. On July 6th, the wedding of Danila Knight and Rita was held grandly in Wall Village, and all the villagers in Wall Village rushed back to attend Rita's wedding. Soldak's friend Baron Karl Casement, the young magician Baron Lance, and tax collector Bird also came personally from Helensa City to attend Rita's wedding. Even Emmett from the guard camp, the Viscount, and Captain Sauron both specially sent people to deliver gifts. The central square of Wall Village is decorated with lights, and a grand celebration dance will be held here in the evening. The wedding ceremony was held under a dead tree at the entrance of the village. The villagers of Wall believe that this dead tree at the entrance of the village can bring good luck to the newlyweds. The bride and groom can only achieve happiness by taking their oaths under the dead tree. As the officiant of the wedding, Uncle Bright, the old village chief, wore a white robe similar to that of the temple priest and made a declaration, and then said some blessings. Finally, in front of more than 1,000 villagers and more than 200 kobolds, they kissed in the presence of slaves and officially became husband and wife. The dance that night lasted until early morning, and the drunken villagers dispersed one after another. The owner of the village tavern's income from this night was almost equivalent to 2 months of the tavern's turnover. Of course, the wine was paid for by Suldek. He also asked Charlie to invite a band from the city of Helensa. Danila night and Rita's wedding was akin to a harvest festival in Wall Village. Suldek was unable to make a public appearance at Rita's wedding. He could only stand in the room on the second floor of the villa and watch the grand wedding scene at the entrance of the village through the glass window. It was not until Daniela night and Rita came back from the dance in the central square of the village in the evening that they saw Suldek in the villa. Suldek was wearing an aristocratic dress and stood on the steps at the door of the villa, quietly waiting for the two newlyweds to walk in from outside the courtyard. Night Daniela held Rita's hand, and they both looked up at the steps of the villa at the same time. Suldek just stood there quietly. Rita was wearing a pure white wedding dress, holding the long skirt with both hands, striding up to Suldek and throwing herself into his arms. Elder brother. Rita's voice was sobbing and a little choked. Rita, Daniela, I wish you a happy wedding. Suldek patted Rita's back gently, then nodded to Danila, who walked up quickly to perform the knight's salute, and then walked into the villa holding their shoulders. I'm sorry that I couldn't hold your hand at the wedding and leave you to Daniela. Rita wiped her tears with her hands excitedly, shook her head vigorously, and was so excited that she could hardly speak. The family sat on the sofa in the living room, and Natasha brought lemon tea to everyone. Knight Danila, wearing a dress of fine texture, stood up and saluted to Suldek. Viscount Suldek, thank you for planning the grand wedding for us. Suldek waved his hand and said to Danila, Oh, there is no need to say any words of thanks. This is what a brother should do. He looked up at Rita again and said to Knight Daniela, Come, sit down. The two newcomers sat down again, and Suldek asked them, Danila, Rita, do you have any idea to go to the Gombu Plain to help me? Rita and Daniela looked at each other, and Rita turned to look at old Sheila, who was squinting in front of the fireplace, and hesitated before saying, We want to stay in Wall Village and live here for a while. Suldek nodded and said, Okay, Danila, I hope you can take on the security work in the deserted land in the future. I will write to Captain Sauron to recommend you as the squadron leader of the Deserted Land Security Squadron. And if you have any needs for personnel, weapons, equipment, and horses, you can ask me. With that said, a magic sealing box was brought out from the back room of Suldek's villa, and the prepared magic pattern structure was put out. He said to Danila, This is the wedding gift I have prepared for you. There is also a war horse. It is estimated that it will be sent to Wall Village soon. Although she had heard about this from Rita a long time ago, Danila still couldn't suppress her excitement when she saw this set of magic patterns. Many nobles may not be able to buy a set of magic patterns even after they save their whole life. Unexpectedly, just because they married Rita, they would have the coveted set of magic patterns. Only then did Suldek officially place Rita's hand in Knight Danila's, and then said solemnly, Knight Danila, from now on Rita will be taken care of by you. Knight Danila looked serious and nodded deeply. In fact, Suldek also gave Rita a box full of magic crystals, but because it was Rita's dowry, Rita kept it. Although this magic pattern outfit was also Rita's dowry, it was obviously given to Knight Danila. At this time, old Sheila, supported by Natasha, walked over slowly, holding little Peter in her other hand, and sat opposite Suldek. Dak, thank you for everything you have done for Rita. Old Sheila sat down and said, This is what I should do, and I will always stand behind Rita and be her strong support. Suldek immediately stood up and said, Old Sheila's eyes were soft and she nodded slightly. Little Peter is about to go to school. Duck, what do you think? Old Sheila asked again. Suldek hesitated and said, I think if possible, I would send him to the city of Helensa for swordsmanship enlightenment. After all, Beta Province is the hometown of swordsmen. Old Sheila nodded and said, That's good. Dak, come with me. Chapter 1093 Old Sheila's Wish. Under the night, the moonlight shines on the green wheat fields, on the pond stems beside the fields, on the roofs of the entire wall village, and on the sparkling creek. The wheat fields in the summer night played a sweet symphony, with frogs croaking, cicadas chirping, and owls cooing. Old Sheila was walking on crutches, walking very slowly on the field ridge. She refused Suldak's support and walked forward silently. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. Suldak followed Old Sheila, and he was even a little worried. Old Sheila accidentally fell on a pond stem in the wheat field. Today was Rita's wedding night, and he didn't want anything to happen. But she couldn't persuade Old Sheila, and could only let her walk downstream along the field ridge beside the stream. The rainy season has arrived in Wall Village, and the narrow road on the field ridge is not easy to walk at all. Although Old Sheila is a little staggering, she is very stable. Suldak could still recall the worried looks in Rita and Natasha's eyes when they walked out of the villa door. She was too old and made people a little uneasy no matter where she went. Suldak felt that he should use the holy light technique to recuperate Old Sheila's body, but he only came back almost every 2 months. So this kind of conditioning would not have much effect at all. Looking from her back, she has become so thin that there is no fat on her body, and she is even a little hunched. She lies beside the fireplace every day, and you can see the reluctance to leave little Peter in her eyes. Under the moonlight, it is not too difficult to walk along the field ridge, but you need to be careful not to slip into the ditch. Standing in the wheat field here, you can still hear the beautiful music coming from the central square of Wall Village. There is even a smell of barbecue wafting in the wind, which is a little different today. Even if people from other villages are brave enough, they can go to the central square of the village to dance, eat and drink, and no one will stop them. However, this kind of good thing is limited to today. Night. Old Sheila stopped at the edge of a wheat field by the stream. It was a small wheat field. It was estimated that the area was only less than 100 square meters. The wheat grew well. The wheat in the wheat field was almost waist high. Even at night, it was still green. What is grown in these wheat fields is not winter wheat, and the wheat harvest season is around the harvest festival. Old Sheila was sitting next to a mound with some green grass growing on it. She used her withered hands to pull out a few grasses on the mound and became breathless. Then she gave up the idea of pulling weeds and put her hand on the wooden board standing among the weeds in front of the mound. There was a touch of sadness in her cloudy eyes. There was nothing written on the board. Old Sheila fiddled with the hair on the mound with her hands and sighed and said, They are all buried here. I won't live long. When I die, bury me there. Here. I want to lie down with them. Is that okay? Okay. Suldak said briefly. Old Sheila raised her cloudy eyes in the moonlight and asked him, Duck, you will take care of Natasha, little Peter and Rita, right? I will. Suldak nodded. Old Sheila lowered her eyelids, nodded slightly and said, I will take the secret to my grave, and I swear that neither Natasha nor Rita will tell it. You can live the life you want with peace of mind. If you can, be nice to Natasha and watch over Peter for me. He admires you now, but I don't want him to become a hero. If he can choose, I hope he can live a plain life and find a girl who loves him. After Old Sheila finished speaking, her eyes fell on the mound and never left. Suldak hesitated for a moment before saying, If you feel that swordsmanship enlightenment will bring danger to his future life, I can let him try magic enlightenment. But magic requires talent. Old Sheila shook her head and just said, Let him do whatever he wants. Now you are a big hero in his mind. You don't even know how hard he practices sword practice every day. Suldak nodded in agreement. Okay. Old Sheila stood up tremblingly on crutches and said to Suldak, I'm tired. Please help me go back. This may be the first time that Old Sheila took the initiative to ask Suldak to help him. Hearing Old Sheila say this, Suldak suddenly felt much more relaxed. After helping Old Sheila back to the villa, Charlie and Luke were already waiting at the door. Suldak asked Natasha to help Old Sheila to rest, and he took Charlie and Luke into a living room. The three of them chatted for a long time before Charlie and Luke left the villa. Natasha sat in front of the dressing table in the bedroom, wearing a thin nightgown, staring blankly at herself in the mirror. Her face seemed even more delicate than when she was 20 years old. She reached out and touched her cheek. I looked at my hands again. The cracks on my hands had disappeared, and the calluses had quietly disappeared. Now I would be out of breath even if I carried a few buckets of water. Her fingers followed the straight bridge of her nose, across her plump lips, and touched her pointed chin. Surdak came over from behind. He was wearing a comfortable pajamas. After taking a shower, he felt that his skin was breathing. He stretched out his hand to press her round shoulders and leaned forward to kiss her. Natasha raised her head high and responded enthusiastically. On behalf of the military, Marquis Luther arrived in Makuso City in mid-July to inspect the post-war reconstruction of the city. The officials accompanying Marquis Luther included Count Clay Cushing, the consul of Reuter City, and Rui. A group of officials from Special City accompanied him. The temporary residence of the inspection team is located in the McDonald family mansion in Reuter City. Marquis Luther just visited Makusuo City, and then summoned those nobles in Makusuo City who were more supportive of Surdak, and revealed to these nobles the purpose of this trip, which was to ask Surdak in late July. He will go to Bena City to receive the award, at which time Surdak will be officially appointed as the governor of Makuso City. Upon hearing the news, officials at Makuso City Hall breathed a sigh of relief. They have been working hard to gain Surdak's recognition. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is that Surdak can become the governor of Makusuo City. Marquis Luther made a special trip from Bena City to confirm this matter. Another purpose of Marquis Luther's visit this time was to let Surdak get acquainted with Earl Clay Cushing, the consul of Reuter City. In private, Earl Clay Cushing is a close friend of Marquis Luther, but now he is an old man in his 60s with white hair. As the consul of Reuter City, his physical and mental strength are somewhat basic, but he still occupies the position of consul of Reuter City, just to guard the city for Marquis Luther. Surdak is the successor designated by Marquis Luther as the consul of Reuter City. Marquis Luther's third purpose in coming to the Ganbu Plain was to bring back the heavy armored infantry regiment formed by Surdak to Bena City. And by the way, he also wanted to bring back the prisoners of war from Lord MacDonald's army. This matter can be regarded as a promise between Marquis Luther and the military. The military will provide funds for the establishment of the infantry regiment after the Ganbu Plain is recovered in the future. Surdak will return the 20,000 heavy armored infantry to the military. If 20,000 heavy armored infantry were to be transferred from the Ganbu Plain, a large part of the garrison in the Ganbu Plain would be missing. Although every southern town now has a security team, there is still a lack of garrisons that can be mobilized at any time. So Surdak had no choice but to recruit troops from the Resistance Army Autonomous Region. This time, the opposition from the Resistance Army was much smaller. Sheldon, the Secretary General of the Round Table, is personally responsible for recruiting new troops. In fact, this matter is easier than imagined. Now that the political power has been re-established in the Ganbu Plain, many young people do not want to live a semi-hermit life in the depths of the rainforest. They had heard before that their companions who had gone out had made a lot of money, and many of them regretted not joining the heavy armored infantry regiment. Now that I have such an opportunity, of course, I won't give it up easily. Chapter 1094 Wedding Gift. Marquis Luther's temporary residence is located at number 79, Central North Street, the aristocratic district of Reuter City. It was originally Lord MacDonald's luxurious mansion. The entire house is more like a castle in the city. The city of Reuter is built on a hillside. The terrain on the south side of Litter Mountain is extremely gentle, while the east and west sides are relatively steep, while the north side is simply a cliff more than 200 meters high. This city only has a nearly 30-meter-high city wall on the south side. The east and west sides only need to rely on the mountains to extend the city walls to the north, and completely connect them with the mountains to form the defense system of Reuter City. It is precisely because of this that this city is so easy to defend and difficult to attack. When Marquis Luther led the Bena coalition to encircle and suppress Lord MacDonald's army, MacDonald stayed in the city of Reuter for half a year, and later captured the city at a great cost. Some traces of the war can still be found on the buildings in the city. The residential areas of this city are very distinctive. The residential areas of each class are clearly divided. Each area is separated by high walls. When entering the city, the most common place you pass is the doorway under the wall. These walls in the city are not only it is a wall, and it is also the outermost edge of townhouses. This type of townhouse makes the city appear more compact, enclosing each area separately. Each area has a separate living system, with completely independent markets, wells, shops, and residences. Few citizens would buy daily necessities across regions. The higher you go, the more expensive the goods in the market will be, and the quality of the goods will also improve accordingly. In this city, the higher the residence is, the higher the status of the resident. In fact, the buildings in many places in the Green Empire follow this principle. This castle in the city is designed with three parts: gate, castle, and back garden. The card gate is flanked by high courtyard walls. Guards can walk freely on the 5-meter high courtyard wall. Every 15 meters away, there is a sentry tower. Entering the vestibule, the center of the square is surrounded by large green plants and beautifully trimmed shrubs. The steps of the castle come down from a high place and connect the circular corridor. Figure sculptures more than 3 meters high are erected on both sides of the corridor, extending to the bottom of the steps of the castle. This castle is built on the highest point of Mount Reuter. Behind the castle is a back garden the size of a football field. This back garden is made of countless boulders. From a distance, it looks like it is suspended on a high cliff. The huge arches and stone pillars completely wrap the back garden in the cloister. This castle in the city is even more luxurious than the Christie family castle in Helensa city. Holding a glass of ale, Soldak stood on the terrace on the 3rd floor of the castle and watched Count Clay Cushing slowly leave along the central street in a carriage. Marquis Luther was sitting on the exquisite leather sofa with a tequila in his hand. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. 2 regiments of constructed swordsmen from the Luther Legion have already stationed themselves in this castle. These constructed swordsmen will follow Marquis Luther back to Venice City. Although the Luther Legion did not gain much this time, Serdek was equivalent to occupying half of the Gonbu Plain, which was far better than Marquis Luther expected. Although the Gonbu Plain is now destroyed by the demon army, as long as everything is on track, the huge benefits that can be obtained are far beyond the comparison of a city. When Marquis Luther was in Wazimra city, the reason why Serdek came into his eyes was not because he possessed the power of holy light, but because he possessed the holy light technique and could use his maximum physical strength to save the city. In his eyes, the city defense guards are no different from Legion cavalry and guard camp knights. He possesses the most rare compassion and justice in chivalry. Serdek has always been very humble. He never even said that he actually had a red dragon as his fighting partner. Marquis Luther took a sip of wine and said, "Speaking of which, it's because you formed such an elite heavy armored infantry regiment in the Gonbu Plain that the military headquarters regained some face." Soldak turned back with some confusion. Marquis Luther continued, "After this heavy armored infantry legion arrives in Beta City on a magic airship, it will be reorganized in Beta City, reunited with 5,000 cavalry, and fly to Iverson along with a batch of supplies. City, and then enter the Warsaw Plain through the portal there. The war situation in the Warsaw Plain has been at a stalemate for so long. A large number of soldiers from the Beta Legion have expired and have to be rotated. The infantry soldiers stationed there can hardly suppress the protests. If the military department hadn't made this huge investment, there would have been almost no troops to send for this rotation of the Warsaw Plain garrison. Now no lord would be willing to jump into the big pit of the Warsaw Plain. I heard that you also returned from the Warsaw Plain?" Marquis Luther asked curiously. Serdek picked a nut from the plate and said casually, "Well, I was serving in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry at that time. After the failure of the Battle of Moyenling, I just finished my service and officially retired from the army." "Got it!" Marquis Luther must have remembered this matter and did not continue the conversation. He just took a dull sip of wine. Soldak said to Marquis Luther, "I recruited these armored infantry soldiers from the resistance army. The heavy armors on them were basically captured from Lord MacDonald's army. In addition to these, I also harvested 3,000 war horses and hundreds of sets of magic patterns. If you need anything, please feel free to ask." When Marquis Luther heard Soldak say this, he smiled with a relaxed brow and said, "This time you have achieved quite well in the Gonbu Plain. If you want to hold on to this plain, you have to organize several cavalry regiments. These war horses can be sent to the Sai Roman Plateau pasture for grazing. Pay attention to the ancient Bolai horses and Ching Ching. Scale horses must be kept separately. And if you have the opportunity, you can go to Salta province to buy some high-quality stallions." Then Marquis Luther sat up straight, put down the wine glass in his hand, and continued to say to Soldak, "But what you need to do now is to make good arrangements for Makusuo City. Don't think you have much time to deal with matters in the Gonbu Plain. Don't be late for the award ceremony in Bena City at the end of this month. I will arrange for a magic airship to be parked at the airport terminal in Rit City. You can set sail to Bena City at any time. And don't forget to prepare your wedding speech. The day after the investiture ceremony is your wedding to Hathaway. Although the entire wedding ceremony will be very procedural, there are several speeches throughout the process, especially the wedding oath. And the dance that night will be the best opportunity for the Bena nobles to get to know you." Marquis Luther then gave Soldak a look that said everything was ready. Serdek stood up immediately and said gratefully, "I will prepare well. I plan to settle in Rit City after you get married. This city is my wedding gift to you and Hathaway. I will let Count Clay Cushing continue to stay in Root City to help you. For a period of time. You have to prepare for entering the big battlefield. Since you have such a strong fighting partner. As long as you are careful when you go there. There will be no problem. Marquis Luther said. Cerdak thought that he still had a large territory in the Belan Plain that had not been fully developed. According to Marquis Luther's plan, the territory of Belan Plain was carefully prepared for him. The Ganbu Plain only had such a large territory when it happened to meet such an opportunity, and was then perfectly grasped by Cerdak. Okay, but over there in by Lin's Plain. Marquis Luther waved his hand and said, after the beast tide, the Belan Plain will have a period of peace for nearly 10 years. You are doing well in Duodan Town. As long as you pay attention to handling the relationship with the local aboriginal tribes in the territory. You can cultivate some cronies and develop slowly. As he spoke, he stood up from the sofa, walked to the edge of the terrace with a wine glass in hand, turned around and looked up at the entire castle, and said with a smile, this castle was originally the residence of Lord MacDonald. Now it belongs to you and Hathaway. You can live here during the time you lived in Lut City. Everything in the castle now belongs to the original place. You can look around and find someone to replace it if you are not satisfied with it. Because of Rita's wedding, Cerdak sent Knight Neela a villa, a set of magic patterns, and a box of magic crystals. I didn't expect that Marquis Luther would give a castle and half a plain to him for his wedding. It only takes a quarter of an hour to ride a carriage from the castle to the central square of Rith City. In the central square, 20,000 heavy armored infantry lined up in a long queue, one after another walking out of the portal and forming a neat line in the square. Quartermaster Louis Fitch was in the army. He had already seen a row of magic airships parked at the airport dock on the west side of the city. It was only at this moment that he slowly exhaled, although the big stone hanging in his heart had not yet fallen. The ground was no longer suffocating him like it had been a few days ago. The remaining 30,000 magic crystals in the account will add a beautiful touch to his resume in the Military Logistics Department of Bena City. Speaking of which, Commander Cerdak was the most lawful commander he had ever seen. He took away everything that belonged to him without hesitation. But some were the wealth of the entire corps, and he kept none of it. Come down. At least this heavy armored infantry legion can go to Bena City with dignity. This time the military department took out 100,000 magic crystals. Not only did it gather 20,000 fully armed elite infantry, but it also brought 30,000 magic crystals. After going back, I have to say that the military's plan to conquer the Ganbu Plain was very successful. Cerdak and Earl Clay Cushing, the governor of Rooter City, stood behind Marquis Luther and watched as 20,000 heavy armored infantrymen boarded the magic airship at the airport terminal in the west of the city. The staff at the airport terminal raised their hands. The flag guided the infantry soldiers to board the ship. The scene was very spectacular when viewed from a distance. This time Marquis Luther brought a total of 20 large magic airships. And 20,000 heavy armored infantry will fly to Bena City on these magic airships. Chapter 1095 Earl Clay Cushing. The people in Rit City stood on the separation wall between the cities, watching from afar the grand scene of 20,000 heavy armored infantry boarding the ship. Marquis Luther's magic caravan drove directly into the airport terminal. A group of officials from Rit City, large and small, were waiting at the airport terminal to see Marquis Luther off. When Marquis Luther boarded the ship, Soldak saw that Great Swordsman Chester and Great Swordsman Quintus were already standing on the magic airship, and 1,000 constructed swordsmen were also on board. I have been accompanying Marquis Luther for the past 2 days, and I was not able to say goodbye to the 2 Great Swordsmen Chester and Quintus in person before leaving. At this time, Cerdak could only give a military salute to them from a distance. The magic airship slowly left the tower, and then took off straight into the sky. Only when the magic airship completely disappeared into the clouds did Cerdak retract his gaze. He stood on the airport tower and looked at the city below him. This is the first time that Cerdak has seriously appreciated Rit City. The entire city looks like a 5-level reservoir designed by Cerdak. Each area has a separation wall, and the upper area in addition to one castle that already belongs to him. There are less than 20 luxurious manors, and the lower level of the city is ridiculously large, filled with crowded rows of buildings. And there are also connecting passages between these rows of buildings. Cerdak found that this city seemed to be a war fortress specially designed for war. In the entire urban area in front of the city, the rows of buildings were connected together, and the roofs were more like city walls. During street fighting, soldiers could rooftops, attacking the streets below from above. Earl Clay Cushing had a gray beard, but he was full of energy. He smiled and said to Soldak, Everything here will be yours from now on. Look. Makuso and Rut were like twin stars at first. The former Rut city relied on the Ganbu plain to transport supplies in order to survive in Luther. The Marquis' army came to the city, but they still held on for half a year. Now, you can completely use Rut City to feed back Makuso City. When Makuso City returns to its previous prosperity, the two cities will become an inseparable whole, and the resources of the Ganbu plain will continue to flow. When transported out of Rut City, the resource radiation area will be the entire Terrapagan area. His beard was neatly trimmed. His aristocratic dress was also very luxurious, and he was followed by a team of personal guards. Earl Clay Cushing was not in a hurry to leave. He stood on the tower, pointed to a road extending north outside the city and said, "The city of Rut is not far from Constantinople. Only 2 days' ride on horseback." Then he pointed to the large field outside the city and introduced to Soldek. Lut City is rich in flax. It has the largest flax planting area in the Bena province. In addition, the textile workshops in the city have also formed a certain scale. However, this place has also just experienced the rebellion war of Lord MacDonald's army. The surrounding towns all suffered varying degrees of damage. Earl Clay Cushing pointed to the stairs on the tower, and the two slowly walked down the stairs. Serdek asked, "Aren't there any minerals around here?" Earl Clay Cushing pointed to the mountains in the distance to the west and said to Soldek, "In the past, the largest rich iron mine in the Bena province was located in the Simong mountain area west of Rut City. However, the iron ore field was completely hollowed out 50 years ago. The mines are riddled with holes, and problems always arise during the rainy season, with cracks in the earth and land subsidence occurring frequently." Having said this, Earl Clay Cushing also touched his forehead helplessly and continued, "Currently, 3 towns near the mine are facing collective relocation issues. The 2 of them moved to the east side of the tower." Count Clay Cushing pointed to the mountainous area on the east side and said, "There used to be coal mines in the eastern valley, but now they have been hollowed out. The exposed land is mixed with a lot of coal gang. No one wants to open a farm there. Before, some small trees could be planted every year to cultivate some oak trees. Lynn. But everything has been put on hold for the time being." Serdek knew that the most famous thing about Helensa city was the oak ridge. The oak trees growing on that mountain ridge almost nurtured the entire city. But when he heard that Rut City had not only iron ore but also coal, he asked, "Since there is such a big iron mine here, is there a steel smelting workshop in Rut City?" Earl Clay Cushing did not hesitate to point to several large chimneys rising into the sky on the west side of the slum area at the bottom of Rut City and said, "Of course, that is the largest slum area in Rut City, and the steel smelting workshop has been out of service for decades." Serdek looked from a distance, but unfortunately it was too far away and could only see a few large chimneys. Nothing else could be seen. Rut City is much larger than Helensa City. Before returning to Makuso City, Serdek walked around the slums of Rut City and looked thoughtfully at the large chimneys. Earl Clay Cushing's eyes fell on the ragged civilians on the street. He was a nobleman with traditional ideas. He didn't care much about the lives of the poor at the bottom. He only felt that if they were too thin, they would not have the energy to work. After all, the normal operation of this city still requires the hard work of these people at the bottom. But now Earl Clay Cushing doesn't even bother to think about these things because he is about to retire. "I'm ready to enjoy the wonderful time in my old age. I'm going to visit the imperial capital while my legs and feet are still flexible, and then go to Helensa to see the sea. I still have 3 towns to run." After saying this, he smiled proudly. "This city has already entered its twilight years, and it is difficult for a conservative-minded old man like me to revive it with new vitality. But you are different. You will have some new ideas, and you are also good at fighting. You will bring resources from a new dimension into the city and bring fresh blood to the city. I have lived in this city for more than 40 years, and I don't want it to be slowly forgotten." Earl Clay Cushing sat in the carriage and said these words to Soldek. Serdek looked at the street market outside the window and said, "It will not be forgotten. Rut City is the only entrance to the Ganbu plain. It will not take long for this place to return to its original prosperity. I heard that you are preparing to go to the big battlefield." Earl Clay Cushing asked, "Well, after entering the 2nd rank, I haven't received a call-up order. I heard that I was suppressed by the military department. I guess I can't suppress it anymore. Come back quickly. You can't always squeeze an old man who can enjoy his old age. This last happy time." Earl Clay Cushing urged with a smile. "Okay. I will come back as soon as possible." Soldek nodded. The carriage circled around the slums, and then slowly drove towards the central square of the city. Surdak wanted to return to Makuso City through the portal. Earl Clay Cushing said seriously. Root City will give Makuso City the greatest support. But all this will be under normal transactions. I also want to ensure that the merchants can obtain sufficient benefits. Surdak had no intention of squeezing the profits of Root merchants and enriching the pockets of Makuso City merchants. He nodded and said, I will make good use of this advantage. Dense street trees on both sides of the street turn the street into a green channel. Many civilians enjoy the shade under the trees on the street. After entering the civilian area, the streets looked much neater. There were many stalls on the street, and there were some snacks with a light aroma on the street. Even the thighs of the street girls here were whiter than those in the slums. According to Surdak's plan, 10,000 infantry soldiers will be recruited from the Resistance Army Autonomous Region this time. These infantry warriors will include 3,000 infantrymen stationed in the military camp near Bankstown, 3,000 infantrymen stationed in the military camp between the towns of Takale and Hatangata, and another 4,000 infantrymen stationed in Makuso City. Fortunately, the heavy armored infantry regiment captured a batch of weapons and equipment when they encircled Lord MacDonald's army at Grove Ridge a few days ago. Although this time the Marquis of Luther escorted more than 3,000 prisoners of war to Benna City. The weapons and equipment were left behind without making a sound. In addition, there are thousands of sets of hard leather armor stored in the warehouse of the City Defense Brigade in Makusuo City. These weapons and armors are just enough to equip 10,000 infantry soldiers. Surdak has also begun to prepare for the upcoming wedding in the past few days. Sia has been following Soldak as a small assistant these days, helping him handle official affairs in Makuso City. Before leaving, Surdak summoned the mayors of various small towns in the Gampo Plain every day. These mayors came to Makuso City hard just to report their work to Surdak. Surdak just watched. He met with these mayors in a hurry, but he couldn't remember most of the mayors' names. If you want to know more about the current situation in Ganbu Plain, the best way is to go down there and visit. But it is definitely too late now. The shops in Makusuo City are filled with various demon materials. It has almost become a distribution center for low-level demon materials. Among the cheap products, there are caveman front claws. This kind of front claws have been specially hardened. And then install an iron hoop in the blacksmith shop and add a wooden handle to make a shovel. It is both light and sharp. It is a very good digging tool. At least better than a pickaxe. There are also daggers made from the teeth or claws of lounds. Apart from being unable to be used as meat cleavers, they are also quite sharp. 24-wheel trucks passed through the portal of Rith City and arrived at the lively central square of Makuso City. This is the most prosperous area of Makuso City. Whether it is during the day or at night, people around the square are surrounded by people. Shops are open around the clock. Charlie and Luke, wearing gray linen shorts, jumped off the front carriage, followed the address given by Soldak, and looked at Makuso City under the night with blank expressions. They looked up at the dark red sky, filled with anxiety, and walked out of the central square with 300 wall village craftsmen and 24-wheeled carriages in accordance with the instructions of the portal guard, looking like complete country bumpkins. Chapter 1096. Every city has a shadow. It was the first time for many people in the village to leave Helensa City. Everyone started from Helensa City, passed through Hagersburg, Constantinople, and Rith City along the way, and finally arrived through the portal in the central square. This strange plain. Seeing that there was no longer a bright starry sky above their heads, everyone realized that they had completely left their hometown and the city of Helensa. A bald man looked a little nervous. He wiped the pocket of his leather apron with his hand, sat on the carriage and asked, Charlie, how long do you think we have to work here before we can return to Helensa? Charlie and Luke walked at the front of the motorcade, looking back and saying, We just came to Makuso to do bricklayer work. We will go back after the work. Don't worry. It was Dak who introduced us. He will definitely not deduct our wages. And it seems to be a simple wall cutting. Isn't this what we do best? The bald man's face was still a little tangled, and he said, Charlie, do you think we can go back to Harvest Week during the Harvest Festival this time? At this time, another bricklayer from the village beside him laughed and said sarcastically to the bald man, On your small piece of wheat field, your 2 wives can harvest it in half a day. Do you want to harvest wheat or pay the public grain when you go back? I said, Santo, since you married your second wife. The whole people are so lazy. Now our life has become better. Do you think that if you lie down in Wall Village every day, coins will fall from the sky? The bald man Santo forced a sneer on his face. Hee hee. I just said that casually. I heard that the war just ended here. And it was still the demons. The convoy has arrived on the streets of the city. Because it is already late at night. Only the shops near the central square are still open. A group of people are standing across the street from the square exit. When they see someone walking out of the square, they will gather together like a swarm of flies. Go up and ask in a low voice. Hey friends, do you need a guide? People who are familiar with these guides usually whisper. Unnecessary. I know the way. Or simply ignore them. Just go straight ahead in the right direction. Go out along the street. Ask random people for directions. And you won't spend any more money. Charlie and Luke, villagers who came from the mountains, looked at the dazzling array of goods in the store. And their eyes were a little tired. Everything in their eyes sparkled with a sense of novelty. In the eyes of these guides, this expression is neither simple nor honest, but a fat sheep that shines like gold. Obviously, these villagers have not realized that they have been targeted by a group of guides. The only thing that makes them feel pity is that this group of people seems to be together. And there is no charge per person for leading the way. Harry is a guide. He usually wears a brown leather vest, gauze bloomers, and pointed leather boots. This kind of dress is very fashionable in Makuso. There is a scar on his forehead, which was bitten by a caveman. Although the wound is healed now, the hideous wound is like a centipede coiled on top of his head. It looks very scary. So he wears a scar every day when he goes out. Shabby melon cap. At this time, he saw these craftsmen from Helensa city. Hundreds of people and 20 carriages. Such a large group of people stood stupidly at the exit of the square. The other guides hesitated and did not walk over. Harry looked at the sky, spat hard on the ground, and walked towards the young man leading the way. Where are you going? I am a native of Makuso. No matter where you want to go, I can take you there, Harry said to the leading young man as if he was familiar with everything. The leading young man was Charlie. He and Luke were together, discussing how to arrange the placement of more than 300 bricklayers. They would try to contact Suldek at dawn. No need. Someone will pick me up. Charlie often led a group of villagers to build villas for nobles in Helensa city. And he was not prepared to take care of this arrogant city guide. Are you waiting for someone? Then park your carriage on the side of the street. There are a lot of cars on this street at night. So don't block other people's way. Harry gave instructions with some familiarity. Luke didn't say a word, but he calmly allowed 24-wheel carriages to stop on the side of the road. I heard that a plane war just broke out here. The bald Uncle Santo couldn't help but ask Harry. Harry was afraid that no one would pay attention to him at this time. When he saw someone talking to him, he squinted his eyes and said, Yeah, it's been almost 2 months. But the war ended last month. And now the whole Makuso is under construction. You are? Santo said very casually. We are bricklayers from Helensa city, and we just want to find a job here. Luke on the side wanted to pull Uncle Santo aside so that he could shut his mouth. Unexpectedly, Harry stretched out his hand to stop Luke. Harry was like a loach blocking Luke, and then said to Uncle Santo, We are short of skilled bricklayers here. Who brought you here? I said you might as well follow me. The main sewer line is being built over on Central Street. I know the foreman there. If you want to go, I can help you introduce him. Commission 1 out of 10. He saw Uncle Santo's eyes twinkling, and he felt a little proud. It seemed like they hadn't received the job in advance. So he was really determined to get this big fat sheep. Without waiting for Uncle Santo to agree, he took the initiative to shout. Okay. It's settled. No one can rob me. I have already negotiated with these friends from Helensa city. None of you can do it. Come and cause trouble. The latter part of the sentence was shouted by Harry to the other city guides who had gathered around him. When the guides heard what Harry said, they cursed quietly and left. Harry took Uncle Santo's big hairy hand, pointed to a dark alley opposite, and said enthusiastically, I will take you to find a place to live first. It is definitely the cheapest place to rent in Makuso. The house is clean and tidy. Instead of sharing bunk beds, each person has a single bed. Thank you very much for your kindness. We don't need a guide. Someone will pick me up. Charlie came over at this time, pulled Uncle Santo away and said, Are you country bumpkins kidding me? Come here. Harry's originally smiling face became a little ferocious, and he shouted across the street. Suddenly, the city guides waiting to solicit business across the street stood up and gathered towards Harry. This is their way of bluffing. Usually you help me, I help you, giving each other a boost of momentum. And the ones being bullied are the timid Kaibao. Do you think we Makuso people can be teased by others? Harry raised his chest high at this time, pointed at Charlie's chest with a finger, and cursed at him fiercely. I kindly gave you country bumpkin advice on a job. Not only did you not give me information fees, you didn't even thank me. That's fine. After all, everyone is here to build Makuso. But you actually want to play tricks on me. You look down on us locals? Charlie was pushed back by Harry. You said that if a vicious H.L. dog suddenly emerged from this city, believe it or not, it would eat you until there would be no bones left. After saying that, Harry pulled open his leather vest, exposing his hairy chest, with a necklace made of H.L. teeth hanging from his chest, and threatened Charlie fiercely. Chapter 1097 Makuso's Dark Night. Under night, 3 knights from the guard camp riding war horses walked along the long street. The horses' hooves hit the stone slabs, and the clear sound of their kicks spread far away, and it seemed that even the noise in the square could not cover it up. Charlie turned his head and saw the knights from the guard camp. His eyes immediately flashed with light. After seeing these knights from the guard camp, he felt that he had found a way to get out of trouble. He couldn't wait to run towards the 3 guard camp knights. But Harry behind him grabbed his hair and pulled him to his side very savagely. Luke and a group of villagers wanted to rush to rescue Charlie, but were stopped by a group of city guides who kept shouting. The 2 groups were almost touching their chests. These local guides are better at fighting, and each of them has the air of an outlaw. The group of craftsmen behind Luke seemed a bit harsh at this moment. Although there were many people, their morale was much weaker. The 2 sides were in a stalemate on this long street. The guide Harry showed an arrogant and confident smile on his face. He grabbed Charlie's hair with one hand, patted his cheek hard with the other, and asked with a sinister smile, "What? Are you going to call the guard camp knight?" He leaned down, then raised his head very arrogantly, raising one arm very high-key, like a conductor of an opera house, with a kind of fascinated narcissism, and said contemptuously to Charlie, "Come on, friends, let me shout for you." Then he leaned against Charlie's ear again and whispered in a very small voice, "Do you think these guard camp knight gentlemen in the city are familiar with you country bumpkins? Or are they familiar with me?" There was still a hint of ferocity on his face, but the moment he raised his head, he instantly became very humble. He stood respectfully in front of the knights of the guard camp and said loudly and politely, "Good evening. Knight Chapman, Knight Amos, Knight Claude." 3 guard battalion knights came over on horseback, and the crowd took the initiative to part ways. When the tall horse came close to Harry and Charlie, the guard battalion knight in the middle looked around and asked calmly, "Harry, why are you doing this job again?" "I don't. Aren't they just recruited a group of bricklayers from Helensa city? I'm about to send them to the sewer main line project." The guide Harry released his hand holding Charlie's hair, wiped the sweat from his hands on Charlie's clothes, and said very flatteringly. Knight Chapman frowned and scolded in a deep voice, "So many carriages have seriously obstructed traffic. Take them away quickly." Harry quickly nodded and bowed to indicate that he would leave immediately, and then said arrogantly to Charlie and Luke, "Everyone, come with me. If you don't want to be beaten, just be smart." The voice for the last half of the sentence was low and very harsh. Knight Chapman on the side raised his chin high, pretending not to hear, and was about to pull the reins and turn around to leave. Charlie straightened his clothes, took a step forward, stopped in front of Knight Chapman, and shouted loudly, "Knight Chapman, please wait a moment. We are coming from Helensa city to find you. Living craftsman. We don't even know this person." Charlie pointed at his guide Harry, looking unconvinced. Knight Chapman suddenly had a headache. He hated country bumpkins, who couldn't see the situation clearly. He was a little disappointed that Harry couldn't control the situation for so long. He led 2 guard battalions. The knights rushed over to help, but they didn't completely frighten these foreign craftsmen. It was because the mud couldn't hold up the wall. However, Chapman Knight could only complain in his heart. Harry was about to go crazy. He didn't expect that after he had been bluffing and threatening for a long time. The country bumpkin across from him didn't listen at all. He actually stood up and stopped the 3 guard camp knights in public. Harry rushed up from behind, raised his fist, and hit Charlie hard on the head. Charlie was hit by a sudden punch and fell to the ground. Luke and other villagers rushed over desperately to save Charlie. The other guides saw that they had taken action and rushed forward in a swarm. A melee broke out on the street at the west exit of the central square. Chapman was so angry that his face was twisted. He quickly took out the whistle from his chest, put it in his mouth and blew it hard. He pulled out a short riding crop from his waist, rode on the horse, and hit the melee crowd violently. 2 companions behind him also used riding whips to beat the fighting crowd. With so many people fighting in a melee, it was hard to no one dared to take action against the knights in the guard camp. They lowered their heads and resisted the riding whips that kept falling on their heads, and rushed towards the opponent's crowd. The riding whip in Knight Chapman's hand more often falls on these outsiders. Although he knows what kind of people these guides are. They have to make a living in Makuso City anyway. Those outsiders they will run away in a few days. And I have no reason to offend the locals because of them. Especially these guides who have no bottom line in their work. There's almost nothing they do not do, such as stealing, defrauding, intimidating, and fighting. However, they have an extremely clear understanding of the punishments of the Green Empire and will not make too serious mistakes. Guards the camp's prison is more like a hotel with tougher conditions. As a group of knights from the guard camp patrolling nearby arrived one after another, the fight finally subsided. Everyone at the scene was suppressed by the horse whip of the guard camp knight and squatted on the ground. Catch them all and take them away. Although Knight Chapman had a headache because so many people were involved in this fight, he still gave instructions to the men around him. At this time, Harry stood up from the ground, wiped the nosebleed from his lips, and said again with a playful smile, "Knight Chapman, we can reconcile privately without bothering you to prepare so many rooms. In fact, I recruited them. As long as, generally speaking, if the scene is so big and the fuss is so big that they are going to jail, these helpless craftsmen in Makuso City must choose to give in. If they really live in jail, no one will take care of these four-wheeled carriages. If a few horses starve to death, it is far better to spend some money to settle the matter. An ancient Bolai horse is now worth at least 20 gold on the market." Before the guide Harry could finish his words, Charlie, who was bruised and swollen by Harry and was a little awkward when speaking, stubbornly raised his head, stretched his neck and shouted, "Lord Knight, I do not agree to reconciliation between us and him." Knight Chapman wished he could stick a carrot in Charlie's mouth and shut up the stubborn country bumpkin immediately. "If you have any disputes, go to the guard camp to resolve them. Take them all away." Knight Chapman's voice was hoarse. He sat on the horse and glared at Harry angrily. His eyes full of "This matter can't be settled with just one meal." Harry immediately straightened his back, exposing the money bag hanging on his waist, and patted it covertly. Knight Chapman's face brightened slightly at this moment, and he commanded several knights under his command to escort all these migrant workers back to the prison of the guard camp. As for the group of guides who also participated in the fight, they were standing under the street trees on the street, laughing and acting as spectators. Seeing that the situation had deteriorated to this point, Luke looked for opportunities several times to tell the knights of the guard camp that he knew Lord Soldek, the garrison commander of Makuso City. However, he was scolded by the knights of the guard camp. Whip. This gave Luke no chance to speak. 300 beaten bricklayers from Wall Village were escorted to the underground prison of the guard camp overnight, and 20 carriages were all driven back to the guard camp by the knights. Each carriage was equipped with 2 Gubwa horses. When they arrived at the guard camp, there was only 1 Gubwa horse left in the 20 carriages. Charlie and Luke were pushed by the knights of the guard camp and entered the prison surrounded by iron bars. The prison was dark and damp, and the walls of the corridor were covered with torture instruments. Several Wall Village craftsmen were so frightened that they peed their pants on the spot. The bald Uncle Santo climbed up to Charlie with his wet pants, and said to Charlie with a sad face, "Charlie, didn't you say that Dak helped us find a job? Why does this happen again?" The villagers leaning against the stone wall also said in frustration, "I didn't expect that we would sleep in a cell in the guard camp on our first night in the Ganbu Plain. If this were in Helensa, no one would dare to do this to us." Other villagers also complained. Charlie also followed the example of other villagers, sitting against the wall, checking the scratches on his body, and said somewhat depressedly, "Maybe I made a mistake about the time I arrived in Makusuo. I didn't expect the journey to be so smooth. It's half a day ahead of schedule. I was too careless. When we came out of the portal, we should have driven the carriage farther away," Luke said with some regret, leaning against the wall. "What should we do now?" One villager couldn't help asking. Charlie and Luke looked at each other and comforted the villagers. "Don't worry. Duck is the garrison commander here. Let's go out first. When they ask us for conditions tomorrow, let's agree first, and then deal with them after we find Dak," Luke muttered to Charlie. In the past few days, Soldek's schedule has been very full every day. He has to hold a regular meeting at the city hall in the morning. Now the progress of projects in various parts of the city has been delayed again and again. But from the financial officer Basil Hooton, the money spent has not decreased. After breakfast, Soldek asked Thea, who was eating fried fish with her head down at the dining table. "Thea, what are your plans for today?" Thea raised her head and tucked her loose wavy hair behind her ears. She opened the notebook at hand and said immediately, "There will be an auction of houses 15 to 20 on Central Street in the morning. You said you would take a look after the regular meeting. You will also summon the mayors of 7 small towns in the southwest. In the afternoon, you will inspect the progress of the repair of the North City Wall. You will also go investigate the prices in the city on the free market. Oh, by the way, I heard you said a few days ago that people from Wall Village will come to Makuso today. Let me remind you." Soldek slapped his forehead. If Thea didn't remind himself that Charlie and Luke would arrive in Makuso today, he would have almost forgotten about it. He ordered the half-elf archer Samira, who was also eating fish. "Samira, you know Charlie and Luke. After breakfast, you go to the central square to pick them up. If they haven't arrived yet, ask the guards at the teleportation gate to keep an eye on them. When they arrive, bring them here. The yard next door is big enough and there are enough houses. Set them up there first. Before leaving Makuso, I need to arrange their work and ask Charlie and Luke to help me keep an eye on the project here." Samira agreed without raising her head. "Oh, got it." Chapter 1098 Makusuo's Day. Soldek went out in a carriage, followed half a step behind by a beautiful female assistant with big lake blue eyes. The Jana girl with a slim waist and plump hips was wearing a silky magic pattern cloth dress. She deliberately dressed herself up to be more mature. But she just didn't care. No matter how she dresses, she can't make her breasts fuller. The two-headed ogre Gulitum has been following Surdak diligently recently, acting as his bodyguard. Surdak has not yet guessed whether the ogre brothers want to take away from him. What? Samira left the city hall and soon came to the central square, since the teleportation gate is open to civilians and merchants around the clock, and goods passing through the teleportation gate are tax-free, and the teleportation pass is half price. The teleportation fee charged by this teleportation gate is only enough to maintain the normal operation of this teleportation gate. So the central square crowded with caravans and adventure groups. The scene was very chaotic. Some nobles would even go to Root City through the portal in order to have a heartier lunch. Samira came to the teleportation gate and did not find Charlie, Luke and their group, so she asked the guard at the teleportation gate. Naturally, the guard knew Samira. The sky-striking bow she carried on her back had already spread several versions of battle stories in the city that would make people's hearts swell. The most exciting one was shooting 3 people with 1 arrow. The story of the Hellhound King. The guards at the portal had actually been replaced in the morning. But in order to please the archery master, the portal guards made a special trip back to the dormitory next to the square to wake up the guards, who were on duty at night. In the Makusuo City Guard camp, Captain Edmund rode to the lobby on the first floor early and chatted with the young and beautiful Miss Anita against the front desk. He was going to wait a few more days. If the Hamas chief still didn't take the next step, he was going to ask Miss Anita to have dinner. If Miss Anita was willing to date him, Captain Edmund planned to take this beautiful girl to him. Bring home the beautiful flowers. This is also the main reason why the receptionist at the guard camp headquarters always changes staff frequently. A few days ago, she was a newbie who had just joined the company. In just 2 weeks, she became the wife of her boss. This kind of bloody drama happened frequently in the guard camp headquarters building. The chief of the guard, Count Hans, is going to the city hall to attend a regular meeting in the morning. Captain Edmund is basically responsible for the specific affairs in the guard camp. In the past few days, Captain Edmund always came to the guard camp early and waited in advance for the magic caravan of the chief of guards. Seeing Captain Chapman of the 2nd Battalion yawning and walking down the stairs, Captain Edmund asked with a straight face, "Chapman, what did you do? Why did you take so many craftsmen to prison? Now the whole city is engaged in reconstruction. Do you still want the logistics director of the city hall to treat you to afternoon tea?" Knight Chapman came downstairs because he was hungry and wanted to have some breakfast in the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came downstairs, he was severely scolded in front of the beautiful Miss Anita. He was confused for a moment. When he waited after Captain Edmund finished speaking, Knight Chapman whispered to Captain Edmund, "Reporting to Captain Edmund, it's not Harry's fault." Miss Anita avoided Captain Edmund's sight and secretly winked at Knight Chapman, signaling that Captain Edmund was not in a good mood and asked him to be careful. Chapman immediately explained to Captain Edmund with a serious face. Captain Edmund waved his hand impatiently and reprimanded Chapman. "Get it away quickly. If you dare to arrest the craftsman at this time, don't you want to wear the leather armor of the guard camp anymore?" Knight Chapman quickly replied. I know. I guess if I scare you a little more, I'll give in. Harry now. Captain Edmund became even more impatient and said to Knight Chapman, Don't tell me this kind of thing. I advise you to stay less involved. Got it, Captain Edmund. Knight Chapman said a military salute and planned to leave. When he turned around, Captain Edmund stopped him again. By the way, where did these craftsmen come from? I heard about Helensa, Knight Chapman said. Captain Edmund waved to Knight Chapman, indicating that he could leave. When he turned to look at Miss Anita's blue eyes, he said with some hesitation, Helensa, over there to the north of the tower. It's a mountain city. This name is so familiar. The morning meeting in the city hall was delayed until 10 o'clock in the morning, and the door of the conference hall was pushed open from the inside. The Minister of Logistics walked out of it dejectedly. Anyone who had been scolded by Cerdak all morning would not be in a good mood. In fact, he cannot be completely blamed for many things. During this period, Marquis Luther came to Makuso City and not only took away 20,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers, but also escorted thousands of prisoners of war from Lord Macdonald's army to Benna. Originally, the prisoners of war were moving stones on the city wall of Makuso City, and the infantry soldiers were also resting and repairing the streets in the city. This group of young and strong laborers was almost the main force in repairing the city. After they all evacuated at once, even if he mobilized some migrant workers from other places, they would still not be able to complete the planned daily task of repairing the city wall. Now all the pressure is focused on the logistics director, who has been suffering from red eyes for the past few days. During this morning's regular meeting, Soldak had clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. A group of deputies and clerks were waiting at the door. When they saw the logistics minister walking out of the conference hall, they surrounded him with a bang. There were too many things going on. Seeing Soldak walking out of the conference hall with a displeased look on his face, Samira, who was waiting outside, quickly approached him and whispered a few words to Soldak in the corridor of the city hall. Cerdak was slightly startled, stopped and looked at Samira. You mean they arrived in Makusuo last night? But why didn't they come to me? Soldak then suddenly remembered that when he left Wall Village, he did not give Charlie and Luke their addresses at all, but only told them that they would send someone to pick them up at the central square. Why didn't they wait for me? Soldak felt a little strange. Then he told Samira, Okay, I get it. Send your people to the city to look for them again. There are so many of them, and it's impossible for them to disappear directly. They may have found a temporary hotel to stay in, or they may find some quiet little place. They have a carriage in the square, and they probably don't want to spend money to stay in a hotel. When Soldak was explaining the matter to Samira, the security chief Hamas happened to be passing by with Captain Edmund. Look for. Soldak's words fell into the ears of the chief of security. The fat as a ball. The commander-in-chief Hamas immediately stopped, then walked to Soldak's side, saluted with a serious face and said, Lord Archon, what can I do for you? Cerdak was slightly startled. He didn't want to bother the guard camp with this matter, but seeing the eagerness on the guard chief's face, he said casually, Well, there is a group of craftsmen from Helensa City. They all came from my hometown to help me. They arrived in Makuso City in advance, just in time with the people we picked up from the station, so that the knights patrolling the city can pay attention. Please rest assured, this matter is left to our security battalion to investigate. Please give me half a day. The security chief first made a promise in a humble manner, and then ordered Captain Edmund next to him in a commanding tone. Captain Edmund, I will leave this matter to you personally. I need to hear the exact results before afternoon tea. As soon as the chief of guards finished speaking, he saw Captain Edmund give a very cryptic look, and whispered in his ear, General Hamas, I have something to report to you. The chief of guards frowned and reprimanded Captain Edmund with great dissatisfaction. In front of Archon Soldak, if there is something that cannot be said face to face, just say it. What tricks did your men bring out again? Captain Edmund stood at attention, knocked his heels heavily, and said to the chief of guards, Chief of Hamas, these craftsmen are currently in the prison of our guard camp. The originally noisy corridor of the city hall immediately fell silent, and the officials around him looked at the chief of security. Hamas. Edmund, what's going on? The chief of guards asked hysterically loudly, his heart almost bursting instantly. It is said that there was a fight with a group of guides in the central square, and he was taken back to the guard camp by Captain Chapman of the 7th Squadron, who was on duty last night. Before Captain Edmund finished speaking, The Hamas commander felt dizzy. Arrest Knight Chapman and investigate immediately what is going on. The chief of guard wiped the oily sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief and ordered Captain Edmund. Hearing the tone of the Hamas commander's words, Captain Edmund sighed softly in his heart. It was obvious that he wanted to use Captain Chapman to quell public anger. Soldak said to Samira, "You and the Hamas chief go to the guard camp to understand the situation. If there is no big problem, you will take them home." After hearing what Soldak said, the Hamas chief knew that this matter was more serious than he thought. However, Soldak didn't say anything more and turned around and left the conference room corridor with Thea. When she was about to walk out of the door, Sia looked back while holding her notes. Samira followed the guard battalion commander Hamas without saying a word. The Hamas commander signaled Captain Edmund to leave early with his eyes. Captain Edmund immediately understood and wanted to leave the city hall first and rush back to the guard camp to arrange it in advance. But he didn't expect that as soon as he took a step forward and wanted to slip out through the small door next to him, he felt a chill on his back. When he looked back, the pores all over his body stood up. The sky strike bow flashing with electric arc was actually held in Samira's hand. She held an arrow between two fingers of her other hand, and the bow string had been pulled out more than half. If he had not turned around just now, but reached out to pull the side door, he would probably have been nailed to the wall with an arrow from the ridiculously beautiful half-elf archer in front of him. At this time, Samira said in a hoarse voice, "None of you can leave early. The magic caravan should be parked outside. Take me to the guard camp quickly. Don't test my patience." Chapter 1099 The Real Great Knight. Samira jumped out of the magic caravan of the chief of guards, Mr. Hamas, before it entered the compound of the guard camp headquarters. Guard Chief Hamas and Captain Edmund looked at each other silently. Samira did not want the guard camp to make arrangements in advance. She came to the gate of the guard camp and got out of the car early, making it clear that she did not want to get involved in the internal affairs of the guard camp. Affairs. He made his attitude very clear. That is, he wanted to hold everyone involved in this incident accountable. But he did not want to interfere in the internal affairs of the guard camp. The magic caravan then drove into the compound, and the two knights from the guard camp, who were guarding the steps, quickly moved the wooden steps and placed them at the door of the carriage. Seeing the 24-wheel carriages parked in the yard through the car window, the security chief Hamas felt dizzy. He sat in the carriage and drank a sip of ice water, then stepped out of the carriage with a livid face. The two knights from the guard battalion immediately retreated to their posts when they noticed that the commander-in-chief was getting out of the car with a dark face. Guard Chief Hamas walked over without saying a word. Captain Edmund and the Hamas chief's assistant followed closely behind him, and the atmosphere was almost freezing. The group of people pushed the door and walked into the lobby on the first floor of the guard camp. It happened that Knight Chapman was taking a day off today. He was leaning on the stone pillar next to the front desk and chatting with Miss Anita at the front desk. Knight Chapman's witty conversation made Miss Anita smile. Eyes. Under the signal from the eyes of the guard chief Hamas, the Captain Edmund walked to the front. While silently cursing in his heart, he bit the bullet and ordered to the knights of the guard battalion accompanying him, "Tie up Knight Chapman." The 4 guard battalion knights, all close followers of Captain Edmund, immediately stepped forward and held down the surprised Knight Chapman. Knowing that he could not escape, Knight Chapman stopped resisting. Before being captured, he just asked Captain Edmund, "Captain Edmund, I want to know why this is." Captain Edmund coughed and turned slightly. The chief of guards strode up from behind, looked at Captain Edmund with dissatisfaction, and ordered to the surrounding guard camp knights, "Tear off Chapman's leather armor and tie it up for me." Obviously, the orders of the security chief Hamas are more forceful. Knight Chapman was suddenly pushed to the ground. The rope that originally tied the prisoner was now tied to himself. Knight Chapman saw Captain Edmund's eyes drifting towards the carriage outside the window, and immediately knew what the problem was. "Where?" Miss Anita, the receptionist at the front desk, brought a chair to the security chief Hamas. Hamas sat down and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what's going on?" Knight Chapman secretly felt worried and said, "Last night, Harry and a group of out-of-town craftsmen had a dispute near the central square. Since it was blocking traffic, I led people to rush over and take all the brawlers to the prison on the underground floor. Inside, seeing Chapman bite Harry out in one bite, Mr. Hamas closed his eyes in anger, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Where are the others, Harry?" Knight Chapman quickly said, "Harry is in prison, and he is planning to reconcile with those craftsmen." The next 2 words were spoken very softly. because he felt a little guilty. Reconciliation? Hee hee. Hamas, the chief of security, was so angry that he said nothing. Captain Edmund stood up again at this time and ordered the 4 close associates around him. You guys follow me. In the prison on the first floor of the basement, 2 night guards from the guard camp stood at the door chatting quietly. Harry, the guide, squatted down and held the melon skin hat in his hand, revealing the ferocious scar on his head, waiting for the group of craftsmen in the prison to relent. Of course, relenting was secondary. The main thing was to pay a compensation to make up for Harry's mental suffering this time. Loss. Charlie and Luke didn't expect this guide's appetite to be so big. Each craftsman had to pay 1 gold coin in compensation, which was almost more than a month's wages for them. Charlie and Luke looked at each other, thinking about agreeing and waiting until they were out of trouble. The guide Harry could see the embarrassment and hesitation of the 2 young leaders, and said with a smile, I said, if you had known better last night, would you have had to endure so much hardship? You must know that I also need to spend a lot of time to manage everything this time. A lot of gold coins. I definitely can't pay for this money. Before Harry could finish speaking, Captain Edmund and his men broke in from outside. Come here. Arrest Harry and put him in jail. Captain Edmund ordered to his subordinates. 4 knights from the guard battalion rushed forward and held Harry's shoulders. Harry opened his mouth wide and watched in disbelief as several knights from the guard camp came up. He couldn't hide and shouted, Captain Edmund, what are you doing? You can't tie me up. I'm a relative of the Hamas chief. My sister? Captain Edmund took the opportunity to walk up to Harry and slapped Harry to death. Tie him up and give him 20 lashes first. Then lock him up and let him speak wiser in the future. Captain Edmund snorted coldly, while the craftsmen in Wall Village were stunned. Harry, who had been showing off his power just now, was tied to the torture cross like a dead dog. A guard battalion execution officer who specialized in executions held a barbed wooden vine in his hand and tied it to the torture cross. The cane was pulled out of the bucket and slapped hard on Harry's buttocks. Harry had fainted, and the whip immediately woke him up. However, he had just screamed halfway when a cork was inserted into his mouth by the knight of the guard camp. One whip after another. The skin was torn apart and the whole prison became silent. Then the last whip ended, and Harry, who was already unconscious, was thrown into the opposite cell by the knights of the guard camp. The chief of security, Hamas, strode in from outside the door and ordered Captain Edmund with a straight face. Edmund, go to the central square and arrest all the guides involved in the fight. Captain Edmund quickly took orders and led his cronies out of the prison. He did not want to stand aside and watch the wonderful performance of the security chief Hamas. The chief of security, Hamas, took the key from a guard camp knight, walked forward in person, opened the door to the cell where the craftsman from Wall Village was imprisoned, and then walked into the prison, not caring about the stench inside, and walked up to the villagers, said sadly, I am Hamas, the chief of security, and I failed to manage the security in Makuso City. The count's badge on his chest was particularly eye-catching under the dim light of the prison. A group of villagers had never seen this before. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say at this time. Complain? Avenge? My mind went blank. It is our negligence that has caused you, the craftsmen who came from other cities to support the construction of Makusuo City, to suffer. On behalf of the residents of Makusuo City, I would like to express my sincere apology to you. Security Chief Hamas said, when have you ever heard a noble apologize to a commoner? The villagers suddenly felt that even if they received a few more slaps on the face, it was worth it. There is no such good security battalion commander in Helensa City. This is the real nobleman. Charlie, Luke and a group of craftsmen from Wall Village, led by the chief of security, Hamas, came out of the prison on the underground floor and were taken directly to the canteen in the guard camp. All the villagers were still at the vegetable sink. Take a quick wash. After another free lunch in the canteen of the guard camp, 24-wheel trucks gradually left the Makuso guard camp headquarters building. When the coachmen in the village of Wall were driving their carriages, they discovered a strange thing. 20 horses turned into young war horses. They immediately reported this matter to the stable manager of the guard camp. The stable manager was so distressed that he almost shed tears. But at this time, he still had to bite the bullet and said, How is it possible? These carriages were like this when they came, and we didn't touch your horses at all. The coachmen looked suspicious, but they kept carefully observing the war horses pulling the carriage. The deep marks on their backs made by the saddles were clearly that of war horses. After the craftsmen of Wall Village learned that the horses of the four-wheeled carriage had been replaced, they all gave a thumbs up and praised the chief of guard Hamas. The chief is really a real knight. After walking out of the gate of the guard camp headquarters, Charlie and Luke immediately saw Samira across the road. They saw her wearing a black magic pattern structure, sitting quietly on the railing, waving to a group of Wall Village villagers. Chapter 1100 Poor Relatives in Hometown. A group of villagers gathered around to greet Samira, and everyone was asking about Serdak's situation. Samira didn't say much. She looked at the bruises on Charlie and Luke's faces, and then at the other villagers. Although their clothes were torn and there were bruises on their faces, no one was involved in the fight. The middle bone was broken and the tendons were broken, so his expression softened slightly. The half-elf archer remained as cold as ever, just nodded to Charlie and Luke, and said in a hoarse voice, "Dak asked me to come and pick you up. Don't worry. He will help you punish those who have made mistakes." She jumped over the railing nimbly and led a group of Wall Village craftsmen towards the direction of Serdak's temporary residence. As she walked, she said, "Next time you encounter this situation, you can tell each other about your relationship with Serdak. At least it will save you a lot of suffering here. But you must pay attention to one thing. These words must not be used against those black magic the teacher said." Charlie and Luke looked at Samira's back and looked at each other again, although they wanted to tell her. The chief of security, Hamas, has already taken care of this matter. The evildoers who deserved punishment were not only whipped, but also imprisoned in the prison of the guard camp. No one was dissatisfied. But when they stood with Samira, that delicate elf face was cold and always had a clear sense of alienation. It makes people unable to say anything even if they have a lot to say. The villagers walked north along this long street, from the guard camp headquarters building to Serdak's mansion. They were destined to pass through the central square. The villagers saw the tall portal in the square from a distance and couldn't bear it. I remembered the scene last night. This is something that the craftsmen of Wall Village have never experienced before. Now thinking about it, many craftsmen of Wall Village can't help but tremble, and their hearts are still surging. Helensa city is located in the most remote corner of the northwest region of Bena province. The city is backward and poor, but the people there are very simple. They saw the knights of the guard camp escorting this group of city guides, tied with ropes, in a long line on the long street, and back to the guard camp building in a long queue. There were many people watching on both sides of the street. Some were laughing and sarcastic. Some were cursing and complaining. Some were crying and complaining. And some even stood in the crowd and threw stones at the city guides. But when the carriage of the craftsmen of Wall Village passed by the guides, the villagers just watched quietly and watched them without saying a word as they passed by the four-wheeled carriage with their heads lowered. In fact, these guides couldn't figure it out. Although Harry was a scoundrel in Makuso City, he had a good sister with big breasts and white ass. And he is also married to the chief of security, Hamas. Although the chief of Hamas is not willing to take care of Harry at all, Harry has a very close relationship with his sister. Under Harry's big-mouthed description, the guides even knew what posture Hamas, the chief of security, liked when lying on the bed. Everyone wonders why so many people were involved in a fight this time. The most you can do is let him go. And if you still can't solve it, pay him some silver coins. Could it be that Harry accidentally beat the man to death in prison? I saw the craftsmen of Wall Village riding in horse-drawn carriages and passing slowly in a long line on the central street. Each four-wheeled wagon returned to being a pair of horses pulling the wagon abreast. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of some thoughtful guides. Even if they didn't know where these horses came from, they knew very well that the original ancient Bolai horse on the carriage is still tied up in his backyard. If you look carefully at the ancient horses that were added to the four-wheeled carriages, they are clearly the war horses in the guard camp. The knights in the guard camp are willing to use the war horses raised in the camp to compensate these country bumpkins. Little did the guides know that Harry, the bad guy, had offended a big shot he couldn't afford to offend. Captain Edmund stood at the end of the escort team, put his hand on his chest while riding a horse, and saluted Samira. Without even looking at it, Samira stood on the front four-wheel truck and drove towards the temporary residence in the city center. Next door to Serdak's temporary residence in Makuso City is also a luxurious noble mansion. The architectural style of Makuso is very similar to that of Rit City. The house is divided into three parts: the front courtyard, the main building, and the back garden. Samira took them to this luxurious noble mansion, promised that Serdak would have dinner with him, and then left. although the craftsmen in Wall Village have been taken back by Samira. Harry and a group of guides are also imprisoned in the prison of the guard camp. But Security Chief Hamas is still a little worried that Governor Soldak will be dissatisfied with himself because of this incident. It's not that he is greedy for the position of chief of the security guard. This dilapidated city has nothing to gain for him. But he is reluctant to part with the large industry he has established in Makuso City. In the past few years, he has been outside the city. A large amount of land and manors were purchased, some of which were bought with money, and some of which were taken back with power. Once he loses his position as chief of the security guard, I don't know how many people will applaud him, and how many people will be insulted. So while having afternoon tea, Guard Chief Hamas ran to Soldak's office, reviewed his work mistakes very seriously and deeply, disclosed some of the current problems in the guard camp, and made a commitment to actively rectify them. Measure. After obtaining Soldak's approval, the chief of security Hamas left the city hall in a magic caravan. If he hadn't known that Soldak was about to rush to Bena City to hold a wedding with Marquis Luther's beloved daughter, he would have given him 2 hot blonde girls this time. Samira had already told Soldak the details of the matter before the security chief Hamas arrived. I heard that Harry is a relative of the Hamas chief's family. Sia sat at the desk outside the office. She made a cup of tea and brought it to Soldak. She also prepared 2 puff pastries and took a handful. Lead nuts are placed on a delicate plate. When she was at home, the maids would do all these things for her. Now that Thea tried to do it herself, she didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, she felt a sense of novelty. Serdak leaned back on his chair and looked at the unsightly peeled nuts, which looked like they had been scratched by a cat. The nuts were shattered into pieces, and he was speechless for a moment. But thinking back, a Naga actually sat quietly in front of the table and peeled nuts. He looked at Sia, who sat down opposite his desk, and said casually, I know this, but it's impossible to ask me to change the chief of the security just because of this matter. Now Makuso is very picky and always wants to give officials some privileges. He won't get any benefits. Why do they still work in City Hall? Do you really think they are servants of the city? It's normal to take a little bit. It's within the scope of authority, but it shouldn't go beyond the bottom line. For me now, it's about telling them clearly where the bottom line is, what they can take and what they can't touch. Then he led a group of sailors to push the ship, which was riddled with holes, was extremely old and even stalled, and continued to sail forward. Someone always had to pull the sail. Someone scrubbed the deck, and someone repaired the damage on the ship. Loopholes. If Makuso City wants to develop, the City Hall also needs capable people to do its work. But speaking of which, those worms in the city must be dealt with severely. From today on, all those who have violated the criminal law will be sent to the city wall to move stones. Thea put her hands on the desk and rested her pointed chin on the back of her hands. She looked at the slightly tired man in front of her and didn't know what to say. It was the first time for the villagers to live in the mansion. Everyone jumped off the carriage and looked up at the tall courtyard and the complicated reliefs on the walls. They didn't know where to go. The door to the main building was pushed open by 2 maids from the inside, and the villagers walked up the steps timidly, seeing that the room was covered with thick blankets, for fear that the shoes under their feet would stain the carpet. Before entering the house, a group of villagers ran to the fountain in the front yard. Everyone sat on the low wall beside the pool, rolled up their trouser legs, and I washed my face and feet in the sink, then put my shoes into my backpack, and then walked into the 3-story main building. The maid came up and said to Charlie, who was walking in the front, There are 10 master rooms, 20 guest rooms, and 13 servant rooms. Miss Thea has told us that all rooms can be occupied. Please come with me. The master room and guest room are both standard with a single bed in the outer room and a double luxury bed in the bedroom. The servants' rooms have 4 single beds in each room. The room was obviously not enough. The maid originally wanted to ask for permission to share some of the people out. Charlie and Luke were afraid of causing trouble to Soldak, so they quickly said that there was no need at all. In such a big house, everyone can just squeeze in. Okay. According to the number of villagers, 7 people need to live in each room before they can be allocated. Everyone is crowded in the corridor waiting to be allocated a room. Charlie and Luke were the leaders of this team and were assigned to the most comfortable master room. They took their friend Val, and the 3 of them lived in this large room. The other Wall Village craftsmen were evenly divided into other rooms. The craftsmen had never lived in such a luxurious house in their lives. They did not dare to walk into a room covered with soft carpets, for fear of soiling the snow-white bed. When sleeping on the bed, They found that lying on the thick carpet was particularly comfortable. So everyone simply made the bed available, and all lay on the carpet. They didn't even dare to use the clean washroom and bathtub. Some people found a square swimming pool in the backyard. So they took their companions in the room and ran into the swimming pool to take a bath. And then washed clothes by the swimming pool. This time they came out. Worried about giving trouble to the village was so embarrassed that every craftsman bought a piece of suet soap from the grocery store in Helensa city. And after washing, a pool of soapy water was left behind. They didn't dare to eat all kinds of fresh fruits in the fruit basket on the dining table. But they found that there were many fruit trees planted in the back garden, especially several lemon trees covered with green fruits. So everyone ran to the garden one after another to pick those from the trees. When the lemons that have not yet grown up are soaked in water, the branches of several lemon trees become bare, and some even have no leaves. Charlie and Luke took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and slept in the room again. When the two came out of the room, they found that the maids had strange expressions on their faces. Charlie and Luke refrained from asking why. When they went downstairs and walked to the corridor in the back garden, they saw a group of wolves. The craftsmen of Air Village gathered around a goddess statue by the swimming pool. Everyone was discussing why this unknown beautiful lady was not wearing any clothes and was actually carved by the artist. She is so plump. Charlie and Luke wanted to hit their heads against the stone pillar. Just when they felt a little overwhelmed by the craftsmen in the village, they saw the milky white soapy water in the swimming pool with a thick layer of dirt floating on it, and they became depressed. Some villagers actually jumped down from the lemon tree, holding a dozen green lemons in their arms, with fallen leaves on the ground at their feet. In half a day, the entire mansion was turned into a mess. During dinner, Serdek, Samira, Gulitem, and Sia appeared at the temporary restaurant in the garden at the same time. Soldek seemed very happy to see Charlie and Luke. He put his arm around their shoulders cordially, asked them if the journey was going well, and apologized to them. It was because he had not arranged it well, and had to wait for them in Makuso. The first night in the city was actually spent in the prison of the guard camp. The ogre Gulitem was also very familiar with Charlie and Luke. He kept asking them about the yellow sheep he raised in Wall Village, and even wanted to find out the physical condition of each yellow sheep. Even Gulitem's good brother Nauhar was very excited when he heard that the yellow sheep were still alive, and had given birth to many lambs. Samira kept a cold face and said nothing. Sia has never been to Wall Village. She doesn't know the villagers of Wall Village. She could only stand behind Soldak and watch them chatting with envy. Everyone was sitting at the dining table in the back garden. Before the appetizers were served, Charlie mustered up the courage to say to Soldak, "Dak, you may not be used to living in such a mansion. You'd better let us move out. We would rather live in an expensive hotel than live in this house any longer." Serdek asked, "What? Are you not used to living here?" "A little bit," Charlie said frankly. Serdek rubbed his forehead and leaned back. And Thea took the opportunity to come closer. "Help them find a dozen small townhouses in civilian areas." Soldak took the opportunity to order. "Okay," Sia agreed. Sia walked around the house and asked people from the logistics department to find a house. Hearing that the poor relatives of Lord Consul Soldak were moving out, the several maids in the house, who hid and no one breathed a sigh of relief. The dinner prepared by Serdek was very sumptuous, including flavored smoked fish, secret steak, cream soup, and golden cider. However, the villagers who had eaten and drank enough later expressed their drunkenness, and still missed the barbecue feast with ale at the Three Bears restaurant in Helensa City. Chapter 1101 Lovely Poor Relatives. In fact, there are still many empty houses in Makuso City. Although the houses found by the logistics department are not close together, the ownership of these small townhouses belongs to the Makuso City Hall. Almost all the owners of these small townhouses died during the Demon Siege, and these properties were also included in the municipal auction houses. It's just that most of the houses in civilian areas are under renovation, and these houses have not been auctioned yet. That night, the craftsmen of Wall Village moved out. The four-wheeled carriage drove into the civilian area of Makuso City. The craftsmen of Wall Village saw the chaotic street market, the noisy free market, the dazzling array of stalls on the street, and the piles of ruins on both sides of the street. Everyone seemed to be back again. Back to the original life. In the eyes of the craftsmen in Wall Village, this is what a city should look like. Everyone is scattered and placed in this civilian area. The small buildings here are very well built, but occasionally you will see some collapsed places, and some places even reveal dark holes, which look a bit scary. The craftsmen of Wall Village placed the rituals in these houses. Before it got dark, Everyone took to the streets at night when there was nothing else to do. They saw some residents picking up bricks from some ruins so late at night. So they took the initiative to talk to them. While chatting, they helped out. They found that most of the people who were sorting out the ruins were citizens who had lived here before. The temporary tent they live in is still in the yard. I heard that these ruins were created when the demon army attacked the city. At this time, the craftsmen of all village figured out what Surdak wanted them to do by inviting them to Makusuo City. At first, I had to move bricks and sand. But after a few transports, I realized that the skills of the craftsmen building the walls were really not that good. After all, I was a commoner in the city before. And I was not a bricklayer. I didn't understand a few words of advice. So I got angry and said, "Let me! Building a wall is definitely a technical job. The wall must be built perpendicular to the ground. Otherwise it will become more and more skewed. In serious cases, the entire wall will fall down all of a sudden before it is built." What do the craftsmen in Kuel village do? They spent 3 years building a water reservoir in Wall village. And then followed Charlie to the city of Helensa, where they used volcanic ash cement to build villas for the nobles in their manor outside the city. They are very familiar with building walls. This kind of bricklaying work will definitely be much more comfortable if it is led by a master. Generally speaking, a master can lead 3 or 4 small workers. So on this night, some residents on Greenland Street in the 3rd district of Makuso City discovered that some of the collapsed walls of the houses that had been demolished for a week had been rebuilt in just half a night. Makuso was also very lively at night. Soldak rarely had free time. So he took Charlie and Luke in a magic caravan in the city and arrived at a dilapidated square in the south of the city. There were many collapsed buildings around the square. This is one of the most severely damaged areas in Makuso. After several people got off the carriage, Charlie found that there were many tents set up in the square. Most of these tents were family units. Men, women, old people and children gathered around the entrance of the tents to eat a simple dinner. Just on the north side of the square, 6 iron pots were set up, in which oatmeal mixed with vegetable leaves was boiling. Each person who received the meal was given a corner of scones. Soldak walked through the tent area and walked towards the clock tower in the center of the square. There was a huge cave entrance not far from the bell tower. The cave had been blocked by gravel and rubble. Soldak introduced to Charlie and Luke. 2 months ago, Makusuo City was attacked by the H.L. Demon Army. Tens of thousands of cavemen dug holes outside the city and rushed into the city, causing countless buildings in Makusuo City to collapse and people to be displaced. This cave was left by the cavemen at that time, pushing open the broken wooden door of the bell tower. There were many cracks in the walls inside, and signs of serious collapse in some places. Soldak walked up the stairs, followed by Charlie, Luke, Samira and Sia. Soldak said, "This clock tower is in disrepair. If it is not repaired, there will probably be another rain. Can completely destroy it. I'm looking for you too. You must have seen the situation in Makusuo City. What I need is not just for you to bring the craftsmen in the village to help me work. I hope these big craftsmen can disperse to Makusuo. In every corner of the city. Let them take the civilians in the city and build their homes first. The sewers are being repaired on Central Street. I don't want new wells to be dug in every corner of the city during the rainy season. I need to find some clean water sources as soon as possible. The houses in the civilian areas that were smashed by the demons must be repaired as soon as possible. We can't let them live in tents and eat porridge all the time. Constructing Makuso City is the new job of these civilians." After saying that, Soldak patted the stair railing of the bell tower and said, "Then, as you can see, I need you to organize a larger construction team to help me build this bell tower." Surdak climbed over the huge dial of the clock tower and climbed to the top of the clock tower. Standing on the top of the building, he looked down at the 5th block of Makuso at night. Here he could see the model city wall on the southwest side, and saw that most of it had collapsed. The opera house and the arena in the ruins. And further north is the mage area. Not only this bell tower, but also the entire Makuso city wall, opera house, arena, and some city squares and parks will also need to be renovated and paved with neater stone slabs in the future. Only by improving the city's infrastructure can we attract more businessmen and let them spend money to build opera houses, arenas, auction houses, hotels, and other profitable commercial buildings. I am going to set up an urban construction bureau in Makusuo City and leave it to you to take charge of. When I come back from Bena City, I should be qualified to canonize 10 knights. When the time comes, you will first register as reserve knights in Makusuo City. When the Knight Academy reopens, you will also go to the Knight Academy to study for half a year. and then you can become a knight. Cerdak patted the two young men on the shoulders and said. Charlie and Luke looked at each other. Charlie was a little excited and asked Soldak. Dak, are you saying that Luke and I can also become master knights? Cerdak laughed and said, Of course, but not until I go to Bena City to complete the award ceremony. Charlie couldn't help but hugged his cousin Luke and shouted loudly, Oh my God, I'm not dreaming. Luke, we can also become knights. Cerdak looked at the devastated city under his feet and said seriously, I grant you the title of knight. And you must also help me build Makuso City. Of course we will. Charlie and Luke replied at the same time. Then Soldak took them to Central Street. Luke stood next to the dug trench and said on the spot, Dake, the scale of the project to renovate the city's sewer system is a bit large. We can't dig as fast and well as the kobold slaves in digging trenches. I think we can dig those kobold slaves in the village. Transport it to Makusuo City. Cerdak thought of the group of kobold slaves in Pussy Mountain. Now that there are fewer and fewer sulfur mines on the Pussy Mountains, it is enough to leave 200 kobold slaves to collect sulfur mines near the lava river. Cerdak originally bought 1,000 kobolds from the slave trader Dabajin. After 2 years of breeding, the number of kobold slaves has now reached more than 1,400. The lifespan of a kobold is usually only 30 years, but the infancy of the kobolds is very short. Only 2 years. And now the firstborn milk dogs can already work in the mines. Cerdak thought about it. It was obviously more suitable to leave this kind of trench digging to kobold slaves. I asked someone to notify Uncle Bright and ask him to send someone to send the kobold slaves over. Soldak said. The next day, Soldak handed Charlie and Luke to the logistics minister of Makuso City and asked him to arrange for the two of them to become supervisors of 2 construction sections. Charlie was temporarily responsible for the South City Wall and the 5th section. He was responsible for the reconstruction and repair project of civilian housing in the district, while Luke was responsible for the city sewer repair project and the city water well excavation project. The villagers who delivered the letter to the old village chief had already left Pudong Mountain on horseback last night. It was estimated that they would be able to deliver the letter to Wall Village by the evening. After becoming a merchant group accompanying the army, the Palm Bay Merchant Group made a lot of money in the Ganbu Plain this time. They transported groceries to the Sai Roman Plateau and transported the exchanged warcraft materials to Bena City. Once you sell and buy, you will make a huge profit. Dirk Trayton was also promoted to become the general manager of the business group in the Ganbu Plain. This was the first time after the war that Cerdak sent someone to summon the businessman Dirk. Dirk Trayton stood in front of the steps of the city hall in neat clothes. He felt a little proud. He walked up to the guard with Soldak's invitation letter and was about to hand it to the guard when he found that the Watcher Merchant Group's the red-haired Jeffrey actually took out an invitation letter, got off the carriage, and slowly climbed up the steps. The two greeted each other hypocritically at the door of the city hall, and then separated. What the businessman Dirk didn't expect was that the two met again at the door of Soldak's office. After a burst of awkward laughter, the two knocked on the door of Soldak's office. Sia asked the two of them to wait for a moment, then turned and walked into the inner room. Not long after, Cerdak summoned the two businessmen. As the official cooperative grain merchant of Makuso City, the catcher in the Rye Merchant Group has recently been continuously delivering grain to Makuso City. Red-haired Jeffrey's business is larger than that of businessman Dirk. The two walked into Soldak's office and saw a city planning map on Soldak's desk. Seeing them walking in, Soldak raised his head and asked the two businessmen, I am going to set up an urban construction bureau in Makuso City, and then set up a construction engineering team. Do you two have any ideas about doing it? An investment? Of course. I am very much looking forward to cooperating with you, Lord Consul Soldak. Dirk Trayton said first. The red-haired Jeffrey sat on the sofa, holding the golden cane and thinking without saying a word. Soldak raised his head and said to Dirk Trayton, You are not cooperating with me. This construction team is considered an industry of Makusuo City. Business groups can be allowed to take shares, but the business groups will not have any management rights. You can think about it carefully. Dirk Trayton was speechless. He clearly wanted the money from the business group to carry out construction in the city. At this time, the red-haired Jeffrey reached out and put his hands around the top of his head to take care of his meticulous back. A smile appeared on his face and he asked Soldak, I wonder what kind of operation method you are going to adopt. Lord Consul Soldak? What are the major projects this construction engineering team will be responsible for in the future? Sia brought in 3 cups of lemon tea and then returned to the outside, shaking her long algae green hair. Cerdak then answered, Currently, Makuso City will issue some bidding projects. Only the engineering teams affiliated to the Urban Development Bureau are eligible to participate in the bidding. Once the bidding is successful, the engineering teams need to advance funds for the construction projects. And the City Hall will pay 100% of the completion progress of the entire project. 30, 60, or 90% will be used to pay for the project. And the last 10% will be used as the warranty balance. 1 year after the completion of the project, the contractor will be paid. Of course, the payment method is not necessarily gold coin payment. For example, Makusuo urban land is used as the price and paid as project payment. Another example is the construction of engineering buildings such as opera houses and arenas. In the future, the operating rights will be priced and paid as project fees. Hearing Soldak say this while sitting on the chair, Dirk Triton and the red-haired Jeffrey's eyes lit up. It turns out that business can still be done like this. Soldak, I wonder how many shares this construction team will allow us to hold. Red-haired Jeffrey asked. Cerdak rubbed his forehead and said, the investment from outside business groups only exceeds 30% of the total assets of the construction engineering team. But I want to bring in a few more powerful business groups for cooperation. I hope that independent business groups the group should not hold more than 10% of the shares. The red-haired Jeffrey hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Lord Archon, can you reveal how much money we need to invest for 10% of the shares? 10,000 magic crystals. Dirk Triton and the red-haired Jeffrey both took a breath. The stalls they currently have in Makuso City do not exceed 2,000 magic crystals. 10% of the shares of this construction team are for 10,000 magic crystals. This amount of money is obviously beyond their authority. Can you give us a few days to report to the headquarters of the commercial bank? Dirk Triton asked in a low voice. Cerdak did not hesitate and nodded directly and said, Of course. I will probably return to Makuso from Bena City in late August. Just tell us your choice then. And I hope you will spread this news to other powerful business groups. I think this is an investment with long-term benefits. If you feel there is a risk, you can spread the risk. The red-haired Jeffrey stood up at this moment and said to Soldak, Lord Consul, I don't think there are any risks in this business. I need to report to the headquarters of the commercial bank. I want to ask the headquarters of the commercial group for instructions on whether it can be divided into 2 commercial groups and inject full funds into the construction engineering team. Dirk Triton. Chapter 1102 The First Construction Engineering Team. The biggest feature of regional grain trade is that it is capital intensive, and it must be scaled up within a certain area to amortize the high transportation costs. These days, the Ryecatcher Merchant Group has almost monopolized the grain trade in the Ganbu Plain. Not only has it stabilized the price of grain in the Ganbu Plain, but in recent times, operating grain shops in the Ganbu Plain has also allowed the Watcher Merchant Group to gain profitable. The Watcher Merchant Group in Makusuo City had a large amount of funds, so the red-haired Jeffrey paid 10,000 magic crystals to Cerdak the next day. I heard that the red-haired Jeffrey actually handed over 10,000 magic crystals under pressure from the Watcher Merchant Group, and also in order to maintain his status as a military merchant group in the Ganbu Plain. Dirk Triton could only bite the bullet and collect 10,000 magic crystals from the trading company. Since the maximum misappropriation authority of the regional director of the Palm Bay Business Group was only 5,000 magic crystals. In order to collect these 10,000 magic crystals, he directly intercepted a batch of magic crystals stripped from the business group and wrote a letter himself. An official letter of urgent matters was sent to the headquarters of the business group in Bena City by a close associate. And then it was sent to Soldak's mansion before evening. As for what Soldak said about it can wait until late August. This completely depends on the situation in Makuso. Now it seems that if we wait until then, the Palm Bay Business Group may not even be able to drink soup. Facts have also proved that the red-haired Jeffrey's vision is indeed very vicious. After Dirk Triton paid 10,000 magic crystals, Soldak invited the businessman Dirk Triton to stay for dinner. A maid brought Dirk Triton into the restaurant. He immediately spotted the red-haired Jeffrey sitting on the chair next to the dining table. At the moment, he was having a very pleasant chat with a noble baron. A middle-aged man, with an indigenous tribal appearance, sat next to the noble baron and listened quietly. His cheekbones are somewhat wide, and his skin is bronzed. He is obviously different from the Bena people. The knuckles on his hands and feet are also very large. He looks like a native of the plain who is used to doing rough work. It's just that the aborigines of the Ganbu Plain were severely suppressed by Lord MacDonald's army. There are no aborigines in the Ganbu Plain at all. So he probably came from other plains. Opposite the 3 of them, 2 young men gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Dirk Trayton walking in, the red-haired Jeffrey quickly waved to him and motioned for everyone to sit down together. Dirk Trayton had a good memory. He was sure that the people in the restaurant, except for the red-haired Jeffrey, had never been seen in Makuso City during this time. They should not be from Makuso City. Businessman. Dirk Trayton walked over, and the red-haired Jeffrey took the initiative to introduce to the noble baron. This is Dirk Trayton, the director of the Palm Bay Business Group, and he is also another member of the construction engineering team, representative of the investor group. The noble baron nodded to Dirk Trayton very politely and said, I am Marin Martino from the Belan Plain. This is Onsan, who is from Belan like me. He has an engineering team of 1,000 people under him. And this time we were all summoned by the mayor of Surdak to participate in the Makuso Urban Reconstruction Project. Dirk Trayton quickly saluted Baron Martino and took the initiative to shake hands with Onsan. The two young men opposite didn't seem to know Baron Martino very well, and they had no intention of coming over to talk. So Dirk Trayton didn't pay much attention. Baron Martino and the red-haired Jeffrey just chatted casually about the customs of the two planes. Rumbling footsteps came from the corridor, and a 3-meter-tall two-headed ogre walked into the restaurant. The red-haired Jeffrey and Dirk Trayton were startled, but they knew this ogre is a close guard beside Archon Soldak. So it is not surprising that he would come here. Baron Martino and Onsan both stood up and greeted the ogre Gulaitum. The ogre guard just nodded to them casually and ran straight to the two young men who were whispering together. Next to the person, a familiar face said to them in a naive voice, Hey, Charlie, do you know what to eat tonight? The young man named Charlie shook his head in confusion. They saw the ogre sitting next to them and asked them again, Hey, when you rode home the day before yesterday, did you ask them to bring me 2 yellow sheep? I told you, if the carriage can hold it this time, I will definitely bring a few over, Charlie said with a smile. That's good. That's good. Did your work go well these 2 days? The ogre turned on the chatterbox mode again, and this time he and his good brother Nailware were completely separated. Gulaitum chatted with Charlie. The flower girl turned her head and chatted with Luke. Only then did Dirk Trayton realize that the relationship between the two young men, who were a bit rustic in their clothing, and Soldak seemed closer. Sure enough, this was further proven when the half-elf archer Samira walked into the restaurant. This half-elf archer, who always had a cold face wherever he went, actually waved to Charlie and Luke for the first time, nodded again, and then sat down at the end of the dining table. The maid hurriedly walked up carrying a fruit plate. When Thea followed Soldak into the restaurant, Thea also waved to Martino and Onsan happily. It's just that Martino and Onsan looked a little confused, as if Sia knew them. But they didn't know Sia at all. Surdak sat at the head of the dining table and ordered the maid. Let's serve the food. I guess everyone is hungry at this late hour. The two maids quickly carried 2 different appetizers and walked around the table. They had complete control over how much they wanted to eat. The maid finally walked up to the ogre and gave him whatever food was left on the plate. Soldak raised his glass, toasted everyone with a glass of wine, and said while eating, This is the first time for members of the first construction engineering team of Ganbu to have dinner together. You may not know each other very well. Let me introduce to you. This is Baron Marin Martino from the Belan Plain. After Surdak introduced everyone, Surdak said to everyone, Then let me explain in detail how to form the first construction team of Ganbu. Makuso City Hall will own 70% of the shares, but the City Hall will not spend 70,000 magic crystals to invest in the construction team. This part of the money from the City Hall will be returned to the construction team with the profits from the project. The remaining 30% of the shares, 10% will be funded by Catcher in the Rye Trading Company. The other 10% will be funded by the Palm Bay Business Group. And the last 10% of the shares will be divided between Charlie and Luke at 5% each. Lee and Luke will also be real stewards of the construction team. Dirk Trayton looked at the 2 young men sitting next to Consul Soldak, and was a little surprised that they actually shared another 10,000 magic crystals without saying a word. Looking at their clothes, they didn't notice anything. Like a rich person. What Dirk Trayton didn't know was that Soldak paid 10,000 magic crystals out of his own pocket to advance Charlie and Luke. Soldak called Charlie and Luke to Ganbu Plain. Just want them to lead the craftsmen in the village to truly get out of Wall Village. Dirk Trayton and the red-haired Jeffrey both thought that Baron Marine Martino was their partner. But they did not expect that the real partners were these 2 shy young men. Surdak paused and continued. Baron Martino is the architect I invited from the Belan Plain. He will carry out a series of plans for Makuso City, including city sewers, water wells, city wall repairs, civilian area repairs, commercial areas and some public buildings in the city, including opera houses, arenas, clock towers, squares, parks, and various streets must be equipped with rest areas, pools, public toilets, etc. that can provide shelter from the rain. Baron Martino stood up very politely and saluted everyone present. Next, I will establish the Urban Development Bureau under the Logistics Department, and Baron Martino will serve as the Deputy Director of the Makuso Urban Development Bureau. Serdak turned his attention to Ong San again and said to him, Ong San, the 1,000 craftsmen you brought from the Belan Plain will also be incorporated into the first construction engineering team of Ganbu. I invite you to Makusuo City because I want to use your rich experience in building city walls to help me build the city wall. The walls of Makusuo should be reinforced. Ong San immediately stood up and saluted Serdak. Serdak asked him to sit down and then said, in addition, Makusuo is the central city of the Ganbu Plain. The old city of Makusuo City is obviously unable to meet the future development of Makusuo. Before the demon army attacked Makusuo, the slums in Makusuo were actually outside the city. Not only did a large slum area extend outside the city, but several satellite towns were also developed around Makusuo City. Town. So urban expansion in Makusuo is imperative. I want to expand the land area twice as much as the original city. In addition, the satellite towns surrounding Makusuo City should also have complete town planning. I don't want to see the slums like in the past. A new city should have a new atmosphere. The two businessmen Dirk Trayton and the red-haired Jeffrey were also dazzled by Soldak's formation of the first construction engineering team. In their view, no matter what Serdak says, the entire Makusuo City belongs to Lord Consul Soldak. Since it is your family's business, it is not you who have the final say on how to play it. The key is be sure to take me with you when you play. Although Dirk Trayton is also very optimistic about Makuso's future, he is not as confident as the red-haired Jeffrey. He has some concerns no matter what he does, especially this time when he took out 10,000 magic crystals at once. A large investment was completely beyond his authority, and he became even more cautious. But if you can't keep up at this time, you will probably be left far behind by Jeffrey the red-haired Rycatcher business group. The close relationship originally established during the Plain War will also grow over time, little by little forgotten by everyone. Now Dirk Trayton has finally caught up with this train, and the first construction engineering team obviously earns from the project funds of the City Hall, since it was established by Soldak himself. With this consul's shrewd mind, I guess it's impossible to lose money no matter what you do. Baron Martino and Ong San brought the craftsmen from Doden Town to Makuso City this morning. In addition to bringing more than 1,000 Aboriginal craftsmen from Doden Town, Ong San also brought along more than 1,000 Aboriginal craftsmen from Doden Town. At Dak's command, 10 herdsmen from the Belan Plain were brought over, and Serdak was going to let them go to the Sai Rumen Plateau to raise horses for him. At noon, Baron Martino learned that he was about to take up a post in Makuso City, and that urban planning and architecture were the areas he was most interested in. All the buildings he has designed have been models, and now he finally has the opportunity to become a real building, which makes Baron Martino very excited. Ong San had also just built a junior war college in the town of Doden. The project had just entered the final stage when he received a letter from Serdak recruiting him. Mayor Soldak never returned to Doden Town. If it hadn't been for this letter, Ong San would not have known how to resettle the indigenous people in the engineering team. He originally wanted to disband for a while and wait until there was a project, gathering everyone together. Unexpectedly, Mayor Serdak actually asked everyone to come to the Ganbu Plain. The red-haired Jeffrey finally understood that the consul of Serdak actually had a very clear idea of building the city. He had always let it go and allowed the logistics department to arrange the city's repair projects. In fact, it was because his people were not involved in the construction of the city. Kuso City. Now that Soldak is using the first construction engineering team as a stepping stone, he should completely open up the situation in Makuso City. Baron Martino and Ong San not only brought a 1,000-man engineering team, but also brought a personal letter written by Selena to Soldak. Dear Duck, I didn't know what to write when I picked up the pen. Sitting in front of the window of the wooden house by the river, your shadow always appeared in my mind. I miss you very much. When can you come back? I heard you said that you have opened up a large territory in the Ganbu Plain, so you will not be able to return to Duodan Town for the time being. If that is the case, please appoint a mayor of Duodan Town as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here any longer. With the help of Mrs. Luna, I have completely stabilized the market in Duodan Town. There are many adventure groups stationed in the town. They all go to the Iron Chain Bridge camp to hunt ghost-striped red ants. Many adventure groups have made money, and the business groups have made money. Many shops have been opened in the town one after another. The War Academy in the town has been repaired, but it is still difficult to find instructors. You need to continue to promote the academy. There is nothing going on here at the garrison camp. Andrew patrols the Invercargill forest with his cavalry every day. I heard that many Warcraft try to return to the Warcraft forest. Every time he comes back, Andrew can bring back some Warcraft materials. The chiefs of the Aboriginal tribes in the Invercargill forest territory want more young people in the tribe to work in the copper mines. Every month, the tribe chiefs have a big quarrel at the meeting. Now the copper mines have been overstaffed for nearly a month, with thousands of people. It is imperative to expand the copper mine. I hope you can make arrangements early. In addition, many magical red copper associated minerals have been discovered in the veins of the copper mine. The output of these magical red coppers is much richer than previously expected. You also have to find a way to deal with these magical red coppers. Finally, I want to say what I want to say most. If you have no plans to return to Duodan Town in the short term, then please take me with you. Love you, Selena. There was also a piece of letter paper hidden under the letter. Soldak opened it and found that it was a letter written by Zigna and Nika. The above sentence was written by Zigna. Her handwriting was crooked. It took Surdak a long time to read it before he could understand it. Duck, where did you take Sia? Nika has never been to school, and her handwriting is even more terrible. Lord Dark, Nika's medical team is on standby. Chapter 1103 Samptown Ranch. When tens of thousands of demons were raging on the Saruman grassland, some herdsmen on the grassland escaped along the exit of Myra Mountain. Although they escaped from the demonic mouth, many herdsmen on the plateau lost the livestock they depended on for survival. Almost all the horses and sheep that were grazing on the plateau remained on the plateau, and eventually became the rations of the demon army. However, the herdsmen fled all the way to Makuso with Lord MacDonald's army. In Makuso City, these herdsmen who knew nothing about any crafts and could only herd horses became homeless in the city. Life was extremely difficult originally, and after the demon army destroyed the city, many people became refugees and entered Lit City. Now after the victory of the war in the Gonbu Plain, they followed the refugee team back to Mu Kuso. It's just that there is no home for them in this city. These people live in tents and participate in urban construction every day, but they cannot find a house of their own. So they can only live in tents and work every day just to have a bite to eat. Life in the city, for these herders on the grasslands, is like a hyena in a cage. Sky, grass, horses. The days of riding a horse freely are like a distant and beautiful dream. Tiago took a sip of water from his water bladder, pushed a collapsed earth wall completely, and started cleaning up the ruins with a few herdsmen. In the past, he had always envied life in the city. There were all kinds of fresh fruits, various delicacies, and enthusiastic wine-selling girls in the city. As long as you had money, you could enjoy an unimaginable luxurious life. Yes, provided you have money. Now his pockets were cleaner than his face, so he found the place an inescapable prison. This city does not restrict anyone's freedom. But if you don't have money, what can you do if you leave here? Do you have to beg all the way back to Cyruman? I heard that there are no living creatures except weeds on the grassland now. Not even a guinea pig can be found. Can you survive by going back to the grassland and eating wild radishes, wild leeks and sweet roots? He squinted his eyes and looked at the orange sky, feeling a little weak all over. How long will it take for these days to end? Yesterday I heard that someone robbed a shop in District 3. Someone was beaten to death on the spot. Some people also ran away. Others were arrested by the Knights of the Guard camp. I heard that it was a group of herdsmen on the Cyruman Plateau who did it. No matter where you go in the city now, everyone will deliberately keep a distance when they see these plateau herdsmen. The Knights of the Guard camp has set up a checkpoint at the North Pass. It is estimated that the escaped herdsmen will be caught before long. I heard that the Chief of Security, Mr. Hamas, personally led his people to block the Beishan Pass and lived in a tent. It was said that he would not return to Makuso if he could not catch these illegal herdsmen. Tiago is a little confused. Shouldn't he send his men to do this kind of thing? Could it be that the shop that was robbed was owned by the home of the Chief of Security? I heard that Makuso City is currently strictly investigating security incidents. It is said that the blood of the prisoners who were recently sent to the guillotine has soaked the entire stone platform. The legs of people who often ride horses will be a little bent. Tiago and his son moved a huge boulder and walked down the ruins with difficulty. This area needs to be cleared to build a new house. The collapsed walls were built very solidly by the previous owner. It is difficult to break into small pieces, so it is very difficult to move. It was still a while before lunch, and Tiago was going to move the boulder and rest for a while. He was the small leader of the nearby plateau herdsmen, and no one dared to accuse him of being lazy. It rained a little last night, and the wet weather made his knees hurt. At this time, the pleasant sound of horse hooves came from the distance. Tiago threw the stones into the stone and looked towards the street. A group of cavalry was jogging along the long street. Residents along the way got out of the way and retreated to the street. Salute. There is currently only one Soldak consul in Makuso who can make all the residents of the city stop what they are doing and run to the street to salute. Not only because the Lord Viscount Surdak led the army to drive away the H.L. demons, but also because he exempted the entire Ganbu plain from taxes for 1 year. I heard that the farmer wanted to work on the farm outside the city, and will also enjoy additional subsidies. It is said that they are now spending their own money to repair the entire Makuso city, although they are using the savings in the treasury of the Makuso Finance Department. In the eyes of ordinary people, there is no difference at all between the money and the money in the pocket of the Soldak consul. Tiago saw the construct knight riding a blue-scaled horse. The magic pattern construct was unique in the entire city of Makuso. He was sitting on the horse, tall and calm, with an air of calmness, the imposing manner. A group of cavalry followed him. Originally, Tiago thought that the consul was just passing by this street. In fact, residents can see him in the city every day inspecting the progress of the project. Unexpectedly, Archon Soldak actually stopped in front of him, and the green-scaled horse's breath sprayed on his face, and the damp stench made him feel more intimate. Tiago quickly led a group of plateau herdsmen to bow to the consul of Soldak. "What's your name?" Surdak lowered his head and asked the middle-aged herdsman in front of him. "Dear Archon, Tiago is my name," Tiago replied seriously. "Tiago, are you from the Sai Roman Plateau?" Surdak asked again. "Sap town on the Sai Roman Plateau," Tiago replied respectfully. Surdak nodded slightly. What he was looking for was the herdsman in Samptown, because his pasture was the large grassland around Samptown. "Then will you let the horse go? Every Sai Roman is the son of the condor. Herding horses is like sucking milk. We know how to do it from the day we are born," Tiago said quickly. He was not a fool. He said this. My lips were trembling slightly all the time. "Give him a horse and let him try it." Surdak turned to the entourage behind him and said. The entourage brought a green-scaled horse with a bad temper. He chose such an untamed green-scaled horse because he wanted to see Tiago's true ability. A good herdsman must be proficient in horse training. Tiago saw the restless blue-scaled horse, its eyes full of caution and keeping away from strangers, and its hoofs as big as the ocean bowl were constantly scratching the rocky ground. Tiago let go of his hands. He stared at the green-scaled horse intently and approached step by step. The green-scaled horse didn't want to communicate with Tiago. It wanted to retreat, but Tiago took this opportunity to utter a series of strange words. The green-scaled horse actually swung its tail, and then stopped in place. Tiago stepped forward and stroked the green-scaled horse's neck to calm its irritable mood. The horse was very tall and had no saddle on its back. Tiago hugged the green-scaled horse's neck affectionately with both hands, suddenly flipped onto the horse's back. And in this alley, he rode a green-scaled horse without a saddle and slid around casually. The brisk pace made him want to jump off the horse. What a good horse. Soldak nodded to Tiago and said casually, "I need to organize a group of herdsmen to return to Samp Town to help me herd a group of war horses. I am very optimistic about you. I can give you some travel expenses to settle down, or you can borrow your money will allow you to buy some cattle and sheep in Makuso City. But I need you to raise and herd horses for me. What I need to see in 3 years is a larger group of high-quality war horses," Tiago immediately said. "My generous Lord Soldak, Tiago is willing to serve you, as long as you allocate me a pasture in Samp Town on the Sai Roman Plateau. All the grasslands around Samp Town. I think you should know the boundaries of the grasslands in other towns." "Right?" Soldak asked Tiago. "Yes. There are boundary markers on every piece of grass," Tiago replied. "Okay. That's it. 2 days later, I hope you and your people can take the horses and set off from Makuso City." After Soldak finished speaking, he threw a bag of gold coins to Tiago. There was no worry that he would sneak away with this bag of gold coins. Tiago was holding the heavy bag of money, and he couldn't come back to his senses until Soldak and his party all walked away from the alley. It wasn't until his son pushed him gently that he came back to his senses and asked his son in a daze, Can we return to Samtown? The son nodded fiercely, tears almost coming from his eyes. Let's go to the livestock market in the city. We have to buy some lambs and bring back some beans and oats. Before those lambs grow up, we have to eat food for a while. So we can't do it without buying more, Tiago said hurriedly to his son. I heard there's a Watchman's food store over there in Thumper Town. What's wrong with just hearing about it? Let's go and find out. Tiago hung the money bag on his waist and said to his son. That night, the herdsmen living in Makuso City came to Tiago one after another, hoping to take them back together. Tiago only chose a dozen herder families who had been following him, and there were less than 50 people in total. In addition, Cerdak also arranged for him 10 young herders. Tiago knew that these herders were watchdogs to prevent him from stealing horses. With such a large group of horses, if you just secretly sell 2 of them, you will be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life. 2 days later, Tiago took his family, drove a huge herd of horses with a group of herdsmen, and left Makuso City all the way north. When they reached the North Pass, they saw the checkpoint set up on the slope by the Knights of the Guard camp. They quickly handed over the pass issued by the city hall, and then successfully passed the checkpoint. Tiago didn't even have time to prepare the customs clearance fee, and the horses passed the level smoothly, riding his horse and stopping at the highest point of the slope of the North Pass. Tiago looked back in the direction of Makuso City with mixed feelings in his heart, looking at the horses and the 300 sheep that he bought for 50 gold coins. He felt a little more at ease. With sheep, there is hope for the future. It only took Baron Martino 3 days to draw a plan of the city wall of Makuso City, including the extension. In the map, the outlet of the sewer waterway was clearly marked. He changed the outlet of the sewer to the south of the city, and all of them are near several outlets of the river in Makuso City. Such changes will avoid the problem of serious river pollution in slums in the city. As for the sewers in the industrial area of Makuso City, they will be independent and lead directly to the outside of the city. Soldak was naturally very satisfied with these detailed designs of Baron Martino. Baron Martino did not work behind closed doors. These design concepts were based on the classic design of Pena City. Soldak was discussing with Martino the various forks of the main line of Central Avenue. Soldagrams wanted more round manhole covers, while Martino preferred square iron grates. The sewer manhole covers in Soldak are on the ground, while the manhole drainage channels designed by Baron Martino are on both sides of the street. And they are not manhole covers, but iron bars, which look like rectangular dog holes. This kind of access is very convenient. You only need to remove the iron fence on one side, and people can climb into the sewer. Soldak thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to adopt Baron Martino's design. The two were very engrossed in the discussion when Sia broke in and reported to Soldak. The Minister of Logistics and Financial Officer Basil Houghton were arguing again in the city hall. This is already the 5th red-faced quarrel this month. Cerdak is very clear about the reason for the quarrel. The Ministry of Logistics has been responsible for urban reconstruction and repairs, while the Ministry of Finance has the money bag in its hands. Due to the engineering project last month, it has been delayed until this month, resulting in the progress that needs to be completed this month not yet started. Treasurer Basil Houghton followed Soldak's instructions and blocked the neck of the Logistics Minister on the matter of appropriation. The Logistics Department Director is also very troubled by the foremen in the Logistics Department, who only want money and don't even have any construction plans. However, without them, it will be difficult for the entire city repair project to continue. According to the financial officer Basil, in Houghton's words, after allocating so much money, but not seeing any improvement in the city, why should I allocate funds? The officials of the city hall are aware of such a huge waste in the logistics department, but everyone stood up and proposed rectification. So as a last resort, Cerdak planned to lift this fig leaf with his own hands. After hearing Sia's report, Cerdak knew that financial officer Basil Houghton acted on his own terms and blocked the logistics minister's wallet again. Let's go and have a look, Soldak said to Baron Martino with a solemn expression. Baron Martino hurriedly followed Soldak and walked toward the city hall conference room. The sound of quarrels could be heard from the corridor in the distance. The Minister of Logistics, along with a group of officials responsible for engineering projects, said Finance Officer Basil Houghton blocked himself under a statue in the outer corridor, and dozens of people surrounded the financial officer Basil Houghton. The female assistant next to the financial officer wanted to find a way out, but was torn apart by the group of engineering project officials. In the end, He hid behind the financial officer Basil. Go behind Hooten. Basil, if you don't pay for it today, you can't leave here, the logistics director shouted angrily. Chapter 1104 I'm just here to inform you. When Serdek arrived, a group of people were already noisy. An official at the edge of the crowd shouted softly, "The consul is here!" The farce finally came to an end. Serdek hurried over from the other side of the corridor with a cold face. Thea trotted behind holding a notepad. Baron Martino also followed as quickly as possible. Charlie and Luke stood among a group of officials behind the logistics minister. They looked at each other and quickly moved back. Serdek walked into the crowd, and the officials of the logistics department moved to both sides. He came to the logistics minister Earl Ian, and the logistics minister suddenly sneered guiltily. Financial officer Basil Hooten's face turned red with anger, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing here? Since there is a conflict, you might as well sit down and talk." Serdek's voice was low. His eyes seemed to move away from the logistics minister, and he glanced around. The officials of the logistics department, who were caught by Serdek's gaze, all avoided his gaze. Even the few financial secretaries, who were blocked from the crowd. No one dared to come up at this time. Serdek stopped talking and walked in front alone. Logistics Minister Earl Ian and Financial Officer Basil Hooten glared at each other and hurriedly followed behind. Arriving at the largest conference hall of the House of Representatives, Serdek ascended to the speaker's seat and asked officials from the logistics department to sit in. A group of officials were sitting in the conference hall and discussing. "Since everyone has something to say, if there is any problem, let's make it clear in person here. Count Ian, you speak first," Serdek said to the logistics minister. Earl Ian, the minister of logistics, stood up from his seat and first said, "Lord Consul, this is what happened. Since the beginning of this month, the funds required for various projects of the urban renovation project of the logistics department have been delayed. We have submitted the approval form 5 times in the past 2 weeks. But the only reply we received is that the finance department temporarily has no money, and we need to let's wait. But the finance department has paid the purchases made by several business groups in the city on time. The construction teams of the urban renovation project are already at a semi-stop state. I don't know how long this will take, so I want to discuss it with Financial Officer Houghton today." Serdek nodded slightly, then turned to Financial Officer Basil Hooten and said, "Financial Officer Basil, tell me." Financial Officer Basil Hooten stood up from his seat. His blushing face had not completely calmed down, and his tone was a little stiff. "I think even if I don't talk about the financial situation of the city hall, everyone knows that now the entire Makuso city, and even the entire Ganbu plain will not have any tax revenue for at least a year. The Ministry of Finance can only rely on the reserves in the treasury, and the money from the auction of houses in wealthy areas is used to maintain daily expenses, and the financial situation is not good. I have no intention of defaulting on the various projects of the logistics department, but the funds must be used in more important places. Today I paid a grain payment because the grain has already reached the soup pot of the residents of Makuso City." The official of the logistics department hid in the crowd and took the opportunity to shout, "Master Finance Officer, I want to know whether the city restoration project will continue. Of course we have to do it, but the finance department can't come up with the money yet. We have to wait until Manor number 15 is auctioned, and maybe we can squeeze out some money." Finance Officer Basil Hooten said calmly. The official from the logistics department continued, "As far as I know, there is no reserve fund in the city hall's treasury, but the financial officer is unwilling to take it out." From the position of speaker, Serdek angrily yelled at the logistics officer, "Who are you? You use this attitude to speak to the Earl of Makuso City. There is no place for you to speak here. Close your mouth." The logistics department official sat back depressedly, and then immediately retracted his head. "If the city hall can't get the money now, the renovation project won't be able to proceed?" Serdek knocked on the oak table hard and asked the logistics department officials coldly. No one in the conference room dared to answer. Serdek snorted coldly. Serdek said to the Minister of Logistics, "Count Ian. Count Ian, please tell me." The Minister of Logistics blushed, but there was also a trace of resentment in his heart. He said to Serdek, "Now every project is short of money to buy auxiliary materials. In addition, there are some craftsmen who our logistics department also has to pay wages to. Now some of the payment has been late for 2 weeks. How much have you built the city wall this month?" Serdek asked back. The logistics director was immediately speechless by the question. Serdek did not stop and continued to ask. "The sewer digging started in early July. How long is the main line on Central Street now? You came to the city hall and asked for money. Tell me, how much money will it cost to build a main sewer line in the entire city? A layer of sweat suddenly appeared on the forehead of Logistics Minister Earl Ian. He did not know these specific data. He turned to look at the officials around him, hoping that they could give him a hint. Unfortunately, everyone kept their heads down at this time. Head. The specific total amount of the project funds will not be given until the project is completed, the Logistics Minister said bravely. If it continues to be built, will this project never end and require funding from the City Hall? Soldak asked the Logistics Minister in a deep voice. The Logistics Director didn't say anything, just took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You people are in a state of complete chaos and disorder in the management of urban renovation projects. How do I know if the craftsmen below are working after receiving the money? Serdek looked at the Logistics Department officials and asked them. Regarding the current situation of urban renovation, I have now decided that the Department of Finance will change a payment method. After saying that, Soldak glanced at Sia beside him. Sia quickly distributed the prepared outline of the Urban Construction Bureau's establishment and management system to all the Logistics Department officials in the conference hall. Soldak continued. The Logistics Department will form a new Urban Construction Bureau. I hope that Makuso can set up some construction teams with construction capabilities and apply for construction qualifications from the Urban Construction Bureau. In the future, all municipal projects will be subject to unified and open bidding before construction, and then each construction team will make a unified quotation. The Department of Finance will not allocate funds to you in advance. For all engineering projects, the construction team must advance funds. The wages of craftsmen and the cost of building materials during the repair process must be solved by the engineering team themselves, and the construction team must be responsible for its own profits and losses. Don't expect the City Hall to take care of you like a nanny. Payments will be made in batches according to the construction period and construction progress. Only when the project reaches the expected goals can you get the project payment. Finally, Soldak glanced at the Logistics Minister and said, the Minister of Logistics, Earl Ian, will temporarily concurrently serve as the Director of the Urban Construction Bureau. Logistics Minister Earl Ian wiped the sweat from his forehead again, wondering why such an offending thing happened to him again. Baron Marin Martino is appointed Deputy Director of the Urban Construction Bureau. Serdek continued. Baron Martino was in the corner of the conference hall. Soldak waved to him at this time, motioning for him to come to the stage and introduce him to everyone. A group of officials behind the Minister of Logistics were dumbfounded. It was obvious that Baron Martino was a close confidant of Consul Soldak. Soldak glanced around the conference hall, but no one dared to speak. Logistics Minister Earl Ian only now understands one thing. Consul Soldak should be prepared for this matter. So he immediately shut up. Anyway, the Urban Construction Bureau is not in his hands. And more importantly, whether this matter can be implemented. If no one responds, the Logistics Director tried hard to keep the smile on his face from looking too obvious. Urban construction projects are all assigned to the Urban Construction Bureau. The Logistics Department only reserves materials and distributes various materials to the city, Soldak said. Although he established an Urban Construction Bureau, he still left it to the Minister of Logistics, Earl Ian, to manage it. The authority in his hands was divided, but in fact, it was equal to no division. After Soldak said this, he continued, you go back and think about it. If any of you are willing to form an engineering team, you can sign up at the Urban Construction Bureau. In addition, housing repair projects in civilian areas, urban waterway projects, and city wall repair projects cannot be stopped. Those of you who are currently managing these projects can think about it seriously. I need to hear your replies this afternoon, including project quotations and construction period. If you can't do it, give up your position. Get out of here, and I'll hire someone else to do it. The officials of the Logistics Department all looked confused. Who knew how long it would take to complete these projects? They had never thought about it carefully, and only knew a rough deadline. But under the sharp eyes of Archon Soldak, no one dared to speak at all. Serdek showed a hint of boredom on his face, waved his hand, and said to the officials of the Logistics Department, you can leave now. Please go back and think carefully about what to do. When the officials from the Logistics Department left the conference hall, they found that the members of Makusuo were already standing outside the conference hall. They filed in after watching them come out. Logistics Minister Earl Ian could only sit back. After everyone sat down, Soldak casually talked about his intention to form an Urban Construction Bureau, and then asked the councillors to vote by a show of hands. The establishment of the Urban Construction Bureau has been implemented. If there is anything left to vote on, it was unanimously approved. These congressmen are representatives of the 13 Lord armies. As long as they do not involve territorial matters, they will fully support Serdek. Earl Ian, the Minister of Logistics, thought that the meeting was finally over. If he had known that something like this would happen, he would not have gone to Basil Houghton in the morning. Unexpectedly, Serdek did not leave. He knocked on the table again and continued. I propose that a prosecutor's office be established in Makuso City. Investigate and punish all dereliction of duty by officials. The first chief prosecutor of the Procuratorate was Samala. He punished corruption, bribery, dereliction of duty, and acted as a protective umbrella for local forces. Officials of the City Hall, you can do it secretly, but just don't let me find out. Now Makuso is mine. If you dare to take my money and put it in your own bag, you will give it to me no matter how much you take. Spit it out. And if you don't want to do it, please submit your resignation. Soldak stood up and asked the members to vote by a show of hands. The lawmakers in the chamber didn't even communicate with each other or exchange glances. Everyone raised their hands and passed unanimously. We are all smart people. So what else is there to discuss? Archon Soldak said it at the meeting. Just to inform everyone, Samira walked to the stage from behind and gave a knighthood salute to the members of the House of Representatives. Chapter 1105 Above the Sea of Clouds. Logistics Minister Earl Ian returned to the Logistics Department office from the conference hall glumly, and saw Baron Martino waiting at the door of the Logistics Department. A group of officials from the Logistics Department are all in the office. Normally they would have sneaked out at various intersections at this time, but today they were trying to block Financial Officer Basil Houghton collectively. It was rare for everyone to stay in the office of the Logistics Department. Inside, Earl Ian nodded to Baron Martino, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Baron Martino, and then said with a cordial smile, Baron Martino, Consul Soldak asked you to work with me to form the Urban Construction Bureau. I have no clue about this yet. I wonder if you have any good ideas. With that said, he invited Martino into his office. The assistant brought the black tea, and Baron Martino sat on the comfortable sofa and took the initiative to say to the Logistics Minister, Earl Ian, Lord Earl Ian, I am just a small nobleman living in the small town of Doden in the Belan Plain. I have never had any experience as an official before. So how can I have any ideas? After hearing what Baron Martino said, Count Ian immediately asked tentatively, Oh, are you a noble from the Belan Plain? Baron Martino immediately replied respectfully, Yes, Lord Count Ian. The Minister of Logistics, Earl Ian, was very satisfied with Baron Martino's respectful gesture. While asking Baron Martino to taste the black tea, he asked Baron Martino, I heard that Archon Soldak came from the Belan Plain? Baron Martino replied, The Archon was previously the mayor and garrison commander of our town, and he was also the largest lord in the area north of the Thorny Mountains. Oh, Earl Ian nodded. He knew the news. After all, this Count Serdek became the largest lord in the Ganbu Plain with his military exploits in the Ganbu Plain, and he also controlled the largest army in the Ganbu Plain. Behind him stood Lou Marquis Say. It is difficult for people not to pay attention to him. Generally speaking, the noble lord in charge of a city is at least a marquis. Earl Ian knew that Viscount Soldak was about to go to Bena City to attend the investiture ceremony. He was afraid that when he returned from Bena City, he would be promoted to earl. Even so, to be in charge of a large central city as an earl is obviously a bit too low a title. However, judging from the current situation, it is a foregone conclusion that Serdek will rule Makuso City. How long have you known Lord Soldak? Count Ian asked casually. Baron Martino said, It's been about a year or so. The consul came to me in order to build a temple of 2 goddesses for the town of Doden. Later, he also built a war college for the town. Baron Martino's posture was very low, which made Count Ian feel very comfortable. Count Ian leaned on the sofa and learned from Baron Martino that he was proficient in architectural design. To put it bluntly, he was just an architectural designer and had no experience as a regional official. This made Count Ian feel a little relieved. And he is also a baron, so he seems to pose no threat to his position as the Minister of Logistics, since he was a close confidant of Archon Soldak. Count Ian's smile became even more friendly. Later, Martino actually took out a stack of project books and carefully explained some of the details of these urban planning projects to Count Ian. As expected, each project was divided into details as Governor Soldak said. Although the Minister of Logistics, Earl Ian, appeared to be listening attentively and with great interest, he was actually a little absent-minded. He knew the logistics department officials under him very well, and he also knew that they had some relationship with the contractors. He did not think that anyone would be willing to do it the way Soldak promoted. That is to say, no one will take over these planning projects. If a resolution cannot be implemented, it will eventually return to the original model. So what he is doing now is useless work, and he has no interest in listening to useless things. Governor Soldak intends to rectify corruption in the city's renovation projects, which affects the interests of almost all officials in the logistics department. Without the promotion of the logistics department, these urban project constructions would simply not be implemented. The Minister of Logistics drank a few cups of black tea, then looked at his pocket watch, patted his belly like a rubber ball, and said kindly to Baron Martino, "I think it's almost noon. Or let's go have some lunch first. Can we continue talking about the rest in the afternoon?" Baron Martino stood up immediately, then nodded in agreement. "Count Ian, if a construction engineering team goes to the Urban Construction Bureau to bid this afternoon, I will ask them to make a detailed quotation according to these project details." Baron Martino asked tentatively. Logistics Minister Earl Ian waved his hand casually and said, "That's it." At noon, the officials of the logistics department gathered together in the high-end restaurant on the west side of the central square. Logistics Minister Earl Ian sat at the main seat. Everyone wanted to get some information from Earl Ian. They heard Earl Ian talk about the formation of Urban Construction Bureau. Everyone laughed casually as if they were listening to a joke. Who can do these municipal projects? What to do without money? The urban renovation project is so complex. Who knows how much it can cost? The officials of the logistics department did not dare to complain in front of Serdek, or even in the city hall. But in the restaurant, they began to complain about the rude style of Governor Serdek. But complaints are complaints. After all, Archon Serdek not only governs Makusuo, but is also the supreme commander of the garrison in the Ganbu Plain. Who dares to complain in front of him? I heard that every time he occupied a town, the nobles who did not participate in the parliament for the first time would be deprived of their territory. It's simply outrageous and unreasonable. How can there be any city hall project where we have to pay for it out of our own pockets? Officials complained bitterly. The logistics minister didn't say much, and just said in a joking tone, "If you have any ideas, you can come to me at the newly established Urban Construction Bureau in the City Hall." Officials have said that no one will go. In the afternoon, Earl Ian, the Minister of Logistics, returned to the City Hall and slept for a while in the lounge behind the office. The female assistant helped him put on his aristocratic dress. He was about to sit down for afternoon tea when he remembered that he should go to the newly established Urban Construction Bureau. Take a walk around. When I walked to the temporary office area of the Urban Development Bureau, I saw Charlie and Luke standing in front of Baron Martino, holding a thick pile of materials in their hands. It looked like they had been stamped, and they were looking at the projects together. Details of the project. The Minister of Logistics only reacted at this time. Consul Soldak had given these two young men to himself a week ago, and Earl Ian arranged them into the engineering team below. He heard that these two young men were hardworking and willing to work, rarely talks, and is very familiar with construction projects. Earl Ian has only now come to his senses. At this time, Charlie and Luke walked up in a hurry, saluted the logistics minister and reported, "Your Majesty, we have established the first construction engineering team of Ganbu. We want to take over the housing repair projects in civilian areas, city sewer projects, and city wall repair projects. The detailed quotations and construction schedules have been submitted to Baron Martino." With that said, he took out another pile of parchment and handed it to Earl Ian, and continued, "This is the quotation list we have listed, which contains the estimated completion date of various block repair projects. Our engineering team now has 1,500 craftsmen, and it is expected that 1,000 sewer diggers will arrive in Makuso next week. We, the engineering team, will advance funds for these projects. Please take a look at it." Lord Earl, the Minister of Logistics, suddenly discovered that Soldak was also in Baron Martino's office. He quickly reached out and took the parchment list, flipped through 2 pages at random, and said casually, "The writing is very clear and looks good to me. Before evening, if no engineering team is willing to undertake these projects, can these projects be given to the first construction engineering team of Ganbu?" Baron Martino walked out of the office and asked the logistics minister with a smile. Logistics Minister Earl Ian pursed his lips and groaned. He suppressed the pain in his heart and said to the female assistant beside him, "After the notice is sent out, It will be said that there are already engineering teams willing to take over the three major projects of housing repairs in civilian areas, urban sewers, and city wall repairs. If anyone wants to do it, they will make a quotation list and project delivery date and send it to the Urban Construction Bureau. Come! After saying that, he smiled at him and walked into the office of the Urban Construction Bureau. Sia was holding a parchment notebook and standing at the door blinking her big blue eyes. But she was sighing in her heart. The adult world is so hypocritical. Charlie and Luke successfully took over the municipal project. And 300 craftsmen from Wall Village were also called back from all over the city. Aung San separated more than 1,000 Balan Aborigines and worked with the craftsmen from Wall Village as little ones. To work, Charlie split up 30 engineering teams and went directly to various parts of the city to accept projects that were in a state of semi-stoppage. Other craftsmen in Makuso City suddenly found themselves unemployed. During this period, there were also some disputes. For example, the craftsmen organized together to prevent the new construction team from entering the construction site. However, these things seemed extremely simple to the Knights of the Guard camp, especially since Makuso City had cleaned up a lot of gangs who were making trouble in the city in the past few days. When these craftsmen saw that the Knights of the Guard camp were alarmed, they immediately ran away in fear. Security Chief Hamas also took this opportunity to escort several house-breaking robbers captured from Beishan Pass back to Makuso. The robbers had been tortured terribly at Beishan Pass because they had been caught for too long. Each person's confession was filled with more than a dozen pieces of parchment, and their entire lives were recorded in detail. These robberies, the various experiences he had, were so rich and colorful that he could write a book like a memoir based on them. The robbers were guillotined the next day, and the crowds of onlookers literally filled the square. The executioner stood on the guillotine with a big axe on his shoulder, and the prisoner knelt at his feet. The raised axe accurately chopped off the round head, and blood spattered 2 meters away. The people on the execution ground let out waves of suppressed exclamations. The security of Makuso City has been greatly improved in just 10 days. The various projects of Charlie and Luke's Gonbu No. 1 construction engineering team are gradually getting on track, and they have also begun to recruit craftsmen from Makuso City. After all, many people now rely on these jobs to make a living. The kobold slaves arrived in Makuso City the day before Surdak left. These kobold slaves will be the main force in digging the city's sewers. The ogres Gulitum and Nalhor finally ate the long-awaited yellow sheep of Val Village. This series of measures by Surdak finally restored some vitality to Makuso City. On July 20th, Surdak took Xia, Samira, Gulitum and 300 first-turn warriors to return to Root City through the teleportation gate, and boarded a plane that stayed at the Root City airport. The magic airship rushed to Bena City to participate in the award ceremony. Also accompanying him was Earl Clay Cushing, the consul of Rooter City. Of course, he was not going to Bena City to attend the investiture ceremony. He was going to Bena City to prepare for the wedding of Marquis Luther's daughter, Miss Hathaway. Next month. Wedding. Soldak and Count Clay Cushing boarded the magic airship together. The airship floated into the sky, and the dazzling sunlight made Surdak a little uncomfortable. Moreover, the Bena province ushered in the midsummer season. Root City was much hotter than Makuso City. It seemed like it was raining in the sky. It was as hot as fire, and the steam in the air almost distorted the scenery in the distance. There was a long roar from the magic airship. After entering the channel in the high-altitude wind layer, the sails of the 5 masts of the magic airship were all raised. The strong wind inflated the sails and flew quickly towards Bena City. Surdak stood on the roof of the ship building, holding onto the railing with both hands, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance with his back to the wind, feeling mixed emotions. Chapter 1106 Return to Bena. The captain held the rudder with both hands and shouted loudly to the crew under the mast. The floating devices of lowering sails number 5 to number 12 are out. The crew on the magic airship quickly followed the captain's instructions, and the airship slowly slid downwards in the wind channel. After breaking away from the wind layer, although there was still wind in the sky, it was not the kind of violent strong wind. The magic airship basically stopped gliding forward. Surdak stood on the ship building, watching the sea of clouds under his feet getting closer and closer. And finally the airship suddenly sank into the sea of clouds. If you are above the sea of clouds, the clouds look like pure white marshmallows, or the flat land is covered with cotton wool, giving people the illusion that they can walk on the clouds by jumping on them. But once you sink into the sea of clouds, it's actually not that beautiful, as if you've entered a thick fog. Fortunately, the clouds were not too thick. After just waiting for a short while, the rapidly falling airship broke away from the clouds. The colors under the feet instantly became rich and colorful. And Bena City not far away came into view. After 8 days of sailing, the magic airship finally arrived in Bena City. After arriving at the airport terminal in Bena City, Soldak said goodbye to Count Clay Cushing. Along the way, the old Earl pulled Soldak and talked about many things about Reuter City. The conflicts between the nobles, the embarrassing situation of civilians living in the city, and the problems existing between commoners and nobles. Reuter, the territory surrounding the city, the abandoned iron ore factory, etc. It can be said that Reuter City is a city that is gradually getting older. When the resources here are exhausted, the city is gradually forgotten by the Bena people, leaving only countless problems in the mining area. And the excavated mines have no backfilling was carried out, and only some groundwater was injected. As the groundwater level gradually decreased, these mine holes that had been soaked for a long time were exposed again, and ground collapse and large cracks troubled the residents here. The land around Reuter City is also occupied by noble lords. This has resulted in the residents outside Reuter City having to rent land from the noble lords if they want to live. The high land rent makes the common people of Reuter City their lives are miserable. Immediately afterwards, Lord MacDonald broke out a dimensional independence war, which plunged the people of Reuter City into dire straits. A large number of people have been lost, especially local young people who want to go to Bena City to have a try. The prosperous Bena City will always be the place that these young people in small cities most yearn for. There are also some people who want to go to more remote areas. Only the land reclaimed there will be exempted from taxes and land rent. Life in remote towns often makes people feel more relaxed. This is the current situation of Reuter City. The city is aging, has lost a large number of people, and has just received the baptism of war. The situation looks very bad, but compared with Makuso City, it is almost like paradise. Surdak took Sia, Samira, and Gulaitam off the magic airship. 2 young and beautiful ladies, who liked black veils to cover their faces, appeared next to the nobles. This was normal, but such strong pairs of head ogres are rare. In particular, the ogre with 2 heads can hold down the power of the second-level human beings. Good brother Nahwar was born an ogre magician with eyes of ice and fire. It is obvious that such a follower. No. How could a second-level strong person be a follower? Obviously having such a fighting partner would indeed make it possible to walk sideways in Bena City. But if you look carefully, the magic pattern structure on Surdak will show something different. It is different from any one-turn magic pattern structure. The deeper magic runes mean that it is a more advanced magic pattern structure. So Surdak walked down from the high tower and met some civilians and minor nobles along the way who actually took the initiative to avoid them. After avoiding it, people discovered that the 2-headed ogre was followed by hundreds of fully armed infantry warriors. These infantry warriors were all selected by Surdak among the 20,000 warriors of the Heavy Armored Infantry Corps. They are all first-class warriors who have been successfully promoted. This time Surdak brought them to Bena City because he wanted to transfer them to Doden Town in Belan Plain to see if there was any chance to help them colonize it. The life magic pattern of the ghost pattern soldier ant. This time Surdak needs to mobilize a cavalry regiment, an infantry regiment, and an archer regiment from Doden Town into the Gonbu Plain to offset the current embarrassment that all the troops stationed in the Gonbu Plain are from the resistance army. And these elite warriors from the Gonbu Plain also need to wash away the marks of the Gonbu Plain as soon as possible. These 300 first-level warriors will also become the reserve cavalry of the constructed knights he is about to form. No army is allowed to enter Bena City without permission without a pass issued by the military headquarters. However, Bena City is the central city of Bena Province, and a transit point for various planes. Therefore, there are many camps specially prepared for the army outside the city. As long as you spend a little food money, you can live in free barracks, and it will not affect daily training. Surdak arranged 300 infantry soldiers in camp number 43 outside the city, and after paying a meal fee, he temporarily allowed them to live here. The ogre Gulaitam also hated the crowds in the city, and the strange looks from people. After inspecting the daily food situation in the camp, especially as long as you have money, you can have plenty of fish and meat. So the ogre decided, I won't follow Surdak into the city. Although the food in the city is obviously better, the ogre also has another concern. That is, he often doesn't have enough to eat in some high-end places. So Gulaitam stayed in the camp outside the city. Seeing that Gulaitam chose to stay in the camp outside the city, the half-elf archer also stood up silently and did not want to enter the city. In the end, Surdak could only take Sia, who looked excited, in a rented magic caravan. Along the avenue outside the city wall, and slowly entered the city of Bina in the midsummer with a lively flow of people. After entering the city, Soldak still booked a room in the Circle Hotel. Both he and Sia were in urgent need of a hot bath. Obviously, the shrewd hotel manager has remembered Soldak as a patron. Although he does not come often, he always chooses the same room in the noble area on the north side of the hotel. He is also a construct knight. Why? Maybe not to impress the hotel manager? The magic airship arrived at Bina City in the morning. After Soldak and Sia took a shower, they had lunch in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. They had no choice. For lunch, they only had small fish boiled in peanut butter and white bread, and vegetable salad. Soldak didn't like the unique taste, but Sia thought this lunch was quite good. In the afternoon, Soldak first went to the military headquarters to apply for passes for 300 first-level warriors to pass through Bina City to the Belan Plain. He took the opportunity to run to Marquis Luther's office. Marquis Luther's office is on the 4th floor of the military headquarters. The room is large and divided into inner and outer rooms. It is equipped with a full-time secretary and a beautiful female assistant. The female assistant at the door of the office became very enthusiastic when she saw Soldak announcing her name. Her appearance, especially her eyes, was very similar to Mrs. Marianne, and she was obviously younger. Wrapped in a silk dress, the lower body is full of youthful vitality. Wearing high-heeled leather boots, when walking, I wish my chest, waist and hips were swaying. The female assistant quickly ran out and invited Soldak in. Marquis Luther was sitting at his desk. When he saw Soldak, he smiled and said, "It's time for you to come. How do you feel about taking over Makuso City?" Soldak stood in the room and performed a standard knightly salute. Then, at the signal of Marquis Luther, he respectfully sat on the chair opposite and said, "Right now, apart from rebuilding the new city, we haven't figured out any other clues yet." Marquis Luther seemed to be in a good mood and signaled the female assistant to prepare tea, and then said, "I originally planned to let you stay in the Belan Plain for 3 years. After this period of time, you have your own team, and it will not be so difficult to run Ritz City." Unexpectedly, it was just a simple arrest operation. They actually regained the Ganbu Plain all at once, and no one expected this situation now. Makuso City has been completely destroyed. Now the city needs to be restored. If you have any difficulties, just speak up. Soldak stood up quickly and said sincerely, "The current situation in Makuso can still be maintained. If there is any need for your intervention, I will mention it. I plan to expand the city wall outwards based on the original city wall." Marquis Luther did not expect that Soldak actually wanted to vigorously develop Makuso City, and asked with interest, "You want to build a whole new wall?" Soldak nodded and said, "Yes. The current city wall will become the inner city. All taxes will be exempted within 1 year of your implementation. For such a big project, have you thought about where to raise the construction funds?" Marquis Luther knew that the economic situation of Makuso City, which Soldak took over, would not be very good, and he was worried that the problem is not considered comprehensively. Soldak said casually, "I plan to auction some of the mansions in the city, and also issue some bonds to the lords of the Ganbu Plain to raise a sum of money." Marquis Luther couldn't figure out what a bond was, so he said, "Be specific." Soldak explained carefully, "It means borrowing a sum of money from the lords in the name of Makuso City. This money will be repaid together with the principal and interest after 3 years. The single amount of this kind of bond is not it will be too big, so some small lords can also buy it, and don't need to worry about being unable to repay it. The bond will be issued in the name of Makuso City Hall." It turned out that he was borrowing money from all the lords. After hearing Soldak's explanation, Marquis Luther understood it. Thinking about the small amount of bonds, it seems to be equivalent to universal fundraising, and it can be circulated privately. Finally, it is endorsed by the Makuso City Hall. It really captured the hearts of those little nobles who had some spare money. "If there is a gap in funding, just ask," Marquis Luther said. Then he changed the topic and said, "Have you ever thought about how to reverse the current poverty situation in Ganbu Plain? Now you have also seen the situation in Makuso City and the Ganbu Plain. Most of the rich lands are in the north, but you have not been allocated much in the north. The large territory in the south that you have obtained has no mines and cannot be used for manufacturing. For animal husbandry, the entire plain has no other resources except for the vast green forests." Soldak touched his nose and said, "If we don't have resources, we will engage in tourism. After I build Makuso City, I plan to try to develop tourism in Makuso City. The southern part of the Ganbu Plain has a unique rainforest area. The plain there is a very beautiful canyon town in the far southwest corner. There is the collapsed land to the south of Ban's town. And there are grasslands and snow-capped mountains to the north. Marquis Luther didn't expect that Soldak would have such an idea. After thinking about it, he said, "Your idea is quite unique. Did Count Clay Cushing take you around Litter City?" Soldak nodded and said, "Yes. This time, I took the magic airship to Bena City with Count Clay Cushing. They discussed with me along the way how to improve the lives of the residents in the mining area outside Ritter City. He plans to move the residents of the mining area out of the mine. But I heard that the finances of Rit City cannot currently support such a large relocation project." Marquis Luther laughed and said, "Except for being a bit stingy. Count Cushing is pretty good at everything else." "Ha! I never thought that in order to save a ticket for the magic airship, he would actually choose to go with you. He is the great lord of Rit City. He owns the land of 3 small towns. He is very familiar with Rit City. So I must remind you that before you completely take over Rit City, you should have more contact with him and learn more about this city." I didn't expect Marquis Luther to say so about Earl Clay Cushing. Serdak continued, "Your Majesty, there is still an iron mine in the Invercargill forest that has not yet been developed. Now the operation of the copper mine has gradually got on track. The local aborigines often have problems with young people from the tribe being employed in the mines. There was a dispute. So I am going to start planning to build the iron ore plant next." "Local tribesmen? It seems that you have a harmonious relationship with them?" Marquis Luther asked in surprise. "Many tribal people hope that the young people in the tribe can find a stable job in the mines to supplement their family income." Serdak smiled and explained, "This time I worked in Rit City. I saw an abandoned steel workshop in an urban area, and I wanted to move it to Invercargill." Marquis Luther touched his beard and said, "Abandoned steel workshop? I will help you learn more about this information. There should be no problems with the abandoned steel workshop in Rit City and the Bena province. Transporting it with magic airships should be too big a problem. But there are no airships in the Belan Plain. What are you going to do? The iron mine in Invercargill Forest should have good reserves. Even building a new steel smelting workshop will be worthwhile." Soldak said, "It takes too long to build a new steel smelting workshop. Relocating this abandoned steel workshop will greatly shorten the construction period. I only need to order a new smelting furnace." Soldak and Marquis Luther talked in the office all afternoon. When the female assistant knocked on the door and asked if he wanted to arrange dinner at the military headquarters, Marquis Luther remembered that he should have gone home long ago. Then he picked up Soldak and took the magic caravan back to the Marquis Luther's mansion. Chapter 1107 Knight's Notes. The last time I came to the Marquis Luther's mansion, it was early spring. And now it has actually entered midsummer. The walls were covered with ivy on both sides of the street. And the green shade of the street trees almost completely covered the street. A triangular piece of land opposite the Marquis Palace was actually turned into a small pond. The magic caravan drove straight in at the gate of the Marquis Palace. The guards at the door stood straight and saluted into the carriage. The 3 ladies of Marquis Luther, Hathaway and Beatrice, were waiting on the steps of the house. Marquis Luther got out of the car first. And then Soldak got out of the car and performed the knight salute to Mrs. Marion and the other 2 ladies. Hathaway and Beatrice stood behind, eyes wide open, unable to conceal the joy on their faces. Lady Marion did not expect that Marquis Luther would actually return to the Marquis mansion in the magic caravan with Soldak. She walked up to Marquis Luther and whispered to Marquis Luther, "Why didn't you send someone to inform us in advance so that I could prepare some dishes that echo the flavor of Helensa?" Marquis Luther loosened his collar button, walked up the steps, and said with a smile to Soldak behind him, "Dak, it seems that you will have to gradually adapt to the Bena City-style food in the future." Serdak followed behind and said quickly, "I actually like beignet-style barbecue and vegetable rolls." Then he added silently in his mind, "But I don't like fish stewed in peanut butter." When Lady Marion saw Marquis Luther and Soldak talking so casually, she smiled kindly at Soldak, and then called the housekeeper to whisper a few instructions. Mrs. Marion was obviously very familiar with the glorious deeds Soldak had recently done in the Ganbu Plain. When she looked at Soldak, her eyes were smiling and full of satisfaction. Even the other 2 wives of Marquis Luther, Mrs. Mabel and Mrs. Cece, looked at Soldak with envy and jealousy on their faces. Hathaway and Beatrice also looked surprised. They couldn't act too rude in front of everyone, so they could only step forward and hug Soldak tightly. Dinner is also the dinner of an ordinary noble family. Meat pie, vegetable soup and whole wheat bread. But there is also some precious Warcraft meat on the table. After dinner, Marquis Luther took Soldak to the study to continue chatting. But she was quietly stopped by Lady Marianne. Now is the hottest time of summer. The Marquis mansion was also very hot. Except for putting ice cubes in the bedroom. The stuffy room was like a sauna. In the evening, enjoying the cool air on the terrace or back garden is a good choice. Young lovers always have endless things to talk about. They share some interesting things in their recent lives with each other. And they also complain about the friends around them. Cerdak sat next to Beatrice's legs and told them about the battle and post-war restoration of Makuso City, as well as the town of Samp and the beautiful Bellenorma River. Hathaway and Beatrice lay on the wicker chairs with longing faces, listening to the stories quietly. Occasionally they would drink some ice juice. The three of them would lie by the swimming pool. The sun had already set. At this time, the wind would blow through the swimming pool, which would make it very cool. Both Hathaway and Beatrice had just taken a shower and were wearing loose linen petticoats, which were a bit conservative because they were in the back garden. Thea soaked in the swimming pool of the Marquis Luther's mansion. It seemed that the entire Marquis mansion would deliberately avoid the swimming pool to create a quiet space for Hathaway and Soldak. So Thea showed her unceremonious. He showed off his three-color fish tail and kept splashing in the swimming pool. Speaking of the battle on the Ganbu plain, Hathaway actually wanted to hear Soldak though tell the story of the Red Dragon. Serdak's explanation for this was, he has a volcanic land in the deserted land. Not only is it rich in sulfur mines, but there is also a secret room in the mountain cave that connects to the plain of Istander. It is there that he got to know the Red Dragon. And after feeding the red crystal many times, he established a deep friendship with the Red Dragon. So, are you a Dragon Knight? Beatrice asked curiously. It can't be counted yet. Dragon Knights also need to practice some combat skills. It doesn't mean that you can ride on a dragon, even if you are a Dragon Knight, Cerdak explained. Hathaway blinked her big green eyes, lifted up her thick and long curly hair, looked at the Naga mermaid in the swimming pool, and asked Cerdak curiously, Dake, didn't Miss Samira come with you this time? This time I brought back an infantry team, and she stayed outside the city as the leader, Soldak said casually. Speaking of this, I'm afraid it won't be long before I receive a pass to the battlefield. Sorry, I should have taken care of it before getting married. Hathaway blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly to Soldak, Triss and I have ordered wedding dresses, and the wedding invitations have been sent out early. Don't even think of using this excuse. Delay our wedding. How is that possible? Of course, I hope it will be as soon as possible. Soldak quickly sat on Hathaway's wicker chair, held her hand and said, At this time, Beatrice whispered to Soldak, Dak, my father wants to meet you. Soldak lowered his head and thought, yes, his daughter is going to marry him. But the number of times he has met Count Goffaro can only be counted on one hand. Thinking that the investiture ceremony would be held at the end of the month, the day after tomorrow. And since there was nothing important to do tomorrow, Soldak planned to visit Count Goffaro tomorrow. I am indeed a little rude about this. I will take time to visit Count Goffaro tomorrow morning, Cerdak promised Beatrice. He held Hathaway's slightly cold little hand and comforted Beatrice. He felt Beatrice's warm body hugging him tightly from behind. He couldn't help but think about what he would have done in his previous life. If he looked like this, he would be called a shameless scumbag. But in the lives of the nobles of the Green Empire, this seems to be nothing at all. The night was a bit hot, and Soldak's hands seemed to be sweating no matter where they were placed. The manor is dotted with towering ancient trees that are hundreds of years old. And you can feel the family heritage of an aristocratic family through the courtyard wall. Who could have imagined that when the Goffalo family was at its lowest, they almost had to sell the manor in order to be able to repay their foreign debts? Harvey Goffaro stood at the gate of the manor. He now had 2 mustaches on his lips, which made him very energetic. He was wandering around the iron gate in a crisp suit and looked mature. A lot of. Probably because of the ups and downs he has experienced over the past year. At least, he will not be as willful as before. Cerdak got off the magic caravan and walked over. Harvey took a deep breath, walked towards Soldak, and greeted him proactively. Hi, Soldak. Triss sent someone to deliver a letter this morning, saying that you will come this morning. Listen. Said you were in the Ganbu plain? Hi, Harvey. Long time no see. Soldak shook hands with Harvey and then patted him on the shoulder affectionately. Harvey immediately became more energetic when he saw Cerdak being so easygoing, and walked toward the manor with Cerdak. The guard at the door quickly pushed the big iron door open. When you walk into the gate of the manor, you can feel that the entire manor is much tidier than before. Many dilapidated places have been renovated, and there are more servants in the manor. Harvey, What have you been busy with recently? Soldak asked Harvey casually. It's just some deep processing of leather goods. The hard armor skins you sent were too large in quantity, and the market has been saturated since then. So I stocked up on some hard armor skins. I made some armors before, but now there are too many armors on the market. I switched to making cavalry training uniforms again, and I just received a batch of big orders recently, Harvey Goffalo said with some pride. What about Brunei? Harvey immediately said. The Brunei manager is still in charge of the leather goods business in the leather company. I only do some deep processing of leather goods here, Soldak then asked. Then can your workshop make the base material for magic pattern construction? Harvey hesitated for a moment and answered honestly. Well, not yet. The leatherworkers I found are good at making low-end leather goods, but their hands shake when making high-end leather armors. Soldak didn't expect Harvey to change so much in one fell swoop, so he asked again, Can you make the heavy cavalry's hard skin armor? Harvey's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Okay. Soldak put his arm around his shoulders and said, We can have a chat later when we have time. I just want to find someone to make 1,000 sets of heavy cavalry hard skin armor. If you are able to take the order, I won't have to find someone else. Before signing the contract, can I take a look? Your leather deep processing workshop? Of course. Harvey didn't hesitate, and then asked with envy, Duck, do you have so many cavalry now? Soldak just wanted to prepare some lightweight armor for the ancient Bolai horses on the Sai Roman Plateau. There are only 2 of his cavalry regiments in the military camp in Duodan town on the Belan Plain, and they currently have less than 1,000 people. The cavalry is not there yet, but the war horses are ready, Soldak said with a smile. The 2 walked into the main building of the manor talking and laughing. Count Goffaro was sitting alone in the living room, where there were several maids who were cleaning. When the maids saw Harvey walking in with Soldak, they all retreated. Soldak strode forward, saluted and greeted Count Goffaro. Count Goffaro's eyes no longer had the coldness and arrogance that would repel people thousands of miles away, but he still couldn't let go of his airs when he spoke. Viscount Soldak, I heard that you recently recovered the plain of Gonbu, Count Goffaro said, thinking about Beatrice's passionate embrace and whispers by the pool last night. She was probably worried that she would be ignored or look bad today, since he married someone else's daughter. Soldak felt that he should act like a junior, so he replied, With the help of the 13 Lord armies, we successfully repelled the H.L. evil on the Gonbu plain. Dog Legion. Count Goffaro nodded. The living room became quiet, and the situation was a bit awkward. Just at this time, the maid brought some tea, which relieved the atmosphere in the living room. Soldak, you did a good job, Count Goffaro said. Young people should wear armor and go into battle. In fact, I don't agree with Harvey doing business at such a young age. As a son of the Goffaro family, he should achieve some military exploits on the battlefield and inherit the title in the future. Harvey muttered to the side. In this investiture ceremony, Little Bonar bought the title with black magic crystal. When my leather business grows bigger, I can also buy back a count. What do you know? Only by going to the battlefield can you be tempered, both physically and mentally. Only by forming a lord's private army can you maintain your position as an earl. Count Goffaro snorted and reprimanded Harvey. Harvey sat on the sofa and remained silent. Count Goffaro did not continue talking. It seemed that similar disputes should have occurred between the 2 of them frequently. Count Goffaro seemed a little uninterested, so he said to Soldak, Since your wedding date has been set, if you marry the daughter of our Goffaro family, the Goffaro family will have to prepare some dowry. Of course, I can't just like Marquis Luther. I can give you a city of Root, but I can't even give you a small town. Soldak quickly stood up from the sofa and said immediately, If you are willing to marry your daughter to me, this is the greatest treasure you can give me. No wonder Beatrice thinks so highly of you. You can achieve such results and uphold the virtues of chivalry. This is the most valuable thing. Count Goffaro nodded slightly, stood up and said, You 2 come with me. With that said, Count Goffaro stood up and walked towards the 2nd floor. Soldak and Harvey looked at each other and followed behind. The Goffaro family has been in decline for so many years. Although there is nothing left, there are still some things. I will take them out now as a wedding gift to you and Triss, Count Goffaro said as he walked. There were some oil paintings of portraits hanging in the corridor on the 2nd floor, and there were some magic wall lamps on the wall. Count Goffaro walked to the end of the corridor and opened the door. It turned out to be a study room. The room was filled with bookshelves. There were rows of books on the bookshelves, making it look like a library. Count Goffaro walked to a bookshelf against the wall, pulled out a thick iron book with parchment, handed it to Soldak, and said, "Take this back. This is a notebook that records the fighting skills of this broadsword. The ancestors of the Gopher family are skilled in fighting with broadswords. The members of the first constructed swordsman group formed by the family are all swordsmen who are good at using broad-edged swords." Count Goffaro continued to walk inside and said as he walked, "An ancestor in the family had a sudden idea to form an order of construct knights. But then he went to the eastern continent and eloped with an elf. This notebook is his explanation of how construct knights and war horses share power. Oh, here's also a book of his experience. When he left the Goffaro family, he was just about to break through the 30-level bottleneck and become a great knight." Soldak took the thick notebook. Only then did he discover that the family inheritance of a noble family was not limited to blood, territory, army, wealth, manor, and magic pattern structures, but could also be knowledge and some precious experience notes. Chapter 1108 Buying Sheep. In the Green Empire, except for the Bena province, few noble lords would form an armored swordsman corps. In today's Green Empire, the mainstream legions are still the powerful constructed knights. The Green Empire was able to drive the Orc tribe to the Pi Plateau and squeeze the Dwarf Kingdom into the Plateau Mountains west of New Siakis. It was entirely due to the powerful construct knights. The Empire's construct knights completely overwhelmed them in terms of combat power. The Wolf Riders suppressing the Orcs. When the Orcs abandoned the ogres who lived by the sea, and the Cyclops took refuge in the Arete Mountains, the Orc tribe completely declined. The main reason why constructed knights crush constructed swordsmen in all directions is that constructed knights can share power with war horses through combat skills. That is to say, when marching, the knights can transfer their own strength and construct amplification power to the war horses, so that the war horses have more lasting physical strength and more powerful explosive power when charging. During the battle, the construct knights, it can be said to be one with the war horse. The second experience note that Goffalo gave to Cerdak recorded this part of his experience in detail. Even though Cerdak now has a second-turn magic pattern construct and a green-scaled horse, strictly speaking, he cannot be called a construct knight. Compared with the combat skills book on how to use a broadsword, this knight's notebook is more precious. Apparently Count Goffaro saw the Eisenhard light iron on his waist. This broad-edged sword is a rare magic pattern set weapon. It was slightly damaged in the battle with the evil Demon King, and it is quite troublesome to repair this kind of suit magic weapon. Probably because of the previous quarrel, Count Goffaro's mood became a little bad. After he gave his so-called daughter Beatrice's dowry to Soldak, he found an excuse and ended it hastily. This meeting, Harvey Goffalo sent Soldak to the gate. Cerdak stood on the side of the street and exhaled a long breath. Compared with the treatment he enjoyed at the Marquis Luther's mansion, it was a huge difference. However, before leaving, Count Goffaro still expressed his gratitude to Soldak in a vague way. The Goffaro family's fur business has improved greatly in the past year, which can be regarded as maintaining the last bit of dignity of the family. And regardless of despite the unpleasant quarrel with Harvey, he finally expressed that if possible, the Goffaro family would still form a private army of lords in the future, hoping that Cerdak could take care of Harvey on the battlefield. It can be seen that Count Goffaro still has a glimmer of hope for the family's revival. But Harvey, the heir to the Goffaro family, wants to do business, and he has no intention of participating in the Plain War. Soldak heard Hathaway talking about it last night. Many noble lords in the Bena province want their young people in the family to be promoted to nobility, so they have to lead private armies to participate in plain wars. If the family has a deep foundation and has accumulated a lot of wealth, they can spend a sum of money to buy the Black Devil crystal, then buy some unidentified black magic crystals in exchange for the opportunity to be promoted to a noble title. At least half of the 12 young earls who participated in the investiture ceremony this time had spent a sum of money from their families to purchase the black magic crystal. The black magic crystal is a unique crystal that is only owned by the Dark Legion of the Abyss. It is a type of magic core and almost grows in the skull of the Dark Warrior. It is different from other 4 series elemental magic crystals. Currently, the races in the Hell known to possess black magic crystals are the Nakma people, the Nibers Spider-Men, the Sinai Demons, and the Antibotus Faceless Men. It is said that among the 4 dark armies, the Nakma Legion is the most powerful. The Nibers Spider-Men are the most ferocious. The Sinai Demons have the largest number, and the Antibotus Faceless Men rule all dark seas. Only by killing the Dark Legion warriors can you obtain the black magic crystal. According to the recruitment order of Emperor Charles, If you have unidentified black magic crystal, you can obtain the corresponding military merit and be promoted to a noble title. The value of an unidentified black magic crystal is 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary black magic crystal. For a period of time, some noble lords wanted to buy black magic crystals to avoid the responsibility of losing their territory. The price of black magic crystals soared to 7 or 8 times that of normal magic crystals. Serdek had killed many evil spirits in the Warsaw Plain, and had also seen the unique magic core and black magic crystal. At the beginning, he had no idea that the black magic crystal was so valuable. The 12 young nobles, who were awarded honors this time in Bena province, basically spent a huge amount of black magic crystals to be promoted to counts. The only exception was Serdek. He recovered a lost plane and repelled an army of demons. In addition, he also formed a heavy armored infantry regiment of 20,000 people for the military. Hathaway also secretly told Serdek last night that Marquis Luther originally asked him to open up territory in the Belan Plain because he wanted him to quickly accumulate wealth and finally take the army to the Warsaw Plain, use the accumulated gold coins to buy black magic crystals, and eventually be promoted to a noble title. After the Bena coalition captured Leite City, the military believed that the war was over. No one expected that a space magician ran out and opened a door. And then a noble council member actually proposed to send some second-level powerhouses into the Ganbu Plain to capture Lord MacDonald. This matter was passed in the House of Representatives. A commando team composed of level 2 experts successfully sneaked into the Ganbu Plain and captured Lord MacDonald back to Bena City. Serdek actually seized this opportunity and successfully recovered half of the Ganbu Plain. As a result, 13 Lord armies later went to the Ganbu Plain to share the cake through Marquis Luther's relationship. Of course, this cake has to be divided. Some time ago, Marquis Luther asked the noble lords of the Bena province to jointly recommend Serdek to become a noble. These noble lords are among them. Now it seems that the benefits brought by the signature of this recommendation letter to these lords are really considerable. However, the biggest beneficiary of this plain war is of course Serdek, who suddenly obtained a rich land equivalent to half a plain, and also owned Makuso City, although it was a beaten city. But this is definitely a potential stock. Just like planting a fruit tree. No matter how much you invest now, once it grows into a towering tree in the future, you may get it back tenfold. A magic caravan slowly stopped on the road. Thea pushed open the door of the car and stuck her head out from inside to wave to Serdek. Serdek quickly walked over and boarded the magic caravan. Thea was sitting in the carriage, holding a small folding fan in her hand. She walked towards Serdek with a smile and asked, "Boss, how was your conversation with Count Gofellow? I saw Beatrice's face this morning. You look worried. Have you ever been treated coldly in the manor?" Serdek put the experience notes he was holding into his magic waist bag, leaned on the sofa, and enjoyed the cool breeze from Thea's fan, and said casually, "That's not true. After all, we still have some business cooperation. And now everyone wants to maintain this harmonious relationship." Thea sat back on the sofa opposite and said with some disappointment, "Then I was looking forward to it in vain." The magic caravan walked slowly on the street, and Sia patted her fair forehead and asked Serdek, "Where are we going next?" Serdek didn't expect to escape so early, and he didn't want to go back so early. After thinking about it, he said, "Go to Bena City Magic Free Market," Sia told the coachman, and the magic caravan gradually accelerated amidst the crisp sound of the whip. The Magic Free Market in Bena City is the largest magic item trading place in the province of Bena. From Warcraft materials to magic books, from magic gems to magic scrolls, a wide variety of items are sold. Many great mages occasionally come to Free Market, find some treasures in the market. The market is crowded with various food stalls, and the market is very lively with crowds of people. Serdek and Sia got off the carriage, and Sia was immediately attracted by this lively scene. Serdek followed the flow of people and walked inside, while Thea followed obediently. It wasn't until she walked to a row of ingredients piled with various animal meats and fish and walked around that the pale Sia truly understood the recipes of the Bena people, who really dared to eat anything. In comparison, she found that the food eaten by the two-headed ogre brothers was quite normal. There was no uterus soaked in a jar or smelly feces in the stomach pouch. Sia discovered that there were actually people who stuffed a white rhizome into their mouths and chewed it like sugar cane, and then spit it into the jar for fermentation. It was said that the sour and smelly paste sold in front of them was chewed and spit into it a week ago. It's fermented in a jar. Yuck! Sandy's butcher shop's business is very booming. with more than a dozen stalls in a row filled with fresh meat. He has rented these stalls and hired a dozen butchers to sell the meat together. In this butcher shop, the chilled Warcraft ingredients from the Belan Plain have become the main products on the stall. In addition, Sia also found some flesh and blood of the three-headed Dog King that exuded the aura of the demon clan. This kind of food can be said to be poison to ordinary magicians, but for some black magicians, it is said to be a rare magic ingredient. There is also a small group of black magicians in Bena City. Not all black magicians are members of the Black Magic Monastery. They also have their own small group and usually live a low-key life in Bena City. Thea felt that the magic sealing box on the meat case looked familiar, as if she had helped Surdak break down the Dog King. Unexpectedly, these monster meats were actually placed in the magic-free market in Bena City. Surdak stood in front of the meat stall. The butcher in front of the stall was rubbing his belt on the butcher knife. When he saw Surdak looking around casually, he knew that he didn't particularly want to buy. He didn't want to buy anything. I ignored him, but out of professional instinct I reluctantly asked, "Sir, what do you want to buy?" Our butcher shop specializes in red ant meat. Eating red ant meat regularly can increase your strength and allow you to marry 2 more wives. Surdak happened to look up and saw the plaque of Sanders' butcher's shop. It looked like a HS magazine, concisely explaining the effects that eating red ant meat for half a month can achieve. Sia raised her head following Suldak's gaze, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Surdak waved his hand and said casually, "I almost vomited after eating this. I don't want to buy anything. Is Xander here? Look for our boss. He just came here. He should be in the house over there." The butcher immediately pointed to a wooden house and said to Soldak. Soldak walked over with Sia. Someone passed the news on first. Xander was shirtless and squeezed out of the door like a mountain of meat. His face was so fat that his features were almost squeezed together. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who's looking for me?" Xander was obviously fatter than before, with a beer belly, which made Soldak very doubtful whether he could see his brother when he peed. Through the gap in the wooden door, he saw the figure of a woman in the wooden house. This bastard actually bought 2 bunny girls with red eyes and bunny orc blood, and his life began to become more refined. Now Xander seems to rarely use the butcher knife. He rushes back and forth between the warehouse and the market every day. When Xander saw Surdak, he wanted to rush up to him and give him a big bear hug, but unfortunately his stomach was a little in the way. Xander wanted to invite Surdak to come and sit in the wooden house, but he looked at the wooden house with some embarrassment, and with a friendly smile on his face, he said to Soldak, "Mr. Dark, there are many people here. We still can't. Let's go find a restaurant outside the market and sit down." Surdak didn't want to take Thea to Sander's kennel, so he nodded and agreed. After Sander and Surdak disappeared in front of the butcher stall, the butcher in charge of selling meat poked the butcher next to him with a surprised look on his face and said, "This is the first time I've been here for so long that I see the boss smiling so kindly." Surrounding the area around the magic-free market, there are some restaurants, hotels, and pubs. Near noon, Sandy took Soldak to find a high-end restaurant nearby, and chose a secluded corner near the back street. From the window, he could just see the street trees on the back street, and the green trees where there are not many pedestrians in the back streets of Een, and there is no sewage flowing across the street as expected. Soldak casually ordered some food and asked Sander, "How is the business of the butcher shop recently?" Sander found that Surdak's taste seemed to have changed, and he became more fond of fish. Before, he always liked to order barbecue every time he ate. It was very cool in the restaurant. Sander sat down and wiped the oil and sweat on his face with a handkerchief, and said casually, "Business has been good recently, but the supply of red and meat has been shrinking recently. Sometimes at the butcher shop, sales have to be restricted. It's probably because there are more and more adventurous groups at the Chain Bridge camp, and there are fewer red ants that need to be cleaned up by the garrison. I'll ask about the specific situation when Andrew comes over in a few days." Soldak said casually, "Sander, I need you to help me with something here in Bena City." Xander said cheerfully, "Lord Dark, just give me your orders. I'm going to buy a group of cattle and sheep in the Belan Plain recently. I need you to take care of it in Bena. It's best to organize some people to help me send it to Leite City. I'm worried that the herdsmen there are not familiar with the situation here." Soldak revealed his recent purchasing plan. Sander patted his generous chest and said, "No problem. Don't worry. I will definitely deliver a lot of them safely. Lord Duck, how many sheep and cows did you buy?" "There are not many cows, but there are a lot of sheep." Soldak said calmly. This time I plan to buy 20,000 cows and 200,000 sheep. Xander had a calm smile on his face at first. But when he heard clearly, he was completely dumbfounded and almost sat down on the ground. Chapter 1109 The Ogre's Flaming Knife. Cerdak was going to buy a batch of cattle and sheep in the Belan Plain and transport them to the Sai Rumen Plateau in the Gombu Plain. Beta City is the largest transfer station. Once the cattle and sheep arrive in Ruder City, everything will be simple. In Beta City, portal passes can be obtained through connections in the military department. But if such a large group of cattle and sheep are to be successfully transported to Rit City, the herdsmen of the Belan Plain simply cannot do it. Sandy has been selling meat in Beta City for a long time and often comes into contact with some livestock dealers. So he should have a good understanding of how to deal with herds of cattle and sheep. Later, Soldak took Sia to the Brunei manager's first store. The fur goods store has actually added some stores. This is a fur goods wholesale business. There are not that many customers, but four-wheeled carriages filled with fur goods often come out of the backyard. It can be seen that the fur goods business of the store is not bad. When I walked into the door of the business, I saw a specimen of a ghost-striped soldier ant standing in the hall. Seeing the soldier ants raising their tentacles reminded Cerdak of the life in Doden Town. A young maid came up and asked Soldak in a low voice, "My lord, what do you need?" Soldak shook his head and said, "I just took a look." The young maid was so depressed that she almost cried. The young waiters who greet guests at the door take turns greeting guests. They will receive a small commission bonus based on the amount of money the guests spend in the store. The first few customers came to the leather goods store and bought more or less something. They finally got a place in line. But this customer actually just took a look. Seeing that Cerdak had already walked into the trading house, she didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly followed him. Where Soldak looked, the young maid introduced what this kind of leather was suitable for, without mentioning anything. The price of leather did not persuade Soldak to buy some leather goods. Cerdak turned to look at a piece of salamander leather hanging on the wall, and walked closer to take a look. The young maid's companion gave her a hint and asked her to sell at least one or two kinds of leather. The young maid hesitated for a moment, followed Soldak, and stood behind and said, "This salamander skin is a sample. If you need salamander skin, our store also sells it. But it must be booked in advance. The general cycle is about 2 months." Cerdak smiled and nodded, and continued to move forward with Thea. The shop stocked a lot of magic antelope skins and swamp giant crocodile leathers, and they seemed to be of good quality. The young maid became quiet again, while Soldak was walking away. His companions behind him caught up and reminded him, "You can't sell like this. You should get closer. Secretly hug his arm. Speak kindly, and smile sweetly. A little." The young maid rolled her eyes at her companion with a depressed expression, and then hurriedly followed. The Brunei manager was introducing leather goods to a group of customers. He glanced to the side and happened to see Soldak. So he quickly asked the supervisor next to him to continue introducing the leather goods in the company to him. And he hurried to Soldak. "Come and salute Cerdak respectfully." The young maid's eyes widened. She didn't expect that she was the Brunei manager's guest. Soldak smiled and asked the Brunei manager, who was full of excitement, "How is business recently?" The manager of Brunei said with some embarrassment, "The trading house has always had sufficient supply of goods, and it is the first-hand new goods shipped directly from the hunting grounds. If we can't make money like this, then we people should get a different job." The Brunei manager personally accompanied Soldak and asked, "Do you have any orders this time?" Cerdak said casually, "This time I am back to Bena City to do some errands. I stopped by to take a look. I have a batch of leather goods for you." The Brunei manager quickly brought Soldak and Sia to a spacious reception room. The young maid prepared some refreshments with insight, and Soldak also took out some magic sealing boxes from the magic belt bag and placed them in the reception room. The Brunei manager opened the magic box and saw the reddish-brown fur inside, which felt a bit strange. He reached out and touched it but couldn't tell what the fur was. So he asked, "These are?" Cerdak smiled and said, "Dog fur has a certain degree of fire resistance." Then he pointed to another magic sealing box and introduced, "These are shadow magic skins, which are good materials for making tents." The Brunei manager was completely speechless. In the Green Empire, due to the well-preserved inheritance of fire magic, there are a large number of fire magicians. It is for this reason that all magic items related to the fire element are more than twice as expensive as other similar items. These god furs are of course in hot demand in Bena City. I don't know how many magicians want a magic robe with natural fire resistance, so there is no need to worry about selling this kind of fur. Besides, I also need your help with something. Soldak then told about his plans to buy cattle and sheep in the Belan Plain. The Brunei manager did not have an exaggerated expression like Sander. Instead, he said with a relaxed face, I happen to know a lot of fur traders, and I know how they do it. Basically, they transport their livestock to the stables outside Benin City, and then send them to the slaughterhouse in batches. I know there are livestock gathering places outside the city. When the time comes, we'll stock up there first, and then rush to Reuter in batches. Hearing the Brunei manager say this, Soldak was completely relieved. Seeing that it was still early, Sirdak took a magic caravan to the outside of the city to visit the half-elf archer Samira and the ogre Gulaitum, who lived in the camp. There were almost no people on the playground at the military camp, but a group of soldiers surrounded the archery range. Samira was wearing salamander leather armor instead of magic pattern structure. She was wearing a tight-fitting fiery red leather armor that set off her beautiful figure. She held an alloy bow in her hand and stood at the first target position of the shooting range. A group of soldiers cheered. Sirdak and Sia walked over, and Sia said to Soldak, I'm looking for Gulaitum. After saying that, he ran towards the camp. There were several archers standing in a row with Samira. Judging from their training uniforms, they should be the archers stationed there. At this moment, they were sweating profusely from losing. Samira obviously had no intention of letting them go easily. She raised her hand and shot another arrow. The arrow flashed a white light in the air and was firmly nailed to the 50 the bullseye meters away. Once again, won applause from the surroundings. Although several archers also had a few arrows stuck in the bullseye, there were also some arrows stuck around the target. It was obvious that they had lost this contest of archery skills, and they refused to shoot the arrow. Samira also wanted to say something sarcastic to the archers. When she turned around, she happened to see Sirdak outside the wall of the archery range and glanced at the dejected archers. He stretched out his hand and handed the alloy bow to the young warrior who was watching, and encouraged him in a hoarse voice. Practice hard. As long as you improve your arm strength and eyesight, it is not difficult to surpass them. After saying that, he held the low wall with one hand and jumped out of the archery range. When Soldak met, he teased Samira. You have already turned your eagle eye for the second time, and you still go to bully those archers. Otherwise, how can we pass the boring time? Samira walked in the military camp, attracting countless eyes wherever she passed. Sirdak discovered that there were almost no female archers in the military camp. So he suggested, if you don't want to live with me in Benin City, why don't you give yourself a holiday and go back to Guatemala to have a look? The half-elf archer rarely rolled his light red eyes, stopped, looked at Soldak with a smile and said, Then, Mommy asked me why I came back? Do you want me to tell her that the boss is getting married and feels that our stay in Benin City is an eyesore? When a woman is unreasonable, even though she is a female subordinate, Sirdak can't help but feel a little dizzy. You know that's not what I meant. Samira gave Sirdak a smile. I didn't mean to contradict you. Gulaitum and his good brother Nailware were sitting at the door of the cafeteria, eating toasted wheat cake smeared with meat sauce and drinking steaming cream soup. These camps outside the city can also be called military stations. Accommodation here is free, but eating will cost money. As long as you can get the money, the canteen here can even make some small dishes, such as the pate and cheese in the hands of the ogre, toasted wheat cakes, creamy mushroom, and chicken bisque. I've told you several times, but if you don't want to tell him, then I'll go and tell him. Dak won't refuse. Nohar supported his chin with one hand and said with a melancholy look on his face, as if he had no appetite. Gulaitum ate and drank heartily, and said, I also knew he wouldn't refuse. It was because of this that I didn't say anything. You also know that Dak and I had agreed at the beginning that I would follow him around the world and eat all the delicacies there. Not including other. Isn't life pretty good now? He didn't take the initiative to give me things, and I don't want to take the initiative to ask for them. Thea washed her face at the sink at the entrance of the canteen, with water drops still hanging on her face and hair. There is no way. The summer in Benin City is so hot. Hey, what are you talking about again? Sia stuck her head out from behind and asked the ogre brothers. The ogre obviously didn't notice Sia and asked in surprise. Sia, why are you back? Hee hee. I just came to see how you are doing here. What do you want to say to the boss? Thea has a good relationship with Gulaitum. Occasionally, when she doesn't want to walk, she will sit on the ogre on the shoulders. Nothing, Gulaitum said. I want to ask Dak for a fireball life magic pattern. Good brother Nawar took the opportunity to say to Sia, I know. I will help you with this matter. Sia promised the ogre brothers. He turned around and found Serdek and told him about it. Serdek patted his forehead. He had a premonition when he was in Makuso City. In those few days, the ogre brothers were wandering around in front of him and behind him when they had nothing to do. But he didn't expect that the ogre brothers would be because of this incident. And confused. You should have told me earlier. There is no need to hesitate. If Thea hadn't told me, I would have been kept in the dark, Serdek said to the two-headed ogre brothers. It's not a problem for me. Then he rubbed his forehead and asked the ogre brother. But have you ever thought about it? As your strength continues to grow, your own totem patterns will be all over your body. Where will this life magic pattern be colonized? The specific distribution of the totem patterns on our bodies is actually controllable. I plan to make some space to colonize the fireball technique. Right here. Naohua patted his neck. The ogre had a very exaggerated neck deltoid muscle. Serdek asked curiously. The magic pattern of life of the fireball technique can fire out fireballs in an instant. Naohua, is your magic power enough for the fireball technique? Naohua patted her chest and said. Of course. Although the volume of my magic pool is not large. The magic recovery speed of the ogre family is not bad. Besides, once the magic power is consumed, the fireball spell will stop at most. With this magic pattern, I can save the time every time. Every time you cast a spell, you have to recite the wrapping incantation. This is the most critical point. If you think about it, of course, there is no problem with me. Soldek patted the magic pocket and said, and my magic pocket contains the fireball technique life magic pattern. The colonization process is also very fast. How about trying to acquire one now? I guess it won't delay your dinner. Okay. Naohua couldn't wait. Serdek's magic pattern colonization was carried out in the military camp. Now the process of colonizing the magic skin is already a programmed operation for Serdek. And he will soon colonize this piece of magic skin into his food. Behind the second deltoid muscle on the right side of the human demon. After the magic skin was successfully colonized, Naohua couldn't wait to run to the training field with a stone wall. With the ogre's feet surging and the red 8-pointed star magic pattern formation. A series of fireballs came from the ogre. The chest flew out. After only a few fireballs flew out, the flame in his chest suddenly stopped. Naohua smiled awkwardly at everyone and said, I didn't control the size of the fireball just now, which caused the mana consumption to be too high and couldn't be replenished. This time, I control the fireball and make it slightly smaller when shaping. I guess it will be fine. This time, Naohua can indeed cast fireballs continuously. But each small fireball is only as big as an egg. When it hits the stone wall opposite, it is extinguished instantly. It has no power at all. At most, it is like fireworks used for performances at a party. The power is a bit low this time. I think it's because the casting distance is a bit far. If the controlled fireball is released closer, the power of the flames may be greater. Brainflower once again made a slight adjustment to his magic. Many warriors had gathered at the scene to watch the excitement. They originally thought that the ogre was a good wielder of a stick. But they did not expect that he could actually control magic. Everyone gathered around the field with curious expressions on their faces. While everyone was waiting patiently, a tongue of flame flew out from the palm of the ogre's hand 3 meters away. It looked like a flaming knife that was slightly curved upward. It could not be seen for a moment. No power. Chapter 11:10 Magic Test 1. Gulaitum immediately teased his good brother Naohua and said, I'm talking about brains. If you learn this, then we won't have to collect firewood when we barbecue in the future. Naohua was in an excited state and told Gulaitum happily, don't underestimate it. Barbecuing is just a minimal function of it. This flame jet is very powerful. Gulaitum was obviously not very satisfied with Naohua's flame spray, and said critically, but it can't spray far. It's such a close distance. If there is an opponent, why don't we smash it flat with a stick? Naohua didn't care about that. He fired a series of fireballs continuously until the fire completely failed. And then he stopped without wanting to finish. The warriors watching on the sidelines were almost dumbfounded. An ogre, who was obviously known for his strength and physical strength, actually mastered fire magic. Is there anything else that the two brothers didn't know? In the future, if you encounter an evenly matched opponent, if you can unexpectedly spray out a burst of flames, it might be a good way to break the situation. Serdek stood beside Gulaitum and encouraged Naohua. That's it. That's what I think. Duck, you just spoke to my heart. Naohua waved his fist excitedly and shouted. Then, they left the training ground arm in arm with Serdek. Samira and Sia followed the two of them. Sia looked around curiously. obviously very curious about the military camp. Surdak said to Gulitem. I always thought that the totem magic pattern on your body would conflict with the life magic pattern. So I never mentioned the magic pattern colonization for you. Now it seems that the effect is pretty good. I still have the ghost pattern and queen, and the magic pattern in my hand. The Crypt Lord's advanced life magic patterns are for mental and life recovery respectively. If you want to colonize another advanced life magic pattern, it should be no problem given your body's carrying capacity. Gulitem said very freely. I'll forget it. I'm afraid that if I get used to relying on external forces, I will become lazy. Besides, the way the ogre grows in strength relies on constant eating. So for the time being, I don't want to rely on colonization to improve myself. Maybe it's because I haven't encountered the high-level life magic pattern that I think must be colonized. Actually, I think Nahor is more suitable for the magic pattern of the ghost pattern and queen. But he prefers the fireball technique life magic pattern. So let him follow his wishes. Surdak didn't expect that Gulitem would actually say such words. He looked quite big, but he didn't expect that his thoughts were quite delicate. It's you, Dak. Are you ready for your second magic pattern cloak? The first Dragon Bone Adam's apple made me unable to wear the magic pattern armor for a long time. I think it's better to wait. I'm about to enter the big battlefield. I don't want to be unable to wear the magic pattern armor when I enter the big battlefield. Surdak hesitated and expressed his concerns. That's because you forcibly crossed the levels to colonize and equip. If you follow the steps, there should be no problem, Ogre Gulitem said. I'll think about it again. By the way, I can go to the Bena City Magic Guild to test my current carrying capacity. And I can also visit the two great mages Morrison and Harper. Surdak said at this time, thinking of it. I wanted to make a set of thicker armor for Gulitem. After all, he was going to a big battlefield. Naturally, he had to be fully prepared at this time. So he said, By the way, Gulitem, I'm going to let someone go. Let me build you a stronger armor. What style do you like? Gulitem currently wears armor with some thick armor pieces connected by chains. And he also has an ice armor. So he has never thought about the specific style. The ogre was a little embarrassed. Me? I have no idea at all in my mind. Why don't we go to the market and have a look? If there is a finished armor, it is better than the long wait in the customization process. Speaking of which, I seem to be getting more and more impatient recently. Surdak had no choice but to go to the magic market to try his luck. He said, Then let's go to the market tomorrow. But with a body shaped like yours, I guess it won't be easy to buy. Surdak and Sia chatted with the Ogre brothers for a while in a military camp. Samira still didn't want to live in Bena City. At the gate of the military camp, she saw the magic caravan driven by Surdak and Sia leaving the military camp. Samira turned back. The smile on her face faded a little, and she walked slowly to the archery range. The lively archery range suddenly became quiet. The archers lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to meet Samira's eyes. Samira came to the first target position in the archery range. The archer was so frightened that he quickly held his longbow and ran away. The Bena City Magic Guild is not a magic tower, but a huge complex of magic buildings. There are nearly 1,000 magicians living in this area. There is a large complex of buildings behind the Magic Red Guild, which is the residential area for these magicians. Most of the magicians in Bena City live here, because the magic public facilities here are relatively complete. Especially there are many street shops. If you want to buy some magic potions, magic parchment or magic scrolls temporarily, you only need to walk a few steps outside the residential area. If you walk far away, you can see a row of such shops. In addition, most magicians work in the Magic Guild, and it is also very close to the Magic Guild from here. Surdak and Thea stepped off the magic caravan in front of the magic square. It was already afternoon. There is a large fountain in the square, surrounded by some statues and green trees, so it is cooler here than other places. Every time Sia sees the fountain, her eyes will light up. His eyes were filled with the urgent feeling of, I can't wait to jump in and flutter a few times. There's no way around it. It's simply too hot in Bena City in July and August. Although it's impossible to be so presumptuous. But with her strong affinity for the water element, Sia can control a water column from the fountain to reach her head. And then the thin water column turns into mist at the top of her head, nourishing the skin of the hair shaft. The water mist looks like a colorful rainbow surrounding Sia in the sunlight. When the magicians passed by Sia, they frequently exclaimed in amazement and cast admiring glances, because what they saw was the exquisite water control technique. There were a lot of people in the square, and soon someone came to Sia. Along the way, someone even took the initiative to invite Thea to a private magician salon gathering. Some people stepped forward and stuffed invitations into Sia's hands. Some were invitations from adventure groups and mercenary groups. And some were invitations from some lord armies. Since Serdek defeated the demon army in the Ganbu Plain, the mage group has also played a great role, making the noble lords more clearly aware of the importance of forming a mage group. Of course, among many magicians, water magicians with hydrotherapy skills are highly sought after, especially a female magician like Sia who is very good-looking. She is simply the first choice of noble lords.
Actually, I don't understand why they don't think differently. I never thought of this.
Soldek patted his forehead and kept talking to himself.
What's wrong?
Sia asked with a confused look on her face. Serdek told Sia what he had just thought.
Actually, Jana mermaid slaves are not difficult to buy in the slave market of Bena City. If I buy them back and sign a contract with them, as long as they work for me for 5 years, I will return their freedom. Tell me if any Naga is willing to work for me. My requirements are not high, as long as you can use hydrotherapy.
Thea rolled her eyes fiercely. Her blue eyes were very smart.
Do you think every Naga mermaid can become a spellweaver?
Serdek said with some confusion.
It's not what you said to me. Your Jana language is the same as the ancient Elvish language. So Jana mermaids learn magic spells as easily as eating and talking.
Sia stood by the pool, put her hands on her slender waist, and said very speechlessly,
I did say so. But it is just a magic spell. A complete magic, which consists of the source of magic, the magic pattern array, and the magic spell. It is composed of 3 elements, water. I did not say that Nagas also need to resonate with the water element in order to learn magic.
Serdek looked shocked.
Does this mean that not all Jana can do magic? Of course.
Sia immediately acted like she was looking at an idiot. Serdek waved his hand and said,
Okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything. No. You said so.
At this time, Sia just held Soldek's arm and didn't let go.
What did I say?
Soldek looked confused. Sia hummed softly and said,
You said you wanted to rescue the Naga slaves in the slave market.
Every time she wants to act coquettish, her voice sounds a bit like singing. Soldek just needed professional medical personnel and did not want to raise fish. So he immediately refused.
My house doesn't have such a big swimming pool. I wouldn't buy those Naga mermaids from slave traders and put them back into the sea. Even if I have this idea, at least I need to have a certain financial strength. Okay.
Seeing that Sia was still dissatisfied, he quickly explained again.
Look at Makusuo now. The only thing you can be thankful for is that no one is starving to death.
Snort. The Magic Guild in Bena City is a 4-story oval tower. Although there are only 4 floors, each floor is very high, like a palace built for giants. The entire perimeter of the Wizard Tower is covered with various reliefs. Serdek walked into the Magic Tower and took out a sign to a magic apprentice at the reception desk in the lobby on the 1st floor of the Magic Tower. This was given to Soldek by Archmage Morrison when he was in Makuso City. With such a metal plate, it would be more convenient to come to the Magic Guild to do things or find people. Otherwise, he would meet the Archmage of the Magic Guild. Basically all require an appointment. And sometimes the appointment may even be scheduled several months later. The female magic apprentice immediately became very friendly and asked,
How can I help you? I would like to visit Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper,
Soldek said. The female magic apprentice wears a set of gray and white striped devotional robes. This is the best set of magic robes that a magic apprentice can wear. The stripes have no aesthetic value at all. Soldek thinks they look a bit like the long uniforms of the Argentine football team. However, Serdek was experienced in the magic union. The female magic apprentice turned around and walked to a row of metal copper pipes. She first pulled the hanging rope next to it, and then moved to a copper pipe and faced it. The copper pipe said, Maya. She spoke very fast, and Serdek's eyes kept falling on these copper pipes. He didn't expect that the world even had such tools for communicating. Not long after waiting, a female magician appeared at the top of the stairs and walked towards the front desk of the hall.
Archmage Morrison went to the Imperial capital to visit his teacher. I'm afraid it will take at least a month to come back. Archmage Harper is in the law enforcement group. You must be Lord Praetor Soldek. I am Maya, Archmage Harper's student. The teacher is waiting for you upstairs.
This female magician named Maya looks very slim. She has light makeup on her face and long hair shawl. She looks very demure at first glance. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the stairs. Serdek hurriedly followed Maya. Along the way, there were always people saying low to Maya. It was obvious that she also had a high status in the Magic Union. It seems that there are only 4 floors of the Magic Guild, but the internal space is actually very large. After climbing to the 4th floor, the 3 of them walked along the corridor for a long time.
Teacher Harper often mentions you, saying that if you could awaken the magic pool, you must be a rare magician,
Maya said as she walked. Soldak said quickly.
How is Archmage Harper doing lately?
Maya glanced at Soldak lightly.
Well, he's just a little busy. Recently, he gathered a group of students to repair a batch of magic pattern structures.
Soldak suddenly didn't know what to say. Sure enough, Archmage Harper was in a large classroom-like magic laboratory. There were 9 experimental tables opposite. Each experimental table was piled with some magic patterns. 9 young magicians were holding magic in their hands. The engraving pen is concentrating on repairing the magic pattern. Archmage Harper was on the podium. When he saw Surdak coming in from the outside, he quickly walked down from the experimental table and greeted Surdak warmly.
Duck, I think you should arrive in Bena City in the next few days. No matter how busy you are, the award ceremony is still a big event.
Soldak quickly stepped forward and saluted Archmage Harper. Archmage Harper thought that Surdak was here to get the magic pattern structures. But obviously the repair work of these magic pattern structures had not been completed. So he asked Surdak,
Dak, when are you going to leave Bena?
Soldak thought about the wedding on August 10th and replied,
It will probably take until at least mid-August.
Archmage Harper counted the time and said,
Oh, there is enough time. Remember to come to my place again before leaving.
Surdak immediately bowed and agreed.
Okay, Archmage Harper.
Maya brought 2 cups of tea. After thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing to talk about. Archmage Harper said casually,
By the way, Morrison is going to the Imperial capital. It will take about a month, or it may take a little longer. I just heard about this.
After Soldak finished speaking, he directly explained the purpose of his visit.
Archmage Harper, I want to ask you for something. What's the matter with you? Tell me.
Archmage Harper asked cheerfully. Surdak quickly said,
I want to test the carrying capacity of my magic pattern structure. I don't know if the Magic Guild can test it.
Maya, who was standing next to him, looked at Surdak with a strange expression. Archmage Harper was a little surprised.
That's it? Are there other things?
Soldak shook his head honestly and said,
No more.
Archmage Harper rubbed his forehead, then waved his hand, and said to the female magician next to him,
Maya, take Dak to the testing hall.
Chapter 1111 Magic Test 2. After walking out of the magic laboratory, the female magician Maya asked Surdak,
Actually, the test hall of the Magic Guild has always been open to the public. After all, every Construct Knight needs to test his own carrying capacity. Lord Archon Soldak, have you never tested your carrying capacity?
Only then did Surdak understand why Maya's expression was so strange. It turned out to be strange that he didn't even know the test hall of the Magic Guild.
Well, indeed not,
Soldak said. In fact, except that he had tested his level at the Knight Academy in Helensa City, he had very little information on this kind of information.
Each magic pattern structure is marked with the required carrying capacity. Only by testing its own carrying capacity can you choose what kind of magic pattern structure you want to wear. Measuring the carrying capacity allows warriors to choose a structure that is more suitable for them.
Pretend, Maya explained in a low voice to Surdak. Surdak felt that this test was probably prepared for those very wealthy nobles. The magic pattern construction is so expensive, and ordinary knights with constructions have no right to choose. There were not many people in the testing hall. Maya brought Surdak to an old magician. There was a magic crystal ball in front of the old man, and 3 2-meter-high hexagonal testing crystal pillars behind him. When the old magician saw Maya approaching with Surdak and Sia, he asked,
Maya, why are you here? These two?
Sia saluted the old magician and said,
Mr. Carver, this is Mr. Harper's guest, Archon Soldak. Please help me do a bearing capacity test.
The old magician pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, then looked at Soldak seriously, and then said seriously,
Okay, Lord Archon, please take off your magic pattern structure. Oh, it is actually Eisenhard. I have seen this second-level magic pattern structure in a magic book. It is very classic. You should be a level 2 powerhouse to be able to wear this set of magic patterns. So you need a level 2 magic crystal test.
With the help of Thea, Surdak took off the magic pattern structure on his body and stood on a round platform wearing a linen shirt. The collar of the thin linen shirt revealed a large scar left by burns. The old magician said in surprise,
Are these burns all over your body?
Surdak turned around and lifted up his clothes to reveal his back, which also contained large scars from burns. The old magician explained.
It's really a blessing from the goddess of luck that you can survive such a severe burn. Has anyone told you that after you successfully advance to a second-level powerhouse in this situation, you will not be able to build a magic pattern structure on your body?
So the magic pattern array cannot directly amplify your body.
Hearing what the old magician said, Maya also turned her head and looked over. Seeing the burn scars exposed on Serdak's collar and back, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Serdak said calmly,
I know this.
Thea had already seen the scars on Serdak's body, but compared to the Naga men who were covered in green scales and spikes, Thea felt that these scars were not that ugly. The old magician was silent for a moment and then said,
When facing other second-level warriors, you have to be careful, because you only have the attribute increase on the constructed armor, while other second-level warriors have even strengthened their bodies.
Serdak immediately thanked.
Thank you for reminding.
The old magician then slapped his forehead hard, remembering that when Maya introduced the other party's identity before, she said he was the consul, which meant that he was at least the lord of a city. The old magician continued,
Okay, stand up, put your hands on the sides of the crystal pillar, and just relax like this. The magic load will continue to be added to you. Don't be nervous. It will stop when it reaches the limit of...
Serdak nodded, closed his eyes, placed his hands on the magic crystal pillars as instructed by the old magician, took 2 deep breaths, and put himself in the same state as before meditation. Magic runes emerged from the magic crystal pillars. These runes formed a magic pattern array, like shackles falling on Serdak's body. This magic crystal has a total of 6 facets. When the first facet is completely lit up by the magic pattern, the adjacent second facet also slowly lights up.
Generally speaking, a strong second-level man who can wear the second-level magic pattern structure can light up at least 3 sides. So the old magician stood aside and waited quietly. Sure enough, Serdak also lit up 3 sides. After the facet, the 4th facet only lit up 3/4 of the time, and the magic line stopped extending. The old magician waited for a while, and then said,
Okay, that's all. Your carrying capacity is currently 37 moles. This set of Eisenhardt is considered the suit with the lowest carrying capacity among the second-level magic pattern suits. As long as it has a carrying capacity of 20 moles, you can afford this set of magic pattern structures. So you want to match it with other as for a single magic pattern construct. As long as the total amount does not exceed 37 moles, it doesn't matter.
Serdak walked down from the round platform and naturally thanked the old magician. Then he thought that he had tested the carrying capacity, but he still didn't know how much carrying capacity those magic patterns of life required. So he asked Sia,
If I had a few more magic patterns and want to know what their required carrying capacity is, how should I measure it?
Maya asked with a surprised look on her face.
Do you want to test the load-bearing capacity required by the magic pattern structure? That test method is exactly the opposite of the principle here in the test hall. And the test is simpler, but that one is not open to the public, because only the drawing-only magicians can use the magic pattern array. Do you have any magic pattern structures that don't have load-carrying capacity requirements, but you can't wear them? So you want to know how much load-carrying capacity you need to increase before you can wear them?
Before Serdak could answer, she readily agreed and said,
I can help you with this.
Serdak immediately said to Maya,
Thank you so much.
After the female magician, Maya said goodbye to the old magician. She took Serdak and Sia out of the testing hall and came to a place where the plaque on the door marked the special testing room for inscription masters.
After every inscription master makes a magic pattern structure, he will take it here for magic testing. There are many types of testing, such as mana efficiency conversion ratio, continuous mana burning, magic resistance, etc. After all, these are too bad. It cannot be regarded as a qualified magic pattern construct. The magic carrying capacity test is also one of them. But this kind of test crystal is very cheap, and many inscription masters will prepare it. In fact, I also have one, but I keep it at home. If I am in the Magic Guild, it is most convenient to come here,
Maya explained to Serdak. With that said, he led Serdak and Sia into the testing room. In this testing room, there are several magicians who are testing the magic pattern construction. Judging from their serious faces, some magicians are deep in thought. It is obvious that they are not satisfied with the magic pattern construction they have completed. So satisfied.
Maya, aren't your group currently following Archmage Harper in a construction and repair battle? Why are you here? Is there a new work recently?
A young magician came over and said to Maya with a smile. Then he glanced at Soldak and Sia, and looked at Soldak and just nodded in a friendly manner. When he saw Sia, he was completely stunned. And then he asked Sia,
You are new here, right? Who is your mentor? Carrie, is that your work? Do you want to load it with resistance again? If you don't rush back, the magic pattern array is about to burst,
Maya reminded in a low voice from the side. The magician named Carrie turned around suddenly and saw that the entire magic pattern structure on the experimental table became bright. Ah! Screaming, he ran back at full speed.
Don't worry. They have just been locked up in the laboratory for a long time. And the only ones they can see every day are those few faces. Occasionally they will become very talkative when they see new faces, but they have no malice or bad intentions.
Mind? Maya explained to Surdak and Sia. Then he said to Surdak,
Hurry up and take out the magic pattern structure that I need to test. Actually, they can't be regarded as magic pattern structures. They are just magic patterns.
After saying that, Soldak took out the magic pattern of life that was stripped from the body of the Crypt Lord. He hesitated for a moment, and then took out another piece of strength and resilience life that was stripped from the body of the ghostly pattern soldier ant. Magic pattern. The magic pattern of life on the legs of the ghost pattern soldier ants is cylindrical. When implanted into the body of a war horse or warrior, Surdak will usually completely peel off the magic pattern of life. It looks a bit horrible now. A cylindrical piece of hard armor with sharp spikes. The Crypt Lord's piece of leather was actually better, because after the entire leather was peeled off, it gradually turned into a jet black color.
You want to test these two pieces of magic skin?
Maya asked curiously. Surdak nodded, although he was a little confused. Maya still picked up a tray and asked Surdak to put the magic skin in it. After Maya placed the tray on the experimental table, Maya realized that something was wrong, because Surdak was talking about testing the carrying capacity of the magic pattern. So where was the magic pattern? She put on 2 beige silk gloves that reached to her elbows, took out a pair of tortoiseshell glasses from her magic waist bag and placed them on the bridge of her nose. Her whole person suddenly had a strong bookish air. Maya soon discovered that the 2 pieces of magic skin were different. There were faint magic patterns on the magic skin. She picked up a piece of hard armor of a red ant, which was obtained from the legs of a giant ghostly pattern soldier ant. The hard armor is very thick, and it is heavy in Maya's hand. Just as he was about to input magic power into the magic skin to feel if there were really magic patterns inside, he heard a familiar voice saying humbly,
Maya, is this your new work?
Carrie stood nearby proudly. He seemed to be very satisfied with his test. Now he came over to watch Maya do the test, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Sia. Maybe he was absent-minded and didn't speak through his brain.
Maya, when did your work start to adopt the style of beasts? Are these leggings for trousers? These barbs look so good.
Maya glared at Carrie angrily and scolded in a low voice.
Please shut your mouth. Carrie, but is this really a magic pattern construct?
Magician Carrie stretched his head over and looked at it curiously. Maya didn't speak. She calmed down and input her magic power. After inputting just a little bit of magic power, she felt that the magic patterns on the entire magic skin lit up, and a kind of power was transmitted to Maya's body. She looked at the piece of magic skin with some excitement. Carrie on the side also realized what was on this magic skin. This kind of precious magic skin with life magic patterns may not be seen in the Magic Union here in Bena City for a year. He stuttered a little, pointed at the magic skin in Maya's hand, and said tremblingly,
Is this the magic pattern of life?
As she spoke, she couldn't help but wanted to reach out and touch it, but Maya instinctively raised her hand to block it. Unexpectedly, Carrie became so light that he flew backwards like a sandbag. Fortunately, there was a sofa for resting behind him, and Carrie suddenly fell into the sofa. Maya was also startled, and quickly put down the magic skin in her hand. The magic skin was separated from the magic power transmission, and the magic light on the surface immediately faded away.
Carrie, are you okay?
Maya asked worriedly, with apology in her eyes.
If you try harder, I think something will happen. But then again, is your magic skin a power-oriented life magic pattern?
When Carrie said this, his eyes became very hot again.
It should be, but this is not mine. A friend asked me to test the carrying capacity of the magic pattern.
Maya also realized something, and then whispered to Carrie,
Carrie, you have to keep it a secret for me too.
After saying that, he quickly placed the magic skin on the test stand. The detection process of the 2 magic skins was very simple, because there were reading strips for the crystal pillars. Moreover, Maya also told Surdak that the required carrying capacity detected by this hard armor skin was 4 moles, while the carrying capacity detected by this black magic skin was 6 moles. Obviously, the Crypt Lord's magic skin requires a higher carrying capacity. And Maya also told Surdak,
the life magic pattern of the hard armor skin is for strength, but it should also have a little endurance and the like. The similar magic skill is the power of the giant bear.
And the black magic skin is for the recovery of the earth element to the magic pattern. A similar magic skill is earth nourishment.
Unexpectedly, Maya also knows very well about other magic skills. After returning the 2 magic patterns of life to Soldak, Sia let out a sigh of relief and said,
if there is nothing else, I will send you out. Wait a minute. These 2 magic skins belong to you. Do you have any idea of selling these 2 magic patterns of life? I really want to buy them. And I am very sincere. How many magic crystals do I need?
At this time, Carrie, who had been waiting quietly next to him, stopped Soldak and Sia and said urgently,
Carrie, calm down. This is Archmage Harper's guest.
Maya stopped the somewhat crazy Carrie and scolded him in his ear. At this time, Carrie finally came to his senses, took 2 deep breaths, and then said,
sorry, I was a little rude.
Surdak didn't say anything to Carrie, just nodded slightly to him, and was sent away from the Magic Guild by Maya. Chapter 11-12 Unpleasant Encounter. When Soldak and Thea rushed back to the Marquis of Luther's mansion, Hathaway and Beatrice had already completed their resignation procedures from the Foreign Affairs Bureau and returned to the Marquis mansion with several boxes of their personal belongings. 2 magic caravans drove into the Marquis mansion one after the other. Hathaway walked out of the magic caravan with her fluffy dress in hand. When she saw Soldak emerging from the carriage of the magic caravan behind, she quickly pulled Beatrice over. Several maids unloaded their personal belongings from the carriage of the magic caravan and carried them to Hathaway's room. Surdak looked at Hathaway, whose steps seemed to become much lighter, and asked with a smile,
how does it feel to quit your first job?
Hathaway leaned forward, letting Soldak hold her slender waist, and kissed her face intimately.
I feel very relaxed, but also a little lost. Just a sense of emptiness with nothing to do,
Hathaway said, her face full of inner tangles. Soldak held Hathaway's slender waist with one hand, turned to Beatrice on the other side and asked,
how do you feel? Fortunately, rather than working in the Foreign Affairs Bureau of Bina Province, I am looking forward to finding something relaxing, interesting and meaningful to do in Ruth City.
Soldak pinched Beatrice's round chin, took a small peck on her sexy lips, and said coquettishly,
if you don't have any requirements in terms of salary, this matter is very simple. No, not at all. Tell me what I can do,
Beatrice asked expectantly. Soldak put his arms around Beatrice's slender waist and said,
as a volunteer in a children's welfare home, you can do whatever you want. No one will care about you if you don't want to. Your job is to take the children to play in the yard.
It's both relaxing and interesting. And most importantly, it's meaningful. It makes people think you are caring and socially responsible. I think the job in the Foreign Affairs Bureau is easier,
Beatrice said with a wink. Hathaway blinked her big green eyes, smiled strangely at the Surdak elf and said,
why don't we have dinner at home? Let's go out to eat something casually, and then we'll take you to the city.
Want to take a nice stroll?
Of course Soldak had no objection, and then agreed.
Okay.
Hathaway pushed Soldak and Thea into the car in a hurry, and then got into the car herself, signaling Beatrice to get in the car quickly. Beatrice looked at the fluffy long dress that was not very convenient for going out and asked,
Hathaway, why don't we change into a dress?
Hathaway said to the surprised Beatrice,
change the spare one in the car and get in the car quickly. If Mom finds out, our plan to go out for dinner will definitely be ruined.
Hathaway then closed the car door, pushed open the car window, and said kindly to the butler waiting at the door,
Butler Kenneth, please tell Mrs. Marion that Viscount Soldak invited us out. Have supper.
The butler stood on the steps, saluted and replied,
Yes, ma'am.
Soldak was speechless and could only sit on the sofa opposite Hathaway and Beatrice. Soldak followed Hathaway onto the magic caravan, and the carriage circled the circular corridor in the front courtyard. Soldak even saw Mrs. Marion appearing on the doorstep from the rear window of the carriage. Under Hathaway's constant urging, the magic caravan quickly drove away from the Marquis Luther's mansion.
The guard guarding the gate thought there was something urgent, so he rushed out of the gatehouse at a trot, quickly opened the gate, and the magic carriage rushed out of the yard without slowing down. When Marquis Luther returned to the mansion in the magic caravan, he found that Hathaway and Soldak were not on the steps at the door. He turned to look at Mrs. Marion with a questioning look in his eyes. Lady Marion, who stood at the front to welcome Marquis Luther home, could only say helplessly,
"Your baby girl took Soldak out to dinner."
Marquis Luther nodded slightly and said with a smile,
"Before the wedding, they should be given some space to be alone."
After saying that, he held Mrs. Marion's hand and climbed up the steps, and walked into the house surrounded by a group of people. The young ladies from aristocratic families all wear very complicated waist ties at the back of their petticoats, which can make their figure taller and taller, make their waist appear thinner, and make their breasts look taller and taller, even in this hot summer. This kind of skirt also requires wearing 3 layers: a petticoat, a long skirt and an outer skirt, as well as long white stockings and cut-out leather shoes. Although the long skirt cut from this magic pattern cloth is expensive, its comfort is unmatched by ordinary silk. 2 pairs of long snow-white legs were wearing stockings in front of him. Soldak looked at them carefully. Only Sia huddled aside and silently kicked her 2 white calves. She didn't need such silky white stockings. The main thing was it's a bit inconvenient when you turn into a mermaid. There are very few vehicles on the streets in the noble district, and there are basically no pedestrians on the roadside. When the carriage was about to turn into a busy shopping street, the 2 of them changed their skirts into long skirts for shopping, and then let the carriage drive along the street. Every street in Bena City is very neat, and the commercial street is full of shops. Hathaway took Beatrice and looked out the window, discussing what to have for dinner. The mermaid Sia was also attracted by the bustling street market, especially the lights on the shops on both sides. The lights in the dusk stretched into the distance, with no end in sight. A strong aroma of seafood and chili sauce came in from the car window. Sia couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her stomach kept protesting to her. She took out a wet handkerchief and covered her face with it, and patched it up herself. A little water. The carriage stopped next to a 3-story building opposite the opera house. Soldak stepped out of the magic caravan and saw that the door was filled with all kinds of gorgeous noble carriages. In front of many carriages were green-scaled horses or black-scaled horses. These were horses that should have appeared on the battlefield, but now it has been reduced to a tool for pulling carts. The door of the restaurant is lined with trees, and there is a large courtyard inside. The waiters at the door are dressed in exquisite clothes and receive guests who enter the restaurant very seriously. Occasionally, if a guest is stopped, a lobby manager with a noble medal on his chest will appear just in time and persuade the guest to leave. It seems that this is a high-end restaurant that requires reservations, and only those with noble status can dine here. Hathaway and Beatrice held Soldak's arms one by one and walked to the door of the restaurant. A waiter stepped forward and asked respectfully,
"Do any of the guests have reservations?"
Hathaway will hold the family crest in her hand, show it to the waiter, and say,
"I am Hathaway Luther, and my father should have a table at your place."
The waiter quickly found the lobby manager, who had aristocratic status. The lobby manager with neatly combed hair looked at Hathaway and her family crest again and asked respectfully,
"Miss Hathaway, how many people are you dining with?" "There are only 4 of us."
Hathaway pursed her lips and said. The lobby manager told a waiter beside him,
"Take these guests to reserve a table at number 5 on the 2nd floor."
The attendant hurriedly bowed and said,
"Okay, manager, please come with me."
This is the first time that Soldak has seen that the family crest of a noble family can be used to find a table in a high-end restaurant. Hathaway seemed a little proud. She rarely wore the family crest on her chest. Soldak rarely saw Beatrice wearing the Goffaro family crest, but she could use it at this time. Sue Erdak also thinks it's really convenient. Walking into the restaurant, almost all the seats on the first floor of the restaurant were filled with guests, and the waiters carrying silver plates were almost queuing up from the kitchen to the outside. The restaurant is decorated with many green plants, which almost perfectly isolate each dining area, forming a semi-private space. The waiter walked up the steps to the 2nd floor along the main building of the restaurant. At the entrance of the stairs to the 2nd floor, a group of young nobles filed down. The faces of the young people walking in front were a little red. They had obviously drunk some wine. They walked to the stairs talking and laughing. The 2 young people walking in front saw Hathaway and Beatrice. He stopped, especially the young man at the front, who actually raised his hand to signal everyone behind him to stop, and then walked up to Hathaway alone. He smelled heavily of alcohol, and the gold noble badge on his chest was particularly conspicuous.
"Hathaway, I asked you why every time we invite you to dinner, you always refuse with various reasons. It turns out that you have made an appointment with someone else.
There was a trace of venom in the young noble's eyes, and he did not even look at Sue. Erdak glanced at him. Hathaway frowned slightly, and wanted to pull Soldak from the side and walk upstairs. But he was stopped by the young noble with his body. The young man turned back to the crowd and said,
Cole Norton, I heard that Hathaway is getting married, and is the governor of Talapagaloid City. Don't you have anything to say in your heart?
At this time, Soldak realized that Cole Norton was also in the crowd. But his expression was a little embarrassed. Before Cole Norton could say anything, the young noble continued boldly.
Speaking of which, Hathaway, your judgment of people is getting worse and worse. I heard that the governor of Rith City is an old man who is about to retire.
Soldak didn't understand this sentence at all. Count Clay Cushing was indeed retiring soon. But what did it have to do with Hathaway's judgment in people? While the young nobleman was speaking, the waiter accompanying both parties leaned against the wall and shivered with fear. The noble young man sneered.
What? Before the wedding? Do you come here to say your final goodbyes to your lover?
He glanced at Cerdak again from the corner of his eyes. Hathaway was almost going crazy and said angrily,
Edie, what does it have to do with you who I come to have dinner with?
The companion with long blonde hair next to the young noble quickly walked down, took a deep look at Cerdak, and then said to the young noble,
Edie, stop talking. You're drunk.
After speaking, he said to Hathaway apologetically,
I'm sorry. Hathaway, please ignore him. Edie is like this. He talks nonsense when he is drunk. When he wakes up, I will ask him to go to the Marquis Luther's mansion to apologize to you in person.
The young noble named Edie struggled and said,
Let go. You don't dare to offend Marquis Luther. Why don't I dare? The person supporting the Luther family is my brother Eustace. Not me. Edie.
He broke free from the hand of the man with long blonde hair and stared at Hathaway with a half smile.
Sorry for being so blunt.
The young man with long blonde hair shouted to the crowd behind him.
Why are you still standing there? Why don't you help me pull Edie away? Cole?
He winked at Cole again. A group of young nobles hurriedly dragged Eddie down the stairs. Cole Norton deliberately lagged behind and looked at Soldak with hostility. The two attendants let out a sigh of relief, looked at each other, and then cautiously approached the guests they were responsible for. Cornoughton was still blocking Hathaway's way. He glanced to both sides and felt that Hathaway would not give him a chance to talk alone. So he bit the bullet and whispered to Hathaway.
Hathaway, in fact, I can also become the lord of a city, as long as you give me some more time. There is no need for you to wrong yourself. Cole, how long has it been since we last met?
Hathaway hugged Soldak's arm tightly, as if she was declaring sovereignty or seeking comfort. But her voice was very cold when she spoke.
It must have been more than a year,
Cole Norton said with some uncertainty.
It's been so long. But why haven't you become more mature?
Hathaway whispered to him.
Okay.
Don't stand in the way. Just treat it as a formal farewell. I will go there next month. I'm moving to Rith City, and I hope there won't be such embarrassing meetings in the future.
Cole didn't get angry because of this. He didn't even look at Soldak, but ran downstairs in great disappointment. The look in Hathaway's eyes at the end clearly said, I'm watching you fall into the fire pit, and I can't save you. Hathaway rolled her eyes speechlessly. She thought that coming here to eat would give her more freedom. But unexpectedly she met the person she least wanted to meet. Beatrice held Soldak's arm from the other side and winked at him, indicating that he should comfort Hathaway at this time. Soldak also felt quite embarrassed. He originally wanted to stand in front of Hathaway, but before he could step forward, the friction ended unexpectedly. Hold Hathaway's hand tightly and follow the waiter to the second floor. The waiter arranged for Soldak and Hathaway to sit next to the window on the second floor of the restaurant. This location was separated by a row of green plants and was particularly quiet. Hathaway took a sip of ice water as she sat on the chair and said,
I'm really looking forward to finally leaving this circle that is almost suffocating.
Beatrice and Thea sat side by side and explained to Soldak.
The full name of Edie just now is Edie Newman. Probably because Marquis Luther has always supported his younger brother Eustace. Had some grudge against the Luther family. So he spoke rudely to Hathaway. Duke Newman's son?
Soldak asked curiously. Chapter 11:13 Nourishing the Earth. At this time, the waiter came over to order. Beatrice ordered a few dishes quickly. The waiter took note of the dishes and repeated them without any problem before leaving. Beatrice continued.
He is the second son of Marquis Hector Newman, the first heir to Duke Newman.
Soldak looked stunned.
Well, that means that even if Duke Newman does come to that day, It will not be his turn to inherit the title, but his father will inherit the position of Grand Duke Benet. Well, that's it.
Beatrice nodded. Soldak lowered his head and touched the Viscount badge on his chest.
Speaking of which, when they saw the noble badge on my chest, did they really have no idea? Who cares what a Viscount thinks?
Beatrice said with a tight smile. Soldak then said,
I find that even Cole Norton doesn't seem to know that I am the one who wants to marry you.
Hathaway felt a little better when she heard Soldak complaining casually, and said with a smile,
The Luther family and the Norton family have been feuding for so many years, and the invitations we sent out did not include the Norton family at all.
Hathaway looked out the window. The carriages were almost lined up in front of this high-end restaurant, and her mood that was affected by Edie and Cole gradually recovered. Although a glass of water costs 20 copper coins, the dishes here are indeed exquisite and delicious. However, the meal is just the main course with some World of Warcraft ingredients, and it costs 5 gold coins for 4 people. And they didn't order anything expensive. As for drinks, the price of this dish is a bit ridiculously high. But seeing the calm faces of the nobles at other tables paying the bill, they were obviously used to the prices here. There was unconcealable surprise in Sia's eyes. She leaned next to Soldak and complained softly.
If we were in Doden Town, this much money would be enough for us to eat for a whole year. Actually, there are delicious and cheap snacks in Bena City. I'll take you to try them if I have the chance.
Soldak explained to Sia in a low voice.
Oh.
After leaving this restaurant, the magic caravan stopped just in front of the restaurant. I have to say that there is really nothing to fault about the restaurant in terms of taste and service. The only thing that can be pointed out is that the dishes are expensive. But sometimes, in the eyes of some nobles who are not short of money at all, the high price of food is not a disadvantage. The magic caravan carried Surdak and his party to the front of Heroes Square. At night, Heroes Square was surrounded by dim lights, and the 4 people walked casually in the square. This will be the place where Surdak will participate in the award ceremony. This time, he came here in advance to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. In the central area of the Heroes Square is a group of statues of the swordsmen of Bena. Those swordsmen running freely on the battlefield with their long swords will make people's blood rush just by looking at them.
When the magic caravan arrived at the intersection of the Marquis Luther's mansion, they saw the young man with fair hair standing next to the carriage. When he saw Hathaway's magic caravan approaching, he waved his hand to stop the carriage. Naturally, the coachman did not dare to run over him, and quickly stopped the magic caravan. Hathaway didn't even get out of the car. She just opened the door and asked,
Grant, what else do you want?
The young man named Grant stood at the door of the carriage, glanced at Soldak in the carriage with some surprise, and said casually,
Marquis Luther and Edie have their own conflicts. No matter what, Edie is ranked in the top 5 heirs of the Newman family. Everyone hopes not to make the matter a big deal, so I think such a trivial matter is really unnecessary. Tell Marquis Luther.
Hathaway asked with a cold face.
Grant, so you went to my door and stood guard just to warn me when I came back?
Grant saw that Hathaway's face was not very good looking, and felt that he might have been a little too rash in doing so. So he quickly said,
Hathaway, you are going to get married soon, and you will be in Rit City soon. There is no need to intensify these existing conflicts.
Hathaway didn't even bother to listen to what he said. She knocked on the car window and said to the coachman,
Let's go home.
The compartment door closed with a bang. The magic caravan twisted forward to the left, bypassed Grant, and drove quickly towards the Marquis Luther's mansion. Grant shouted angrily from behind,
Hathaway! Low!
Returning to Marquis Luther's mansion, Thea could finally run into the swimming pool and swim a few laps. Hathaway was lying on the wicker chair, looking at the 3-color tail fin turning in the water, like a big cattail fan in the swimming pool. She rested her head on Soldak's arm and asked curiously,
Dak, where did you find such a thing?
Not a mermaid who can stay out of water for a long time. In Wilk City.
Soldak smiled after saying that, and then said to Hathaway,
At that time, I planned to buy some dwarf craftsmen at the slave market, but I didn't buy them at all. Instead, I saw her soaked in a glass jar and bought by a local noble. You can't even imagine what she looked like at that time. Secondly, when I returned to Duodan town, I saw her in the inland river at the gate of the city, about to escape from the sluice gate. I just thought it was not easy for her to escape from the hands of those nobles. So I threw her away. Give her the magic dagger. Later,
when Soldak was telling this story, Beatrice, who was sitting on the wicker chair next to her, actually fell asleep listening to the story. Hathaway blinked her big green eyes, looked at his side face and said,
"Now I have become your helper."
Soldak then said, "Yes," with the beauty in his arms. And it was a quiet summer night. Soldak turned over and kissed Hathaway's soft lips. Hathaway was under strict control at the Marquis mansion, especially in the days before the wedding. Many aristocratic families even forbid the two parties from meeting each other. Soldak and Hathaway have been in different places for a long time. Is it possible that there is an opportunity to enhance their relationship together and Marquis Luther's approval, so that they can still be tired of being together these days? Together. At this time, a maid under a tree not far away called softly,
"Miss Hathaway."
Hathaway blushed so beautifully that she pushed Soldak off the wicker chair, shook Beatrice awake from her sleep, and pulled her away as if running away. Unexpectedly, Sia actually lay in the swimming pool and refused to leave. She refused to sleep in the bathtub in the bathroom of Soldak's room no matter what, and insisted on sleeping in the swimming pool in the back garden. Soldak waited for a while, but failed to persuade him. So he said low to butler Kenneth and returned to the room alone. Back in the room, Serdak took another bath in the bathtub, and then sat in front of the desk in the room, using the magic desk lamp on the desk. He combined the strength and toughness life magic pattern of the ghost pattern soldier ants with the earth magic pattern. The cave lord's earth nourishment is on the table, and he needs to make a choice between these two life magic patterns. The carrying capacity test conducted during the day let him know that he could actually colonize another life magic pattern while wearing Eisenhardt's magic pattern structure.
Originally, Serdak felt that the strength and toughness life magic pattern was very good, especially since he was a knight. Toughness is the ability to withstand blows during combat, which usually increases with the growth of physical fitness and strength. However, the life magic pattern of the ghost pattern soldier ant just strengthens these two aspects, which is very consistent with Serdak's attribute requirements. On the other hand, earth nourishment seems not that practical. I am already a knight with holy light. Do I still need the restorative buff effect of earth nourishment? Moreover, Serdak would bless himself with a blessed body every time he fought. Serdak felt that these magical effects might overlap. However, this earth-nourished life magic pattern was peeled off the body of the Crypt Lord after all. In terms of life level, the Crypt Lord is at least one level higher than the giant ghost pattern soldier ants. So Soldak spent the entire afternoon hesitating, wondering which one he should choose. The light in the room near the bed was very dark, and a void door appeared on the wall. Aphrodite slowly walked out of the door, walked behind Soldak, looked at the two magic patterns of life on the table, pointed at the earth nourishment and said,
"What is there to hesitate about? Of course it is the choice.
This 1 inch.
After saying that, without even waiting for Serdak to react, he turned around and walked slowly to the wall, as if there was a door there itself. Aphrodite opened the door and walked in, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Gone. Serdak was left staring at the wall in a daze. Since Aphrodite said this one was better, and it was difficult for him to make a choice, Serdak simply chose the earth-nourishing life magic pattern. The next step is to start the sacrificial ceremony, in order to avoid being disturbed. And the colonization process also requires a lot of blood to be shed. And to avoid soiling the room, Serdak chose to perform the magic pattern in the bathtub of the bathroom. Colonization. The place where Serdak chose to implant the magic pattern this time was the front of his left thigh, which should be the best part of his body to start with. Obtain the Eye of Truth during the sacrificial ceremony, and then start peeling off the magic pattern of life from the demon's skin. This step is the most troublesome, but fortunately Serdak is more skillful in doing it. At this time, he just does the magic step by step. I separated my veins and blessed myself with the blessed body. After tinkering for a long time, everything was ready, and I started transplanting it to my thigh bit by bit. Generally speaking, the skin on the thigh is peeled off, and then through the sacrificial ceremony, the magic pattern of life is parasitic on the thigh. At the same time, the power of the magic pattern of life is also transferred to Serta. Graham's body. The essential difference between performing magic pattern implantation on others and performing magic pattern implantation on yourself is to overcome the pain. It is best to imagine the thigh in front of you as a piece of wood. Otherwise, if the hand is unstable, it will seriously affect the implantation. Effect. This earth nourishment was much more complicated than the strength and resilience life magic pattern. After successfully colonizing the magic pattern, Serdak found that the water in the bathtub was dyed red with his own blood. With the powerful recovery of holy light technique and divine blessing body, The wound on the thigh healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a pattern like a few vines appearing in the weeds appeared on Serdak's leg. Serdak washed away the blood on his thighs with water, walked out of the bathtub, and stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror. He closed his eyes and felt the magic lines of life on his left leg. In his spiritual world, those vines seemed to tightly connect him to the earth, like countless roots inserted into the earth. As Serdak injected the power of holy light into the magic pattern of life on his thigh, the magic pattern of life exuded a holy brilliance, and streaks of holy light lit up according to the patterns on his leg. And in his spiritual world, countless runes lit up on the surface of the vines inserted into the earth. These lit runes extended to the end of the field of vision, and then a majestic breath of life rushed along the vines, entered Serdak's spiritual sea of consciousness. Serdak only felt that his body was being transformed bit by this breath of life. The flesh-colored tumors and wrinkles left by scabs on his skin after being burned by the fire were slowly fading, and the nourishment continued. Serdak, it feels like many tiny blood vessels on the skin are slowly becoming unblocked, and many hard knots are gradually softening and dissipating. Unexpectedly, the most powerful thing about earth nourishing is to repair the body. Serdak put a tank of water in the bathtub again, and lay back in the bathtub again, letting the power of holy light in his body flow into the magic pattern of life. And Serdak's body seemed to be a light green atmosphere surrounds it. The changes in the body are visible to the naked eye, and the power of the holy light continues to be input. Serdak actually entered a state of meditation. He once again saw the door, in the center of the spiritual sea of consciousness, and a set of sacred armor above the door. He did not try to activate the suit of armor. He lowered his head, and saw that there seemed to be two extremely thin green lines on his ankles. A faint force was injected into the sea of spiritual consciousness. Serdak tried to push the fan open again. Door. This time he jumped into the icy cold sea, and then he swam against the wind and waves toward a white line on the sea surface. In this cold and biting sea water, the power brought by the two thin lines under his feet was actually warm, preventing his consciousness from freezing in this sea of ice. Serdak relied on the constant surge of energy to enter the strength of the body. Keep swimming forward. From time to time, pieces of ice floes come over this sea area with huge waves. Every time Serdak fails to avoid it, he will be smashed to pieces by these ice floes. But this time he never fainted, until he finally felt that he was exhausted. When he saw an ice floe as big as a small house not far away, Serdak swam to it with all his strength, and then jumped out of the ice, climb up the ice floe in the sea. The biting coldness was at the soul level, almost freezing his soul. However, his feet were always nourished by a faint warmth, and Serdak was always on the edge of collapse. He stood on the ice floe and could finally look at the white line in the distance. It looked very similar to a mountain covered with ice and snow. An emotion surged deep in his soul, as if it was constantly encouraging him to bravely swim to that piece of land. The next second, the spiritual world finally collapsed into countless fragments. And at this time Serdak also woke up from the bathtub with a tired face. Chapter 11:14. Learn from the orcs. Serdak stood up from the bathtub and walked in front of the bronze mirror again. The body in front of him had undergone obvious changes. The intricate scars on his skin seemed to have suddenly disappeared from his body, and the accumulated dark patches on his body had also disappeared. All disappeared. Although his body was still covered in scars, it no longer looked scary as before, more like a new layer of skin. The magic skin implanted on his legs also fit perfectly with his body, like an exquisite tattoo. Serdak wiped his body with a bath towel, and then changed into a linen shirt. He never put it on easily. He took off his magic pattern construct and walked out of the room. When the maid who was cleaning saw Soldak coming out, she immediately saluted Soldak and said to him, "The Marquis is waiting for you in the restaurant. Do you need me to take you there?" Soldak smiled and said, "No need. I know how to go." The maid hurriedly saluted, and then walked into Soldak's room with the handle and mop. Soldak wanted to see how Sia slept in the swimming pool that night, but now he needed to go to the restaurant to meet Marquis Luther. Entering the restaurant, Butler Kenneth stood behind Marquis Luther. When he saw Soldak walking in, he quickly pulled out the chairs at the dining table. Marquis Luther was sitting on the main seat, holding a magic newspaper in his hand. When he saw Soldak walking in, he was slightly startled and said, "Although it can be seen that you are mentally exhausted, your complexion is quite good. It feels like you have changed a little, but you can't see that you are full of energy after your promotion. Your situation is really hard to figure out." Serdak sat down and said with a smile, "Some incredible things did happen. when I was exploring the sea of my spiritual consciousness.
I found a door. After opening the door, there was a sea of countless broken ice floating in it. Yesterday, I tried again at night, and finally climbed onto a huge ice floe. And I also saw a piece of land covered with ice and snow. After all my mental energy was consumed, I woke up from that spiritual world. And then I felt some changes in my body.
Marquis Luther put down the newspaper in his hand and said to Soldak,
after entering the second level, warriors not only need to strengthen themselves, but also need to hone their mental and willpower, and finally break through the second level to become a third level Templar. You also need to merge your spirit and body into one, so that the body can be sublimated from a container that can hold fighting energy to a source of power with a unique magic pattern array. To put it simply, it is a process of understanding the magic pattern of life.
After becoming a second-level powerhouse, no one told Cerdak how he would be promoted in the future. Even when he met the Grand Knight Trollop a few months ago, they never talked about this. In fact, I don't even know that knights after the third turn will be honored as Templars. Since Marquis Luther started talking about this, Cerdak was naturally very engaged in listening to it. However, Marquis Luther himself was only a second-level swordsman, and his knowledge of the path of knights was very limited. Seeing that Cerdak lacked even these basic knowledge, he asked casually,
Dak, how long has it been since you went to report to the local knights?
Cerdak was slightly startled when asked, and honestly said,
I haven't been there since I registered as a knight. I thought the registered knight was just an identity. Later, I became a noble baron, and I never went back. So you were promoted to the second rank of Grand Knight, and you figured it out all by yourself?
Marquis Luther patted his forehead speechlessly, and asked Cerdak again.
A mage friend told me that I am a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. If I want to be promoted to a second-level powerhouse, I need to understand the elemental body and fighting spirit at the same time. Only if both conditions are met at the same time can I be promoted to a second-level powerhouse. It's probably very difficult to become a second-level warrior, but it was a bit special when I was promoted. It seemed like someone kept asking me some questions, and after I answered them, I was promoted to a second-level paladin.
Cerdak replied,
You are now a second-level paladin. If you have time, you can register with the Knights Union in Bena City. There are many older knights in the Union. They may not be as strong as you, but they know what the path of cultivation should be. Go. You must humbly ask them for advice.
Marquis Luther warned Soldak.
I will take the time to register with the Knights Guild.
Soldak promised honestly. Marquis Luther nodded speechlessly, and then said,
Since you have never reported to the Knights Guild, the person who revealed the information about you becoming a second-level strongman should not be from the Knights Guild. But after the plain war calmed down this time, the military has no reason to continue to hold on to the big battlefield pass. So you have to be mentally prepared. It won't be long before you will be drafted to the big battlefield. So before that, you need to do some preparation. I've been actively preparing.
Soldak said. Marquis Luther pushed the magic newspaper from the table to Soldak and said,
Look at the article here.
The magic newspaper occupies a page about the war in the Ganbu Plain. The magic newspaper in Bena City trumpeted the victory of the Ganbu Plain, but there was no mention of the Red Dragon Iser in the article. Cerdak guessed that it was the intervention of Marquis Luther that made the magic newspaper downplay it. After all, Israel's information will touch on many sensitive topics when it comes to dragons. In fact, what Soldak didn't know was that Marquis Luther also had some selfish motives and didn't want to see any changes before the wedding. After all, if Cerdak had the possibility to become a dragon knight, I am afraid that Duke Newman and the Angel Bold royal family would hope to marry their daughter to him. Although there are rumors among the people that Cerdak has a red dragon companion, the military has always kept silent, which has given people a lot of speculation. And some people are even worried about the authenticity of this rumor. Some doubts.
The Ganbu Plain War was victorious, but the Warsaw Plain War was unable to break the situation. So it became the object of ridicule by the people of Bena City. Marquis Luther also hoped that Soldak would avoid being resented by the aristocratic circle. So there were only 2 places where his name was mentioned in the entire report. The rest of the reports were referred to as Bena Synesthesia. And even the 2 elders Morrison and Harper the mage's name appears frequently in magic newspapers. A simple breakfast was placed in front of Marquis Luther. A piece of roasted Warcraft meat, whole wheat bread, fried eggs and milk. Marquis Luther used a knife to cut the pieces of meat while explaining to Soldak.
You need to keep a low profile at this time. Being noticed by the public too early is often not a good thing. When people like you, they will woo you and make you fall into the clouds. Sometimes people will be instigated by ulterior motives because of a small unspoken thing. They will hate you and spurn you, which will make you fall into the abyss. Whether I pursue you and make you fall into the clouds, or spurn you and make you fall into the abyss, it will not do you any good now.
The same breakfast was also placed in front of Soldak. Soldak cut the meat like Marquis Luther, while listening carefully to Marquis Luther's sermon. This morning, they were the only two dining in the restaurant, just because they didn't go home for dinner last night. Hathaway and Beatrice were grounded by Madame Marian, and their original appointment to go shopping during the day had to be scrapped. However, Serdek could still freely enter and leave the Marquis's palace. He wanted to go out of the city and take Gul'item to the market that sold war weapons and armor in the city to help the ogre choose a better set of armor. Before leaving, Hathaway sent a maid to tell Serdek that she must come back early in the afternoon because she would attend a dance in the evening, the night before each investiture ceremony. According to the practice of Bena City, the Newman Duke's palace specially invites these newly promoted nobles to attend a dance. This has been a practice for many years and has evolved into an unwritten rule. The ball will be held at Duke Newman's palace. Not only these new nobles will be invited, almost all the nobles of Bena City will participate, so that the purpose of this ball is no longer for dancing. It is for the nobles. It is a platform for people to communicate with each other, and they can meet important people who are rarely seen in ordinary times. Of course, they also need to know how to seize the opportunity at the dance. How to communicate is a big question. Hathaway and Beatrice will officially accompany Soldak to the ball as fiancés. Soldak left Marquis Luther's mansion in a magic caravan. Hathaway and Beatrice could only lie on the windowsill of the circular bedroom at the top of the tower and watch the magic caravan drive out of the street from a distance. The mermaid Sia was very energetic. She put her head by the window and looked at the street scene all the way. The street trees on both sides of the street in the noble quarter are very neat, and there is a row of finely trimmed shrub walls under the street trees. The magic caravan drives very fast on this road, and when it reaches the commercial street in the city center, it encounters congested traffic. When passing through the civilian area, when a large number of civilians are crossing the street, the magic caravan drives even slower, so that the coachman often pulls the rattle at hand to warn these civilians passing through the street. After arriving at the military camp outside the city, the ogre Gul'item and the half-elf archer Samira were already waiting at the entrance of the camp. Still following the usual practice, the ogre sat on the luggage rack extending from the back of the magic caravan. Samira got into the car and sat side by side with Thea. Samira, who was sitting in the carriage, was slightly startled when her eyes fell on Soldak, and asked,
"Boss, has Thea done some cosmetic work on you? The scars on your body have faded a lot. Is it so obvious?"
Serdek asked without touching his collar subconsciously. Samira looked at Sia, who quickly spread her hands and immediately clarified.
"I slept in the swimming pool in the back garden last night, and the boss never said he needed skin care or anything. I thought those scars were kept on purpose to show off the warrior's wild aura. I implanted a magic pattern on myself last night. The amplification attribute is nourishing. I didn't expect that I could recover these scars on my body."
Serdek tapped his left leg with his hand to indicate the magic pattern patch. "There." Samira nodded slightly and said in her unique voice,
"The effect is very good."
The largest weapons and protective equipment trading market in Bena City is located at the intersection of the 6th and 7th blocks where workshops are gathered. Next to this trading market is a large slave trading market, and diagonally opposite the slave trading market is a gladiatorial arena. Today it was the day of the competition in the arena, and countless citizens were queuing up to enter the venue, holding tickets printed on parchment. This kind of ticket does not have a specific seat number. In fact, everyone stood to watch the entire gladiatorial match, because you couldn't see it at all when you sat down. However, even this kind of standing ticket is very expensive. A platform ticket is probably worth about 25 silver coins. If a civilian family wants to watch a gladiatorial match, they only need to save money, and save money for a period of time, before every duel match starts. Citizens will line up here early, because only in this way can they squeeze into the front row. Of course, the nobles watching the game will be much more comfortable. There are long rows of benches in the noble area, and the location is better. You can see clearly even while sitting. Only nobles can buy the tickets here, and the tickets here are vouchers are divided into 5 grades, with the lowest price being 1 gold coin and the highest price being 5 gold coins. There are also booths specially designed for big shots in the arena. Such seats cannot be bought with money. Serdek did not expect that the entire street would be jammed with spectators watching the duel match. The magic caravan could not pass at this time. So Serdek simply pushed open the carriage door, jumped out of the carriage, mixed with the crowd with Samira and Sia, and prepared to walk through the area. The magic caravan can turn around and leave this long and congested street before it goes too deep. The ogre Gulaitum followed Serdek. The 3-meter tall man made oncoming pedestrians avoid him. Serdek smoothly squeezed through the long street outside the arena and past the slave market. At that time, when a group of slave traders guarding the entrance of the market looked at Sia and Samira, their eyes were surprisingly bright. But when they saw a 2-headed ogre standing behind the 2 women, they wanted to shrink into the crowd. When civilians see the 2-headed ogre, they just think that such a big man looks scary. But these slave traders really know that the ogre with a second head is equivalent to the existence of a second-level strongman, a slave hunter. When readers see a 2-headed ogre in the wild, most of them will choose to silently exit its territory. Sia heard that this was a slave market, so she curiously looked inside from the door. It could be seen that her desire to rescue the tribesmen in distress had not given up. In fact, Serdek also wanted to visit the slave market. He hoped to buy a few real dwarf slaves. It is said that in addition to drinking and bragging, dwarves each have a craftsmanship that strives for excellence, which is what human craftsmen know. No. In addition to cutting corners, human craftsmen also learn from the exaggeration of the elf craftsmen. They learned that the elves like exquisite hollow patterns, but they did not understand the magic pattern arrays inside those patterns. Serdek hopes to have a few dwarves in his mine. However, Suldak is temporarily living in the Marquis Luther's mansion. At this time, even if he buys a slave, he may not have anywhere to put him. The slave traders saw the hesitation in Thea and Serdek's eyes, and they seemed to be their potential customers. So they immediately wanted to get together. These people observe words and emotions every day and are extremely shrewd. These slave traders are like a group of scalpers. Their main livelihood every day is to take the bosses who want to buy slaves, so as not to wander around like headless flies in the slave market. They know which stalls have what kind of slaves. As long as they buy paying some commission, you can quickly buy the slave you want. But there are also many pig-killing plates hidden here. They will not only take commissions from the bosses, but also take a commission from the slave owners. Under Samira's sharp eyes, these slave traders walked away very wisely. Sia followed Serdek out of the slave market and said deliberately beside him, "I decided that like Samira, I also want to make more money. With money, I can save them from the slave market." Serdek stopped, put his arm around Thea's cold, smooth and round shoulders, and said, "There is a proverb in our hometown, no buying and selling, no harm. Don't always think about buying your people back. If you always have this idea, all the slave traders in the world will go to capture the Nagahai people. No matter how rich you are, you may not be able to buy everything back. The more money you have, the bigger this kind of slave trade will be. But if you can find a way to kill this thing at the source, maybe the Jana mermaid slaves it'll be a lot less." Sia asked in confusion, "You mean to tell the Nagas to retreat to the deep sea?" Serdek shook his head and said, "No. I mean that the Nagasi clan should organize a patrol to drag these slave traders into the sea and drown them. Your Nagasi clan's hunting band is still too weak. You should learn from the orcs." Sia stared at Serdek with wide eyes, as if she wanted to see if there was still a trace of Nagasi blood in Serdek's body. Chapter 11:15 The Ogre's Heavy Armor. A group of people walked into the weapons and armor trading market. The first thing they saw was a row of bed crossbows that had no bases. To be precise, these bed crossbows only had the part above the tilting base. And some bed crossbows did not even have a winch visible. There are probably dozens of these bed crossbows, all of which are fixed on simple wooden frames. The ones at the back are also covered with rainproof tarpaulins. Only the tarpaulins of the front 2 rows of bed crossbows have been lifted, and these second-hand bed crossbows can be seen. Specific situation. In addition to dozens of crossbows, there are larger catapults behind them. These catapults are also incomplete ordnance. Serdek knew that these 2 kinds of ordnance were controlled weapons by the military department and could not be bought and sold casually. He came closer and carefully observed the bed crossbow at the front, only to find that there was a small parchment label hanging on the bow arm of the bed crossbow. Serdek picked up the label and took a look at it. It is a scrap certificate with the seal of the military department. This seems to make sense. And obviously the catapults later have similar credentials. Those who sell these war weapons are all war dealers, and the business groups behind them are mostly military business groups. Only those who supply various supplies to the frontline troops behind the battlefield are qualified to sell the trophies captured by the army and discarded military supplies. After being transported to the rear, it was first applied to the military department for scrapping, then slightly renovated, and then sold on the market. Going through such a circle can fully explain how profitable war is. Seeing that these bed crossbows have no wheels or bases, the tilting frames are barely usable. They cannot be pushed onto the battlefield. But if installed on the city wall, there is no problem at all. But when Surdak came here this time, he was not planning to buy a bed crossbow. The Gonbu Plain itself has quotas for purchasing magic bed crossbows and catapults. But these large-scale weapons require expensive magic crystals. Currently, Makuso City is most in short supply of magic crystals. So Surdak has no plans for the time being. Purchase such weapons of war. Continue walking along the wide street into the market. There are no scalpers like those in the slave market. The whole market looks very deserted. There are only some noble lords who come here to shop. And they also want to get some cheap second-hand weapons. Form a private army. As for why there are no scalpers, it's probably because the people setting up stalls here are all military business groups. And these military business groups are more or less related to the military. No one wants to provoke the military. Surdak found that there were many second-hand armors on the market, ranging from heavy armor to light leather armor. The most obvious feature of these protective gears is that all of them are broken. But they are definitely the kind of armor that can be repaired after sacrificing some defense power. This kind of defective products eliminated from the battlefield is very expensive, much lower than brand new armor. The most popular item on the market is the full coverage heavy armor. Surdak asked the stall owner about the price. A complete set only costs 7 gold coins, which is 1/3 of the price of a brand new full coverage heavy armor. It's really very cheap. If we had known that there was such a market for second-hand weapons and armor in Bena City, all the 20,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers should have been equipped with this kind of heavy armor and then returned to the military headquarters. You must know that the 20,000 heavy armored infantrymen you delivered last month were all wearing the most sophisticated heavy armor of Lord MacDonald's heavy armored infantry regiment, seeing that they were all armors that could only be worn by ordinary warriors. And there was no giant armor suitable for Gulaitum to wear. Surdak was too lazy to walk around. So he asked a stall owner, who was sitting there and carefully scrubbing the dirt on the armor. Road.
Is there anyone selling giant battle armor near you?
The stall owner stopped what he was doing, looked up at the tall Gulaitum, pointed to the depths of the market and said,
Go inside. You may be able to find what you want.
When Surdak walked in the direction of the stall owner's finger, he discovered that there were actually some large dark-colored armors in this area. Each dark-colored armor looked very unique, and there were actually some sharp edges on the armor, of thorns. Surdak curiously asked the stall owner where he got these dark armors. The stall owner rolled his eyes and said,
These armors were all captured on the battlefield where we fought with the Nakma people. These armors are the standard armors of the Nakma people. They are divided into tops and trousers, but they have 4 legs. And the ones below the trousers are some of them were completely unused and were sold to the blacksmith workshop for recasting. Can these huge armors be sold?
Sia whispered to the side. There are really no people in this area. The stall owner looked at Surdak again and asked Sia,
Don't you just want to buy one set?
Surdak spent 35 gold coins to buy half a set of black iron heavy armor for the ogre Gulaitum. Only the upper body. When he tried it on the spot, except for the collar of the armor, which was a little inappropriate. The rest was pretty good. The reason why the armor is so expensive is because it contains rare metals such as magical black iron. So this armor has good magic conductivity. However, Surdak was a little worried later, because the ogre has 2 heads, and this armor only has 1 collar. So this armor still needs to be modified later. The stall owner saw Surdak's dilemma at a glance, and for the sake of 35 gold coins, he stood up and told Surdak personally,
You take this armor to a place called the Giant's Blacksmith, and you can reshape the collar, and you can also make corresponding heavy armor. If the ogre is willing to wear boots, you can also make a pair of iron boots. The address is written here.
The stall owner pointed to a small piece of wood next to the stall at his feet, on which there was written in white,
Giant Blacksmith Shop. Our shop undertakes the modification, matching and customization of armors of various models and specifications, with high quality and low price. Address, Bay Number 5 Edward Street, 6th Street, Nashville. It's on the street next to this market, almost to the end of the alley.
After the stall owner said this, he put a pile of gold coins into his money bag and ignored these people. Soldak asked Guladam to carry the heavy black iron armor himself. The group walked out of the trading market, and soon found a place called the Giant Blacksmith Shop at number 5 Edward Street. There were 2 shields erected at the door of the blacksmith shop. Both shields were more than 2 meters high. It was hard to tell how heavy they were, but Cerdak felt that he might not be able to lift them freely. The entrance hall of this blacksmith shop was very tall. Guladam didn't even need to lower his head when he walked in. There was a huge furnace inside the blacksmith shop, and waves of heat came from the furnace. 3 bearded dwarves held exaggerated square craftsmen's hammers in their hands, and were knocking on a giant iron door.
"Do you need anything, my noble lord?"
A dwarf stopped what he was doing, climbed down the ladder, and asked Cerdak.
"I just bought a Nakma breastplate and plan to modify it for him to wear. I also want to customize a matching trouser armor. Can you do it here? Custom-made trousers and armor for this big guy. Of course there is no problem,"
the dwarf said enthusiastically, then climbed up the ladder again and began to pick up a large number of ogres. After watching for a while, he shouted at the top of his voice,
"It's just that he doesn't usually wear pants. If you want to make him plate armor, he may not be able to get used to it. I suggest you give him a battle suit made of stacked black iron armor pieces. The skirt is ready. As for the trouser armor, you only need to make armor pieces for the shin armor and knees. Otherwise, even if you make bulky trouser armor, you won't be able to run around wearing it."
Another dwarf standing on the big iron gate took the opportunity to say,
"If you feel that the battle skirt and greaves are not tight enough, you can also wear a layer of mail underneath." "Shut up, Arathorn. It's my turn to receive this guest. I have the final say on what to do,"
the bearded dwarf, who was gathering a large number of ogres, scolded.
"Okay, it's up to you, Boss Wednesday."
The dwarf on the big iron door spread his hands and said,
"Well, I think a layer of chainmail trousers underneath is also a good choice."
Later, Cerdak customized a pair of trousers according to Guladam's figure, and also modified the Nakma black iron armor. The specific details were clearly written into a magic contract. Cerdak even wrote the approximate weight and size of the trousers, and the proportion of magic black iron in the magic contract clearly. Finally, he signed a magic contract, and said he could pick it up in half a month. The main reason for signing the magic contract is that these dwarves are usually good, but once they drink, they can easily delay the construction period. In order to get the heavy armor on time, Cerdak didn't mind spending an extra gold coin for the magic contract scroll. After customizing this set of black iron armor, Cerdak took Guladam to have a big meal at a barbecue restaurant in Bina City, and then sent Guladam and Samira back to the city, in the military camp outside. In the afternoon, Soldak returned to the Marquis Luther's mansion early. A maid was waiting in front of the steps and said to Soldak,
"Viscount Soldak, Miss Hathaway asked me to inform you that you can go to her room for a short rest. Taylor Bethune is working in her room.
Help her modify the dress in the room. Your prom dress is also ready. You may want to try it on in advance. If there is anything inappropriate, Bethune Taylor can also modify it together."
Hathaway and Beatrice had just finished afternoon tea and were trying on evening gowns in their room. Bethune's tailor was giving them the last personal modifications. Cerdak's aristocratic attire was also prepared. There were 3 sets in total in square wooden boxes. Judging from the fabric, they looked very valuable. They were placed on the bed in the room. Cerdak went to the bathroom first. I took a shower before going to the bedroom to choose a dress. At this time, Sia let out an exclamation outside the guest room. Soldak opened the door and walked out in his bathrobe. Only then did he find that Sia was surprised to see that there was also a single bed on the single bed that she had never slept on. Wearing a long skirt with corn-colored white lace, Sia held the skirt and squinted her eyes to show off to Soldak.
"I didn't expect it to happen to me too. I also need to take a shower and get ready."
After saying that, she hugged her long skirt and got into Soldak's bathroom. Soldak chose the most old-fashioned and traditional black dress in the bedroom. After changing into a collarless white shirt, he was embarrassed to find that the scar under his neck could not be covered and could only be covered with the stand-up collar of another dress. Pick out the white shirt and put it on mixed and matched. Unexpectedly, there were 3 pairs of brand new leather shoes placed beside the bed. Cerdak randomly selected a pair and put them on, and the size turned out to be just right. After changing into the dress, Soldak was ready to go to Hathaway's room to let Bethune Taylor make the final modifications. Thea hurriedly ran out of the bathroom. This was probably the first time she had worn crystal shoes whose soles could not bend, and her limping seemed a bit unnatural. However, She casually pulled up her long green algae-like hair, revealing a section of white snow neck and a large area of snow-white back. The green aura disappeared without a trace in an instant, and her pair of big eyes looked extremely. She is innocent, but the dress is very boldly designed, and the skin on her back is almost exposed to her waist, making her a little more mature and sexy. Sia held up the hem of her long skirt with both hands, curtsied respectfully to Soldak, then tilted her head and raised her pointed chin, and asked Soldak, "How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Soldak didn't make any response, opened the door, turned around and walked out. Sia quickly followed and shouted, "Hey, wait for me!" Soldak came to Hathaway's room at the top of the tower. Hathaway and Beatrice had already put on light blue and light pink low-cut evening gowns, and both of them had light paint on their faces. With her makeup, Hathaway has a slightly pointed chin. Her big green eyes make her full of agility, straight nose, and light-colored lip gloss on her lips. She stands in the room like a noble princess. Beatrice, who had a round face, had her hair dyed long and black. I couldn't imagine how they managed to make their waists so thin. Serdak stood at the door, forgetting to walk in for a moment. An old tailor was adding white lace to Beatrice's neckline. Hathaway smiled and walked towards Soldak, who pointed to her slender waist in surprise. Hathaway pursed her lips and smiled slightly, and whispered, "In order to put on this dress, I just drank a little milk and ate half a piece of cake in the morning. I can drink another half cup of milk later, and then I have to keep hungry until the dance is over. Why don't you relax more? In fact, you are also very beautiful in your normal appearance." Soldak touched her smooth golden hair and said, "This may be my last dance in Bina City. I want to show my best." Hathaway held Soldak's arm with one hand and pulled him into the room without forgetting to look back. Praise Xiang Chia. "Chia, you are so beautiful tonight. This is the first time I have such a beautiful dress." "Thank you, Hathaway," Thea said very happily. Serdak's body is stronger than that of a normal person, so the shoulders of the dress are a little thinner. Taylor Bethune wanted to make his armpits wider. When everything was ready, the four of them came downstairs together, followed by Hathaway and Beatrice's maids, who needed help from behind, pulling on Hathaway and Beatrice's skirts. Chapter 11:16 Been a Ball. There are actually two gorgeous magic caravans prepared in the Marquis mansion. Marquis Luther and Lady Marianne sat in the front car, while Soldak, Hathaway, and Beatrice took the magic caravan in the back. The long skirt of this kind of dress is very troublesome. Heather sitting on the sofa. Wei and Beatrice had to remain motionless like puppets to avoid wrinkles in their long skirts. On the contrary, Soldak and Sia, who were sitting opposite, were more relaxed. Sia even picked up the cream cake prepared in the carriage and ate 2 pieces. Soldak guessed that this plate of cake was eaten by Hathaway and Beatrice on their way back from the dance. 2 magic caravans drove out of the Marquis mansion one after the other. Marquis Luther's mansion is located in the aristocratic area of the city, not too far away from Duke Newman's castle in the city, and there is no traffic jam on the road. I just saw other nobles riding carriages heading towards the castle. The magic caravan stopped on a street outside the Duke's palace. At this time, the traffic began to line up, and the carriage moved very slowly. When he arrived at the gate of the castle, Serdek discovered through the glass window that the square outside the castle could accommodate 10 magic caravans stopping at the same time. Then the nobles got out of the car one after another. Even so, it still caused road congestion. Almost all the nobles riding in carriages were dressed in costumes. The square in the courtyard in front of the Duke's palace was almost crowded with magic caravans, and the magic caravans behind could only stop and go. The magic caravan of Marquis Luther's mansion was parked at the main entrance of the castle. Marquis Luther and Lady Marian walked out of the carriage holding hands. Soldak, Hathaway, and Beatrice then stepped down from the magic caravan at the back, and the group walked towards the main entrance of the castle. In order to show the importance that the Duke's palace attaches to this ball, all the younger members of the Newman family stood in the welcoming queue at the door. Soldak saw Edie in the crowd at a glance. I saw Edie standing in the second row of the welcoming team. The first row was a middle-aged nobleman who was about the same age as Marquis Luther. When the middle-aged noble saw Marquis Luther, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. The two chatted and laughed casually, and then the middle-aged noble asked Edie and the other 2 young people around him to salute Marquis Luther. "That is Marquis Lucian, the first heir to the Newman family. He is also the father of Brewer, Edie, and Eustace." Beatrice took Soldak's arm, put her lips to Soldak's ear and whispered,
Marquis Luther also turned around at this time and called Hathaway and Soldak to the front. Beatrice quickly let go of her hand and held Thea, allowing only Hathaway and Soldak to walk to the front. Although Marquis Lucian was well maintained, he still had some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was wearing a dress full of golden dark lines. There was a majesty of a superior between his brows, and his amber eyes were staring at Hathaway's face. Looked at it for a moment, and then said with a smile,
Hathaway, you are getting more and more beautiful. At first, I wanted Luther to choose one of my 3 sons, but although he was very optimistic about Eustace, he was unwilling to marry you into the Newman family.
The young people from the Newman family around him seemed to be his foil at this moment. Marquis Lucian's eyes fell on Serdek. The pressure brought by the superior. The sharp eyes seemed to shine into Serdek's spiritual sea, as if he was attacked by an external force. The center of the spiritual sea, the sacred armor suit on the door, suddenly emitted golden light, which actually forced Marquis Lucian's powerful mental pressure out of Serdek's spiritual consciousness. Marquis Lucian's eyes narrowed, and then a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he said,
You are Soldak. I know you. You have conducted the war in the Ganbu Plain very well. Now I am also a little jealous of Luther's vision. I heard that you and Hathaway are about to hold a wedding. I congratulate you in advance.
He reached out and patted Soldak on the shoulder, and then said to a rather honest-looking young man next to him,
Eustace, come entertain Uncle Luther and Aunt Marion and ask them to rest in the guest room.
Soldak looked at Eustace, a young man with thick lips. His body was also very strong. His arms were a little longer than ordinary people. His hands were wide and thick, and his palms were covered with the sharp edges of holding a sword. Cocoon, with a broad-edged sword hanging from his waist. Eustace and Marquis Luther were walking and chatting, and he always peeked at Hathaway when Marquis Luther wasn't paying attention. Hathaway held Soldak tightly and seemed unwilling to talk to Eustace. Beatrice was standing with Thea at this time and followed quietly. The dance was held in the back garden of the castle. There was a large square. Hundreds of magic lamps were lit around the square. There was a band on a half-meter-high circular platform in the corner of the square. They were leaning against a trumpet. The walls are neatly arranged, and the soothing music comes from there. Many people had gathered in the square, but Marquis Luther did not seem to stop in the square. Instead, he followed Eustace through the back garden square and into the building behind the castle. When passing through the inner courtyard, Soldak and Hathaway saw Cole and Grant almost at the same time, and a group of young nobles were holding wine glasses and chatting under a cinnamon tree in the inner courtyard. When they saw Marquis Luther, they all saluted. Marquis Luther nodded slightly and walked over with Lady Marion. Hathaway took Soldak's arm, followed Marquis Luther, and walked past the group of young people. A group of young nobles looked at Grant in surprise. Only then did everyone realize that when Edie was rude to Hathaway last night, the man next to him was obviously not the lover Edie said he was. He was probably Hathaway, Sebby's real fiancé. Cole Norton also asked in astonishment,
Grant, who is the groom's name on Hathaway's wedding invitation?
The blonde-haired Grant was also trying to remember, and said casually,
Only his name is written on it. Not even his surname?
The attendant next to him whispered a few words in Grant's ear.
Yes, that's Count Soldak, the consul of Ruth City. This is the first time I've seen a nobleman without a surname.
Grant complained to everyone.
Edie just met the man from Ruth City the day before yesterday. The consul is said to be an old man with completely gray hair.
Cole Norton looked a little ugly and said with a wry smile,
Grant, Edie must have made a mistake somewhere. The name of the knight Hathaway just held his arm is Soldak. He is not an old man. As for the fact that he has no surname, it is because he was originally from the city of Helensa. There is a knight without a surname. It was Marquis Luther who wrote a joint letter of recommendation to Emperor Charles, and he was fortunate enough to become a noble baron. The wedding invitation clearly says Count Soldak, but he is clearly a viscount.
Another young noble in the crowd stood up and said,
And how could the consul of Ruhr City be a viscount? Edie and Lucian, I was also present when the Marquis met with the consul of Ruth City the day before yesterday. So how could he be the consul of Ruth City? Go and look at the list of young nobles for this investiture ceremony.
A young nobleman immediately shouted. The list was on the notice board at the entrance of the garden. The group of young people ran out of the inner garden quickly. Several ladies from noble families greeted them along the way, but they had no time to respond. When everyone ran to the entrance of the garden out of breath, they finally saw the whiteboard notice in the crowd. Serdek's name is at the last place, and behind the merit value, there is a suffix. Please pay tribute to the commander of the Bena coalition, Viscount Serdek. Recover the plain of Ganbu and eliminate the demon army. among the 12 decorated young earls. Only Cerdak has this eye-catching suffix. In other words, Cerdak did not rely on the black magic crystal to advance to the title, but purely gained military merit by wiping out the demon army. A group of young nobles stood in front of the notice board with some frustration. Someone said,
"He is indeed in there."
The young noble who had just corrected Edie's name asked everyone,
"How can the Archon of Root City explain this? Don't you know that after the victory of the Battle of Terra Pagan under the command of Marquis Luther, Root City became the spoils of Marquis Luther?"
Grant said with a wry smile. There was silence all around, and all the young nobles turned their attention to Cole Norton, who had a bitter look on his face. Some even said bluntly,
"Cole, it turns out that your love rival is a plain lord."
Cole's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help shaking. A consul or an earl may not be looked down upon by Cole Norton, but holding a plane in his hands means that Cerdak has huge resources in his hands. Such noble lords, or usually he holds a huge army of lords in his hands. So far, the Norton family has only occupied some territory in a few plains, and has not completely controlled a plain. Cerdak now controls the Gonbu plain, and he has the full support of Marquis Luther behind him. In this situation, it is difficult not to develop and grow, because the entire plain is pushing him forward. The dance party finally kicked off when the sky turned completely dark. Marquis Luther was also invited out of the castle guest room by the attendant. He and the Marquis and Bena City stood in the VIP area of the back garden, while Marquis Lucian of the Duke's Palace stood on the half-meter-high platform where the band was, holding the wine glass. He signaled that the music could stop for a while. Soldak, Hathaway, and Beatrice slipped out of the guest room early and walked around the garden of the Duke's Palace before arriving at the square. Marquis Lucian stood in front of the stage, and the noisy voices below immediately became quiet. Several magic lampposts shot into the sky from behind Marquis Lucian, making the stage where he was sitting appear particularly bright. At least several hundred nobles gathered in the square, mostly young people attending the dance.
"Dear relatives and friends, welcome to the eve of the investiture ball held at the Duke Newman's palace. On behalf of my father, Duke Newman, I would like to express my congratulations to the 12 young people who have won this honor. You can make countless achievements in the province of Bena. The young and promising nobles stand out, which is enough to prove how outstanding rich you are."
After a lengthy speech, Marquis Lucian finally took his wife's hand and stepped onto the square dance floor in full view of everyone. Later, other marquises also held the ladies' hands and lined up in a neat row on the dance floor. A group of big shots took the ladies for the first dance. When the playing band finished this short piece of music, the rhythm musician put down the instrument in his hand, suddenly raised his hands, and clapped them together vigorously. And then the young people took their dancing partners and walked onto the dance floor. Men and women arranged them in neat rows. This kind of social dance is neat and joyful. The only drawback is that it takes up a lot of space. No wonder the Duke of Newman's palace wanted to hold the ball in the back garden, where there was only enough square space. Cerdak danced 2 dances in one breath, and then watched Sia lift her skirt and look at him eagerly. Her big blue eyes were filled with the words,
"This is the first time for me, a Naga mermaid, to dance with such joy."
"Can you ask me to dance?" Cerdak hurriedly walked over and extended his hand to invite her. Sia had a sweet smile on her face and stepped forward happily. Facts have proved that the mermaid Jana has an amazing talent in dancing, and Sia is like a sunflower that keeps spinning and blooming in Cerdak's hand. It attracted the attention of many young nobles at the ball. But then Thea wisely ran back behind Hathaway and Beatrice and stood with their 2 maids. Soldak also took good care of Thea, pulling Hathaway and Beatrice to chat by the pool, so that Thea could control the water flow by the pool to moisturize herself. As one of the 12 young earls, Soldak attracted much attention at the ball, and many noble ladies tried to come over and strike up a conversation. Cerdak didn't want to spend any energy dealing with these noble ladies, so he walked around the buffet area with a plate, and when he came back, he held a plate full of food in his hand. In this way, he stood in front of Hathaway and Beatrice, because they had been eating. The aristocratic ladies always had to be reserved and wait for Soldak to finish the food on the plate before approaching. But it seems that there is always more food on the silver plate in Soldak's hand. Soldak thinks this is the best way to refuse to invite others to dance. Bena City is particularly beautiful at night. The crescent moon is like a hook in the night sky, and a cool breeze blows. Hathaway is sitting on a bench in the pavilion by the pool. A few people gathered together to chat, and Sia talked about the battle in Samp Town in the Gonbu Plain. 20 catapults through flints day and night, destroying the thin city wall of Samp Town in just 5 days. Speaking of the clear and beautiful Bella Namahu, Hathaway and Beatrice were invited to swim in the lake. Many noble ladies heard that Surdak was the actual controller of the Ganbu Plain, and they all wanted to get to know Surdak. But I couldn't find any good opportunities all night. Chapter 11:17 The Circle of Nobles. Although Surdak didn't know many nobles in Bena City, he was very familiar with the 13 lord armies that reinforced the Ganbu Plain. These lord armies can be regarded as the strongest lord armies in various cities in the province of Bena, including the Collins family, the Min family, the Owen family, the Dunstan family, the Constable family, the Bottom family, and the Ferdix family, etc. These families also occupy at least one city in the Bena province. They also own a large amount of territory in other plains, and they also have a large number of lords' legions. It is these legions stationed in various plains of the Bena province that make the situation in the Bena province the most optimistic among the many provinces of the Green Empire. As a result, Duke Newman's confidence was extremely inflated, and he sent the most elite Bena Legion in the Bena province to the Warsaw Plain to participate in the war against the Sinai Evil Ghost Legion. This war has been going on for nearly 4 years, and has consumed a huge amount of manpower and material resources. The most uncomfortable thing right now is that the main force of the Bena Legion cannot withdraw from the Warsaw Plain for the time being. A year ago, Duke Newman was reluctant to abandon Handanar County in the Warsaw Plain. At the same time, he was also looking forward to seeing some improvement in the Warsaw Plain this year, and then selling Handanar County at a good price. Hopefully other archdukes will take over this mess. But in fact, as Duke Ryan Busman, the Lord of the Warsaw Plain, made 2 consecutive mistakes in the imperial capital, offending the Green Empire Magic Union on the one hand, and offending the Angel Bold royal family of the Green Empire on the other. As a result, the royal constructed knights withdrew their troops from the Warsaw Plain, and the entire Warsaw Plain immediately turned into a quagmire of war. In just 1 year, all the archdukes involved in this plain war were deeply involved. Duke Newman was reluctant to give up Handanar County last year, but now he really can't give up the 200,000 troops stationed in the Warsaw Plain by the Bena army. It was also under this circumstance that Duke Newman hoped that the military headquarters of the Bena province could organize a heavy armored infantry regiment to go to the Warsaw Plain, so that the infantry soldiers who had reached the retirement period could return to the Bena province in batches. Originally, the military headquarters was planning to distribute the 20,000 heavy armored infantry among the lords, but unexpectedly the war situation in the Ganbu Plain turned around. It was also Marquis Luther who proposed at the military meeting to fund the resistance forces of the Ganbu Plain and form a heavy armored infantry corps. In fact, this investment by the military was a huge profit. It not only liberated the Ganbu Plain in one fell swoop, but also spent a lot of money. After acquiring only 70,000 magic crystals, they gained 20,000 elite heavy armored infantry soldiers. Now 20,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers have successfully arrived in the Warsaw Plain. The military does not care who rules the Ganbu Plain, but the prerequisite is that the Ganbu Plain must belong to the territory of the Bena province. Surdak seized this opportunity and established a deep friendship with these 13 lord armies through the war in the Ganbu Plain. At the same time, everyone's interests have been tied together. Only by making the Ganbu Plain gradually prosperous can the other 13 lords realize the value added of their territorial industry. So at this dance, although the marquises behind the 13 lord armies were in their respective cities and had no time to attend the award ceremony, they all sent family members who could represent themselves to rush to Bena City to watch the ceremony. At this dance, the noble sons of these 13 lord armies approached Surdak one after another. Of course, what they are most concerned about is what will happen next in the Ganbu Plain. And they told Surdak that if they are short of money and people, they can sit down together and talk again. The implication behind the words is that if Surdak divides the cake more, they will come forward to solve the funding problem of the Ganbu Plain infrastructure. However, the most these noble children can do is deliver a message, and they do not have the final decision-making power. At this dance, everyone got together purely to get to know each other, and then see if there was any possibility of cooperation in the future. So Surdak also has his own small circle, and these young people are the successors of the consuls of various cities. They don't care about the local young nobles of Bena City at all. Edie learned about Surdak's identity a little later, and his face was livid for a while. But he did not threaten to continue to cause trouble for Surdak. He also put his arm around the shoulders of Grant and Cole, and took the initiative to apologize and said, "It's my fault for not investigating the matter clearly, and you will be implicated in some way." When Edie said this on his own initiative, Cole Norton immediately said,
I don't care. The relationship between the Norton and Luther families is not good to begin with. And this will not affect me at all.
Grant stretched out a hand and said,
I have offended Hathaway and the New Earl this time. But these are trivial matters compared to the friendship between us.
Other young nobles patted the back of Grant's hand one after another, and everyone supported Grant very much. Later in the dance, Suldek felt a little bored here, so he left the party early with Hathaway and Beatrice. Marquis Luther and Lady Marian had returned to the Marquis mansion early at this time. In fact, Marquis Luther came out to attend this ball purely to support Duke Newman. After all, Grand Duke Newman could not attend this ball, so he invited the Marquis who lives in Venice City and asked everyone to come forward to make this ball grand. Suldek, Hathaway and Beatrice ran out of Duke Newman's castle. They clearly saw the magic caravan of the Marquis mansion waiting in front of the square. But Hathaway held Suldek in his hand. He took out a card from his bag and wrote a line on it. We're leaving first. Hathaway. Then Hathaway put the card and 5 silver coins into the hands of the attendant at Duke Newman's palace, and told him,
When the ball is over, give this note to the coachman over there.
Then the group of people walked to the street outside Duke Newman's castle, which was only separated by an inland river from the most prosperous commercial street in the aristocratic district. If you want to reach the lively shopping street on the other side of the river, you must walk 800 meters along the river to see an arched stone bridge, and then walk the same distance back to the shopping street on the other side of the river. So just as Hathaway and Beatrice were discussing how to go around from that side to the other side, Thea held up her skirt with both hands and stepped into the river. The 2 ladies were so frightened that they let out a scream. Just as they were about to rush over to rescue Sia, they found that Sia was standing on the river easily. This was not walking on water, but a huge wave lifting Sia up. Thea stretched out her hand towards Hathaway and Beatrice, pulling them to the wave, and Suldek also took the opportunity to jump on. A huge wave carried the 4 of them to the other side, and the waves didn't even splash on the skirt of Hathaway's evening dress. Chapter 11:18 Harvey's Secret. The 2 maids who chased them from the door of the Duke's palace opened their mouths in shock and watched helplessly as the 4 of them were pushed to the other side of the river by a huge wave in the night. Both Hathaway and Beatrice graduated from the Swordsman Academy, and both have excellent physical balance. Even if they are wearing fluffy and loose evening gowns and glass slippers, they can still stand upright after jumping from the waves to the riverside platform. Steady. Many pedestrians on the street are looking this way. Hathaway looked down at the large white chest exposed by the gorgeous evening dress she was wearing, frowned her delicate eyebrows and said, We have to change into a dress. With that said, she ran to a gorgeous ready-made clothing store on the shopping street. There were many beautiful dresses hanging in the store. The 3 girls walked into the store, and were immediately surrounded by 5 female clerks. Then the 3 girls on the recommendation of the female shop assistants. I chose an ordinary skirt of suitable size. Suldek only had to sit leisurely next to a bronze mirror, quietly being the only spectator. In fact, Suldek enjoyed the process. Moreover, the female clerk on the side very considerately brought a plate of pastries, a cup of black tea with ice cubes, and a promotional brochure, so that Suldek would not be too bored while waiting. Hathaway and Beatrice have probably always been restricted by their families. This kind of ready-to-wear store is very novel to them. The most important thing is that each dress is not customized according to their own ideas, but they can choose from a dazzling array of products. For them, the selection process is a kind of enjoyment. Even Sia tried on 2 dresses. Girls are always irresistible to beautiful things. The 2 of them wore evening dresses tonight, and they got rid of the maids. So it was Suldek who took out the wallet for the final payment. The dress you changed into, and the extra sets of clothes you bought, will be sent back by a dedicated person tomorrow day according to the address left in the clothing store. After walking out of the clothing store, the girls happily ran to the shoe store. This shoe store did not have any special leather boots, and the styles looked very ordinary. However, the girls wore crystal slippers, which are dance shoes. I can barely wear it to the dance, but I just can't walk too far. People in Bena like to wear Martin boots. Apart from long riding boots, the only styles of leather boots here are light yellow suede Martin boots. When they walked out of the shoe store, the girls put on comfortable Martin boots, and they carried the glass slippers in their hands. Then I walked around in a jewelry store and a luggage store, and it was already very late when I walked down the street. The number of pedestrians on the street gradually decreased, and some shops were closed. There was a dessert shop with soft light among a row of shops across the river. Beatrice touched her growling belly and said to Suldek expectantly, "Let's go have a glass of red bean smoothie." "Let's go!" Let's have another chocolate cake. I know this dessert shop is very good.
Soldak looked at Hathaway and Sia and saw that they also looked expectant. So he nodded and said,
Then let's have a cup of red bean smoothie. If you don't want to be banned from attending the investiture ceremony tomorrow, you have to go back.
The girls nodded quickly in agreement. The entrance of the dessert shop is not big, with a row of tables and chairs against the glass window. If 4 people hadn't walked in, the proprietress would have put the chairs on the table and closed the shop. Beatrice seemed to be familiar with the proprietress and casually ordered 4 red bean smoothies and a complete chocolate cake. The store is filled with the sweet smell of heated butter and sugar. The 4 of them sat side by side on a long chair, looking at the pedestrians on the street through the glass. However, it was already very late, and there were not many pedestrians on the street, and they were all coming and going in a hurry. Across the street is Oriana's magic puppet shop, with a dazzling magic light on the store sign. Ah! Beatrice let out a soft cry, then covered her mouth with her hands, looking towards the corner of Oriana's magic puppet shop outside the window. Soldak followed her gaze to the store opposite and saw Harvey Gofellow standing in front of the glass window, peering into the display window through the lights inside the store. A female magician apprentice leaned in front of the counter to collect the things on the counter. Until the entire store closed, a group of clerks filed out of the store. Harvey Gofellow stood at the door of the store. The female magic apprentice walked out quickly, walked to Harvey Gofellow, stretched out her hand to hold Harvey's arm, and the two walked through the long distance talking and laughing. Street. Beatrice never knew much about her half-brother's love life. Unexpectedly, his girlfriend turned out to be a female magic apprentice. At this time, Cerdak and his party had just finished eating the red bean smoothie, said goodbye to the dozing proprietress, and walked out of the dessert shop. Beatrice waved to Harvey Goffro across the street from a distance. When Harvey saw Beatrice and Soldak, his eyes dodged. The female magic apprentice asked him softly, and then Harvey walked over alone and greeted Beatrice and Soldak. Beatrice had a faint smile on her face and asked,
Harvey, is that your female companion?
Harvey was a little embarrassed and whispered to Beatrice,
Sister, why are you here? We just attended the ball at Duke Newman's mansion. By the way, why didn't you attend the ball this time?
Beatrice asked Harvey with a puzzled look on her face.
I did go, but I just stayed in the corner for a while. I felt that the atmosphere there was not suitable for me, so I sneaked away.
When Harvey spoke, his grammar was a bit confusing, and he was obviously a little absent-minded. After saying this, he waved to Beatrice, Soldak and Hathaway, and said casually,
I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first.
Then he quickly turned around and ran to the female magic apprentice. Under the slightly surprised gaze of the female magic apprentice, he pulled her and hurriedly walked towards the other side of the long street.
Harvey seems to have changed a lot. I haven't seen him for a long time.
Beatrice sighed.
Yes. When I saw him last time, I felt that he was still a child who had not grown up. But now he actually knows how to hold a girl's hand.
Hathaway burst out laughing, and then quickly explained,
Sorry. I just think it's funny.
Cerdak and his party walked along the shopping street back to the bank of the inland river, where they planned to rent a magic caravan to go home. Before Cerdak waved to the magic caravan parked on the roadside, they saw a magic caravan parked quietly beside them. 2 maids pushed the door out of the car and walked out, with resentful expressions on their faces. Look at Hathaway.
Well, we're just a little hungry and want to eat something here.
Before Hathaway could finish speaking, the maid interrupted her explanation with a look of helplessness and resentment.
Miss.
It was already midnight when the magic caravan returned to Marquis Luther's mansion. This night, Thea, Hathaway, and Beatrice became good friends. Everyone first chatted about snacks. Sia introduced that the sea grape cakes from her hometown are also very good, but they are salty. Then they talked about skin care. I heard that the most powerful part of Sia's water magic is skin care,
which can hydrate the skin and remove excess cuticles. Hathaway and Beatrice opened their eyes wide. The magic caravan returned to Marquis Luther's mansion, and Thea was immediately invited to their room by Hathaway and Beatrice. Cerdak returned to the guest room alone. There was a maid guarding the door of the guest room. Seeing Cerdak coming back from outside, the maid immediately stood up and opened the door to Cerdak eagerly. All the beds in the room were paved, and the bathtub in the bathroom is filled with hot water. The maid tested the water temperature and added some cold water to the bathtub. There was a pile of iron clothes next to the bathtub. When the maid saw Soldak standing at the door of the bathroom, she saluted Soldak and said,
If you have any instructions, You can ring the bell and call me at any time.
Serdak nodded slightly, and the maid quietly walked out of the room. Serdak closed the door of the bathroom, and then lay comfortably in the bathtub. The warm water once again covered his body. He stared at the Earth Nourishes magic pattern on his thighs lit up again, and traces of life breath surrounded Serdak's body like a cocoon. The dermal layer under the skin was further restored, and the numb and itchy feeling spread all over the body. Serdak knew that the skin all over his body was recovering. He also took the opportunity to enter the sea of spiritual consciousness. The next moment, countless bright stars lit up in the sea of spiritual consciousness, and the power of holy light fell from the sky. Serdak's body emitted a faint golden light in front of the door, and 2 emerald green vines were entangled under his feet. The ground conveys a trace of vitality. In the bathroom, Serdak's body, with his eyes tightly closed, slowly floated out of the bathtub, and the shadow of an angel appeared above his head, as the holy light on his skin seemed to penetrate through his body. The holy light that penetrated the body seemed to form mysterious words on the skin, and the shadow of the angel instantly entered his body, becoming one with him. A prayer beam of light fell from the roof of the shed, covering Serdak's body. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, Serdak only felt that his spiritual power was overflowing from his body, and the set of sacred armor suddenly disappeared from the top of the door in the center of the sea of spiritual consciousness, and then appeared on his body in the sea of spiritual consciousness. A pure white holy aura gathered into a pair of wings and spread out on the back of Serdak's holy armor. Serdak took the opportunity to open the door to the spiritual world, and once again jumped into the rough sea of ice. The biting cold water instantly made his soul tremble constantly, this time with the protection of the sacred armor, and the nourishment of the earth to continuously deliver energy. Serdak seemed to have a steady stream of power, and he was able to deal with the coldness. The resistance of the sea water also increased, and he swam desperately towards the snow-capped frozen continent in front of him. There were a lot of ice floes floating in the sea, and Serdak tried to avoid those floating ice blocks. The huge waves carried the ice floe and hit Serdak. Seeing that he could not escape, Serdak lay on the ice floe with his hands and feet, and then surfaced to the sea and took the opportunity to breathe for a while. Just when Serdak was about to jump into the sea again, the waves pushed a huge iceberg over, and the iceberg smashed the huge ice floe on which Serdak was sitting, and Serdak fell into the ice sea again. The body transformed by spiritual power could no longer maintain its shape under the violent impact. His power of holy light and spiritual power were on the verge of exhaustion, and the sacred armor on his body was annihilated and dissipated. Serdak only felt a dazzling white light in front of his eyes. He opened his eyes and found that he was still lying in the bathtub. He wiped the water on his face and struggled to stand up from the bathtub. With difficulty, I walked to the bronze mirror in the bathroom and found that after my body was nourished this night, the terrible scars from the burns had faded to the point where they were almost invisible. Chapter 11:19 Medal Ceremony. Serdak walked back to the room, in order to prevent the maid from knowing that Serdak had been lying in the bathtub all night. He reached out and messed up the extremely flat bed, and then looked at the things on the bedside table. 2 boxes of dresses. He had chosen a suit for the dance last night, and these clothes were still piled in the bathroom. Originally, Serdak wanted to continue wearing them today, but he didn't know what happened, and the clothes actually got wet. There were water stains everywhere in the bathroom, as if I was learning to swim by flopping in the bathtub. Looking at the bronze mirror, he saw some bruises on his arms and shoulders, and he seriously thought about whether the experiences in the sea of spiritual consciousness could cause the body to be injured as well. If that was the case, I should have been injured more seriously. Reaching out to rub the sore back of his neck, Serdak began to choose the dress he was going to wear today. This time he chose a gown with gold thread trim on the cuffs and neckline. This time he did not choose a shirt that could be tied with a tie. He stood in front of the mirror and put on a white shirt with an open stand-up collar. The top button on the collar was just for decoration and did not need to be buttoned. The collar was open, and you could vaguely see the faint dark lines on his throat and the corner of his wheat-colored chest. The exquisitely tailored dress made him look particularly stylish. When Serdak walked out of the room, even the eyes of the maid guarding the door lit up. For a long time, Serdak would wear leather armor or full-coverage heavy armor to wrap himself tightly when he was not sleeping. He was more accustomed to the kind of attire that covered the whole body. When Serdak walked into the restaurant, he heard Hathaway, Beatrice and Thea sitting together, chatting in low voices about how beautifying and caring for the skin the spa treatment was. Then, the girls looked up and saw Serdak walking in from outside, his face glowing like marble.
Ah! Duck! How did you do it? Are you doing skincare every night recently?
Beatrice shouted exaggeratedly. Soldak sat opposite Hathaway and said,
I recently discovered a secret to beauty and beauty. What is it? Say it quickly. I would like to know.
Serdak reached out and grabbed a piece of whole wheat bread and said to the girls, who were attentively preparing to listen to the secret.
When I was promoted to a second-level powerhouse, my body would activate some kind of recovery power, which not only repaired the hidden wounds in my body, and my whole body seems to be full of energy.
Hathaway and Beatrice immediately looked disappointed.
Hey, Hathaway, do you think we have a chance to become a second-level powerhouse in this life?
Beatrice said.
This is even slimmer than your chance of receiving the blessing of eternal youth from the goddess of love.
Hathaway held her chin in her hands, squinting her green eyes and looking at Soldak.
As far as I know, for us spellweavers, the second-level powerhouse only increases the affinity of the elemental power in the body, thereby transforming the body into a carrier of magic elements. Only when we are promoted to the third-level sea priest can magic be born. Source, so as to use its own strength to transform itself.
Thea looked at Serdak with some doubts.
Ahem. Maybe it's because I am a paladin and have the power of holy light in my body.
After saying that, Soldak stretched out his palm, and there was only a faint ray of holy light in his palm. It looked like a candle swaying in the wind, and it might be extinguished at any time.
You are really using the power of the holy light to repair your body. I have never seen your holy light exhausted like this,
Thea said to Soldak with wide eyes. Butler Kenneth came to the restaurant at this time and said to Hathaway,
Miss, the magic caravan is ready.
Hathaway nodded to Butler Kenneth and said,
Butler Kenneth, we'll be there right away.
Obviously, Butler Kenneth's appearance in the restaurant at this time meant that it was time to set off. Serdak quickly grabbed 2 pieces of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. He drank the milk in the cup in one gulp. When he stood up, the maid behind him came up to help him wipe the food residue from his mouth. The 4 of them hurried to the steps outside the house, where a magic caravan was waiting quietly at the foot of the steps. A group of people boarded the magic caravan of Marquis Luther's mansion. The driver drove the magic caravan to the Heroes Square in Venice City. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning. A group of City Hall staff were busy around the statue of the hero in the square. Someone was laying a red carpet on a high platform. Some city staff pulled out a separation tape in front of the statue of the hero. Some citizens had already gathered in the square. Soldak, Hathaway, and others walked across the square. Soldak showed his noble badge and expressed his identity before being taken to the preparation area for the investiture ceremony by the staff. As spectators, Hathaway, Beatrice, and Thea were arranged to the aristocratic viewing area. The only difference between that area and the civilian viewing area was that there were seats. Rows of seats were lined with backrests. At this time many people had already sat down, and Hathaway also saw some familiar aristocrats and ladies. Soldak was not the first one to come, and certainly not the last one. With a reminder from Butler Kenneth, he came at just the right time. As for these young earls who were awarded honors, Soldak had already met them at the dance last night, and now they gathered together to say hello casually. After all, they are all viscounts and have equal status, and no one looks down on the other. Although some are arrogant, some are kind, some are hypocritical, and some are serious. When these young nobles gather together, either their families have huge territories and industries, or their families have a huge lord army. Seeing Soldak coming over, the municipal staff first confirmed his identity, then took a copy of the ceremony process and began to explain the entire ceremony process to him in detail, as well as the matters that needed to be paid attention to in each process. Because many nobles and civilians came to watch the ceremony in Heroes Square, no mistakes can be made in every aspect. Otherwise, once someone makes a fool of themselves, they will become the laughing stock of people. Later, the staff also revealed to Soldak that there were special etiquettes leading the way during the ceremony. It was only after Soldak received this series of temporary training that the young people who participated in the investiture ceremony gathered together. This time everyone looked at Soldak with less cold eyes than last night.
I know you. If the war in the Ganbu Plain hadn't ended so quickly, and I couldn't escape from the Loki Plain and come back, I'm afraid I would have joined the coalition to conquer the demons. I heard that the Ganbu Plain, the battle was very exciting, and the army was able to recapture the lost ground like a maelstrom. The entire Cyrumen Plateau was actually divided into 4 armies, and they were recaptured by you all the way.
A young nobleman's eyes were filled with unconcealable envy, and he chattered to Serdak. He didn't look like this last night. His chin was on top of his head, and he was so smelly. Another young noble also took the opportunity to say,
I heard that Lord MacDonald was bewitched by the devil. So he publicly announced the independence of the Ganbu Plain. Emperor Charles has already signed the death penalty notice. Now the death penalty notice is in the military department. It is said that he will wait for MacDonald. The war criminals from the Nye family were sent to the guillotine together.
I don't think Serdek, who has a close relative in the family, who is a senior military official and the controller of the Ganbu Plain, doesn't know these details.
That's great. When will he be guillotined?
Serdek asked.
The specific time has not been determined yet,
said the young noble. The young noble who spoke first then asked,
Viscount Soldak, where is the battlefield your army is going to fight next? I mean, if you have a good goal, why don't we all form a coalition so that we can have an absolute advantage in strength? Even if unpredictable things happen on the battlefield, everyone can share the losses.
It seems that this man wants to continue to gain some military glory. Obviously, he is not satisfied with his status as an earl. However, if you want to be promoted from earl to marquis, you can't do it in just one war. Soldak scratched his head and replied seriously.
Well, the army I formed before was part of the military establishment. It has been taken back by the military. So I don't have an army to command for the time being. The only cavalry battalion is still performing garrison duties in the Belan Plain. Ganbu this side of the plain is just recruiting new troops.
So there is no battle plan yet.
The young noble who suggested joining forces had a look in his eyes that said,
It's nothing without an army.
But he said with great regret,
That's such a pity.
Then he asked sincerely,
Viscount Soldak, if you have no battle plans for the time being, are you interested in joining my regiment as deputy commander? As long as you can train my heavy armored infantry regiments into the state of your 20,000 heavy armored infantry warriors, I can pay you a sum of gold coins, magic crystals or black magic crystals, whatever you choose.
Soldak reached out and rubbed his forehead. He was indeed a rich man. Perhaps they had already adopted what they thought was the most sincere and friendly attitude. Soldak had no choice but to explain.
I may accept a call from the military in the near future, and will go to the big battlefield to train there for a period of time.
Quiet. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. It's like a big rooster appears among a flock of quails. It turned out to be a second-level powerhouse. And the eyes of the young nobles finally showed a hint of admiration. That is a kind of respect for the strong. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Heroes Square was already crowded with people. The investiture ceremony was held in front of the statue of the swordsman Bena in the center of Heroes Square. The nobles watching the ceremony sat neatly in the viewing area. Due to the frequent plain wars in recent years, nobles died in battle every year, and new earls were born every year. Some people deserved their titles, and were responsible for leading the family. The army cut them out with sword after sword on the plain battlefield. Some people simply spent money to buy a large number of black magic crystals. There are definitely many people who are willing to sell unidentified black magic crystals. 12 young nobles, who were about to be awarded the title, stood neatly together in their formal attires. These young nobles had standard body shapes, with only Serdek being slightly taller. Behind them are the release of the heroes of Pena, and at their feet are a sea of spectators. The Speaker of the House of Representatives in Bena City, Marquis Fred Dunstan, stood in the center of the high platform in front of the statues of Bena swordsmen, facing the tens of thousands of spectators gathered in the square, holding a speech in his hand, and beside him, located in the center of a huge magic circle. This magic circle has the same effect as the magic circle in the opera troupe, which is to gather the sound and amplify it before releasing it. Speaker Fred Dunstan stepped onto the podium and faced the wave of applause. He raised his hands to signal everyone to stop. The surroundings fell completely silent before he preached loudly. The Bena Legion is an army with countless honors and victories. In this era, our province of Bena has many heroes. These young people all possess courage, justice, hope, wisdom, and the spirit of not bowing to fate. The flames of the plain war have now spread throughout the Green Empire. Every battlefield is bleeding almost all the time, and soldiers sacrifice their lives every day in the test of blood and fire, life and death. This group of young nobles have become the best among them. The speech was a bit long, and Serdek and the other 11 young nobles waited beside the high platform for a long time. At the end of July, the sun was indeed very scorching. Soldak was even worried that the speaker would be overwhelmed and fainted on the podium. Fortunately, Serdak's prediction did not come true. After Speaker Fred Dunstan finished speaking, he awarded these young nobles the title of Earl. The young nobles lined up and walked onto the dais. Speaker Fred Dunstan said loudly.
At this moment, standing with you are the countless heroic ancestors of the Bena province. I hope you can uphold their glory and continue to carry forward the spirit of the Bena swordsman.
Serdek whispered in his heart, I am a knight. The two young female assistants at the back, one holding an umbrella and the other holding ice water, stood not far away, staring nervously at the speaker. Speaker Fred Dunstan wore a thick speaker's robe. In order to show his nobility, the dress was cut from rune cloth. The thick robe was actually covered with a blouse, and there was a blouse on the outside that symbolized the identity of the speaker. Red, white and gold ribbons,
and a heavy crown on her head. When he awarded everyone the Earl medal, Soldak noticed that Speaker Fred Dunstan's face was a little red, which was obviously a sign of heatstroke. 12 young nobles stood together. Speaker Fred Dunstan stepped forward to shake hands one by one, said some words of encouragement, and personally wore the Earl badge on the chests of the young nobles. Serdek felt that the speaker's eyes were more cordial when he shook hands with him. After the investiture ceremony, there was a round of applause in the square. Serdek was among them. For the speaker, whose eyes showed a lot of kindness, he originally wanted to throw out a holy light spell to make him feel better. But there were a group of decorated companions around him, and he didn't want to be too independent. When he saw Speaker Fred Dunstan turn around and drank half a glass of ice water, and then drank half a bottle of light blue spiritual potion, Sir Dark felt that Speaker Fred Dunstan would not have any big problems. Just looking at him needing help even to walk, it was obvious that he was mentally exhausted to the extreme. The investiture ceremony was successfully completed. The nobles watching in the square left early, and a large number of people also left Heroes Square from all directions. Many people gathered on the streets of the city and loudly sang hymns to heroes. But just when Soldak stepped off the platform and was about to join Hathaway and Beatrice, who were waiting in the restaurant opposite the Heroes Square, the city hall staff hurried over and joined Soldak's side. He whispered in his ear, Marquis Luther sent us to invite you over. Speaker Fred Dunstan fainted and fell. Chapter 11:20 Mr. Speaker. There was some chaos at the ceremony, and the city hall had begun organizing a large group of workers to clean up Heroes Square. Serdek followed the staff member to the corner of the steps behind the statues. There was a large group of people around. The staff member could only squeeze out a way through the crowd and dragged Serdek in, squeezing into the middle of the crowd. Soldak immediately saw Speaker Fred Dunstan lying on a stretcher with a 3-centimeter long wound at the corner of his eye and cheekbone. Blood was not only all over his face, but also even the dress and tiara were stained. Marquis Luther was actually at the scene. After seeing Soldak, he quickly said to him,
Dak, come and help Speaker Fred Dunstan deal with the wound.
Soldak immediately came up and saw that Speaker Fred Dunstan was in a coma and his breathing was a little weak. Speaker Fred was old and not in good health. In such a hot weather and wearing such a thick dress, he suffered from heat stroke. Such a fall made him faint. Soldak patted the speaker's blood-stained cheek with his hand and whispered a few words in his ear. Speaker Fred Dunstan still did not wake up. At this time, Sia had also been brought over by a municipal staff member. She was wearing the beautiful dress she bought last night and squeezed in next to Soldak. A ball of holy light had already gathered in Soldak's hand. And Thea also understood Soldak's eyes at this time, and quickly guided a stream of water to start cleaning the wound on Speaker Fred Dunstan's face. Although his face was covered in blood, the fall was not serious. Thea condensed a ball of water and washed away the blood on Chancellor Fred Dunstan's face, revealing the original wound. A hydrotherapy technique fell with a swish sound, allowing the wound to grow a thin layer of water. The thin film of oil stopped the bleeding. The nobles who were watching let out a low cry. Soldak also cast the holy light spell on Speaker Fred Dunstan, and then roughly checked his body with his hands, but found no fractures. At this time, Sia followed the method of treating wounds on the battlefield. She took out a sewing kit from the magic pouch on her waist, took out a threaded steel needle, sewed the wound on the speaker's face, and then used a hemostatic bandage covers the wound. After doing this, Soldak stood up from the stretcher and said to a group of nobles including Marquis Luther,
Speaker Fred Dunstan is fine. He is just a little weak and suffering from heat stroke.
He turned to the female assistant who was following Speaker Fred Dunstan and said,
After the speaker wakes up, let him have a good rest in a ventilated and cool room and drink plenty of water.
After Soldak finished speaking, he stood up with Sia and said to Marquis Luther,
If I need a more detailed physical examination, I need a quieter treatment room.
Without even thinking about it, Marquis Luther immediately ordered the staff of the city hall,
Go to a hotel across the square and choose a clean room. The speaker needs to take a rest.
The staff hurriedly crossed Heroes Square and ran towards the largest hotel opposite. Marquis Luther said to Soldak,
Then give Speaker Fred Dunstan a detailed physical examination. How long will it take for him to wake up?
Cerdak quickly explained.
The current coma is a kind of self-protection of his body. His body is a bit overdrawn. Sleeping more will be good for his body. It won't take long for him to wake up.
The staff here had already lifted the stretcher and, surrounded by a group of people, walked towards the high-end hotel called Santorum. A group of nobles followed, and Cerdak also planned to follow. But Marquis Luther grabbed Cerdak from behind and whispered to Cerdak.
Fred Dunstan has been sitting as Speaker of the House of Representatives in Bena Province for almost 10 years. You try to revive him later and make him feel that he owes you a favor.
Soldak nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. Then he immediately walked a few steps quickly to catch up with the stretcher. The hotel owner personally stood at the door of the hotel to greet Speaker Fred Dunstan, and the staff quickly carried the stretcher up to the most luxurious bedroom on the 3rd floor. Cerdak slightly decorated the next room, turning it into a makeshift therapy room. He opened the sacrificial altar in the room, and then asked the staff to carry Speaker Fred Dunstan into the room and let him lie flat on the big bed. It was actually very simple to make him wake up quickly. Soldak sacrificed the head of A.H.L. Dog, and first used the Eye of Truth to conduct a full-body examination on Speaker Fred Dunstan. The face of God sent down the blessing of the blessed body. Under the vision of the true eye, you can clearly see the blood circulation. Speaker Fred Dunstan's physical condition is not very optimistic. He is a bit old, and the organ functions of various parts of his body are declining. But this speaker the adult seems to have a young heart. Soldak discovered that Speaker Fred Dunstan's fall today was actually caused by the heat stroke and fainting. It was mainly caused by the loss of energy and blood after the speaker's body was hollowed out. Soldak asked Thea to use hydrotherapy on Speaker Fred Dunstan. Although the therapeutic effect of hydrotherapy is quite good, it actually does not need to be performed twice in a short period of time. The actual principle of this water magic is to accelerate the body's metabolism and allow the wound to heal quickly. The healing time is greatly shortened, but the pain effect is also doubled. So after Speaker Fred Dunstan cried out in pain, he finally woke up. Cerdak quickly cancelled the sacrificial ceremony and asked the relatives and friends waiting in the living room outside the bedroom to enter the bedroom. Not long afterward, Speaker Fred Dunstan's family members also arrived one after another. With the help of the recovery power of the blessed body, Speaker Fred Dunstan lay on the bed and recovered well. When he heard the entourage around him mention that it was the young Earl Soldak, he woke up. The Speaker Fred Dunstan immediately expressed his gratitude to Soldak in person. Cerdak then said to the speaker,
Sir Speaker, your body is in serious depletion. Not only do you need to eat some Warcraft ingredients to increase your vitality and blood, but you also need to pay more attention to rest.
Cerdak even heard a disdainful snort from someone behind him, probably from a certain lady. He turned his head slightly and glanced back, looking at the ladies surrounding the speaker's bed, separated from each other. From a distance, I guessed that the relationship between these ladies may not be very harmonious. When the wives of the speaker looked at the two female assistants beside the speaker, their expressions were extremely gloomy. Only then did Soldak understand why Speaker Fred Dunstan's energy and blood had lost so much. It was because of his waist. Not okay. Speaker Fred Dunstan lay on the hotel bed with a pale face and expressed his gratitude to Soldak for his treatment. Soldak was finally able to escape. Chapter 11:21 Enough. Cerdak and Sia walked out of the hotel, and a magic caravan from the Marquis Palace was waiting outside. A maid pushed open the carriages, and Hathaway and Beatrice looked at Soldak from the carriage. Soldak got into the carriage and said to the two ladies who were looking forward to it,
Speaker Fred Dunstan has no serious health problems. Where should we go next?
Hathaway opened the window and ordered the coachman sitting outside.
Go to number 59 Isle Avenue.
The magic caravan merged into the endless flow of streets and drove north along the main street of the central axis of Bena City. If the magic caravan kept going, it would reach Duke Newman's castle. However, after the magic caravan passed through two intersections, it turned around and drive eastward along Isle Avenue. Isle Avenue is the third main road in the Noble District. You do not need to take this road to return to the Marquis Luther's mansion. Isle Avenue is accompanied by an inland river. Both sides of the river are paved with smooth stone roads. The stone roads a low wall was built between the river, and the wall was covered with white gypsophila. There are not many horse-drawn carriages on the road, and there is a row of high-end shops on both sides of the river. The magic caravan stopped in front of a high-end cosmetic store.
Are you going in with us? Or are you waiting for us in the car? We'll be out soon,
Hathaway asked Soldak.
I'd better stay outside,
Soldak said. Hathaway and Beatrice took Thea and walked into the shop in a familiar way. The maid at the door of the store greeted her cordially and opened the door. It was obvious that Hathaway and Beatrice came here often. The buildings on this street are all built in an antique style. Each shop door has very exquisite decorations. And the magic caravans parked on the street are very gorgeous and exquisite. Cerdak stepped off the magic caravan, sat down on a bench by the river, and felt the gentle river breeze. In the days before the wedding, the most important thing for Hathaway and Beatrice every day was to take care of their skin and control their diet to ensure that they could wear the slim-waisted wedding dress on the wedding day. While having afternoon tea, the two of them also checked and discussed the details of the wedding with Kenneth the butler and the wedding officiant. In fact, Beatrice also had to contact the Goffro family for a list of people attending the wedding. Compared to the busy Hathaway and Beatrice, Soldak seemed relatively leisurely. He didn't even need to think about how many guests he would entertain on the wedding day. Most of the trivial matters were prepared by the Marquis Lutheran Palace. After all, the wedding was held in Venice City. Cerdak didn't have many relatives and friends, and it was impossible for him to invite the entire village of Val to come to Venice City to attend the wedding. Therefore, the only ones who could really come from Helensa City were Rita and Danila. The knight can attend his wedding. He found that the more he reached this point, the emotions in his heart became a little more complicated. There would be vague joy, happiness, and a little restlessness in his heart. And there would also be a little bit of guilt. Cerdak vigorously rubbed his numb face with both hands. He lowered his head and looked at the Earl medal on his chest again, feeling the sacred power flowing through his body. He leaned against the long wooden chair, closed his eyes, and let the sunlight shine on him. He could feel that his five senses were constantly strengthening. And there had been secondary changes during the period after the Second Revolution. Now that he had the earth nourishment, this magic pattern of life continued to repair his body's skin. And his body's skin became very sensitive, as if every pore can breathe freely. Sitting on a bench and bathing in the sun for the first time, it felt like floating in the sea, with the sea water surrounding my body. He enjoyed this feeling. Obviously, the aristocratic neighborhood is the most comfortable place in the entire city. Every once in a while, two knights from the guard camp will pass by on the street, so it is difficult to see disheveled homeless people here, even if civilians stay here for too long. Commander, there will also be knights from the guard camp coming over to question him. Sure enough, Hathaway, Beatrice, and Thea didn't stay in the store for long. This time, when they went out, a lady in the store personally sent them outside the store and watched the three girls board the carriage. Seeing Cerdak stand up from the bench by the river and board the magic caravan together, the noble lady gave Cerdak a deep look. After getting into the car, Sia said to Soldak excitedly, "Dak, you definitely have no idea what I just experienced." Seeing Sia's blue eyes staring at him flickeringly, Cerdak spread his hands wordlessly and said nothing. Thea couldn't control the excitement in her heart. She first looked at Hathaway, then turned to look at Beatrice and said, "I think I will become very rich soon. By then, I will be able to buy back all the nagas in the slave market of Venice City." "Oh, have you found a way to make money?" Soldak asked Sia curiously. "Yeah. I didn't expect the nobles in Venice City to be so eager for water magic scrolls," Sia said very proudly. Seeing Hathaway and Beatrice sitting next to them, smiling and saying nothing, Soldak asked curiously, "Are you going to make a batch of hydrotherapy magic scrolls and sell them?" "The hydrotherapy magic scroll is only sold to magicians. This is what I am going to sell this time." As she said that, Thea took out a very thin magic scroll from her magic pocket. I didn't see her reciting a spell. She just unfolded the scroll casually, and then a burst of rain and mist condensed in the carriage. Cerdak felt as if he was in a thick fog, and his body and face became damp. "This is the first time I know that ladies from aristocratic families like to do this in the bathroom. However, my magic scroll is not just a pure water mist. It also contains a little bit of water element nourishing magic in it, which can reduce the moisture deposited on the skin. Pigmentation. Restore skin." Listen to Sia's sweet voice. Cerdak seemed to have returned to the painful experience of sitting in front of the TV and watching cosmetics advertisements. He immediately interrupted her introduction and asked, "So you want to make water magic scrolls in the future and sell them exclusively to high-end cosmetic stores like this?" Thea looked at Soldak with an expression of "so you know everything." At noon, the street became extremely hot, and the row of willow trees on the bank were scorched by the sun. The cabin of the magic caravan is very cool. as long as the back seat has a slot for holding ice cubes. Once the ice inside has completely melted, a maid will take some ice cubes out of the insulator to keep the cabin cool enough.
Dak, what would you like to eat for lunch? Do you want us to eat some authentic Bina delicacies?
Beatrice sat next to Surdak and asked him. Surdak pointed to the high tower top exposed behind the building complex outside the window, with the colorful flags flying on the top of the tower, and asked,
"Where is that place over there?"
Beatrice leaned completely into his arms, followed his gaze, and looked out the window, saying,
"It should be the main building of the Bina Swordsman Academy. You can just see the top of the tower from here."
Soldak suddenly became interested and said,
"How about we go to the cafeteria of Bina Swordsman Academy to have lunch? In fact, I have always wanted to visit your academy, but the college is on vacation now."
Beatrice said. As Beatrice said, the college was on summer break, although they were not able to have lunch in the college cafeteria as they wished. Hathaway and Beatrice took Soldak and Sia to a restaurant opposite the college that they often went to when they were in school. Let Surdak experience the dishes that the students of Bina Swordsman often eat. Then the group of people took the magic caravan around to the back of the academy and sneaked into the academy through the side door at the back. Everyone first walked around the courtyard of the dormitory building, which was already deserted, and then walked around outside the sword hall. Soldak accidentally discovered that the sword hall in the academy was still open, and Hathaway explained,
"The practice facilities here are very complete. Many students living in Bina City will come here to practice even during the summer vacation. Fencing."
Hathaway and Beatrice held his arms on the left and right. But at this time, the figure of another person inexplicably appeared in Soldak's mind. The next day, Soldak did not expect that Speaker Fred Dunstan would actually visit Marquis Luther's house in person. He was originally going to accompany Hathaway and Beatrice to number 59 Io Avenue, when he heard Butler Kenneth running over to him and said,
Marquis Luther invited him to go to the study.
He had no choice but to let Hathaway wait. Beatrice and Thea went first, and he followed Butler Kenneth directly back to Marquis Luther's study. There were 2 guards guarding the outside of the study. When they saw Butler Kenneth, the guards pushed the study door open. Butler Kenneth stood at the door and said to the other side,
"Your Majesty the Marquis. Count Soldak has arrived. Invite him in."
Marquis Luther's voice came from inside. Soldak then straightened his clothes and walked in from the door. The walls in the room are covered with maps. But now the map of the Ganbu Plain has been replaced by a map with extremely clear directions of mountains and rivers. There is also a rough area circled by someone with a red pin. Marquis Luther and Speaker Fred Dunstan were sitting on the sofa area in the study. When the speaker saw Surdak walking in, he actually stood up and extended his hand to Surdak. The two shook hands, and then everyone sat down again.
"Count Soldak, I am here specifically to express my gratitude to you. Without your timely treatment, it is difficult to say what the consequences would have been yesterday."
Speaker Fred Dunstan said to Surdak said. Surdak tactfully said to the speaker,
"Sir Speaker, you just fainted due to deficiency of chi and blood. As long as you pay more attention to taking care of yourself, there is no big problem with your body." "Ha ha. I still know my body very well,"
Speaker Fred Dunstan said with a calm smile.
"It's just that sometimes the meaning of life lies in this."
Surdak was speechless, and could only lower his head and reach out to pick up the teacup and take a sip of hot tea. At this time, Speaker Fred Dunstan asked Soldak,
"There is one thing I want to know from you in person. After you used the holy light technique to treat me yesterday, I found that my forehead could last a little longer at night, and there was no soreness here the next day. It took me a long time. I don't feel like this anymore. Dak, is this the power of the holy light?"
Soldak touched his nose and finally understood the real purpose of Speaker Fred Dunstan's eagerness to come here.
"It's not the power of the holy light. It's just the buffing effect of the sacred blessing blessed body, and it only lasts for 3 days.
Surdak answered truthfully.
"In these 3 days, your physical strength and recovery will be significantly enhanced." "Oh, that's it. I've already felt this, and it feels very good."
Speaker Fred Dunstan nodded, and curiously asked Soldak,
"If I mean this kind of blessing, is it possible that this state of affairs can continue forever? That way, I will bless you again every 3 days."
Surdak said. Although the Ganbu Plain is only a very small plain, Surdak is now considered a genuine lord.
"There is definitely no way to do this,"
Speaker Fred Dunstan said immediately.
"Besides the magical effect of this blessing, do you have any other methods?"
Soldak hesitated for a moment and glanced at Marquis Luther opposite. He found that Marquis Luther had been silent, obviously hoping that he could do something. Cerdak thought for a moment and then said,
There is a way, but it requires some carrying capacity. I also have magic patterns in my hand that can be implanted in your body to restore some physical strength to you. You mean the kind of structure engraved with magic patterns?
Speaker Fred Dunstan asked doubtfully.
Yeah, almost.
Soldak nodded. Speaker Fred Dunstan said frankly,
I had this kind of magic pattern structure when I was young. But now that I am older and my body is not strong enough, these magic patterns have gradually lost their effectiveness. I was also the commander of the Constructed Swordsman Regiment at the time, and I participated in many plain battles. However, when I was young, I caught up with the good times and only led the army to freely explore the newly discovered plains. The territorial expansion was quite high, but in those few years, we did not catch up with the invasion of demons and HL forces. But it was difficult to accumulate achievements. The 2 magic patterns on my body were tattooed by the inscription master during that period. They were tattooed a long time ago, but they are now invalid.
As he spoke, Speaker Fred Dunstan rolled up his sleeves, revealing the old skin on the opposite side of the loose skin. The magic lines on the skin had become intermittent and no longer coherent. It had obviously been inactive for a long time. Soldak looked away and asked again,
Then do you still have the capacity to bear it now? Even if it has some carrying capacity, it won't be too much. It can only have 4 or 5 at most. It can't even wear a single piece of magic pattern structure.
Speaker Fred Dunstan said with a sigh.
That's enough. I mean, it's enough for a magic pattern,
Soldak said to Speaker Fred Dunstan with bright eyes. Chapter 11:22 Battlefield Pass. In Marquis Luther's study, Soldak said to Speaker Fred Dunstan, who was sitting on the sofa.
And this magic pattern does not require you to continuously input power.
Speaker Fred Dunstan looked at Soldak in surprise and asked with some disbelief.
Are you saying that there is a magic pattern that can improve my physical fitness without my power? That's pretty much it,
Cerdak replied with a nod. Speaker Fred Dunstan couldn't wait to ask.
When can you help me make an appointment with the inscription master to inscribe this kind of magic pattern? Actually, it's not an engraving, but a colonization, because it will become a part of your body and give you some strength,
Cerdak corrected.
It doesn't matter to me. I just want to know, when can I be engraved with this magic pattern?
Speaker Fred Dunstan's eyes flashed. Soldak thought for a moment before saying,
Well, just tonight.
The Marquis of Dunstan's palace and the Duke of Newman's palace are only separated by a narrow lane. This is a large manor covering an area of nearly 20 acres. There are beautiful gardens in the front and back of the main house. Soldak was taken directly into the courtyard where Speaker Fred Dunstan lived alone. According to Soldak's request, the housekeeper prepared a guest room for him as a treatment room. Thea was following him as a water magician at this moment. Cerdak told the speaker that Thea was the one who was treating him this time, a magician who colonized the magic pattern. At this time, it was no secret that Thea was a magician from the Nagasi clan. Although Speaker Dunstan's wives do not agree with this colonization of magic patterns, Speaker Dunstan's own insistence, Soldak arranged the treatment room properly and asked Speaker Fred Dunstan to lie on the soft bed. Then, with the help of Thea, he implanted the strength and resilience demon into the speaker's lower back. Although there was a slight problem due to loose skin, overall the magic pattern implantation was quite successful. Cerdak found that this strength and resilience life magic pattern was really versatile. He originally wanted to colonize the speaker with a life magic pattern such as earth nourishment or physical restoration, or petrified skin would also be good. But Soldak did not have such a life magic pattern in his hands for the time being. Patterns can only be replaced by strength and toughness. After colonizing the magic pattern, Speaker Fred Dunstan did not ask for any reward from Soldak. He just asked the butler to send a magic caravan to send Soldak back to the Marquis Luther's mansion. On the first day of August, Marquis Luther received a pass for the battlefield and a letter of recommendation from the military department with great joy. This pass for the large battlefield has been held up by the military department for nearly 3 months. Now it was finally issued to Cerdak in the name of the military department, and he was given a month to report to the large battlefield. When Cerdak received this pass, he discovered that it was actually an advanced directional teleportation scroll. As long as he activated this pass, he could enter the rumored battlefield. Another letter of recommendation was written by Speaker Fred Dunstan of the Bena Province House of Representatives, and this letter would be forwarded by Soldak to Adolphus Dunstan of Blue Bridge Fortress. That's right. Speaker Fred Dunstan's biological uncle, Adolphus Dunstan, is a third-level swordsman and an officer at the Blue Bridge Fortress in the Great Battlefield. After a series of hints from Marquis Luther, Soldek finally got this extremely precious letter of recommendation. This can be regarded as an amulet carefully prepared by Marquis Luther for Soldek. After dinner, Soldek and Marquis Luther sat on the third-floor terrace to enjoy the cool air. Marquis Luther just began to introduce the situation of the battle site to Soldek.
There is an eternal battlefield. Angels and demons in ancient times have fought here for countless centuries. After the World Stone was destroyed by the angel Tyrell, the eternal battlefield was also divided into 13 pieces floating in chaotic time and space. An independent battlefield. This large battlefield is not only connected to the city in the sky, but also to the Gate of Hell, as well as several main planes such as Roland Continent. For a long time, the powerful humans, dwarves, elves, orcs on Roland Continent have joined forces to occupy the passage from the eternal battlefield to Roland Continent, controlling the King Kong Gate connected to this side. This battlefield is also one of the 13 independent battlefields. It can be regarded as ours. A big battlefield where humans and demons fight head-on. It is said that some strong men recently saw the scene of angels and demons fighting in the void on this great battlefield. But we, the Green Empire, are not facing the HL demons alone. On this battlefield, the Green Empire only has a small garrison area in the northwest corner. Our second-level warriors have built dozens of fortresses and sentry. Every second-level expert has the duty to guard the eternal battlefield. Once this battlefield falls into the opponent's hands, the demons will be in control of the door to the Roland Continent. According to the agreement signed by the Roland Continent Alliance Army, occupying more territory on this battlefield will be able to distribute more resources and benefits on the battlefield every year. Of course, this is between the Green Empire and other Alliance kingdoms. In this game, we just need to obey orders. For the first time you go to a big battlefield, hide in the Blue Bridge Fortress and familiarize yourself with the situation there. You only need to live for 3 months before you can write an application to return to your home country due to injury. If you feel that life there is not bad, you can also complete the 6-month rotation period. After all, for the strong, the battlefield is full of opportunities. Marquis Luther's words were not the only interpretation of the great battlefield that Soldek had heard from strong men in recent times. But they were the most detailed and had a very clear purpose, which was to enter the great battlefield for the first time. On the battlefield, Soldek first languished in the Blue Bridge Fortress. If he could not adapt to the environment, he would recover from illness and run back after 3 months. If you can adapt to the environment, take the opportunity to go hunting. Marquis Luther said this last sentence because he knew that Soldek had a fighting partner who was a red dragon. Soldek weighed the pass and asked Marquis Luther, "Your Majesty, Marquis, I would like to know if I can bring some of my men with me when we enter the battlefield this time." "Yes, but it is only for second-level experts who have never entered a large battlefield. No more than 5 people can be teleported at the same time," Marquis Luther explained to Soldek. Speaking of which, Soldek planned to bring Andrew, Samira, and Gulitum to the big battlefield. He thought of the Ogre brothers and wondered whether they would be counted as 1 or 2 when they were introduced to the big battlefield. On the afternoon of August 2nd, Andrew led 500 cavalry through the Belan Plain portal and successfully entered Benna City. The next morning, the 200,000 sheep that Soldek purchased in the Belan Plain were also driven out of the back garden of Duke Newman's mansion by herdsmen. Chapter 11:23 Preparations before the wedding. The sheep entered Benna City at 4 a.m. on August 3rd. Duke Newman's Avenue in the northern part of Benna City is 15 kilometers long from east to west. This avenue is the widest avenue in front of Duke Newman's castle. There are 2 gates closest to Duke Newman's palace. They are located at number 10 on the north city wall, City Gate and Gate 11, centered on Duke Newman's palace. Walk 5 kilometers east along the Duke's Avenue to reach Gate 10 of the north city wall. Walk 5 kilometers west along the Duke's Avenue to reach Gate 11 of the north city wall. These are also the 2 closest avenues from the Duke's palace to the outside of the city. On both sides were almost independent cavalry battalions of the Lutheran Legion. These cavalrymen blocked the intersections of various streets to prevent the sheep from escaping into the city. More than 100 Aboriginal herdsmen from the Belan Plain held long leather whips and rode ancient bowline horses, following the sheep on the central street before dawn. It was the first time for the indigenous herdsmen to come to the prosperous city of Benna. They didn't even know where to go and could only keep driving their sheep forward. The shops on both sides of the street are closed, but this allows the herdsmen to look around without being laughed at by the city people. When passing the black lampposts along the street, these herdsmen were riding on horseback, reaching out to touch each cold lamppost.
looking at the soft light emitting from the glass cover above their heads. And everyone's eyes were full of joy. Novelty. These sheep are not walking slowly. If they stop for a moment, the herdsman will whip them on their backs. They were a bit noisy, and they were making random noises all the way. The citizens living on the street were woken up. When they opened their windows and were about to curse at the long street, they saw in the dawn light. The street was full of people. It was like an endless cotton field, and I was stunned by the scenery in front of me.
Oh my God! American, come here and see what's going on!
Standing at the second floor window, the housewife wearing silk pajamas and curly hair let out a piercing scream. Gulitam and Samira were waiting outside the city with 300 first-level warriors from the Ganbu Plain. This time, Serdek temporarily rented a large farm outside the northern city as a temporary settlement for the sheep. Seeing the sheep rushing out of the city gate in a mighty manner, the two-headed ogre stood by the moat and felt very excited for a while. All intersections are blocked by soldiers, so the sheep hardly need to identify the direction. They can only keep trotting forward in the only passage. As long as they run a little slower, the horns of the sheep behind will press against the ones in front. Sheep butt. The entire process of 200,000 sheep passing through the portal lasted nearly 4 hours. The route only involved part of Duke Avenue, not far from the northern city wall. Although it caused a certain degree of congestion in Bena City, it only involved go to the two city gates number 10 and number 11. This time a large number of sheep entered Bena City. Soldek had applied to the military department 5 days ago and had also made 3 different emergency plans. Although the scene in the morning was slightly chaotic, there were no emergencies. Seeing the last group of sheep trotting out of the city gate, the herdsmen followed the sheep out with their long whips. Andrew let out a sigh of relief while riding the horse. This was just the first group of sheep. There will be a group of cattle tomorrow morning, although the number is only 1/10 of the sheep flock. In terms of size, it is not much smaller than the sheep flock.
Boss, why do you want to buy so many cattle and sheep? You don't want to drive them to a deserted land to eat sand, right?
Andrew asked Soldak with a smile.
No one told you that I occupy a large territory in the Ganbu Plain.
Serdek rode his mount and stood side by side with Andrew in the city gate. More than 50 night watchmen were cleaning this street. So many sheep passed by, making the street full of sheep dung and eggs. And the smell was everywhere. Andrew said with a surprised look on his face.
So the news that was sent back to Bailen was true? They said that you occupied a small plain. It's almost the same. It's just that the land has just been swept away by the demon army. Now there is a large area of lush grassland. Not even a rabbit can be seen. I will buy some cattle and sheep to restore life to the place.
Serdek said with one hand on Andrew's shoulder. He said,
I'm asking you to come here this time. I'm afraid you won't be able to return to Duodan town for a while. Have things been arranged over there?
Andrew stretched out his hand to calm the restless war horse, and said to Soldak with a smile.
The cavalry regiment has clearly explored the edges of Anya's swamp and Three Rivers Plain. I originally planned to wait for you to return to Duodan town. Choose a direction, and then expand the territory outward. After receiving your letter,
I will be independent. Let's rearrange the veterans of the cavalry regiment. Although they are not capable of expanding territory, it is perfectly fine for them to guard the Invercargill forest with the young warriors recruited from the aboriginal tribes.
Serdek nodded and said,
That's good. You will go to the big battlefield with me in a few days. That's great. I've long wanted to see what the demon warriors look like.
Andrew waved his arms excitedly. The two rode through the city gate, following the sheep. The cavalry on the street, led by their respective captains, gradually gathered behind them. These cavalry have been promoted to first-class cavalry, and their mounts are all strengthened ancient Bolai war horses. They are wearing full heavy armor and are an elite heavy cavalry. Soldak glanced behind him and said to Andrew,
I brought back 300 first-level warriors from the city. You take them back to Doden town and add them to the cavalry camp. The 500 cavalry warriors you brought over, I will take them to Makuso in the Ganbu Plain. I plan to form a cavalry regiment there, and I will probably promote a group of officers from among them.
Gulitam and Samira were waiting by the moat when they saw Serdek and Andrew coming out of the city with a group of familiar cavalry. The ogre shouted excitedly,
Andrew, long time no see.
After the two met, they excitedly knocked each other's chest muscles with their fists. Samira rode up and Andrew gave her a hug on horseback.
Sorry. The transportation capacity in Invercargill Forest is relatively tight now, and the armed Thunder Rhino has been responsible for the main transportation task of the copper mine.
Andrew said to Samira, Samira pursed her lips slightly, smiled and said nothing, seemingly sensing that Samira was not in a good mood. Andrew was even more afraid to continue chatting with her. The next morning, Surdak was busy driving the 20,000 cattle purchased from the Belan Plain out of Bena City. 300 native herdsmen and 500 cavalry drove the 20,000 cattle, and 200,000 sheep marched overland towards the city of Root in the Tarapagan area. It is estimated that it would take almost a month for such a large group of animals to reach Root City. The current price of cotton sheep in the livestock market of Makusuo City fluctuates between 15 and 20 silver coins. The price of Stein cows is as high as 3 gold coins per head. This price is almost the price of livestock in Belan Plain. 3 times. Surdak only spent 30,000 gold coins to purchase these animals this time. However, if he wanted to get all the way to Lut City, not counting the animals lost along the way, Surdak would have to spend 10,000 taels for travel expenses alone. 1,000 gold coins, of which 10,000 gold coins are used to pay for the portal fee in the Belan Plain, and 900 of the other 2,000 gold coins will be used to pay the travel expenses of the 300 indigenous herdsmen. The other 1,100 gold coins are fodder for the cattle and sheep along the way, and some unforeseen expenses. The weeds on the roadside cannot feed so many cattle and sheep, and sleeping in the open every day will probably cost a lot of gold. If Surdak had not been the governor of Rit City and Makuso City, the profit from this business of trafficking livestock across the 2 plains would have been only 50%. But in the hands of Surdak, you can get 100% profit. In addition, he will not sell all the cattle and sheep, but half of them will be driven to the Samptown pasture on the Saruman Plateau. Surdak gave the task of transporting livestock within the territory of Bena province to the Ogre Guaitam. Samira led 300 first-turn warriors from the Gonbu Plain on a journey to Duodan town in the Belan Plain. Andrew took advantage of these few days to pass through the portal of the Duke's Palace and return to Wazamala City in the Maka Plain, where he briefly reunited with his family for a few days. In order to maintain the best figure for the wedding, Hathaway and Beatrice have been living an ascetic life in recent days, drinking only 2 slices of whole wheat bread and a glass of water every day. My complexion is yellow and ugly, and I do various skin care and maintenance almost every day. During this time, Thea became their little follower. During this period, Sia used her unique understanding of water magic to develop some disposable magic scrolls such as facial masks and eye patches. They were simply the best-selling magic items in Bena City. The ladies in the city were looking for these everywhere. Water-based magic skin care products. Unfortunately, apart from the high-end cosmetics store at number 59 Ao Avenue, other stores have never heard of these products. For a while, even the water magicians in Bena City were highly sought after. Unfortunately, the water magicians of the Naga tribe that Thea painted on the simple scrolls could not be seen by the water magicians in the Magic Union for a short time. The mystery. So every day the ladies, who wanted to invite Hathaway and Beatrice to have afternoon tea, sent invitations almost piling up on their beds. In the past few days before the wedding, since all the preparations for the wedding were taken care of by the Marquis Lutheran Palace, Soldak had a rare moment of leisure. Every day, Surdak would lie quietly on the lounge chair by the swimming pool, reading through the swordsmanship tips and construct knight tips given to him by Count Goffaro. At night, he would soak himself in the bathtub and stay energetic all night. In the deep consciousness of the sea of consciousness, he struggled against the huge waves and swam towards the ice and snow continent. The set weapon on Surdak's waist has a very convoluted name. It is engraved in the blood groove of the blade and is called Eisenhardt's Iron of Light. When Surdak injects the power of holy light into it, this broadsword will emit a pale golden brilliance. This is a broadsword, which can just allow Surdak to understand the understanding of broadswords in the swordsmanship book. The province of Bena has always been the home of swordsmen. Surdak found that this guide was almost a good summary of the fighting skills of the broadsword. If this guide was shown to a novice, he would I can't even understand the descriptions of the battle scenes in the notes. But for a second-level powerhouse like Surdak, some places are like a dead end. But now someone has pushed a window open from the side. Or maybe I found a secret door in the corner, and it turned out that I could still go this way. But Surdak is a knight after all. When he fights, he also holds a shield in his other hand. The second book, Constructed Knight Experience, seems simple and practical. The above just talks about how the constructed knight should become one with a war horse in battle. When charging, he should lend the magic pattern construct to the war horse. When fighting, also be sure to get in touch with the power of war horses. For example,
Charge means that the knight uses the speed of the war horse to penetrate the knight's spear into the opponent's body. So this Construct Knight's Guide explains exactly how to lend the magical power of the magic pattern Construct to the war horse, so that it can maintain sufficient physical strength when marching. And when it charges, it can burst out faster than usual. You must know that cavalry are often attacked by concentrated fire from the enemy on the opposite side when charging. If they can use speed to shorten the charging time, it seems that they can reduce casualties. Every time Hathaway, Beatrice and Thea came back from outside, they would sit by the pool with Soldak for a while. When Soldak is free, he will carry a whole bag of red crystals to visit the red dragon Iser in the treasure chamber, and discuss some topics about rune language with this big guy. But Soldak and Iser, but they never talked about the Dragon Knight's armor on the platform. It can be seen that Israel is still very resistant to this armor.
Dak, when can you come to Istanbul?
The red dragon would ask Serdak resentfully every time.
What's wrong? Why don't you try war summoning? Maybe you can summon me.
Serdak sat opposite the red dragon. Serdak looked a little pitiful in front of Iser.
Of course you are going to drive away the demons on that volcano with me. I think your strength is not quite there yet.
The red dragon made no secret of his contempt for Serdak's strength.
I am working hard to improve myself every day, and I feel that I have made great progress recently.
After saying this, Soldak started his own momentum. Then he penetrated the angel's power into his body, and used his mental power to activate the sacred armor suspended on the door, allowing it to appear on his body. Although Serdak could not last more than 30 seconds in this state, the surging sacred aura made Israel feel a little dazed. Every time Serdak would wait for Israel to fall asleep soundly before quietly leaving the secret room. Chapter 11:24 The eve of the wedding. Just the day before the wedding, a magic airship from Helensa City docked at the Bena City Airport Terminal. Rita arrived in Bena City on a magic airship with Daniela, Carl, Lance, and tax collector Bird. Old Sheila was unable to come to attend Soldak's wedding due to physical reasons, and Natasha also had to stay and take care of her. Old Sheila and young Peter. So Serdak's group of relatives and friends is actually only a pitiful 5 people. Soldak, Hathaway, and Beatrice personally rushed to the airport terminal to greet them. Rita timidly bowed to Hathaway and Beatrice. Commoners always do this when facing aristocrats, even if the 2 aristocratic ladies opposite them will become their sisters-in-law. The gap is there after all. Instead, Hathaway and Beatrice gave Rita a big hug, and then warmly invited Rita to stay at the Marquis Mansion for a few days. Rita's face turned red, and she was almost speechless with excitement. Soldak could only put his arm around Rita's shoulders, and said to Hathaway and Beatrice,
"Let them live in a hotel. This will be more free. This is Rita's first time coming to Bena
City. I'm going to let them stay here for a few more days, and take a good tour of Bena City."
Then he hugged Daniela, Carl, Lance and Bird tightly. Carl looked at the golden Earl badge on Soldak's chest and said with envy,
"I didn't expect you to be promoted to Earl so quickly. If you return to Helensa City this time, you may be my immediate boss."
This sentence reminded Serdak of the days in Helensa City. Soldak hugged Carl and said to him,
"Hey, Carl. I didn't expect you to grow a beard after I haven't seen you for so long. Thank you for your help to our family during this time."
Lance pulled the 2 away, then hugged Soldak.
"Hey, the person you should thank most, Dak, is me. I brought a team of mages to the Belan Plain to help you."
Soldak whispered into Lance's ear,
"Lance, I left a good thing for you, and will give it to you later."
Lance's eyes lit up. He hugged Serdak's shoulders and nodded repeatedly.
"Oh, I just said that Serdak is a rich man among the lords now. And now he has a lot of money in his pocket."
Soldak then hugged tax collector Bird, and was so pressed by his belly that he could barely reach his shoulders.
"Thank you for coming, tax collector Bird."
Tax collector Bird also said with excitement at this time,
You saved my life and Hoyle's life. I feel very honored to be able to attend your wedding."
Hathaway held Rita's arm and said to Soldak,
"Okay, Dak, we can't let everyone stand here all the time. Let's settle down our relatives and friends first, and then we will take you to taste some delicious food in Bena City."
Rita didn't expect Hathaway and Beatrice to be so approachable, and her originally tense mood relaxed a little. The group of people walked to the entrance of the airport terminal and boarded 2 magic caravans parked at the entrance. Serdak settled everyone in the Circle Hotel. This was the hotel he was most familiar with in Bena City, and many people living in this hotel were from the Tarapagan area. The receptionists here were very interested in the hotel. The dialects in this area are also relatively familiar. When the carriage drove into the compound, Carl said with a nostalgic look on his face.
When our guard battalion supported Wazimra City in the Maka Plain, we stayed in this hotel. I didn't expect you, Serdek, to be so. Nostalgia.
This sentence made Rita, who was looking at the exquisite decoration of the corridor in the hotel courtyard with interest, slightly startled. Then she looked at Soldak, her eyes brightening. The lunch for everyone was held in the high-end restaurant opposite the Opera House of Pana City. Unexpectedly, they met Edie and Grant again in the restaurant this time. But this time, the two young nobles did not have the guts to come up and taunt Hathaway, but hurriedly left from the other exit with ugly faces. On the eve of the wedding, Hathaway and Beatrice had to attend their last bachelor party, so they were unable to attend the dinner hosted by Soldak's family and friends. Serdek took Rita and the others to have a seafood dinner in a restaurant with a coastal white architectural style. Although Bena City is the central city of Bena Province, it is still an inland city. As you can imagine, eating seafood in a city like this is not cheap. Then Soldak found a tavern across the street from Heroes Square. Everyone was enjoying the sunset on the second-floor terrace while drinking ale. Heroes Square across the street was gradually immersed in gold. In the sunset,
the sky darkened little by little, and a few stars began to appear on the sky. When Rita came to Bena City for the first time, she didn't want to just sit in the tavern and watch the stars. She whispered a few words to Serdek, then pulled Knight Danila and ran to the Heroes Square. For men were drinking iced ale around a small round table. There were nuts, dried fish and fruit plates on the table. Sia was quietly leaning on the railing next to the terrace, sitting on a high stool, wearing an apricot long skirt that matched the green her long, algae-colored hair almost blended into the night view of the city, instantly becoming the focus of the entire terrace of the pub. The eyes of all the drinkers will inadvertently glance at Sia. Her figure may not be the most outstanding, and her face may not be the most beautiful, but paired with her unique temperament, even if she is sitting alone, just looking at the street scene indifferently gave people the urge to come to her and talk.
Duck, after the wedding, will you, Miss Hathaway, and Beatrice return to Helensa City?
Tax Collector Bird said, holding up his wine glass. He was a better drinker. When he drank, he kept sweating on his forehead and back, and his face turned red, but he didn't show any hint of drunkenness. Serdek shook his head, peeled a nut, and threw it into his mouth, and said casually,
After the wedding, I will go to Red City to live for a while.
Carl Casement smiled, came close to Soldak and said,
I heard that many aristocratic and wealthy families will go on a luxurious trip after getting married. Duck, do you have such plans?
Serdek scratched his head and whispered,
I will also have a trip. At the end of this month I will take Andrew, Samira, and Gulitem to the big battlefield.
Carl said with a surprised look on his face.
You are going to the big battlefield so soon?
Serdek nodded and admitted,
Well, that pass has been waiting for 3 months at the military headquarters, and it was just issued to me a few days ago. This pass from the military department is really good at finding time.
Lance frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction, and then said,
I heard that the second-level experts over there have to face insidious, cunning, cruel and violent the devil. Dak, you have to be careful. I know.
Soldak shook the wine glass in his hand and said. The bartender standing on the terrace on the second floor quickly brought over 4 more glasses of ale and half a bucket of ice cubes. And Soldak stuffed a silver coin into her plump chest. Sia, who was sitting next to the railing, inevitably curled her lips.
Do Miss Hathaway and Miss Beatrice know about this?
Carl asked worriedly. Serdek nodded, seeing that his friends were a little worried. He comforted them.
Please don't worry about me. In fact, the battlefield is not as dangerous as you think.
Thea rolled her eyes and thought, this is too Versailles. Come to think of it, no matter who it is, if he can summon succubi, ghosts and red dragons anytime and anywhere, and has 3 second-level combat partners by his side, then he will not necessarily worry too much about his trip to the big battlefield. Everyone drank some wine, but considering that Soldak would be pulled around like a puppet all day tomorrow, they left the tavern early. After finding Rita cuddling with Knight Danila on a bench in the square, the group returned to the hotel in 2 magic caravans.
Dak, you want to be the protagonist of the wedding tomorrow. Go back early.
The magic caravan stopped at the door of the Circle Hotel, and Carl said to Soldak. Serdek signaled the coachman to drive the magic caravan into the inner courtyard of the hotel, and then smiled and said to the somewhat drunk Carl,
As I said, I have prepared something for you. I may return to Red City immediately after the wedding, but I may not have time then.
Carl was a bit tongue-tied when he spoke, glared at Soldak and asked,
Does it still take time to give a gift?
Tax collector Bird, who drank more than anyone else, supported Lance, and Soldak helped the somewhat shaky Carl out of the carriage. The coachman called the hotel waiter, and then everyone was sent back to their respective places. Room. Soldak stood at the door of the corridor and said to Carl,
You and Lance can just take the gifts back home and study them yourself. But Tax Collector Bird's gift requires me to help him colonize it.
Tax collector Bird stared with red eyes and said with confusion,
Why does it sound a bit scary? Are you going to help me transplant the prosthetic limb from Oriana's magic shop? It's a magic pattern that increases power,
Soldak said casually.
You don't have other magic patterns tattooed on your body. Right. I'm not a second-level expert. So what qualifications do I have to have a magic pattern engraved on my body?
Tax collector Bird asked with a puzzled look on his face. Carl said drunkenly,
I had the same doubt about Dak at the beginning. In fact, why?
Soldak helped Carl into the room, glanced at Thea who was following behind, and said to the blank-looking tax collector Bird,
Thea has a way.
Only then did tax collector Bird realize that this beautiful girl who had been following Surdak all day long was actually a noble magician. And his drunken eyes immediately showed respect. Thea secretly rolled her eyes at Soldak. Recently, she has become accustomed to this rogue approach of Surdak pushing the blame on her once he can't explain something clearly.
Dak, speaking of which, I really envy your good luck. A mermaid picked up on the way can still do magic.
Carl was lying on the bed in the room, still saying this to Soldak in a daze. Soldak asked Thea to close the door, set up a sacrificial altar in the bedroom, and then took out a strength and resilience life magic pattern from the magic pocket. Tax collector Bird was a little drunk, so he was lying on the big bed in the hotel. Soldak took out the magic pattern of life and carefully planted it on tax collector Bird's back. After he fell asleep, Soldak took Sia out of the room, then went to see if the doors to Lance and Carl's rooms were closed, and finally threw 5 silver coins to the waiter in charge of this floor. Ask him to pay more attention to the guests in these rooms at night. After leaving the Circle Hotel, the magic caravan of the Marquis Mansion was waiting at the door.
Count Soldak, are you going back to the Marquis Mansion?
The coachman asked.
No. Let's go to Forticus Manor,
Soldak said. The magic caravan travels through the streets of Bena City, and the neon night scene flies past the glass window. Surdak looked at the Temple of Liberty hidden in the dark night. It was said that that was where the wedding was held. Although the priests in the temple were no longer there, the temple in Bena City was not there. Rather than being abandoned, it has become the best place for young people in love to hold weddings. Arriving at the gate of Forticus Manor, the magic caravan was lined up among the motorcades that were quietly waiting for the dance to end. There are faint sounds coming from inside the manor. After waiting for a while, an attendant came out of the manor and began to notify the magic caravans parked on the roadside one by one to enter the manor. Even with the waiter's notice, the guards at the gate of the manor still carefully checked the family emblem on the magic caravan. A guard saw the Luther family's carriage and walked up to the carriage driver and asked,
Why didn't I see you when we were having dinner? I just have something to go out on.
The coachman took off his hat to reveal his face, and showed the family emblem on the cuffs of his clothes. The guard then nodded and was released. A group of aristocratic ladies were waiting on the steps of the villa at this time. Hathaway and Beatrice were standing in the crowd, waving goodbye to the other aristocratic ladies who had boarded the carriage. Soldak was just sitting in the magic caravan, vaguely heard.
I'll miss you. When you arrive in Rit City, don't forget to write to us.
Finally, it was the turn of the magic caravan of Marquis Luther's mansion. Soldak opened the carriage door, stepped out of the carriage, and waited quietly beside the carriage. Hathaway and Beatrice covered their mouths when they saw him, dragging their heavy and wide evening gown, almost running towards Soldak, not caring whether the dress would be wrinkled. Under the envious eyes of a group of aristocratic ladies, Hathaway and Beatrice got into the carriage. The magic caravan slowly drove out of Forticus Manor. Hathaway and Beatrice also drank a little. Their faces flushed. They boarded the magic caravan and asked the maid to bring ice packs to apply on their eyes. They didn't want to have to deal with bags under their eyes on the important day tomorrow.
Beatrice, is this our farewell night?
Hathaway turned her head and asked the round-faced Beatrice on the other side through Soldak.
Well, from tomorrow on, I believe everything will have a new beginning,
Beatrice said softly, looking at the swaying magic light on the roof of the car.
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Chapter 11:25 Wedding. When I woke up in the morning, I could always hear the messy footsteps of the maids going up and down the stairs in the castle. I got up from the bed and opened the window just in time to see that all the windows of the tower room where Hathaway lived were open. It seemed that she had already gotten up. Serdek found the third dress from the wooden box beside the bed. Before putting on the dress, Soldak took a shower in the bathroom, stood in front of the bronze mirror, and tied his shirt and tie. A knock on the door happened to sound. Soldak put on his leather shoes, walked to the door, and opened the door. A row of maids stood at the door carrying a series of toiletries. When they saw Serdek, they immediately saluted and filed into Serdek's room. They didn't even need Serdek's instructions and began to serve Serdek. He arranged the clothes he was wearing, and a servant knelt on the ground to clean his leather shoes carefully. Finally, a servant took out a razor and trimmed Soldek's modest beard. After everything was taken care of, the servants brought up 2 more silver trays with silver semicircular covers on them. After opening the 2 trays, Serdek discovered that there was a sumptuous breakfast inside. So Soldek had a hearty breakfast in the bedroom, and just finished the last bite of cereal in the bowl. Butler Kenneth came in holding 2 identical bouquets of roses.
Count Serdek, the wedding ceremony can begin,
Butler Kenneth said to Serdek and handed a bouquet of flowers to Serdek. At this time, Sia, who was wearing a simple white gauze skirt, looked over from outside the door, her big blue eyes looking at Soldek.
Boss, are you okay?
Soldek picked up one of the bouquets of roses, walked out of the guest room quickly, and said,
Is this the beginning? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Can't you be more prompt?
Sia complained while pulling Soldak out of the room. Lance was waiting outside wearing a black magic robe, and said to Soldak with some excitement,
Dak, I just saw the gift you prepared for me this morning. Oh, this magic pattern is really great. As long as you like it.
Soldak held the flowers and walked outside. Lance and Sia followed closely behind Soldak, and the 2 of them served as Soldak's best man and bridesmaid. If Carl was not married, he would be the most suitable candidate for best man.
Rita, Knight Danila, Carl, Bert and others went directly to the temple.
Lance followed behind and continued, following the guidance of Butler Kenneth. Soldak walked around from the side door to the entrance of the main building of the manor, and walked on the newly laid red carpet to the lobby on the first floor. Marquis Luther and Lady Marianne were sitting on the sofa in the hall on the first floor. They were also wearing formal attire today. Soldak strode up to them and saluted Marquis Luther and Lady Marianne.
Go upstairs to pick up Hathaway,
Mrs. Marianne said to Soldak with a smile.
Yes. Go quickly. Some people can't wait any longer.
Mrs. Mabel, who was standing upstairs, had a touch of sourness in her words. Her 3 daughters, wearing light-colored dresses, stood side by side behind Mrs. Mabel, looking at Soldak with envy and jealousy. Serdek seemed to have not seen them for a long time. Serdek was a little confused. Even though they were all daughters, why did Marquis Luther prefer Hathaway so much that Mrs. Mabel? The 3 this daughter is like 3 Cinderellas. Soldak glanced at them, then followed the stairs to Hathaway's bedroom, with Thea and Lance following behind silently. Hathaway has been living in a room on the top floor of the tower since she was last grounded. The door was ajar, and Soldak wanted to knock on the door. Unexpectedly, the door opened with a slight push. There was a row of maids standing inside. Hathaway was wearing a white wedding dress, sitting quietly in front of the dressing table. Beautiful. She looks like a flower fairy in an oil painting. Soldak walked over, stood behind Hathaway, handed a bouquet of roses to Hathaway's arms, held her smooth and white shoulders with both hands, lowered his head to kiss her cheek. Hathaway was a little shy. She lowered her head, hid slightly on her left side, and whispered to Soldak,
Duck, it's time for us to go.
Serdek stood up straight, and Lance gave him a thumbs up. Hathaway stood up from the stool holding her long skirt with both hands, and then held Soldak's arm with one hand. 2 maids followed Hathaway, holding up her long skirt, and they walked down the long winding staircase together. Soldak and Hathaway walked hand in hand to the steps at the entrance of the Marquis Palace. A magic caravan inlaid with gold patterns was parked at the bottom of the steps. They boarded the magic caravan one after another, and the 2 maids also dragged their long skirts into the caravan. Enter the car, and then Lance and Thea also get into the car. Serdek found that this magic caravan was larger than the ones he usually rode in. At least 10 people could sit in the car. A master of ceremonies had been sitting in the car early and said to Serdek,
We want this.
Go to Earl Gofellow's mansion to pick up Miss Beatrice. You must hurry up. Otherwise it will affect the entire celebration. Okay. I'll try my best.
Soldak sat in the carriage and tugged on his tight tie. Hathaway seemed very nervous along the way and didn't say much. She just held Soldak's hand tightly. The magic caravan drove fast and steadily on the road. Cerdak couldn't see how this magic caravan was different from other vehicles. But when passing through the intersection, other vehicles would give way. The magic caravan drove smoothly into the steps of Count Goffero's manor. Only Soldak took Thea and Lance out of the carriage. And then Soldak took the lead to climb the steps. 2 rows of servants, led by the steward, stood in 2 rows at the door. In the hall on the first floor, Soldak saluted the somewhat melancholy Count Goffero. Count Goffero's face was a little pale, and his thin cheeks seemed to have been smeared with makeup. His skin color looked like he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. There was no smile on his face, but his eyes were a little lonely, and he just waved casually. He waved his hand and pointed to the stairs to Soldak. Harvey stood obediently behind Count Goffero and nodded slightly to Soldak, indicating that Soldak could go up. He was in a good mood recently, because Cerdak visited his leather-making workshop the day before yesterday, and that simple workshop was approved by Cerdak. There was a maid at the top of the stairs who was responsible for leading the way until Soldak was brought into Beatrice's boudoir. There seemed to be a faint musty smell in the room, and it looked as if no one had lived in it for a long time. The round-faced Beatrice's voluptuous body was wrapped in a white wedding dress. She and Hathaway seemed to have agreed upon it. The symmetrical and complementary beauty of a wedding dress.
You are finally here.
Beatrice didn't even wait for Soldak to walk over with the flowers. She stood up from the stool on the dressing table, walked over to Soldak, took the bouquet, took Soldak's arm, and went to walking outside. The maid who led the way quickly ran to help Hathaway pull up her skirt.
Thea, why did it take you so long to come?
Beatrice did not complain to Soldak, but just asked Thea in a low voice.
It's not like the boss got up a little late.
Thea muttered in a low voice.
No one told me what time to get up. I thought I got up early enough.
Soldak explained. Beatrice took Soldak's arm and walked quickly out of the Goffero manor. She quickly got into the carriage and hugged Hathaway. She sat in the carriage and pointed at the lush and towering trees in the manor, facing the sea. Sevi complained.
You don't even know how depressing this manor is, and I always live in this manor full of trees, and my heart is full of gloom. I feel that my whole life is dark. Every time I walk out of the house, it's like another beam of light shines through the clouds into my world. Inside,
as soon as the round-faced Beatrice sat in the carriage, the tense atmosphere in the carriage immediately disappeared, and the atmosphere in the entire carriage immediately became lively.
When you wait for Root City, don't forget to arrange your bedroom higher so that you can see the rising sun early every day,
Hathaway said to Beatrice with a smile. Beatrice also nodded repeatedly and said,
just like the tower bedroom where you live. By the way, Duck, does the castle in Rooter City have a tower? Don't you want to change the tower of the castle into a bedroom? It will definitely be very hot in summer and very cold in winter.
Cerdak said speechlessly to the 2 noble ladies who had no common sense about life. It doesn't matter. We have a solution,
Hathaway said confidently, driving all the way to the Temple of Liberty in Bena City. This temple has now been renamed the Liberila Temple. The nobles in the city need a spacious and bright place to hold weddings. Not every noble likes to have a wedding ceremony. The wedding took place in a manor outside the city. Cerdak arrived at the entrance of the temple in a magic caravan, only to find that the square at the entrance was already full of gorgeous carriages. The red carpet stretched from the temple hall to outside the temple gate, and Cerdak's carriage stopped at the end of the red carpet. The door of the temple was covered with lush vines. Soldak led Hathaway and Beatrice into the door, walked through the long corridor filled with flower baskets on both sides, and walked into the front courtyard of the temple. The guests were already waiting in the courtyard of the Liberila Temple, most of these nobles wearing gorgeous attires. Cerdak could not pronounce their names. Rita, Knight Danila, Carl, and tax collector Bird have all rushed to the yard. They are considered relatives and friends of Cerdak, and they seem a little out of place with the nobles in the yard. The front yard of this temple is very large, surrounded by tall stone pillars and arches. The ivy has even climbed up to the stone pillars. It is these tall buildings that provide shade. The yard is covered with green grass as soft as hair, and there are rows of chairs for resting on the grass. A group of nobles surrounded Marquis Luther and were chatting in the courtyard. In comparison, the nobles around Count Goffero seemed a bit shabby, but this embarrassment only lasted until Soldak. Hathaway and Beatrice walked into the courtyard together. The guests automatically stood on both sides of the red carpet and burst into applause. Rita saw Soldak walking on the red carpet and waved to him vigorously. At this time, Hathaway and Beatrice had to go to their respective families. And Soldak took Thea and Lance into the hall of the temple, climbed the steps covered with red carpet, and arrived at the temple hall. The place where the Statue of Liberty was originally enshrined is now covered by a white curtain. The high platform for receiving blessings and baptisms from priests originally had a holy grail. Originally, the holy grail would be filled with holy water. If someone was sick, the citizens of the city would come to the temple to pray, and then they would receive some holy water. At first, these holy waters were very efficacious, but later they gradually became less efficacious. However, everyone has already formed a habit. When someone is sick, they will come to the temple to pray and ask the priest to give holy water. If you are seriously ill, you need to invite the priest from the temple to your home. This requires donating money to the temple. After all, the goddess needs to show the piety in the hearts of believers. Now the priests in the temple left without a word, and the Statue of Liberty behind the curtain was covered with a layer of linen, even covered with dust. The flags of the Green Empire and the province of Bina were hung on the curtain blocking the Statue of Liberty. The flag of the Green Empire is composed of a royal griffin shield and a sword, while the flag of the province of Bina is a swordsman's helmet and 2 cross swords. In fact, someone suggested that a statue of the first emperor of the Green Empire should be erected in the hall. But the proposal was never approved by the angel-bold royal family. Instead, Emperor Charles allowed the imperial flag to be hung on the curtain. When Cerdak walked in, he felt that the hall of this temple was much larger than a basketball court. The Speaker of the Bina City House of Representatives, Marquis Fred Dunstan, stood in front of the high platform in a formal dress and looked at Soldak with a smile. He was the officiant at Soldak's wedding, and the officiant stood beside him obediently. Soldak walked to Speaker Fred Dunstan and saluted the speaker.
It can be seen that Luther has always had a good vision. You are a promising young man, and I am very optimistic about you,
Speaker Fred Dunstan said with a smile, and reached out to pat Soldak's shoulder. As Cerdak walked into the temple hall, the guests behind him also entered the temple one after another, and sat down on the long chairs in the hall. As bursts of melodious music sounded, the hall became quiet. The MC immediately handed a speech script to Speaker Fred Dunstan. Apparently, the life magic pattern that Soldak had helped Speaker Fred Dunstan colonize was very effective. He held up the speech and began to recite it in a cadence. Soldak stood in the hall, his mind a little wandering. He didn't even hear clearly what Speaker Fred Dunstan said. He felt that the temple door behind him was emitting dazzling light, and he wanted to see the scenery at the door clearly. As a burst of cheerful music sounded, Soldak came back to his senses. Amidst the melodious sound of the harp, Marquis Luther held Hathaway's hand, and Count Goffreau held Beatrice's hand, and walked in from outside the temple door. One after another, they walked along the red carpet to the high platform of the temple. Marquis Luther held Hathaway's hand, and stood in front of Soldak. He reached out and patted Soldak on the shoulder, with a touch of melancholy in his eyes. He glanced at his daughter lovingly, reluctantly handed Hathaway's hand with a white lace glove to Soldak, and said,
I watched her be born. Watch her babbling. Watch her learn to walk. I wish you knew how difficult it was for Marianne and me to get her ready. Now I hand her over to you. We hope that she can go on happily hand in hand with you. Love her well and take care of her.
Hathaway hugged Marquis Luther tightly with one hand, but secretly held Soldak's hand with the other hand. Cerdak puffed up his chest at this time and said,
I will, and I vow to protect our love throughout my life.
After gathering her emotions, Hathaway stood beside Soldak obediently. Marquis Luther turned around and walked to the front row of the auditorium amid applause. Then Count Goffreau took Beatrice's hand and came to Soldak. Count Goffreau had a slightly stern face, but with aristocratic indifference and pride. He snorted softly and then said,
I handed Beatrice over to you. Remember not to let her come back crying. Otherwise, I won't be able to spare you.
All right. There is only one sentence.
Do not worry.
Before Soldak said the following oath, Count Goffreau walked to the audience with a cold expression. Beatrice was not as sad as Hathaway. She couldn't wait to rush forward and hug Soldak fiercely. She was like an explorer hanging from a cliff, clinging to the rope. Count Goffreau walked back to his seat with some embarrassment. The wedding goes on. Speaker Fred Dunstan blessed the newlyweds and read the oath. Everyone stood up. Finally, after the wedding oaths were read out, Speaker Fred Dunstan said loudly on the high platform,
Next, I will read out on the spot an appointment letter just issued by the Imperial Congress, appointing Count Soldak as the head of Lut City. The Supreme Consul is responsible for managing the Ganbu Plain, and also serves as the Consul of Makuso City and the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Makuso City.
The nobles in the hall of the temple were in an uproar. The nobles who came to attend the wedding only knew a little about the groom Soldak. They knew that this young man was the one that Marquis Luther was interested in. But they did not expect that he would become a great lord at such a young age. He not only held many positions, but also firmly grasped the real power of the local area. The wedding ceremony here at the temple has come to an end. Next, the Marquis mansion also prepared a sumptuous lunch and a dance in the evening. On the side of Soldak's family and friends, Rita and Daniela stood in the crowd, looking at Soldak on the stage with disbelief. Even tax collectors Carl and Bird looked shocked. "Look," tax collector Bird whispered to Carl. "Dak will be Lord Soldak in the future?" Chapter 11:26 Horn of Honor. The buffet party at noon basically consisted of everyone chatting together in the back garden of the Marquis mansion with their dinner plates in hand. The nobles began to take notice of Count Serdek. After all, he was now the great lord of the Ganbu Plain. Although the Ganbu Plain was now destroyed, it was still a castle almost half the size of the Bina province. Plain. Everyone began to discuss many things about him. And some of the nobles present suddenly remembered Count Soldak. Remembering that Soldak began to rise to prominence when he was in Wazimra city. According to Archon Ironside of Wazimra city in the Maka Plain, Marquis Luther and Count Soldak got to know each other during the defense battle of Wazimra city. At that time, Marquis Luther, as the commander of the defense battle of Wazimra city, was responsible for repelling the demon army in the Maka Plain. And Count Soldak was just a little-known knight in the guard camp at the time. But at that time, Marquis Luther believed that Count Soldak would make a big difference, and initiated a joint letter of recommendation and sent it to Emperor Charles. Looking at it now, Marquis Luther is simply making money with blood. Archon Florian of Wilk City in the White Forest Plain stood in the crowd, holding a glass of wine, and talked about the Lutheran army entering the northern area of the White Forest Plain to garrison, and the Earl of Serdek's cavalry battalion after the beast tide. It actually took advantage of the situation to occupy the entire Invercargill forest. Some nobles who serve in the military department all know the beginning and end of the war in the Ganbu Plain. They say that Serdek created a 20,000 heavy armored infantry regiment in the Ganbu Plain and used it to penetrate half of the plain, and controlled the central city of Makusuo in the Ganbu Plain. By connecting these things together, a knight's path to promotion, which has overcome all obstacles, appears in front of everyone very clearly. Everyone's eyes fell on the three newlyweds walking down the stairs. Soldak, Hathaway, and Beatrice walked side by side. The brides returned to the room to retouch their makeup and change it more conveniently. Dress goes downstairs. When Soldak saw Marquis Luther waving to him, he took Hathaway and Beatrice that way. Halfway through, Hathaway and Beatrice were stopped by Lady Marianne, who led them to greet a group of noble ladies one by one. Lance followed Soldak and whispered, "Count Goffaro left directly after attending the wedding and did not come to the Marquis mansion for the luncheon." Soldak nodded slightly. He knew that Marquis Luther and Marquis Goffaro had always had some grudges. It was within his expectation that Count Goffaro would not come to the luncheon. Thea did not follow Serdek. She accompanied Rita, Daniela, Carl and Bird tax officer, and sat by the swimming pool in the back garden chatting. Although she was not too close to Rita and others. Familiar. But at least everyone has a common topic, which is to discuss things about Serdek. Although Rita knew that Serdek had become the governor of 2 cities, she still couldn't figure out how in just 1 year, Serdek went from being the commander of a cavalry battalion to being the commander of a cavalry battalion. He became a count and took control of a small plain. And Knight Daniela, who was sitting next to Rita, did not expect that the person she would marry this time was actually the Earl's sister. Tax collector Bird sat aside, holding a wine glass in one hand and touching his belly full of fat with the other. His memory of last night was very vague. He only felt that someone seemed to stick something on his back. Then when he woke up, his brother actually said low to him. Could it be said that the old man's spring has really returned? Soldak came to Marquis Luther. Marquis Luther was actually sitting on the sofa in the hall with Marquis Lucian Newman and Speaker Fred Dunstan. This circle was considered the top nobles in the Bina province. Everyone in the hall was looking at them. People, the young nobles all know that being spotted by any of the big shots is a rare opportunity for them. This time, Marquis Lucian Newman was followed by his 2 sons, Brewer and Eustace. "Soldak, I would like to congratulate you on marrying such a beautiful wife." Marquis Lucian Newman said some words of congratulations to Soldak. And then the Marquis said to his sons, "Brewer, especially Stas, you and Serdek are about the same age. I believe you have a lot in common. Young people should communicate more and have more contact. These two are considered the third generation of the Newman family. If Lucian Newman, Marquis, can successfully inherit the title, then the next Grand Duke Newman will be born from the two of them. The Newman family can be said to be the native emperors of the Bena province. So they are the princes with the purest blood. The two young men of the Newman family looked at each other, smiled cordially, and extended their right hands to Soldak. Brewer, Eustace. Cerdak quickly gave a military salute, and then shook hands with the two princes of the province of Bena. Speaking of which, Brewer and Eustace did not look alike. The three of them left a group of nobles and stopped next to a waiter holding a wine tray at the top of the stairs. After the two of them left Lucian Newman, the vigor in their bodies was slightly released. Cerdak discovered that the two brothers looked nothing alike. Brewer looks a little more ordinary. He is neither heroic nor a magician with extraordinary intelligence. However, the most courageous feeling he gave Soldak is that he is reserved, as if he must have ordinary written on his face. But Eustace was different. He was similar in stature to Soldak. His body was very strong, and every inch of his muscles seemed to have explosive power. At this time, I saw Eustace put a hand on Soldak's shoulder and said in a naive voice,
Soldak, I heard that you are going to the big battlefield.
Soldak also took a glass of wine, put it to his lips, and took a sip before saying,
Yes, I will leave for the big battlefield at the end of this month.
Eustace looked a little regretful and said,
If I hadn't heard that you were going to the big battlefield, I would have invited you to go to the Warsaw Plain with me. I guess you must know that quagmire in the Warsaw Plain. I want to see it. Look, maybe there are some new ideas that can solve the trouble over there. It's a pity that I can't help you.
Soldak spread his hands, and then said bluntly,
To be honest, I served in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment in Hendenar County, Warsaw Plain. After 4 years of military service, I don't have any good impression of the place. Almost all my friends died in Moinling.
Eustace frowned and asked,
You have been to the Warsaw Plain?
Cerdak nodded and said,
At that time, the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment I was in was stationed at the forest camp in Hendenar County. The Sunite Ghost there was simply a nightmare for me.
Eustace's body trembled, and he said with a guilty conscience,
When you say that, I feel a little creepy.
Brewer Newman held a wine glass and stood quietly aside, listening to the conversation between the two with a smile. At this time, two archmages wearing Abaddon's magic robes came outside the gate of Marquis Luther's mansion. The two of them walked into the hall of the Marquis mansion and attracted the attention of almost all the nobles. These high-ranking mages were not they can invite anyone here casually, and they won't care about anyone's face or great status. The magic robes on the two archmages had some dark lines that blurred the vision. They walked straight to Cerdak and gave Cerdak a warm hug one by one.
Dak, I'm sorry. We couldn't catch up with your wedding ceremony,
Archmage Morrison said in a loud voice.
Archmage Morrison. Archmage Harper. You two are not too late.
Soldak did not expect that these two archmages would come over. He guessed that Hathaway and Beatrice would not come. Send them wedding invitations. Archmage Morrison smiled at the gray-haired Archmage Harper.
Ha ha. Let me just say that among these knights with upright personalities, no one is better at talking than Cerdak.
Archmage Harper raised his head and said to Soldak,
There is a reason why we came late, but we finally completed the task you entrusted to us before you left Bena City.
Cerdak asked with some surprise.
Archmage Harper, are you saying that all 100 sets of magic pattern structures have been repaired?
Archmage Harper nodded, looked at the noisy crowd around him, and said,
Yes, we should find a quieter place. I know you have a big enough magic pocket to hold all those constructs.
Soldak apologized to Brewer and Eustace, and then took the two archmages to the second floor and said,
Then you two please come with me.
Soldak brought the two archmages into his temporary guest room and asked Archmage Harper to place all the magic pattern structures here.
Are you sure it's okay to put these magic pattern structures here?
Archmage Harper hinted to Soldak.
Yes, there is no problem here, Archmage Harper,
Cerdak replied firmly.
I personally suggest that you be careful. After all, these are magic pattern structures, and today's situation is special.
Archmage Harper reminded Cerdak while placing the magic sealing box in the room.
I will arrange for people to guard the door,
Soldak said with a smile. After hearing what Cerdak said, Archmage Harper said nothing more. Archmage Morrison took out an exquisite wooden box from his arms. When he opened the lid of the wooden box, there was a horn inlaid with countless golden runes. A strong magical aura came from the box. Gush out.
This is a magic weapon made from the Demon King's horn. The name of this weapon is the Horn of Honor. Chapter 11:27 Dak is getting married. The bride is not me. Serdek picked up this horn that felt warm to the touch. The golden patterns inlaid on it had a hint of tingling magic power, which made him feel that even the magic aura emanating from the sky strike bow in Samira's hand had no effect. This horn of glory is strong in front of me. Unexpectedly, Archmage Morrison actually brought back an epic magic weapon from the Imperial capital in just 1 month. Soldak hugged Archmage Morrison tightly again. At this time, Archmage Harper also placed 100 sets of magic pattern structures in the room, and the bedroom suddenly became a warehouse. After Serdek left the bedroom with the 2 archmages, a void door suddenly appeared on the wall next to the bed in the bedroom. Aphrodite walked out of the void gate with a look of helplessness. She didn't even glance at the boxes made of magic patterns. She stepped on the soft carpet with her bare feet, approached the window, and hid behind the gauze curtain. He looked out the window with Indy at the dance party in the back garden. She secretly opened the window a crack, letting the elegant music from the back garden flow into the room. Looking down at the robe she was wearing, Aphrodite put her hands on her waist and bowed slightly to the floor-standing bronze mirror beside her. Following the melodious melody, she danced a social dance with the mirror. She danced gracefully in front of the mirror. As she danced, Aphrodite looked a little blurry in the mirror, and she followed her in doing the same movements. Just as the 2 parties exchanged positions, a strange scene appeared in the room. Aphrodite actually swung her magic robe and stepped into the mirror. Aphrodite in the mirror walked out proudly. She looked a little. Her face was blurry, especially her face, but her body was more charming. And the most eye-catching thing was that she actually had a pair of black wings folded behind her. The demon wings glowed with black and purple luster with faint magic lines. She was not wearing a magic robe, but stockings and a short skirt with comfortable bra and cup bra. Her skin color had also turned snow white, forming a sharp contrast between black and white. Aphrodite in the mirror was wearing a magic tube robe, following her movements with a calm expression. After dancing for half a dance, Aphrodite walked out of the mirror just as the music was about to end. Aphrodite, who had complete wings outside the bronze mirror, walked into the mirror with unsatisfied desire. The moment she walked into the bronze mirror, she even waved goodbye to Aphrodite. Then the room returned to normal. Aphrodite turned to look at the bronze mirror and put the dust cover next to it on it. Then he started to put these magic sealing boxes into his magic pocket all by himself. This was definitely an extremely boring job. After transporting all the earth-sealing magic boxes back to the lava mine in Pudu Mountain, she returned to the room to clean up the remaining traces. Finally, she shook her long hair and stepped into the gate of the void with a look of reluctance. All 300 first-level warriors arrived in Doden Town, and Samira settled them in the military camp. These first-level warriors, who came here from the Ganbu Plain, Serdek planned to train them into elite cavalry. That's why it was sent to the military camp in Duodin Town. After arranging everything here, Samira has to rush back to Rit City as soon as possible to join Serdek and others, and will enter the big battlefield with Serdek at the end of this month. A group of archers were practicing archery at the shooting range when they saw Samira suddenly appearing in the military camp. They immediately stopped their archery training and lined up neatly at the shooting range to salute Samira. Samira waved her hand a little irritably, telling the archers to disperse and go about their business. He walked alone to the single building in the center of the military camp. There was a layer of dust on the steps at the door of the small building. It seemed that no one had been to the small building for a long time. The pointed boots left a line of footprints on the wooden steps. Samira walked up the steps and pushed the small building away. The wooden door of the building is ajar. The sofa in the living room is covered with linen. Go up the wooden stairs to the second floor. There is a bedroom that belongs to Samira. When you open the door, the furnishings in the room are still as they were before she left. She is wearing a leather suit. Sat on the white single bed, stretched out his hand to open the attic window, and listened to the familiar commands on the playground. At this moment, she seemed to have taken off all her defenses, lying on the bed a little tiredly, curling up into a baby's position. Close your eyes and quietly feel the atmosphere here. In Doden Town in August, clouds and fog almost completely enveloped Thorny Mountain, and the air was full of moist water vapor. Samira lay on the bed and fell asleep quickly. In her dream, she entered a lush field. Between the blue sky and green grass, there was only her young self in a white skirt. She looked around in panic and ran freely on the grass. But this grass looked like there is no end. She has been running from childhood to adulthood. From the beginning, she can take 1 meter in 2 steps to 7 or 8 meters in 1 step.
But this world still has no end. Just when she was at a loss, there was a familiar aura around her, like a big transparent hand pointing straight ahead. She seemed to have found her direction again and started running hard. She ran to the top of a hillside, and there was a tall golden tree growing on the grass in the distance. At this moment, the elf blood in Samira's body began to become restless, like a surging tide hitting her body. The shadow of a great elf suddenly appeared next to her. The shadow became more solid and merged with Samira, who was lying on the bed. Samira Zhong opened her eyes from the bed, a flash of color flashing in her light red eyes. Even she herself didn't expect that she would advance to the next level while she was lying on the bed asleep. Holding the windowsill with one hand, he got out of the attic window and sat alone on the roof. In the empty field of the military camp in the distance, a group of riders were washing the bodies of the armed thunder rhinoceros. The huge shelves were placed next to them, and the wooden house on the platform had been painted with a layer of varnish. Duodan Town is located at the southern entrance of Duodan Canyon, with towering thorny mountains on both sides. So the evening comes very early.
Samira, are you back?
Zigna stood under the small building, wrinkled her little nose, and raised her head to say H, low to Samira on the roof. Next to her stood Nika, who had grown much taller. Zigna asked again,
"Why didn't Dak come back with you?"
Samira waved to Zigna and Nika, indicating that they could come up and sit with her for a while. But she said,
"He is busy getting married in Bena City at this time. Marrying two noble ladies."
Zigna did not enter the small building, but stood outside the small building and raised her head and said,
"Does he not want you?"
Samira rolled her eyes in anger. Zigna didn't seem to notice it at all, and said to Nika beside her,
"No, I want to go to Bena City to find him."
With that said, he threw off his short legs and ran outside the military camp.
"Zigna! Slow down. Wait for me."
Nika followed Zigna and shouted. There are often cavalry coming in from the outside in the military camp, and they ride very fast. If you are not careful, you will be in trouble if you are hit by a war horse rushing in from the outside.
"Nika, do you want to go with me?"
Zigna stopped and turned around to ask doubtfully. Nika had longer legs. She caught up with Zigna, grabbed her hand, and asked her to walk slower, and said,
"I won't go. I want to stay here to help him take care of the temple of the two goddess."
Zigna was like a deflated rubber ball, sitting on the grass by the roadside, pouting her mouth and whispering,
"Forget it. I know he will marry those two noble ladies sooner or later. I won't go either. I will stay here and wait for him to come back."
Samira jumped off the roof, dropped a small box at Zigna's feet, then turned and left. Zigna asked the half-elf archer,
"What is this?"
Samira said without looking back.
"The gift he prepared for you."
After a busy day, Selena took the magic caravan back to the riverside cabin. The coachman jumped down from the driver's seat with great dexterity and opened the door diligently. Selena walked out of the carriage, pushed open the wooden gate, and said to the carriage driver,
"Pick me up early tomorrow. I want to go to the free market in the town to check some prices." "Okay, Mrs. Selena,"
the coachman replied quickly. I walked into the wooden house, took off my leather shoes that were stuck on my feet, picked up a glass of juice with my bare feet, then picked up a thick parchment book and walked to the terrace outside the wooden house. Outside the railing was the flowing river. Selena sat down and read quietly for a while. Brisk footsteps came from outside the yard, and you didn't have to look back to know that Zigna and Nika were back. Sure enough, the footsteps were accompanied by Zigna's endless complaints.
"What is this? Do you think you can calm my anger with such a gift?"
Selena glanced at her angry daughter, and Nika stood aside cautiously. It seemed that the two of them had a disagreement on something.
"Selena, let's go to Bena City to find him. I support you this time,"
Zigna said to her mother. Selena looked at Zigna in surprise and asked doubtfully,
"What are we going to do after arriving in Bena City?" "Let's snatch him back from the wedding, and then let's go back to Wall Village together,"
Zigna said angrily, but her voice became much quieter behind. In fact, Zigna's childhood in Wall Village was not a good one. The children in the village isolated her, and for a long time, she even hid under Selena's skirt. Instead, it was in Doden Town that she had friends like Nika and Sia. Moreover, when walking in the town, both nobles and commoners respected her when they saw her. She enjoys the respect she deserves.
"I miss the old days a little bit. Selena, I feel a little homesick,"
Zigna muttered. The trickling river water makes a gurgling sound. In the quiet night, a crescent moon hangs in the night sky. The river was sparkling, and flowing slowly towards the west. Only the vague outline of the Jean Academy was left in the night. Chapter 11:28 Noble Life. To the sound of music, the nobles danced on the dance floor in the garden of the Marquis Palace. Soldek danced twice in a row and stood next to the dance floor with a glass of juice. Karl came out of nowhere at this time, with a young aristocratic lady on his arm. It looked like he had just attended the dance. Known.
Dak, thank you for the war horse you prepared for me.
Karl put his hand on Soldek's shoulder and said happily.
As long as you like it.
After Soldek said, he waved to the waiter and ordered a glass of golden cider for Karl. He then asked the female companion next to Karl,
what would this beautiful lady like to drink?
The aristocratic lady had beautiful eyes, and the heavy makeup probably concealed her true youth, making her look more mature than her real age. She raised her head slightly and asked Cerdak with admiration and curiosity.
Count Cerdak, I have been hearing some rumors about you recently. Are you a dragon knight? I'm not,
Soldek said. He casually took a glass of juice for the young noble lady and said silently in his heart, I do know a young red dragon. But this does not mean that I am a dragon knight. There was unconcealable disappointment in the eyes of the noble lady. Karl put his arms around her soft waist and whispered,
let's go dance.
After saying that, he took the noble lady's little hand and got into the dance floor. Hathaway and Beatrice were entangled by a group of noble ladies at this time. Recently, Thea's magic scroll was very popular in the noble circles of Bena City. Even at the wedding dance, many noble ladies were present. Asked them both about it. Cerdak finally took advantage of this opportunity and stood next to the dance floor to take a breath. The wedding ceremony procedure of noble Bena was very complicated, but I finally persevered. Near the swimming pool, Lance was holding a glass of wine and trying to chat with Thea. Thea sat by the pool, took off her beautiful crystal dancing shoes, put her white feet into the water, and ignored Lance at all. Rita was not very good at dancing, so she could only sit quietly in the corner of the dance with juice in her hands. Fortunately, she was accompanied by Daniela Knight. The two of them would occasionally pick out some delicious food, and then return to their seats in the corner. The evening dance finally ended when the clock struck midnight in the city. Soldak, Hathaway, and Beatrice served as the hosts of the ball and persisted until the end of the ball. They sent all the guests out of the Marquis Palace, and Hathaway and Beatrice returned to the back garden holding Soldek's arms. The servants were cleaning the yard, and the whole back garden looked very messy after the ball. Stepping on the red carpet, Hathaway took off her crystal shoes and threw them on the grass. Beatrice's eyes lit up, and she imitated Hathaway's movements and took off her dancing shoes. She even took off her stockings, stepped on the carpet with her bare feet, and then exhaled a long breath and said,
it's much more comfortable this way.
After passing through the cloister in the back garden of the Marquis mansion and climbing the spiral staircase to the tower, Hathaway opened the door to the room, which was filled with flowers. Hathaway glanced at Beatrice nervously, biting her red lips and holding her skirt tightly with her fingers. Beatrice, however, seemed much more generous. She waved to a maid and asked her to help untie the laces at the back of the evening gown. Then she took off the jewelry from her hair with both hands and pulled up her long hair. Hair spread loosely.
I want to take a shower first.
After saying that, he rushed into the bathroom with his maid barefoot. Soldak turned to look at Hathaway. Hathaway blushed and raised her skirt in a panic to catch up.
Let's wash it together. Beatrice, wait for me.
The maid in the room took off Soldek's dress. Soldek walked to the bed and looked at the bed, which was almost covered with rose petals. Hathaway's bedroom was no stranger to him, but today late is destined to be remembered for a lifetime. He sat down by the bed, and the maid handed him a warm towel and a cup of hot tea. The bathroom door was not closed, and Hathaway and Beatrice's whispers came through the door. Soldak walked to the window with hot tea. This bedroom is the tallest building in the Luther Marquis mansion. From here, you can almost see the night view of the entire aristocratic district. A ray of sunlight fell on Serdak's face through the gap in the curtains. Cerdak woke up from his deep sleep. The two women beside him were still sleeping soundly, pulling out his arms that were a little numb from the pillow. He moved his long legs away from his body. He got out of bed and walked to the window. He found that the sun had already climbed above the city wall, and the garden in the Marquis mansion had returned to its normal state. The house was clean and tidy. There were 2 four-wheeled wagons parked in the backyard, and the servants were loading wooden boxes onto the wagons. It looked like some salute. At this time, Cerdak remembered that they had booked to take the magic airship to Rith City this morning. Obviously, if he didn't get up, he might miss the magic airship this morning. Soldak quickly opened the gauze curtain, letting the dazzling sunlight penetrate into the room, and then opened it. Hathaway opened her eyes from her sleep, and the reflection of Soldak was reflected in her emerald-like pupils. She was a little confused at first, and then she remembered their wedding yesterday, and the white lotus-like arm was wrapped around Soldak's body, neck. With the help of his strength, he sat up from the bed, and his soft golden curls spread out. Just listen to Soldak say,
"If you two don't get up, we may miss the magic airship in the morning." "Ah! Hathaway, we have to clean up quickly."
Beatrice suddenly woke up from her sleep, sat up straight, grabbed the sheets to her chest, and ran quickly to the bathroom. Hathaway screamed Beatrice from the tower high above. On the morning of the second day of the wedding, Soldak took his two newlyweds on the magic airship returning to Ritz City. When setting off, Soldak finally saw how much luggage a noble lady needed to carry when traveling, especially when she was preparing to settle in Litter City for a long time. The Marquis Mansion dispatched a total of 12 four-wheeled carriages to bring the sea to the sea. All of Sebi's salutes were put on. After bidding farewell to Marquis Luther and Lady Marian, the magic caravan slowly drove out of the Marquis Manor. When Soldak arrived at the airport terminal in a magic caravan, he found that the people who saw them off were already waiting at the gate of the airport terminal outside the city. Rita and Daniela, Carl, Lance, bird tax collector, Harvey Gofellow, Xander, Brunei manager, etc. Xander and the others also prepared wedding gifts for Soldak. Just because due to their identity issues, they did not attend Soldak's wedding. At the airport terminal, Soldak bid farewell to them one by one, especially here with Harvey Gofellow. Soldak whispered to him that if a leather-making workshop wants to be successful, it must strictly control the quality while controlling the cost. Every 10 pieces of armor produced must be drawn. One piece. Just put it on Google Lima and give it a try. Once quality problems are found, they must be solved quickly. Then he asked the Brunei manager to help keep an eye on it. The advice to Sander is that if the supply of goods for the butcher shop business cannot keep up, then you might as well sell out a few stalls first, and everything must wait until Soldak returns from the battlefield.
"Rita, do you and Knight Danila want to go to Ritz City with me? It's not too late to change your mind now."
Rita glanced at Knight Daniela, smiled, shook her head and said,
"We will visit your new home when you come back from the big battlefield. Tomorrow we will follow Mr. Carl on the magic airship back to Helensa City. Duck, take care along the way."
As all the luggage was carried into the cabin of the magic airship, the floating devices on the airship also glowed one after another, and the bell sounded that the magic airship was about to set sail. Soldak pulled Hathaway and Beatrice away. Going up to the roof of the airship, I saw that the deck of the airship was crowded with people. Everyone seemed to be preparing to go to Ritz City to pan for gold, or they wanted to enter the Ganbu Plain to find some opportunities. Amid a wave of cheers, the magic airship rose slowly and quickly passed through the clouds. Under the control of the captain, it entered the wind channel with great precision. Although the sun was shining brightly above the clouds, it was a bit cold. The maid took out a thick cloak from the room and put it on Hathaway and Beatrice.
"Finally left this city. Ah!"
Beatrice ran to the stern of the ship's house and shouted at the sea of clouds beneath her feet. This caused some nobles on the roof of the ship to look at her. Facing people's surprised looks, Beatrice didn't mind at all. She took Soldak's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and whispered,
"This kind of scene has appeared in my dreams countless times. I know there will be a knight who will rescue me from this city where my thoughts have completely solidified. I am simply fed up with those false faces at the ball. It is clear that I have been there for a second. Zhong is still the enemy who wants your whole family to die. But when he turns around, his face is full of hypocrisy. Hey!"
Hathaway reminded her best friend from the side.
"I know. We will start a new life soon, and we will no longer think about the memories of the past,"
Beatrice said, tearing off the necklace with the emblem of the Goffaro family around her neck. "Throw it out hard." Hathaway put her arm around Beatrice's shoulders and said to her,
"Why don't we go check out our room? I heard this magic airship has a deluxe room."
Soldak smiled slightly, held the two women's slender waists, and walked down to the roof of the ship to see the luxurious guest room that Marquis Luther had booked for them. This room was on the 3rd floor above the deck. This luxurious room almost occupied the ship's building. In half of the space on the 3rd floor, through the glass windows on 3 sides, you can enjoy a 270-degree view of the sea of clouds below your feet. And you can also look up at the clear sky above your head. In fact, when everyone was traveling on the magic airship, most travelers will be amazed on the first day by the sea of clouds, like cotton fields below, and the sapphire-like starry sky above. By the next day, these views will become commonplace in the eyes of the passengers, and everyone's attention will shift to the magic airship itself. Everyone will be curious about the flotation device, mast and mainsail, stern steering wheel, and the copper on the bow. Control the collision angle. On the third day, the passengers hoped that the lunch and dinner on the magic airship would have more new tricks. The nobles would play cards in the card room, and the commoners would have some fun on the deck. On the fourth day, after all the new things have been experienced, everyone will feel that the best thing is to return to the room to discuss life. For 8 days, Soldak spent most of his time in the luxurious guest room discussing life. During this period, he had to secretly bless himself with the blessed body twice. Sometimes when Cerdak was lying on the big soft bed, he would think, "This is the life of a nobleman." Of course, there are 2 prerequisites for this exquisite life. The first is to have aristocratic status, and the second is to be very rich. In the Green Empire, not all nobles are rich, and not all rich people are nobles. After 8 days of flight, the magic airship arrived in Root City on the night of August 19th. The castle in Root City was originally owned by Lord MacDonald. Now Marquis Luther turned it into one of Hathaway's dowry. After the carriage entered the castle in the city, Soldak discovered that Hathaway had brought it here. These 12 carloads of luggage seemed a bit too insignificant for this castle. There were only 5 servants who accompanied Hathaway from Bena City, 3 maids, a cook and a gardener. However, in this castle, Earl Clay Cushing arranged 5 guards, in addition to 10 maids and 3 cooks, which finally made the castle look not so empty. A group of servants stood in the living room and met Soldak nervously. At this time, Cerdak realized that in order for the castle to operate normally, at least one housekeeper was needed. However, Cerdak decided to leave the affairs in the castle to Hathaway and Beatrice. Tired from the journey, Cerdak, Hathaway, and Beatrice slept in the master bedroom that had been prepared on the 3rd floor of the castle that night. Thea lived in the guest room on the 2nd floor of the castle. The maid held a candle and walked in front. The footsteps echoed clearly in the corridor. Thea tightened her grip on her clothes. The castle was really quiet and scary. She now fully understands that Samira rode her horse back to the Belan Plain to eat sand instead of attending Cerdak's wedding. Now it seems that Samira's choice was really wise. Although the guest room was tidied up, what made Thea a little frustrated was that there was no water in the bathtub. If you wanted to take a bath, you had to go to the castle backyard reservoir to get water in advance. And you could even see the bottom of the backyard swimming pool. Sia was speechless as she replaced the magic crystal fragments on the water gathering array in the bathroom. And then, there was a water source in the room. Looking at the dusty bed, Sia thought happily, fortunately, she planned to sleep in the bathtub tonight. Chapter 1129 The Renaissance of Makuso City. Soldak rushed back to Root City, and only moved his family to the castle of Root City. In fact, he did not take back the management rights of Root City from Count Clay Cushing. He planned to use this before the end of the month, formulate a half-year construction plan for Makuso City, and then enter the big battlefield. He has already made an agreement with Earl Clay Cushing to help him manage it for another half-year. During this time, Hathaway and Beatrice will also participate in the management of Root City. Gulitum and the herd of cattle and sheep are still on their way to Root City. If there are no big problems on the way, they should be able to reach Root City before the end of the month. The magic caravan followed the flow of people into the portal in the central square of Root City. Amidst the rippling water ripples, Cerdak arrived at Makuso City. This time, Cerdak went to Bena City for exactly a month. When he returned to Makuso City, he found that the buildings around the central square had been reorganized and had the appearance of the original city. The underground drainage pipes on the main street have been completely laid, and the stone pavement of the entire street has been repaved. Now the sewer project has penetrated into the streets and alleys of the city. Soldak asked the coachman to drive the magic caravan for a driving around the civilian neighborhoods. The method adopted by Charlie and Luke was to repair the residential buildings with priority. Those with minor damage would be repaired directly, and those with serious damage would be directly renovated to rebuild. But the reconstruction of these houses will take a little longer. The current task is to settle all the civilians, so that every resident of Makuso can have a shelter from wind and rain. Since the implementation of the tax-free system in the Ganbu Plain, a large number of businessmen have taken the opportunity to flock into the city. Almost all the street shops in the main streets and lanes of Makuso City have resumed business. Although the competition among merchants is fierce, it further promotes the economic prosperity of Makuso City. Cerdak had only been away for a month, and great changes had taken place in the city of Makusuo. Many buildings were tightly surrounded by wooden frames. From a distance, he saw Basil, financial officer, standing in front of a street shop that had just been repaired. Charlie and several leaders of the construction team were accompanying him. This was a two-story row shop that looked like it had been repaired. After completion, the final delivery process was reached, and Basil, the financial officer, also went to the site for inspection. On the other side of the shop facing the street, workers were constantly dismantling the wooden frames that had been built, revealing the true appearance of the entire shop. Soldak asked the coachman to stop the magic caravan by the street. He and Sia walked out of the magic caravan and walked to the shops facing the street. After not seeing each other for a month, Charlie lost a lot of weight and became a lot darker. But he became more energetic. Finance officer Basil Hooden saw the golden Earl medal on Soldak's chest and said with a smile,
"Lord Consul Soldak, did your trip to Bena go well? Everything went smoothly, except that I was delayed outside for too long."
Soldak said confidently.
"How is it? Is there any problem with the quality of the street shops being repaired here? If there is a problem, don't help. If he conceals it, that would be harmful to them. But if he does, he raises it directly and urges them to make corrections in time. This construction engineering team has just been formed and is still relatively young, so it needs the support of you municipal officials."
Hearing what Soldak said, financial officer Basil felt like the stone in his heart fell. It should be that the appointment letter from the Bena province has been issued. Commander Soldak should have confirmed his position as the consul of Makuso. This investiture ceremony raised his title, which is regarded as a confirmation of this appointment. The final foreshadowing.
Now I hope Charlie can speed up the construction a little more. Although the number of houses delivered in August is already 6 times that of July. From my perspective, I hope you can spread the stall a little bigger and then hurry up.
Treasurer Basil encouraged Charlie.
The influx of businessmen from Brit City has almost tripled the house prices of the shops facing the street. Even when Makuso City was the most prosperous in the past, the house prices of the shops facing the street would not be much higher than now. Now a large number of street-facing shops are needed to keep this price down.
Financial officer Basil turned to report to Soldak Hui again. The three of them walked into the shop facing the street. They could see that some simple carpentry decoration had been done inside the shop. The floors, stairs, wooden windows, and wooden doors were all pretty good. The only thing that made Soldak a little speechless was that these carpentry tasks, they all reveal a strong Helensa style.
"Charlie, what difficulties are you having here?"
Soldak touched the oak stair railing and asked Charlie. In fact, he wanted to remind Charlie that these stairs and floors are better made of red pine. There are not many oak forests in the dry cloth plain, and the oak texture is harder and more difficult to process. However, the wood that these carpenters in Wall Village have seen most in their lives is oak. Soldak is even worried that these carpenters will not be able to do carpentry work if they encounter other wood. Since it was Soldak who was asking, Charlie no longer hid it. He straightened up his chest and complained to Soldak.
"The construction team has many tasks and heavy tasks. The infrastructure construction in various alleys in the city needs to be completed first. Otherwise, even if the houses are repaired, drainage and road paving will be done later, which will affect the delivery date."
Charlie didn't care whether Soldak was a viscount or a count. The Soldak he knew would always be a wall villager.
"In addition, the expansion of the city wall. This stall is too big. Almost all the craftsmen we have recently recruited have invested in the expansion of the city wall. All the funds of the engineering team have also been thrown into the expansion of the city wall."
Charlie frowned. "Sometimes, there are some wrinkles on my forehead, and it seems that I have put a lot of thought into it recently. Compared to Luke's diligence, Charlie's mind is more flexible."
"Didn't you say that payments will be made in batches according to the construction progress?" "Finance Officer Basil, how about the treasury reserves at the finance department?"
Soldak only gave Charlie a startup capital, but the city hall will still be needed in the future. Continuous blood transfusion will do.
"The treasury reserves are relatively sufficient for the time being. But you should also know that expanding the city wall will not bring any benefits to the finance department. Every time a section of the city wall is completed, we will receive and allocate funds. There is still some financial pressure. So the finance department, needs the #1 construction engineering team to deliver the shops in the commercial street area on schedule with high quality and quantity. Only when these shops are rented and sold can a virtuous cycle of urban construction funds be formed."
Financial officer Basil explained to Soldak. Some nobles began to realize the importance of purchasing real estate in the center of the city, and large sums of money were circulating in the market of Makuso City.
The city wall expansion project has been postponed for a while. Has the old city wall been repaired?
Soldak pondered for a while, patted Charlie on the shoulder and asked. Charlie said,
The inner city wall has been repaired, and we are now preparing to heighten the city wall in the old city. We plan to first add auxiliary supports for the masonry structure on the inside of the city wall, and then continue to build it up 5 meters.
Surdak thought about preventing the cavemen from digging underground tunnels to attack the city. So he said,
In addition to repairing the city wall, I also plan to dig a trench on the inside of the city wall.
The three of them walked around the shops facing the street while talking. Finally, Charlie talked about the new measures implemented by the first construction engineering team. Charlie and Luke, under Aung San's suggestion, organized various projects in the engineering team. The team became a full-time construction team, divided into demolition team, mason team, carpentry team, cleaning team, and so on. Now these construction teams are almost jumping back and forth between various construction projects in the city, which is more efficient. Before leaving, Soldak knocked on Charlie's chest with his fist, telling him to pay more attention to rest. Soldak arrived at the city hall, and then held a meeting of the House of Representatives in Makuso City. First, he read out the appointment letter of the House of Representatives of Rabina Province, and heard that Soldak was not only the consul of Makuso City, but also the Speaker of the House of Representatives, also supervises the entire Ganbu Plain, and also serves as the governor of Rut City. Only then did the officials of Makuso City Hall finally understand the situation at hand. During the previous period, Surdak served as the governor of Makuso City, relying on the military power in his hands, and the full support of the representatives of the 13 Lords' army. But now Surdak will appoint the Bena Provincial House of Representatives. Taking it out and reading it out means that the Bena Province House of Representatives will fully support Soldak's governance. Soldak then adjusted the functions and powers of the City Hall. The first thing he did was to formally appoint Baron Martino as the director of the Urban Construction Bureau. And the Urban Construction Bureau was also officially separated from the Logistics Department. After Soldak stated his plan, he did not give the members of the House of Representatives time to consider and discuss, and directly voted by a show of hands. As the MPs raised their hands one after another, the first thing Soldak implemented after his formal appointment was implemented smoothly. The Logistics Minister, Earlian, who was sitting in the corner of the House of Representatives chamber, had a gray face. The biggest piece of cake in the Logistics Department had been completely taken away, and his power had also been reduced by a large amount. It was obviously his recent work. Surdak was not very satisfied. Soldak also proposed an agenda, which he did not vote on the spot, but allowed the lawmakers to fully discuss. He plans to build a Makuso City Logistics Center outside the city. This logistics center will collect all exported goods in the Ganbu Plain and then transport them to Rut City through the portal. The first day Soldak officially returned to Makuso City was spent sitting in the conference hall of the House of Representatives. After he finished his day's work, he had to take a magic caravan from Makuso City back to the castle in Liite City. Chapter 11:30 Trivial Matters in the City. Surdak is very busy every day in Makuso City. The candidate for the new consul of Makuso City was finally officially announced. As expected by the people of Makuso, Commander Soldak was officially appointed as the consul of Makuso City and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Under normal circumstances, these two important positions would not matter. It is impossible for them to appear in one person at the same time. But Makuso City has always been a special case. The citizens soon discovered that the newly appointed Archon was not only capable of driving away the demonic army from H.L., but also had a clear and complete plan for city construction. His city expansion plan was to expand Lord MacDonald's recent decades of something I haven't had the courage to do in years. Surdak single-handedly promoted the post-war urban restoration and economic recovery of Makuso City. Due to the implementation of the one-year tax-free policy, a large number of businessmen were attracted to Makuso City. Although Makuso City will not receive any taxes this year, Finance Officer Basil was somewhat surprised to discover one thing. Although the current Makuso City is very poor, the nobles living in Makuso City, they are not actually poor. When businessmen poured into Makuso City, the city that was almost completely abandoned after the war was rejuvenated. These nobles suddenly realized the business opportunities hidden here, and they rushed to the city hall to buy street shops, then sell it to businessmen who are desperate for store space. Although the city's tax revenue has been almost zero in the past 3 months, through the sale of these street shops, The treasury reserves of the Makuso Finance Department are higher than ever before, although these gold coins are still filled into the huge pits of urban construction. But as the city expands, those new properties will bring more wealth to the city hall. Serdek knocked on the table, thinking of Basil's financial officer's distraction. Finance Officer Basil hurriedly coughed a few times to cover up his panic and embarrassment. Then he stood up and said to Soldek,
"In the next 6 months, I will control the housing prices in the shopping mall. So my subordinates will resign first."
Serdek nodded. As soon as Treasurer Basil left the consul's office, Count Ian, the Minister of Logistics, knocked on the door and walked in. Since the last farce, the relationship between the two has almost dropped to freezing point. Even if they meet in the city hall, they will turn their heads away from each other. Recently, the logistics department has been neglected a lot. Since Financial Officer Basil directly allocated gold coins to the first construction engineering team, a large amount of materials were purchased by the first construction engineering team themselves. In this way, the logistics department seems to have suddenly had its authority removed. When the whole city hall was extremely busy, the logistics department became more and more idle. This kind of leisure gave the officials of the logistics department a sense of crisis. So they began to complain secretly in private. And the Minister of Logistics, Earl Ian, had no choice but to bite the bullet and find Soldek. Soldek picked up the teacup and asked,
"Earl Ian, you said that the logistics department wants to find something to do?"
Thea walked in from the outside and brought a cup of black tea to Earl Ian. Earl Ian quickly thanked him. Then he said to Soldek,
"That's true. Our logistics department also wants to share some of the burden for the consul. This is a good thing."
A faint smile appeared on Soldek's face. Then he said,
"Actually, even if you don't come, I would still like to find you. This time I plan to ask the logistics department to do a large inventory of City Hall supplies in the near future. I really want to know what supplies are actually piled in the warehouse of the logistics department. I don't want the supplies piled in the warehouse to end up moldy and rotten. Some supplies, when they should be used, they must be consumed. And the quantities of some strategic reserve materials must also be counted. Currently, the Lord Army is being formed in the Ganbu Plain. We might as well take out some of the war-ready storage materials first. And it won't be too late for us to replenish the inventory later."
Count Ian did not expect that Consul Soldek wanted to thoroughly investigate the material management situation of the logistics department. In fact, the accounts of this part became very confusing after the city of Makuso was breached. Now that he brings this up, at least he will have some time to prepare. Logistics Minister Earl Ian stood up immediately and said to Soldek,
"I will take people to the remaining warehouses around the city to count the supplies."
Soldek nodded again and asked,
"Is there anything else?" "No more. I'll take my leave."
Earl Ian stood up immediately and quickly left Soldek's office. Guard Chief Hamas was the one who chose to join the team relatively late. However, since the last case of malfeasance in the guard camp, he immediately decided to express his intention to surrender to Serdek. Now it is all the people around Serdek who have come to join him. The best of them all. With the influx of a large number of outsiders into Makuso City, the security of Makuso City will only get worse. However, the Hamas chief is able to maintain the security of Makuso City so stable in a short period of time, which is consistent with it is almost inseparable that he spent a lot of time reorganizing the guard camp. This time he came to Governor Serdek to report on the work of the guard camp, and also wanted to know what Serdek would focus on next in Makuso City. Soldek sat on a chair, pinched the corners of his eyes, and then said to the Hamas chief,
"For foreign adventurers, businessmen, workers, civilians and nobles in the city, I need the guard camp to establish a corresponding system in Makuso City to let them know what they can and cannot do. Especially they are outsiders with weak legal awareness. And they must be warned, educated, and finally punished."
Walking out of Soldek's office, the Hamas chief finally let out a long breath and scratched his head worriedly. For the knights in the guard camp under his command, how could the Hamas commander not know their usual behavior? To implement it according to Serdek's requirements. To put it simply, you don't have to kowtow when you meet nobles. You don't have to be superior when you meet civilians. And you have to treat outsiders equally when you meet them. The question is, how can this be done? Those thoughts have been deeply ingrained in the minds of the knights in the guard camp, and have become a living habit. Some old thoughts will not be changed easily. The Hamas chief touched his fleshy neck, and wiped the sweat on his head with a handkerchief. I thought to myself, the Archon has really given himself a big problem. In accordance with Soldek's request, Baron Martino divided the expansion of Makuso's outer city into two parts, urban infrastructure and city wall area planning. Citizens can buy land in outer urban areas and build residences or workshops according to their own needs. But the architectural style must be unified, and there are strict height limits. Because Soldak plans to build an 8-story bell tower in each area, which can be regarded as a regional landmark building. Once other buildings exceed 3 stories high, residents who are too far away from the bell tower will lose their sight. Affected, unable to grasp the accurate time. Soldak also asked the Baron Martino Urban Construction Bureau to temporarily slow down the investment in the outer city wall project. Try to regionalize and stage this part of the city wall, and complete the resettlement of citizens in the entire Makuso city before the Harvest Festival. At the same time, it is necessary to complete the sewerage project in the inner city and the laying of stone pavement in the streets and lanes as soon as possible. As for the reconstruction of those houses that completely collapsed, they can be moved to the back, but the ruins must be removed as soon as possible to restore those areas to standard plots. This time Martino brought over architectural models of the Makuso City Arena and Opera House. For Baron Martino, these are his interests and hobbies. But the Opera House and Arena he designed, like the Dodentown War College, need to be made of stone, which is comparable to the defense built of wood. Much more expensive. Almost every building designed by Baron Martino will be killed by a huge gold-eating beast. Even Soldak couldn't help but shake his head after seeing it, saying that the City Hall's gold coin reserves cannot currently afford to build these large-scale buildings. Architecture.
Didn't you say before that you would sell the operating rights of the Opera House and Arena so that you could get construction funds?
Baron Martino said to Soldak. Soldak waved his hand and said,
I need to personally handle this matter, but I'm afraid I won't have time to do it in the near future. However, there are some things that can be done in advance, such as cleaning up the ruins of the Opera House and Arena.
It wasn't until the 4th day that Soldak took the time to inspect the Makuso military camp. Bearded Edgar is training a heavy armored infantry regiment for Soldak in the military camp outside Makuso City. These recruits were all recruited from the Resistance Army Autonomous Prefecture. They have now joined the Lord's Army of Soldak. The identity of the Resistance Army has been completely cleared. This army has 12,000 people, counting the heavy armored infantry regiment formed by Soldak last time. Soldak has mobilized more than 40,000 young resistance fighters from the Resistance Army Autonomous Prefecture. For the Resistance Army Autonomous Prefecture, it can be said that at least half of the young people have come out of the rainforest. The Resistance Army Autonomous Prefecture not only faces a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women, but also faces a serious aging. Women have to raise children and support the elderly alone, etc. This is exactly what the Bina Provincial House of Representatives hopes to see. The continued transfer of young people from the Resistance Army Autonomous Prefecture can be regarded as reducing the potential strength of the Resistance Army to the greatest extent. Soldak stood on a high platform and shouted loudly to the training ground full of people.
I know that you are all young warriors who came out of the rainforest in the southeast of the plain. There was once a group of young warriors from the same place as you. They used their courage and blood to unfurl a flag to all Ganbu Plains. Let all the residents of the Ganbu Plain be proud of them. But now I hope that you can be as brave as them, so that all the residents of the Ganbu Plain will be proud of you.
Immediately afterwards, the thick craftsman's sword struck the tower shield, making a neat and heavy knocking sound. Some people outside the camp were attracted. The Ganbu Plain is a livable small plain with a mild climate and fertile land. Except in the northernmost snowy mountains, there is no winter in other areas. There are many rivers in the plain, and you can live a good life by just opening up a piece of land. At present, residents of many small towns in the south have returned to normal production and life. A large number of adventure groups have entered the south of the Ganbu Plain, and they have almost completely cleared away the H.L. dogs around the town. Only in Grove Ridge, the rainforest of the Resistance Army Autonomous Prefecture, and the collapse area south of Ban's town, many of these inaccessible places, will there be remnants of hellhounds. When hellhounds came to the mountains of the Ganbu Plain, they immediately stand at the top of the food chain. They live without any natural enemies in the wild, and the only threats to them are the hunters in adventure groups and mercenary groups. The adventure group likes to hunt these H.L. dogs. The materials on them may not be that valuable, but the magic cores they produce are still very good. And this second-level monster is not a big threat to the adventure group. The probability of getting a magic core is very high. 1 magic crystal can be exchanged for 7 gold coins. In other words, as long as an adventure team can hunt down a H.L. dog with a magic crystal in its head every week, it can maintain the balance of payments of the adventure group. Adventure groups like to hunt in the southern region of the Ganbu Plain. because compared to the inaccessible north, almost all small towns in the southern region still have residents living there, and these small towns can provide necessary supplies to the adventure group. As for the north of the Ganbu Plain, all small towns have been completely swallowed up by the demon army, and there are abandoned villages and small towns everywhere. Since the territory is divided into 14 parts, these villages and towns are the private property of the lords. Strictly speaking, adventure groups are not allowed to enter the towns to scavenge. Each lord is also continuing to invest troops and territorial residents in their territories. Many of them are the lord's army does not welcome the adventure group. Therefore, in the Ganbu Plain, few adventure groups are willing to cross the northern mountain pass of Makusuo. The southern town in the Ganbu Plain has begun to try to transport output materials to Makuso. Those materials shipped through the portal are difficult to compete with local materials due to transportation costs. Serdek discovered that the Ganbu Plain had begun to glow with new vitality, as 220,000 cattle and sheep arrived in Root City. Samira, Gulitem and Andrew actually came with the sheep. Neither Samira nor Andrew took the magic airship. Instead, they rode horses to chase the sheep and met Gulitem halfway. The herds of cattle and sheep were arranged to enter Root City along the central avenue at midnight. However, since Root City is a mountain city, the 200,000 sheep could not pass through the portal smoothly in the middle of the night. Then the entire Root City was Jotto caused severe traffic congestion. Logistics Minister Earl Ian had a gloomy face, waiting at the transfer gate of the central square of Makuso City. Seeing the central square crowded with countless sheep, he felt inexplicably irritable. Now the entire logistics department officials are from the municipal government. He ran out of the hall and was responsible for housing such a large number of cattle and sheep. Seeing countless sheep swarming onto the streets, the citizens of Makusuo City were excited. Everyone was talking about how awesome the new Archon was. He actually bought so many cattle and sheep from other plains, which solved the embarrassment of the lack of beef and mutton in the Ganbu Plain at once. Moreover, a large area of land in the north of the Ganbu Plain is abandoned, and these cattle and sheep can be raised on the pastures of the Saruomen Plateau. Serdek intended to keep only a small part. He planned to keep 30,000 sheep and 2,000 cattle, and the other cattle and sheep would be distributed to other lords who own pastures. Of course, this is not a free gift. A commission is required. Serdek also owns 2 pastures on the Saruomen Plateau. Before there are enough horses, the pastures cannot be left abandoned to feed rabbits. The problem is that there are no rabbits in the pastures of the Saruomen Plateau. So Suldek decided to temporarily raise some cattle and sheep. Once the number of horses reaches saturation on the pasture, these cattle and sheep will slowly increase in number of horses. Slaughter it. Samira, Andrew, and Gulitem finally arrived in Makuso before the end of August, which was the deadline for Serdek to rush to the big battlefield.